Chapter 1, One word becomes an aphorism. On the train to Shangjing City, Wang Huan sat by the window, holding a yellowed old book on the train, quietly looking at it, beside a group of people surrounding a fat man. While the fat man's afterglow glanced to the side, there sits a beautiful woman, white skin, a pair of standard almond eyes looking at the charming, always with a faint haze, willow eyebrows curved, small red lips seemed to smile and not smile pursed. She was wearing a white t-shirt, thin clothes difficult to cover the fullness of her chest. At the moment her face is with a shallow smile, secretly measuring the opposite Wang Huan. He was wearing a shirt, simple and clean. His features looked handsome. What fascinated Lin Jingjia the most was the pair of eyebrows, as if they were carefully tailored, like two long sharp swords. His eyes were bright and deep, the light in his eyes was clear. However, he seemed to be uninterested in everything in the outside world, holding a book and reading it. At this time, the fat man was looking mysterious and spitting. As the saying goes, 1 life, 2 fortunes, 3 feng shui, rich and poor, long ago. Not my fat man bragging, palm reading and fortune telling is not to say 9 out of 10, but not far off. Young man, save your breath, who else believes in this now? The passengers on the side rolled their eyes. The fat man coughed, drawing Lin Jingjia's attention completely over. This beautiful woman, do you mind if I give you a reckoning? What? Lin Jingjia froze, seeing Wang Huan ignoring himself for a long time. Hearing someone calling her, she turned back. Beauty, just let him try and see how much this fat guy is capable of. The passengers next to her coaxed. Lin Jingjia sneaked a look at Wang Huan, who was still reading across the street, and in her heart, she complained a little about Wang Huan's lack of understanding. Seeing the beautiful woman noticed on herself, the fat man's heart was happy, revealing an inscrutable face, saying, everyone watch, this beautiful woman's forehead is full and measured. This forehead represents wealth and career. According to me, this beautiful woman's family is rich and successful in her studies. The most crucial thing is the luster of her face, which means that her luck is prosperous. Lin Jingjia was slightly stunned after hearing this. What this person said was really similar to her situation. She was going to Shangjing City to study at the university this time. Lin Jingjia looked surprised. How do you know my situation? These words undoubtedly told the crowd that Fatty was right. Is it really that godly? Not only was Lin Jingjia surprised, even the surrounding passengers were amazed. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting better, Fatty leisurely said, this is just a small path. I can still tell more. It depends on whether or not this beauty is willing. What else can you tell? Lin Jingjia's mind was completely captivated by the fat man's words. With a face of novelty, the fat man said lightly, just now, I only looked at the beauty's face. If I were to look at the beauty's palm, I could surmise something more accurate from the palm prints on my hands. Lin Jingjia's gently frowned her pretty eyebrows, giving him a palm reading. Isn't this going to be hand in hand? Fatty said, palm lines and lifelines. It can tell more things inside. It can even tell when Prince Charming appears in your life. Really? Lin Jingjia bit her red lips, stole a glance at Wang Huan on the opposite side of the room, and with a vague sense of anticipation within her, she was about to extend her palm out. It was a slender hand, 10 fingers like bamboo shoots, wrist like white lotus root, very beautiful, deeply attracted the eyeballs of the passengers next to it. Ha! Just at this time, a laugh with sarcasm came from the side, and that fat man is not easy to create. The atmosphere instantly dissipated. The man who saw that he was about to get his hands on the book was a little angry in his heart, and his gaze towards the other party had a hint of warning. This brother, what do you mean? Wang Huan put the book down and said with a smile, man, your trick of taking advantage is too old-fashioned. The fat man organized some clothes on his body and said in a proper voice, you say that this is a trick to take advantage of people. Then how do you explain that what I just said is alright? Everyone around looked at Wang Huan, waiting for his explanation. Wang Huan looked at Lin Jingjia and revealed a smile, saying, your clothes are this year's most popular Chanel brand. When you opened your duffel bag just now, there was an acceptance letter in it. Your family's wealth and academic success are all in front of your eyes. Why do you still use him to count? The surrounding people's eyes revealed a flash of surprise. This young man's heart is as fine as a hair. How did they not realize? Lin Jingjia also came back to her senses, immediately knew that she had been fooled by the fat man, and immediately raised her willow eyebrows, her beautiful eyes glaring round. You dead liar, trying to take advantage of me. Fatty was so stirred up by Wang Huan, and seeing that the beautiful woman who was so hard to get on the line was bad-mouthing him again, he couldn't help but transfer his anger to Wang Huan. Brat, sincerely spoiling my good deed, right? Wang Huan faintly said, didn't intend to spoil your good deed. I just felt that what you just said was not right. What's wrong? Fatty subconsciously answered. Wang Huan said, although this young lady's face is good, but the Hall of India is white. This is good luck, but her nose is slightly red. The life star is dull. The tip of the nose is slightly black dust. According to the physiognomy, This tip of the nose is the main wealth. She has this tip of the nose is black. This is a leakage of wealth. And the blood between her eyebrows is not smooth, which shows that she is going to be unlucky lately. The opposite of what you said about the luck is strong. Lin Jingjia was originally quite fond of Wang Huan, young and handsome, and helped her to expose the dead fat man's deception, and was grateful, but she didn't expect that in the blink of an eye. This guy started to curse himself for losing his fortune and having bad luck. She could not help but look at Wang Huan angrily. You people can't chat. You're the one who's unlucky. Your whole family is unlucky. That fat man saw Wang Huan seeking his own pain, angering the beauty, gloating, beauty, you don't listen to this kid, he is trying to catch you, first scare you, and then say the solution. In this way, you slowly on his set, and then, bah, still think you are a good person. I didn't think your mind is more sinister than him, Lin Jingjia said with frost on her pretty face. Wang Huan shook his head without much explanation. The fat man on the side became even more pleased and said, kid, you called me a liar. How about now? It doesn't feel good to be spoiled. Wang Huan smiled and said, I told the truth. I didn't lie to her. Come on, you're going to say it's the truth. So tell me, what do you think of me? Fatty provocatively said. Wang Huan raised his head and looked at him. You, even worse luck. Red color in the Hall of Seal. Unknown instantly. Put your mother's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Hearing this, that fat man stood up with a sound of miso, pointing at Wang Huan's face and cursing. Wang Huan frowned greatly. A few huffs appeared on his face, but soon his frown stretched. Apologize to me now. I can teach you the solution. You cursed me with bad luck and still asked me to apologize to you? Believe it or not, I'll punch you. Fatty stood up and glared angrily. Coming, Wang Huan calmly said. What's coming? Everyone was a little confused by Wang Huan's sudden sentence. Only at this time, there was a commotion coming from the carriage behind, and there was also an eager voice. Catch him. Don't let him run away. Fatty was just about to turn back, when he was hit by a person sprinting over and knocked back. His head was dizzy for a while, before he could react. He felt himself being lifted up from behind, and a coldness came from his neck. A cold dagger was pressed against his neck, and a vicious voice came from behind him. All of you, stop, or I will kill him now. At once, there was a commotion in the carriage. Passengers who were farther away quickly fled the carriage, while those who were closer didn't dare to move and watched the scene in panic. Lin Jingjia, who was sitting next to her, was shocked by the sudden turn of events, and looked at Wang Huan, who was calm as ever, recalling what he had just said. Red color in the Hall of Imprint. Bad news will come immediately. Then look at the fat man in front of him. The heart is even more alarmed. This is a prophecy? Chapter 2. I'm not a face reader. In contrast, the fat man who was being held hostage was even more terrified in his heart. The situation in front of him almost scared him to pee. Across from him were 3 heavily armed police officers with guns in their hands, aiming at themselves. No, they should be aiming at the man behind him, although he could not see the man behind him, but the cold feeling on his neck, and that cut through the skin to bring the tingling sensation, as well as that out of the hot blood. The fact tells himself that he was hijacked. On the opposite side of the carriage, a police officer gripped the gun in his hand, and said with a serious face, let go of the hostage, surrender of your own accord, and you still have a way out. The man with a vicious face said sinisterly, asterisk 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 you, let's come with me on this. The sins on my body are enough even if I were to be shot 10 times. Now you guys either get the hell out of my way or let me die with him. Don't be impulsive. You already have no way out. This will only add to your crimes. Those few policemen's foreheads were also sweating. The other party had a hostage in their hands, making them not dare to act rashly. The arrest that was supposed to be foolproof had fallen off at the crucial moment, causing this vicious man to capture the hostage, causing them to lose all their efforts. The vicious man grinned widely and said, bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Falling into your hands is a dead end. Now you obediently exit this carriage. There are still a dozen people in this carriage. I killed him. There are still more hostages. Several policemen looked at each other, and finally gritted their teeth and said, okay, you'd better not fool around. What conditions are there to put forward first? After deliberating, in order not to provoke the murderer, several policemen exited the carriage, but their attention was kept on the murderer. Big brother, they all retreated. When will you let me go? Yang Zaihu said in a trembling voice. The ferocious disciple laughed hideously. He, brother, can only count you unlucky, let you go. Then what about me? Commiserate first, brother. As long as those stinky cops don't mess around, I won't kill you. Yang then Tiger Heart also said, how so unlucky? This kind of thing also met, and so on. Unlucky. Just now that kid said what the Hall of Prince with red, unsettling instantly come. Thinking here, he glanced at Wang Huan's position, saw that he is a calm face, sitting peacefully in his position. honor and disgrace, as if the outside world happened with their own insignificant like. Could he really be a high person? Yang Zihu was shocked in his heart. Look at the face. Look at the face. Save me. Yang Zihu shouted at Wang Huan for help. The murderer thought that there were still policemen beside him. The dagger in his hand was slightly hard, and he drank. Be honest. After saying that, he looked at Wang Huan's side and said, "Who is the face reader?" At once, those who were seen by the murderer all lowered their heads to show that they were not. Say it again. Who is the face reader? If you don't come forward, I will kill him now. The ferocious man bellowed with some anxiety. He was worried that this face reader was also a plainclothes policeman. Seeing that the murderer was agitated and might kill Yang Zihu at any time, Lin Jingjia looked at Wang Huan and whispered, he's calling you. Wang Huan rolled his eyes. This woman lacks brains. Speaking at this time and exposing his identity. You are the face reader? Stand up for me, the murderer said viciously. Wang Huan stood up helplessly and explained seriously. I am not a face reader. Face reader? Face reader? Save me. Save me. Seeing Wang Huan standing up, Yang Zihu couldn't care about the danger and desperately called out. The surrounding people looked confused for a while. This person didn't ask for help from the police, favoring a young man in his early 20s. Is this the wrong person? Wang Huan said. Just now I said that you will be unsettled. Let you apologize. I saved you. You don't believe me. Now you ask me for help. Are you being a? Yes, I'm being a. I apologize to you. Save me. Yang Zihu regretted to death in his heart. If he had known that this face reading was so accurate, he shouldn't have offended people to death. The police outside the carriage are also confused, whispering, who is this young man? The hostage did not ask us for help, but instead asked him for help? Listen to his statement. Seems to be a face reader, muttered a police officer. Understand the situation immediately. Yes, soon. Those police officers understood the previous events through the passengers who escaped next to them. Those policemen looked at each other in disbelief. Is that guy really so godly that he calculated that the hostages would have such a disaster? Impossible. So evil? All shut up. This is a feudal superstition. Jianghu trick. Don't take it seriously. Now the first task is how to rescue the hostages. That captain among them whispered to stop their private conversation. But at the moment, they didn't have a proper rescue plan. They could only focus on the situation at hand. Face reader, please. In his heart, Wang Huan was now his only lifesaver. Wang Huan said, I'm really not a face reader, but I do have a solution. Fine, as long as you can save me, it doesn't matter what you do. I'll listen to you in everything. Yang Zihu nodded repeatedly. Wang Huan looked at the villain and sized him up for a few moments, as if he was familiar with him, and said, Buddy, I'll give you two paths to choose from. The first is to let him go and turn back to the shore. I can't turn back. Talk about the other one. The murderer laughed coldly. Wang Huan shrugged helplessly and said, the other path? That is the path of death. The villain's eyes immediately looked at Wang Huan with vigilance, saying, dead end road. Not necessarily, as long as the train passes this section of the road and reaches the plains, I will be able to jump out of the window and escape. Until then, with a hostage in hand, who dares to touch me? Wang Huan frowned and said, man, honestly, I doubt your vision. There are so many people in this carriage. It's too unwise for you to pick him as a hostage. Ha! The murderer did not understand his words. Wang Huan said, look at him. Fat head, 5 feet in stature. He looks quite strong. If he pulls you when you jump out of the window, you'll be dead in the water. He dares. Wang Huan shook his head and laughed. You are also someone who eats on the tip of a knife. At the end of your rope, if he dares or not, you know it very well in your heart. The murderer was silent for a moment. When a person is really facing death, he is bound to die. This is the instinct to survive. If the person in his hand really pulls himself out when jumping out of the window, it is very likely that something unpredictable will happen. Seeing his silence, Wang Huan pointed to Lin Jingjia next to him and laughed. I suggest you take her as a hostage. The chances of escape will be much higher. Don't you think so? Lin Jingjia originally thought that this had nothing to do with her. When she heard Wang Huan's words, her whole body exploded. How can this person be so bad? Making herself a hostage? Chapter 3, Wang Huan strikes. Not to mention the 10,000 grass mud horses in Lin Jingjia's heart. Even those policemen's hearts were bursting with anger. You call this a solution? Whose side is this guy on? Why does it sound like he's orchestrating an escape route for the murderer? Aren't you pitying people? A delicate beauty, just like this was sent by you to someone else as a hostage. Do you have a little bit of compassion? That murderer's eyes glanced at Lin Jingjia and spoke. If you don't remind me, I haven't thought of this yet. Beauty, come over here. Lin Jingjia's face was pale with fear. Sitting in her seat and ignoring it, her mind was still blank. I told you to come over. The murderer saw that she didn't move. his tone raised dozens of decibels. Lin Jingjia's body obviously trembled, almost not being scared to tears on the spot. Don't be afraid. It's not just being a hostage. It's not like I'm asking you to go to the fire. Wang Huan's couldn't care less voice rang in her ears. Lin Jingjia immediately cried out with a wow. You bad guy. Worse than him. Careful. Not just said a few words to you just now. You're getting back at me like this. Wang Huan was a little embarrassed by her and said, don't worry about it. You all said that I'm a face reader. Your face doesn't look like you have a short life. This time it's just a scare. You won't die. Originally, the people around were still condemning Wang Huan, and at this time, they were still talking about these nonsense face reading. It was simply a great sin. However, after Lin Jingjia heard this, she huffed a little, stared at Wang Huan with big eyes, confused, and asked, Hiccup, are you telling the truth? Didn't you also think that my face reading was accurate? Wang Huan said. After Lin Jingjia heard this, as if she was possessed, she took the initiative and walked out from her seat towards the murderer. Mother asterisk 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 her. What is this kid messing around with? That police captain's face turned pale with rage. Captain, what to do? Now, the police officer on the side also had a face of anger. Letting a little girl go to exchange hostages. How did this guy's head come up with this? Anyway, they couldn't do it. That captain is also incomparably chagrined. Can only face reveal a resolute color? Said, wait and see what happens. Seize the moment. If necessary, shoot the murderer. Seeing that Lin Jingjia had already arrived in front of the murderer, Wang Huan said, now that she has arrived in front of you, let him go. This big beauty giving you a hostage is much more peaceful than that guy. Oh yeah, let her stand better. Don't let the police behind her find a chance to shoot. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That asshole. The cops aiming in the back went green in the face. Captain, this guy is too hateful. Remind that murderer, could he be an accomplice? That captain's heart was also filled with rage. Looking at Wang Huan's appearance, he gritted his teeth in hatred and said, whether he is an accomplice or not, he will be arrested later. That murderer hammed and hawed. In fact, there was no need for Wang Huan to remind him. He would do the same. First, he had Lin Jingjia stand in front of him, blocking the police's shooting position for him, while the dagger in his hand slowly moved away. Then he kicked Yang Zaihu's ass, sending him rolling out, while then he quickly reached out and grabbed Lin Jingjia's arm, ready to pull her in front of him. His speed was fast, almost just an instant, but there was someone who moved faster than him. As his hand came into contact with Lin Jingjia's arm, suddenly, midway through, a hand plunged in across the room and grabbed his arm. The murderer's face changed drastically, and before he had time to see the owner of this hand, he swung the dagger in his hand and slashed down towards this arm. However, the owner of this hand seemed to have anticipated that he would have such a hand, and at the moment his dagger slashed down, he directly twisted up his wrist and filed it upwards. Puff! A sound of a sharp object stabbing into flesh and blood rang out, followed by a miserable cry. But the murderer's dagger stabbed into his other arm. He looked up and saw that the owner of that hand was none other than that Wang Huan who had given him the idea. It's you! At this moment, Wang Huan's face didn't change, and he kicked him in the chest, and with a bang, he directly kicked the man out, skidding on the aisle of the carriage for a distance of several meters before coming to a stop. I'll kill you! That murderer felt that he was being teased. His face was hideous and horrible. His eyes were red, both hands propped up on the ground. His mouth shouted that he would kill Wang Huan, but he turned around and ran. He knew very well that going to Wang Huan to settle the score at this time would be a dead end. Only by escaping and regaining the hostage would he have a chance to live. You can't escape. The moment he turned to flee, Wang Huan leaped, stepped on the seat next to him, his body rabbit-footed, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the back of this murderer. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the back of this murderer's neck, pinched it with force, lifted him up like a duffel bag, and then threw him towards the back. Bang! A dull ringing sound came from the carriage, which was particularly shrill inside the quiet carriage. Poof! The murderer's eyes rolled over, only feeling that his internal organs were smashed, greatly spitting out a mouthful of blood, stomping his legs, struggling for a few moments, and finally slumping helplessly on the ground, never standing up again. This is to see a ghost. The people inside the carriage all hold their breath, faces still in a blank. Really, the scene that happened in front of them is too amazing. This is more wonderful than watching a movie countless times. Just now, the murderer also acted as a dog-head mastermind of the villain, turned into a hero of justice. Lin Jingjia was dumbfounded. She hadn't reacted from the change of events in front of her. Looking at the collapsed murderer, her mind was still in a daze. This is the end? Compared to them, those police officers are even more dumbfounded one by one, eyes staring like a light bulb. They are very clear about the degree of danger of this murderer. Counter-surveillance ability is very strong. and also has a body of fighting kung fu. Even if the experts in the police force and the other side of the close quarters fighting may not dare to say that the victory. As a result, the breath held in the lungs had not yet been exhaled, and the guy had already taken care of the murderer. One move or two moves? They didn't see it clearly either. In short, the feeling they got was that in a flash, the ferocious disciple was lying there. Captain, I didn't blink, did I? The policeman on the side rubbed his eyes and said uncertainly. That captain's open mouth couldn't close in time, and said incredulously, I believe he's not a face reader anymore. It's impossible for a face reader to have this stature. On the contrary, that young Zaihu who was kicked on the ground, originally holding his head and crouching on the ground, after hearing a few thumps, he felt no movement behind him, and turned back just in time to see the scene where Wang Huan threw the murderer away, and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Brother, awesome. Wang Huan smiled. In his heart there is no feeling, to solve a murderer like this, nothing worth being proud of. At this time, the opposite side of the police came over. Two of them first went to put the murderer under control, while the captain walked towards Wang Huan with a grave face. His face was even more tense than when he faced the murderer. From the situation just now, this person in front of him was 10,000 times more dangerous than the murderer. When Wang Huan saw this police captain walking towards him, he said in his heart, still the old man is right. It's not good to be in the limelight. This is where the trouble comes. Chapter 4 Blackmailed by a beautiful woman. Wang Huan was brought to a separate compartment. A police officer next to him handed over a cup of water. Wang Huan took the cup and looked at the hot white smoke rising from the cup, and pleasingly looked at the opposite female police officer. Just now, this policewoman was wearing a hat, and the situation was critical, so she hadn't taken a closer look, and now she removed the hat, revealing her true face. She is about 25 or 26 years old. Her face is very beautiful, her skin is soft, glowing, her nose is straight, her eyes are clear and bright. She has a head of long black hair, simply tied in a ponytail, matched with the clothes on her body, letting her show her valor. If Wang Huan were to pick a fault, it would be that this woman was a bit cold, making it difficult to approach. After looking at her seriously for a few minutes, Wang Huan suddenly smiled and said, "This captain, the two of us have been sitting here for a few minutes. What are you going to ask? Hurry up and ask. The car will be arriving at the station soon." Yi Bing frowned. The thought of the man in front of her that out-of-this-world hands, combined with the Wang Huan at this moment, the heart cannot help but produce a hint of illusion. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, no one would have believed that this seemingly ordinary man in front of her was actually a combat expert. Hearing Wang Huan's words, her eyebrows unfolded and she said, "Thank you, sir, for your bravery this time, but due to the procedure, we will make a detailed statement on what you just did." "No problem. It is every citizen's duty to cooperate with the police." Wang Huan very consciously took out his ID card. "This is my ID card." Yi Bing glanced at it. The ID card was very new and had Wang Huan's details written on it. "Mr. Wang Huan, it says here that you are from Jiangxi. Can you find out more about the stance you just performed?" Despite Yi Bing's efforts to put on a smile, Wang Huan still felt a bit cold. Wang Huan casually said, "I grew up at the foot of Longhu Mountain. When I was young and weak, my parents let me follow the Taoist priests on the mountain to practice martial arts, so I know a little bit of boxing and kung fu. So that's how it is. No wonder Mr. Wang has such a body." Yi Bing heard this and quickly recorded it. Wang Huan did not hide it and continued, "You also know that Longhu Mountain is the holy land of Taoism, influenced by the Taoist priests there. I have also learned some skills in face reading, medicine and such." After Yi Bing determined Wang Huan's identity, she was relieved in her heart and said, "Well, thanks again for Mr. Wang's bravery today. You can leave now." Wang Huan was stunned and laughed. "That's the end of it. I heard others say that there is a reward for seeing justice and bravery, and I thought you called me here to give out rewards." Upon hearing this, Yi Bing froze, then coldly said, "There will be rewards. I will have the police department send a banner for bravery to Mr. Wang." Upon hearing this, Wang Huan said tastelessly, "It's just a banner. I thought there was some substantial reward." Listening to Wang Huan's complaint, Yi Bing's just loosened brows once again wrinkled, and was about to speak when Wang Huan had already stood up. "Captain Yi, I'll leave first if there's no reward. By the way, I look at Captain Yi's face. There might be trouble recently. Remember to be more careful when you're on a mission lately. It's best not to go on dangerous missions." After saying that, ignoring the shock on Yi Bing's face, he got up and left the carriage. The moment he walked out of the carriage, Wang Huan smiled. What he just said could be the truth. He did come from Longhu Mountain, and did follow the mountain Taoist priest to practice kung fu. However, he omitted a lot of details. His real identity is a lineage of Longhu Mountain Tianxia inheritors, proficient in the 5 arts of Taoism: mountain, medicine, fate, phantom, divination. This time came to the city of Shangjing, but it is to fulfill the master's dying wish. Watching Wang Huan leave the carriage, Yi Bing handed Wang Huan's information to the police officer next to him, explaining, "Immediately verify with your colleagues in Jiangxi." "Yes, Teen Yi." The police officer next to him took the information and made a phone call right next to him. A few minutes later, he said, "Teen Yi, the colleagues over there have confirmed the verification. What's on here is true." Yi Bing nodded and said, "Well, I know." Wang Huan walked out of the compartment and just returned to his original position and sat down. Yang Zaihu on the side said with a grateful face, "Brother, thank you so much just now. If it wasn't for you, this little life of mine would be over." In his gaze towards Wang Huan, apart from gratitude, there was more awe. Wang Huan said, "It's good that you're fine. Next time, don't use such a low-level tactic to cheat a girl. It's too embarrassing." Yang Zaihu's old face reddened, awkwardly said, "Let brother see you laugh. My little trick compared to brother, that's the ghost of Li meeting Li Kuei." Obviously, he himself was clear that Wang Huan in front of him was the real face-reading expert. "By the way, brother is going to Shangjing City this time. When I arrive at Shangjing City, I must treat you well and thank you for saving my life," Yang Zaihu said. Wang Huan thought about it and said, "I still have to do some business in Shangjing City. Let's talk about it when I'm done." "That's good. That's good. This is my business card. Brother can call me when you're done." Yang Zaihu handed a business card to Wang Huan. Wang Huan didn't even look at it and casually put it in his pocket. Face reader. Just then, a huffy voice came from the side. "My name is Wang Huan. I told you several times, I am not a face reader." Wang Huan was embarrassed and smiled bitterly as Lin Jingjia on the side was looking at herself with a puff of anger. Her pink cheeks were very beautiful. "You're the fortune teller, and we haven't settled our account yet." Lin Jingjia huffed and glared at Wang Huan. "What account?" Wang Huan froze. Lin Jingjia's beautiful eyes immediately perked up as she said angrily, "So soon you've forgotten everything. You just asked me to go as a hostage. How is this account going to be calculated?" Wang Huan was slightly stunned at Lin Jingjia's words, then said, "Aren't you fine?" When Lin Jingjia heard that Wang Huan wanted to clear his name, she huffed. "What do you mean by nothing? Do you know that I was scared to death at that time? My spirit was traumatized. Shouldn't you compensate for that?" "Compensate? Of course. You also said that I'm going to have bad luck in the next few days. I don't care. You have to send me to school until my luck changes." Lin Jingjia was brutal and unreasonable. This incident touched her a lot. The reason why she let Wang Huan accompany her to school, one is to see Wang Huan's power. It's safe to have such a person to follow. The other reason is that even she can't say it herself. All in all, she feels that this man in front of her is a little bit charming. Wang Huan thought that he still has something to do. When he was about to refuse, Lin Jingjia had already said, "My school is Shangjing Medical University. It's the road you must pass through to go to the city. Anyway, you also have to go to the city to do some business. By the way, to send me to the school, and it won't delay your time." "That's good. Let's make a deal first. After sending you back, you can't pester me anymore," Wang Huan muttered. After Lin Jingjia heard this, her pink teeth clucked in anger and she clenched her pink fist. "Look at the face. How can I say that I'm also a big beauty? How dare you have the face to say that I'm pestering you?" Yang Zaihu on the side had an envious look on his face, thinking in his heart, emotionally, this Wang Huan brother's best skill is still the kung fu of getting a girl, a move of desire to capture, executed with a pure fire, letting people marvel at themselves. Chapter 5 Medical University. Shangjing City, as an international metropolis, is the place where countless dreamers aspire to be, where half of the wealthy tycoons of Huaxia are gathered. Such a top big city, with numerous colleges and universities, of which Shangjing Medical University is the first in Huaxia, especially in the beginning of the school season. The college district is overcrowded. Students from all over the world to report to the school. The school entrance, luxury cars are full of, which have sent their children to go to school, but also some big bosses come to the college district to look for beautiful women. For these successful bosses, to find women in colleges and universities is more interesting than in bars and nightclubs. The college students here are pure and lovely, far more fresh than the women who hang out in nightclubs. "Look her, why did you put so much variety of water on top of that car?" After Lin Jingjia came to the college district, she was like a curious baby, full of curiosity about everything. Wang Huan took a look at the car. It was a Mercedes-Benz with various prices of water and drinks on it and said, "That's the price." "What price?" Lin Jingjia asked. Wang Huan looked at her innocent look and explained with some amusement, "If someone takes mineral water, then it's 200, and if they take Red Bull, then it's 600, and of course, only long and beautiful women are qualified to take the water on the roof of the car." After Lin Jingjia heard this, she was still a bit confused, but after seeing a woman with a pretty face take a bottle of Nongfu Shangquan on the car and get on the car, and seeing that the man in the car stuffed the money into the woman's chest, and rubbed it a few times, and then drove the car towards the hotel next to her. Her face flushed red, and she finally understood the meaning of the words Wang Huan had just said. Shameless. Lin Jingjia spat lightly. Seeing that Wang Huan was watching with interest, she stretched out her hand to cover his eyes, and angrily questioned. Wang Huan, I see that you know these very well. Have you done this kind of thing as well? Wang Huan said. How can a country bumpkin like me have the money to afford such a luxury car? It's all what I read on the internet. Lin Jingjia gave him a strange look, threw the suitcase into Wang Huan's hand and said, Don't look. Send me to school. What are you still doing? Don't come over yet. Seeing that Wang Huan was still looking at the Mercedes-Benz fondly, Lin Jingjia turned back, stomped her foot and looked at Wang Huan huffily. I'm thirsty. Go buy me water. In front of the gates of Shangjing City Medical University, with resentment still in her heart, she instructed Wang Huan. On this journey, she had already figured out Wang Huan's nature and was very good at getting along with him, and she also realized that this Wang Huan hadn't sneakily looked at herself on this journey. This made her quite a little bit proud. Wang Huan put the suitcase down, looked at the gated school entrance, and purposely explained, Don't get lost, I'll be back soon. Wang Huan hadn't been gone for long when a few men walked over next to him, looking at Lin Jingjia with a smile on their faces. One of them, a man with a border hair, kindly said, Sister, are you also a freshman who came to Shangjing Medical University to report for duty? Lin Jingjia nodded and gave a soft That's right, we're from the student union, specializing in transporting newly arrived students. Come on, I'll help you with your luggage. Quickly follow me to the reporting area to report for duty. The slate-headed man said and took the initiative to help her carry her suitcase. Lin Jingjia hurriedly said, No need, I have to wait for my friend. The plate-inch head said, Don't worry schoolgirl, we'll take you to enrollment first. This point is exactly the crowded period of enrollment. You go with us to wait in line first, that friend of yours will follow. Yes? Lin Jingjia looked around, realizing that there were really quite a lot of people like her being received around. Moreover, these older siblings were all very enthusiastic, which boosted her trust in the people in front of her by quite a bit. It was now noon and the sun was blazing, and thinking that she would have to wait in a very long line to enroll later, she was a little loosened up in her heart. That slattern saw Lin Jingjia move and took the initiative to pick up her suitcase, while the two people who came with him also took the initiative to go and help her with her body bag. Come with me schoolgirl, go line up first. Don't worry about your friend coming and not being able to find you. I'll have him wait for him here, and have him bring your friend over when the time comes. The slattern pointed to a man next to him and said. After Lin Jingjia heard this, she felt that there was no problem and said, Thank you senior then. The slab-headed man smiled and said that he took the initiative to pull up his suitcase, and just a few steps later, a man blocked in front of him and took the suitcase from him. Our own suitcase? It's still not necessary to labor. The person who came was none other than Wang Huan, who was carrying 2 bottles of water in his hand. Wang Huan, they are seniors who brought me to enroll, Lin Jingjia said. Slabhead did not get angry and smiled. Yes, this one's classmate. We are all from Shangjing Medical University. We were about to take her to enroll. Wang Huan smiled and said, No need, we'll go enroll ourselves. After saying that, his gaze stared at the plumpness of her chest and said, Go and get the handbag back. You have breasts but no brain. Lin Jingjia heard this sentence, or in front of so many people said her chest. Her face turned a burst of pink, said, Look at the face. Who are you saying has no brain? Says you. Wang Huan took the suitcase and handbag and such and rolled his eyes. Wang Huan said, Forget what I told you in the car. You have the phase of losing wealth. If I don't come, you won't even have money for dinner later. What do you mean? Lin Jingjia wasn't stupid, she just lacked the experience of going out, and immediately heard the meaning inside Wang Huan's words. That slattern also wrinkled his eyebrows and said wistfully, Classmate, you've gone too far with this. We kindly carried your friend's suitcase and took her to enrollment. You're just not grateful, but you're also slandering us as thieves? Wang Huan said, Oh, isn't it? This kind of low-ranking tactics, a glance can see through. Some social gangsters will enrollment season when pretending to be the student body to take the initiative to help enthusiastically, and then take the new students to enroll, followed by a large number of formalities to do down. When the new students are busy, was instructed to do all kinds of formalities, back to find that their own suitcases and bags are nowhere to be found. You're spitting blood and slandering good people. That slattern was furious, as if his character had been humiliated, and made a show of fighting for his life. It's really outrageous. We helped you guys with good intentions and without expecting anything in return. Not only did you not appreciate it, but you slandered us instead. A dog bites Lu Dongbin and doesn't know what's good for you. Several people stared angrily at Wang Huan, and soon quite a few people watching the scene gathered beside them. TSK, what a shame. People are kind enough to help, but they slandered the enthusiasts as thieves, in vain since they look so pretty, without a bit of gratitude. If I say that this person has never seen the world, go out when parents instructed to be careful, the result is too careful, the good people as bad people. Ha ha. Che, I think that man is just being careful, worrying about others abducting his girlfriend, deliberately picking a fight. It makes sense, but his means of slandering is too low. This is a university, how can there be thieves? I've never seen such a careful-eyed man. Sooner or later I'll have to break up. Lin Jingjia listened to the surrounding words, felt a little ashamed, pulled Wang Huan's hand, whispered reproach, what are you messing up? People are helping us. Chapter 6, Revealing. There were more and more people around, and many people's gazes were laced with sneers, which made Lin Jingjia feel humiliated. Schoolgirl, if he's really your boyfriend, I advise you to break up before it's too late. A man like that isn't worth your trust. The slab-inch man saw that the people around him were on his side, and advised with a smile. That's right, look around. Here are all your classmates, and there are people who may be in the same class with you. By the time the whole class knows about this matter how humiliating. The man next to the man with the inch head coaxed. Wang Huan originally didn't want to dismantle these guys, but when he saw that they even wanted to stir up trouble, his face turned cold. If you don't dismantle a few of you, you're still getting away with it. Going to school to be a thief, not a small amount of guts. The bored inch man fumed and threatened. I'll warn you once more, don't spit blood. We help you with good intentions. You don't know what's good for you. It's just a matter of slandering us. People have tempers. When the time comes, don't blame us for not being polite. Wang Huan, forget it. Lin Jingjia pulled Wang Huan's hand. You want to forget about it, we still won't agree to it. Apologize to us before you leave. The plate inch man said, it's time to apologize. Apologize. It won't cost you a penny less, and it's your fault in the first place, the surrounding people urged, and they were also all righteous. Wang Huan said, I am not in the habit of apologizing to thieves. You are looking for death, right? The slab-headed man clenched his fists, and the two people next to him walked to the sides of Wang Huan, vaguely meaning to surround him. Hopeless. Lin Jingjia was a bit headstrong, still really worried about fighting. To know that this is a college, fighting is not good influence, in case the police are invited. The trouble is not to mention that, when the time comes, the thief is also humiliated. Everyone don't be impulsive, or else, I apologize to you. Lin Jingjia also thought that Wang Huan couldn't pull his face, whispered at the side. Wang Huan was pulled behind her, said, what to apologize for? A few small thieves, fooled others, but also fooled me? A face of thieves, a blind man can see it. The surrounding immediately resounded with the sound of verbal abuse, too much, unrepentant. If it were me, I would have already punched this kid, still blind enough to see it, thinking that he is the reincarnation of the cloth goddess. Listening to the surrounding voices, Wang Huan frowned, shouted, all shut up. Really look at the scene is not too big, is not a thief, a question will know. Reading all read stupid is it? You, scolded who book nerd it. The surrounding people heard this and shivered with anger. Wang Huan lazily ignored these people and directly looked at the plate inch man and said, you said you're a senior, so which department and which class are you in? Are you from the student union? And which department of the student union are you in? This, the slab-sided man's face froze, and he didn't answer for the old half day. Wang Huan said, why don't you say it? This plate inch man really want to casually grin. Wang Huan has long seen through his thoughts, said, don't this what this, you can't answer up. Answer up I also able to quickly dismantle. Senior, why don't you say it? The person next to him also urged. Wang Huan glanced at the person who spoke and said, stop watching the fun. Go and call the people from the student council, recognize them or not. Isn't that the end of it? When the man with the slate head heard this, his face changed. He glared fiercely at Wang Huan and said in a threatening tone, brother, don't do things too desperately. What? Weak-minded? Wang Huan sneered. The others also saw the plate inch man's weakness, and for a while, their eyes were strange. The plate inch head man was greatly infuriated. This time when the school year started, they had made a large sum of money by committing crimes in the college district in succession, and it had been going well, and he did not expect to be recognized by Wang Huan at a glance now. Can't help but be a bit annoyed. He gave Wang Huan a vicious look. Kid, you don't believe us even if, there is no need to find someone to prove it, since you don't need help. Let's go. Once this matter was confirmed, then what was done a few days ago would be exposed. Wang Huan stepped forward and stopped them, saying, if you want to leave, this is not over yet. At this time, the student who went to call the student council had already returned. That student council was a female student. On the way she heard what happened. When she saw the three people with the plate inch head, her eyebrows frowned, and at a glance she recognized that the three people were not from the student council. They really aren't? I'll go. It really won't be by him. These guys are all liars. Zhou Koman frowned and said, in the past few days, Several schools next door have had people reporting that someone posing as a student council person had cheated new students of their luggage. Could it be you guys? Don't be in a hurry to leave first. I'll confirm your identities first. Before she could finish her words, the several people of that slate-head man's face changed greatly, turned around and ran. Grass. They really are liars. Don't let them run away. When the people next to him saw this, where they still did not understand, hurriedly got up to chase. The result is that those three people run as fast. See is about to be no trace of the time. Suddenly 2 mineral water bottles fell from the sky, directly smashed in the back of the head of the 2 people. Bang bang. 2 muffled sounds. The 2 people who were smashed fell to the ground with a plop, and were held down on the ground by the people who caught up behind them. Holy, who threw this? So accurate? The crowd turned back to see Wang Huan's hand filled with bottles of mineral water disappeared. It was him who made the shot. One was dumbfounded. Such a long distance, and the target is still running. Throwing one is already rare. The result is that people threw one accurate. Awesome. Didn't see this student see people accurate. This throwing water bottle kung fu is also powerful. Ha ha, I almost misunderstood you just now. Sorry Wang Huan smiled modestly and said, it's nothing, it's a pity that I let them get away with one. At this time, that student union head Zhou Koman walked over, looked at Wang Huan, and said, it's okay, I've already called the police, and I'll leave it to the police to deal with next. Classmate, you are very good. Are you interested in entering the student union? Wang Huan pointed to Lin Jingjia next to him and said, I'm not a student here, I'm sending her to enroll. Oh, that's a pity. Zhou Koman guffawed and said, you've done our school a big favor. Otherwise I don't know how many other new students would have been scammed. Thank you so much. Which department is this schoolgirl from? You guys come with me? I'll help you enroll. Thanks then. Wang Huan smiled, seeing Lin Jingjia still holding onto the suitcase, said, what are you still frozen for? You were quite active when you met the fake student union. Now that you met the real one, you are still cautious. Lin Jingjia's pretty face reddened and glared at Wang Huan. It's all your fault. If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have almost been cheated. Zhou Koman, who was walking in front, turned back and said curiously, these people are very cunning, and they are roaming around several colleges and universities. Even the police can't do anything about them for a while. How did you find them? Wang Huan truthfully said, well, I saw it from their facial features. Facial features? Zhou Koman's pretty face froze slightly, looking straight at Wang Huan. Chapter 7 Hui Rentang. Apparently Wang Huan's answer made her not re-examine this person. This was the first time she had heard of a jail sentence from a facial expression. Lin Jingjia on the side whispered, starting to play God again. What? Don't believe it. Think I'm bull ting do you? Wang Huan turned around and took in her face full of skepticism. Zhou Koman said, it's a bit unbelievable. Can you elaborate? The face of those 3 people. The adulterer's door has black color. Oh, the adulterer's door is the position of the fish lines at the end of the eyes. Well, it's this place. The so-called adulterer's door is in charge of the right and wrong of the mouth. But wherever this place shows a greenish-black color, it means that it is easy to have a disaster of imprisonment. Wang Huan pointed to the corner of his eyes and said, when Zhou Koman heard this, she became even more confused. Is this also okay? Of course not. The saying of face reading can't just observe one point. It has to be combined with other changes. For example, those few humanistic palaces are not open, which means that they don't have a high level of education. But then they say that they are the seniors of the student union. Isn't that a self-contradiction? Combining these 2 points, you can judge that they are liars. Look at the face. You say such a suspenseful thing. Go to East Bridge and set up a stall to read people's faces some other day. Seeing Wang Huan chatting energetically with Zhou Koman, Lin Jingjia on the side was not feeling good in her heart, and her tone carried a hint of sour taste. Wang Huan did not have the good sense to look at her. You still have the face to say, when I was on the train, I have already reminded you that you will have the phase of leakage of wealth, so that you can be careful, but as a result, in a turn of the eye, you were cheated by someone else. If it was not for me, your baggage, your wallet, were cheated away. There's still this? Zhou Koman's curiosity was aroused, and she seemed to be more interested, and hurriedly asked after her. Lin Jingjia was a little reluctant in her heart, beaming and twisting her face away in anger. Wang Huan said, well, according to our agreement, sending you to the school and resolving your broken fortunes is also considered fulfilling the promise. I'm leaving. Leaving so soon? Upon hearing this, Lin Jingjia couldn't care less about that bit of displeasure in her heart, and said somewhat eagerly. Wang Huan nodded, well, I came to Shangjing to do something else. Hearing that Wang Huan had other business, Lin Jingjia, although she was reluctant to leave, she could not stay and said, all right then, after you finish your business, will you still come to find me? Wang Huan said, if I have time, I will come to you. What's your phone number? Lin Jingjia pursued. Wang Huan told her the phone number, and Joko Man beside her quickly wrote it down, because she felt that the Wang Huan in front of her was very interesting, different from other young people, and one of the elders in her family also liked to study this. Thinking of this, Joko Man took the initiative to open her mouth. Wang Huan, what are you dealing with in Shangjing City? Do you need help? Wang Huan smiled and politely declined, saying, you can't help me with my affairs. How come? I'm at least a local. I'm more familiar than you in Shangjing. You say it first. That's right. In case school sister can help in a week, you don't have to leave in such a hurry. Lin Jingjia helped from the side, still somewhat reluctant to let Wang Huan leave so soon. Wang Huan said, I'm going to resolve a calamity for someone else's family. Calamity? The two women looked at each other in dismay. This guy is still addicted to being a magician. Wang Huan said, to be precise, it's an agreement between my master and someone else. Back then my master gave someone else a feng shui reading. At that time my master wasn't very good at learning the art. That feng shui place can only let that family get rich for 50 years, and it's going to decline after 50 years. Back then, after my master made it clear to that family, the two sides also said a verbal agreement that they would come back after 50 years to resolve that calamity, and that family would have to give half of their family's fortune for those 50 years to my master. The two listened with their eyes rounded. Wang Huan, I found that your calculations are really loud, so that you want half of other people's family property. You are swindling. Wang Huan said, is half of the family property much? Without the feng shui that master showed his family, maybe his family would have starved to death long ago. Alright, the more you hear, the more bull ********. Where does the family you mentioned live? Joko Man felt that Wang Huan was a bit whimsical. Wang Huan pondered for a while and said, it seems to be in the Tianyu Villa area in Shangjing. The name seems to be called Gao Mingfeng. Tianyu District. Gao Mingfeng. Joko Man, who was on the side, raised her voice and pointedly said, that's one of the top tycoons in Shangjing. Are you sure you want half of the Gao family's fortune? She felt that Wang Huan was talking in his sleep. The Gao family in Beijing. That is a prestigious family. The family has billions of dollars of assets. He is such a god to ask for half of someone else's assets, but not to be swept out of the door? Sweeping out of the door is still light. Being beaten to death is possible. Seeing her surprise, Wang Huan similarly revealed a look of surprise and said, this Gao family is so powerful? More than powerful. In Shangjing City is about to cover the sky with one hand. I advise you not to go. If you offend the Gao family, then you can only move an inch in Shangjing City. Joko Man advised. Yes, Wang Huan, why would the Gao family give you half of the family fortune? Besides it's been 50 years. Will they recognize it? Lin Jingjia worriedly said. Wang Huan was silent for half a moment and suddenly smiled confidently. Yes, because his family is going to be robbed, and only I can resolve this calamity. The two women were speechless for a while. They did not think highly of Wang Huan's trip. After bidding farewell to the two, Wang Huan left, although he didn't care about the two women's words on the surface, but in his heart, he had listened to them. Whether the Gao family would keep the appointment or not, it was still unclear. Touching his somewhat deflated stomach, Wang Huan thought that it was noon and he hadn't eaten yet, muttering to himself, if I had known, I would have let those two beauties treat me to a meal before leaving. Raising his head to survey the surrounding, looking up and around to see if there are any restaurants around, suddenly a plaque appeared in his eyes. Huai Tang. These words are written quite well. Looking at these words, and then looking at the situation inside. This is a Chinese medicine hall. The facade is decorated in a very retro way. In a row of modern buildings, it is particularly eye-catching. Just as he was about to lift his foot to leave, a voice came from the doorway. Young man, what did you just say? A 70 to 80 years old, crane-haired old man lying on a rocking chair at the door with a small table in front of him and an alabaster pot in his hand, was looking at Wang Huan with interest. Wang Huan froze, and then smiled apologetically. Elderly man, I'm sorry, I'm talking nonsense. Don't you talk nonsense. I've been hanging the three characters of Huai Tang here for decades. You're the first one to say that his character is well written. This character is indeed well written, so you can see that you have a good eye. The old man got up and said, young man, are you interested in accompanying me for a chat? Wang Huan looked at the refreshments on his small table and said, sure, but I haven't eaten yet. Is the old man going to treat me to a meal? It's just a meal. Come and sit down. The old man smiled and pulled Wang Huan to sit down next to him. Looking at Wang Huan nonchalantly picking up the refreshments on the table and stuffing them into his mouth, the smile on his face intensified as he asked, young man, just now you said that these words are well written. Tell me about it. Is there a reward? Wang Huan laughed. The old man was stunned, then stroked the white beard under his chin and smiled broadly. There is, as long as you're right. The old man invites you to the delicious house. Chapter 8. Follow the clinic together. It's a deal. Although Wang Huan didn't know what delicious house was, the word delicious had already aroused his craving. Elderly man. Although you Huiran Tang, these words are just a few numbers, but they come from a great source. The strokes are vertical and horizontal, concise and old-fashioned, as if they were iron paintings and silver hooks, combined with nature. The most crucial thing is that it is majestic and with spirituality. There are also a few rhymes between the lines. This is the work of everyone. You just hang it here like this. Don't you worry that it will be stolen by someone in the middle of the night? The face of the old man, who was still careless, changed slightly and said, "Young man, don't beat around the bush. Get to the point." Wang Huan said, "If I'm not mistaken, this character should be written by Zhang Daqian." Saying that, he also gave a thumbs up at him. "Old man, your boldness is not small. These few words are worth more than your entire store. You actually hang it here just like this in a dignified manner. Awesome. Ha, really let your kid see it?" The old man's face moved, knowing that even if the top calligraphy connoisseur was here, separated by such a distance, he wouldn't dare to confirm that this word was written by Zhang Daqian. But this young man in front of him just took a look, and was able to make the ins and outs of this word clear. Based on this eyesight alone, this young man was not simple. "Young man, you are also good. You are the first person to see the origin of this plaque of mine. At a young age, you have this skill. It's not easy," the old man said seriously. Wang Huan smiled. "What's so hard about it? Just seen it more often." What do you mean?" Wang Huan said. "I have a few books at home that were transcribed by Zhang Daqian. I've been reading them since I was a kid, so I'm especially familiar with his characters." It's not as impressive as the old man said. What he said was true. Inside Longhu Mountain, there were several scriptures that were recited by Zhang Daqian to his master. What a joke! At a young age, you have no words in your mouth. Several books are written by Zhang Daqian. You will be this appearance? Just at this time, a middle-aged man came out of a car next to him, his face with a few slights. Wang Huan saw the visitor and smiled without explanation. That middle-aged man continued, "Don't be unconvinced. Do you know how much Zhang Daqian's calligraphy and paintings cost now? If you had books written by him, would you be this poor? Look, Dad, have told you several times, put this away. Don't let people miss it. Got it away for you at night." The middle-aged man said this to the old man. The old man's eyes glared. Some unhappy said, "Brat, I told you not to dog-eye this kid. This look how? That's also better than your look full of copper odor." Saying that, he also seriously compensated to Wang Huan and said, "Young man, don't take it to heart. This brat, alas, not to mention, it's not a problem. I'm just talking off the top of my head." Looking at the old man shaking his head and sighing with an apologetic look, Wang Huan smiled. He himself knew very well that no one would probably believe what he just said. The young man has a good character. Hu Qingchuan stepped forward and pulled Wang Huan's hand, enthusiastically saying, "The old man is true to his word. Come on, let's go to Delicious House." Seeing that his father and Wang Huan were about to leave, the middle-aged man hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Dad, don't be in a hurry to leave. This time there is something to find you. I don't want to get involved in your, don't disturb my appetite." Hu Qingchuan didn't give him the slightest face, indifferently reprimanding. The middle-aged man's face was anxious. "Dad, this time, it's Secretary Wang's family that's in trouble. His family's old man is sick. He asked me to come and ask you to go and see him. I've promised the people, if you don't go, what am I going to do here?" Cure? The old man's face eased a little. For his son to befriend the powerful and wealthy, he was disdainful in his heart, especially if it was still in his own name. But as a doctor, when someone came to his door to seek medical treatment, professional ethics prevented him from refusing. Wang Huan said, "Since the old man has something to do, I'll take my leave first." "How can this be?" Hu Qingchuan frowned. "I, Hu Qingchuan, am true to my word. When I say I will treat you to dinner, then I will treat you to dinner. I have never broken my word in my whole life, but I can't break my word in my old age. I see that you don't have any urgent matters. Come with me and wait to finish treating your illness, then we will go to dinner." After saying that, without waiting for Wang Huan to refuse, he let Wang Huan follow him to the car. Seeing that his father agreed to go with him, who didn't care about one more person, and drove towards Secretary Wang's house. "Young man, I haven't asked for your big name yet." In the car, Hu Qingchuan asked. Wang Huan said, "Elder who is overstating things. My name is Wang Huan." Hu Qingchuan asked, "I'll call you Wang Huan then. Where is your family from? What else is in your family?" "From Jiangxi. I grew up as an orphan, following my master. My master is a Taoist priest in the mountains, so I learned some means of making a living from my master. And this time I came to Shangjing City to fulfill a wish for my master. So it's the disciple of a worldly master." When Hu Jiming in the front heard this, the disdain in his eyes became heavier, but he didn't say it out loud because he was begging his old father. With a Taoist priest can learn what means of making a living, but it is just a trick. Along the way, An old man and a young man chatting is not bad. Hu Jiming did not say a word, and soon drove the car into the municipal party committee compound inside the city of Shangjing. Hu Jiming parked the car, got off the car and opened the door, and said courteously, "Dad, it's here. I have eyes. I can still see it myself." Hu Qingxuan glared at him, and with Hu Jiming leading the way, the three of them walked into the No. 1 compound together. This is a small villa. The decoration is not luxurious. Middle of the road. At the entrance, there was someone waiting in front of the door early. "Elder Hu, you finally come. Quickly inside please." Wang Huan followed behind without saying a word. When entering the villa, there were 7 or 8 people inside the spacious living room. Among them there were Chinese medicine practitioners like Elder Hu. There were also some expert doctors in white coats. As for the rest, most of them were the masters of the Wang family. "Elder Hu is here. Elder Hu. This time, Elder Wang's condition is a bit complicated. Come over and take a look. Please sit down. Elder Hu, please trouble yourself to make a trip." At this time, a middle-aged man came, country face with a bit of majesty. Because of his position in the upper echelons of the hierarchy, there was a kind of unruffled aura, only that there was a bit of anxiety between his eyebrows. "Secretary Wang, there is no need to be polite. Treating the sick and saving people is originally the duty of a doctor." "Yes, Elder Hu is right," Wang Tianhao said, then glanced at Wang Huan behind him. "And this is?" Hu Qingxuan introduced. "With you it's a family member. Wang Huan, a young man he just met not long ago." "Oh, hello Wang Huan, feel free to sit down." Wang Tianhao just nodded lightly as a greeting. "Thanks." Wang Huan was not humble and really sat down on the sofa. This action made many people beside him secretly frown. In front of Secretary Wang, everyone didn't sit down. This kid sat down on his butt. Does he know the rules? Hu Jiming's face was anxious, rushing at Wang Huan to try a few winks, but Wang Huan pretended not to see. This can make him anxious as hell. Hate not this do not know the rules of the kid out. Hu Qingxuan was also slightly surprised, and shook his head helplessly, moving everyone's attention away, saying, "Secretary Wang, I just came. Can you tell us a little bit about the old man's condition?" Chapter 9 Expulsion from the door. Hearing Hu Qingxuan's words, only then did the people in the living room move their attention away from Wang Huan, but there were still people who couldn't help but glare at the unruly Wang Huan. "Elder Hu, my father is over 80 years old. He was fine 2 days ago, but just yesterday, he suddenly fainted and hasn't woken up yet." Secretary Wang introduced. "Could it be a cerebral thrombosis, cerebral infarction or something like that?" A Western medical expert frowned. These two diseases were common among the elderly, and the symptoms were similar to what Secretary Wang said. Next to him, Wang Lao's private healthcare doctor shook his head and said, "We have already gone through a comprehensive examination for Wang Lao, and have ruled out cerebral thrombosis, cerebral infarction and other diseases. This is the CT and other reports that were just taken in the morning." The crowd picked up the inspection reports, and one by one, their brows slowly furrowed. "Strange, all indicators are normal. How come he's in a coma?" Several Western medical experts were filled with suspicion. Secretary Wang said bitterly, "It is very strange, or else we wouldn't have called everyone over." Hu Qingxuan said, "I'll take the pulse first. There are some illnesses that the machine can't check and need to take the pulse." "Elder Hu is the apricot grove sage of Shangjing City. I'm counting on you." Hu Qingxuan shook his head. In front of so many medical experts, he acted modestly and said, "All of you raise your love. Everything is still waiting to be said," after showing Elder Wang all. After saying that, Secretary Wang led Hu Qingxuan into Elder Wang's room. Watching his father and Secretary Wang leave, Hu Jiming on the side grimaced and walked to Wang Huan's front, with a stern face, and droned in a low voice, "Wang Huan, stand up for me." "Calling me?" Wang Huan looked at him in surprise. Hu Jiming said, "Nonsense, look at what you have become. Do you still know the rules? Is there a place for you to sit here?" Wang Huan rolled his eyes. From Hu Jiming's facial features, this person loves to camp, good at flattering the rich and powerful. This kind of people tend to have two kinds of endings, either they mix very well, or they mix extremely miserable. Seeing that Wang Huan was unmoved, Hu Jiming lowered his voice and said angrily, "Wang Huan, you were brought here by my father. Every move you make represents the image of my Hu family. Pay attention to me." Wang Huan's face was disdainful. For the sake of Hu Lao, he was too lazy to bother with him. However, this Hu Jiming got the better of him, and even reached out to forcefully pull Wang Huan's arm, saying, "Don't be a disgrace here. There's no place for you to stay here. Go outside and wait in the car." He hadn't gone too far. Just let Wang Huan go out and wait. When he pulled this, he found that Wang Huan did not move, and his eyes could not help but show a few different colors. "I'm here. How am I a disgrace? Also, even if I'm really disgraced, it's still me who's disgraced. Does it have a dime to do with you?" Hu Jiming glared with both eyes and warned fiercely, I'm warning you, it's hard for me to get on this line with Secretary Wang. If you screw it up for me, I'm not done with you. Wang Huan looked at him contemptuously, thinking that Hu Lao's nature is very good, but this son of his, he shook his head. Hu said angrily, what do you mean by shaking your head? Wang Huan said, none of your business. You. Hu Jiming was furious and now regretted. Had he known that the kid was so unruly, he shouldn't have let his father bring him, which made his plan of befriending Secretary Wang to be in vain, and maybe he would even be loathed by Secretary Wang. He swore that if he could pull Wang Huan, he would immediately pull this guy out right now. No, it is a kick out. But, just when he couldn't do anything with Wang Huan, he saw that the secretary of Secretary Wang's family also coldly stared at Wang Huan. He hurriedly walked in front of the visitor and said, Secretary Zhang, you came just in time. This person is too unruly. I'm worried that he'll disturb all the doctors to see Elder Wang. You first have someone ask him to go out. Zhang Xianjun frowned. He also couldn't stand the sight of Wang Huan sitting on his butt on the sofa. After all, this is in the leader's house. The leader didn't even sit down. Can you sit down? It was just that he was in the way of this person coming with Hu Qingxuan, so he held back. Mr. Hu. He came with Elder Hu. Isn't he Elder Hu's disciple? Who was busy skimming the relationship, hurriedly explained, Secretary Zhang. He is not. This guy is a beggar, wandering around in front of my house. My father saw him poor, then invited him to eat. The result just met the Secretary Wang's family of important matters. My father has always kept his word, and as a result, he brought him together. Since it's an unrelated person, let him leave first. Zhang Xianjuan's face sank quickly, who walked over to Wang Huan and said, Wang Huan, Secretary Zhang told you to leave. Hurry up. Wang Huan frowned. He really didn't like this person. Too snobbish and too bashful. He had a cold smile on his face. Mr. Hu, I'm afraid you can't do this yet. Seeing that Wang Huan was not moved, Secretary Zhang took out his wallet and drew out 2 red tickets from it, saying, I'll make the decision on this matter. This is $200. Enough for your living expenses for a few days. Don't disturb Elder Wang's treatment. Wang Huan disdainfully looked at the banknotes in his hand and stood up. I still don't care about your 2 pieces of money. If not for Elder Hu's warm invitation, I wouldn't bother to come here to see your doggy face. Saying that, Wang Huan turned around and was about to leave. Zhang Xianjuan's face immediately turned cold, making the heart of Hu Jiming next to him jump. He hurriedly stepped forward to block Wang Huan's front. Wang Huan, you're too unbridled. Don't give Secretary Zhang an apology. Now he hated not to strangle this kid, even offended Secretary Wang's secretary. This guy walks away. If he spreads his anger on his head, this is not good. Quickly apologize to Secretary Zhang. Wang Huan sneered, saying, you guys are the ones who told me to leave. I'm now doing what you want. Why do I still need to apologize? Secretary Zhang's unhappy voice rang out. Mr. Hu, this is Secretary Wang's house. You really dare to bring anyone? These expressionless words scared Hu into a cold sweat. 7 ranks of officials in front of the Prime Minister's door. He didn't dare to offend this Secretary Zhang. He could only stare viciously at Wang Huan. Brat, are you going to get me killed or not? If you don't apologize to Secretary Zhang, go back and I'll kill you. Wang Huan's sneer flashed across his face. Get me killed? You don't have the ability, nor do you have the guts. I won't apologize. Tell Elder Hu. I can't afford that meal. Goodbye. Outrageous. Secretary Zhang was furious. He had never seen such an arrogant young man. If you don't apologize, you don't want to leave this door. Hu was furious. When he was really about to have a fit, the door of the ward suddenly opened, only to see the line of people who had just gone in for the consultation walk out. He glared viciously at Wang Huan as if implying, let you be complacent for a while first. Secretary Zhang also gave Wang Huan a cold look. What's going on? Secretary Wang spoke unhappily after seeing the atmosphere outside. Chapter 10. Don't want to listen to you guys blowing awesome. Secretary Zhang and Hu both showed a hint of panic in their eyes, but they quickly flashed through and said, Secretary Wang, there's nothing going on. After saying that, they also gave Wang Huan a warning glance, signaling him not to talk nonsense. Wang Huan didn't care, and at this time, the medical experts who had gone into the room earlier for consultation also came out, each of them with a frown and a sad face. Hu Qingxuan looked ashamed and was the first to speak. Secretary Wang, forgive me for my shallow medical skills. I didn't see what was wrong with Elder Wang. I'm sorry, Elder Hu, even you. Secretary Wang's face changed, whose face was also very anxious, saying, Dad, how come even you can't see it well? Your medical skills were passed down from your grandfather, who was a palace imperial physician. He still wanted his father to cure Wang Lao's disease. He could also make friends with Secretary Wang in name only. He didn't expect that even his father was helpless. Hu Qingxuan naturally understood what that indisputable son meant, but he still shook his head and said, Secretary Wang. Old Wang's illness is very strange. It's better to hire another doctor. What about the other few doctors? Secretary Wang could only look at the other few doctors with hope. The others were shaking their heads as well, saying, Secretary Wang, old Wang's illness is just too strange. After we examined him, we found that he doesn't have any problems. It's as if he's asleep. Asleep? Secretary Wang was puzzled. Yes, it is sleeping, but we don't know when he will wake up. Maybe he will wake up later. Maybe a few days. Maybe a few months. Maybe he will never wake up again. Secretary Wang's face was pale. You guys mean that my dad is now similar to a vegetable? To be precise, although the condition is not a vegetable, the performance is similar to that of a vegetable. We suggest that Secretary Wang sends Elder Wang to a sanatorium. When Secretary Wang heard this, his body was unsteady, and his entire body seemed to be shorter. Hu Qingchuan sighed. Secretary Wang, I'm sorry that things have come to this. As if he didn't hear it, Secretary Wang mumbled to himself. A vegetable. How can it be a vegetable? A good person. How did he suddenly become a vegetable? Is there really no other way? Secretary Wang gave the crowd a disheveled look. Everyone chose to be silent accordingly. If there was a way, who wouldn't be willing to say ah? To be able to make friends with Secretary Wang, such a feudal official, the benefits to them were too much. But the key was that they couldn't find a way. They couldn't just talk nonsense. There is a way. At this time, a Western medicine expert spoke up. Secretary Wang fiercely looked at that Western medical expert and eagerly said, What solution? That Western medical expert's face was solemn as he said, Elder Wang's condition should be from the brain, and as the brain is the most mysterious place of human beings, I suggest using stimulation therapy. Stimulation therapy? It was the first time many people had heard of this kind of therapy. That Western medical expert said, That's right, this therapy is the latest method proposed by the United States to treat the brain, and it's still in the experimental stage. And my son happens to have graduated from the medical school of Harvard University, and he has deep insights into that therapy. The crowd's gazes moved to the young man next to him, who was 27 or 18 years old, wearing a straight suit and gold-framed glasses, his face brimming with confidence. Nyebin smiled and introduced Secretary Wang. The so-called stimulation therapy method is actually using a unique frequency of electric waves to electrocute the patient, stimulating the patient's brain waves with the frequency of similar waves. This method is actually not a secret in the United States, and it's very useful for vegetative and brain-damaged people. Ridiculous? Never heard of this kind of therapy. How can you use electric shock when the brain is so complex? A doctor retorted on the spot. Secretary Wang also looked at him with a skeptical expression. Nyebin smiled faintly. All of you are seniors in the medical field. I wasn't supposed to speak, but since you all couldn't come up with a cure, I, a junior, had no choice but to come forward. You say ridiculous, that is, you are stuck in a rut. No insight. I will give a simple example. The heart stops. All can be resuscitated with electroshock. When this resuscitation method was introduced into China, those ignorant and feudal Chinese medicine is also the same as your performance today, and the results of the facts show that the electroshock has rescued countless lives. When Hu Qingchuan heard the other party's evaluation of Chinese medicine, a look of dissatisfaction vaguely appeared on his face. Hearing Nyebin's words, the faces of the crowd were not good either, but it was his father who stood out to apologize with a smile. Everyone, my canine son studied abroad. His thinking is somewhat westernized, so please bear with me where I've offended. Secretary Wang said, I appreciate such an outspoken young man. Young man, how sure are you? Nyebin smiled. His heart was ecstatic. He knew that this was a good opportunity for him to level the playing field. He forced down the excitement in his heart and said, There is no complete certainty in everything, but for old Mr. Wang's condition, I am 80% sure of this new set of therapies. 80%. The people in the room, each and every one of them, showed a strange color. To know that just now everyone was at their wits' end. And now when they heard someone suggesting that they have 80% certainty, everyone was surprised in their hearts. Having 80% certainty, this is already a 10% certainty in medical terms. Only Wang Huan smiled disdainfully. He turned around and was about to open the door and leave. His action naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the room. Wang Huan, where are you going? Hu Qingchuan opened his mouth to ask. If it was Hu who opened his mouth to ask, Wang Huan would not even bother to say yes. But for Elder Hu, he still had a lot of respect in his heart. Wang Huan looked back at Nyebin and said, I don't want to listen to them blowing awesome here. At these words, the faces of the people in the room varied. Hu Jiming was even more furious, with a crimson face, pointing at Wang Huan and cursing for a while. Bastard, what did you say? He's a Harvard senior. You have no tutelage. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Yeah. knowing that Niebin had 80% certainty of curing Elder Wang's disease, which meant that this person would soon become the red man in Secretary Wang's eyes. It was too late to flatter him at this time. As a result, this damned Wang Huan, the moment he opened his mouth, offended the soon-to-be great red man of Secretary Wang. How could he not be angry? Stop right there. Watching Wang Huan about to leave, Hu Jiming rushed forward in anger, holding the door shut. Niebin was also gloomy and uncertain as he said, "He, you said I'm bragging, then I'd like to hear what your high opinion is about Elder Wang's condition. If you can tell me something then fine, if you can't, apologize to me before you leave." Secretary Zhang coldly said, "A brat from some unknown country bumps. What kind of fart can he say?" Hu was busy clearing his name and said, "Secretary Wang, although this person came with my dad, he has nothing to do with my family." Looking at his son, Hu Qingchuan sighed and shook his head. Wang Huan looked at Hu Lao. He knew that if he couldn't say anything, he would only implicate Hu Lao. In the crowd's disdainful gazes, he laughed contemptuously. "A simple qi and blood blockage is made so complicated by you people. And electroshocking the brain? What is it if it's not blowing awesome?" Chapter 11, My Rules. The people in the room froze in unison when they heard Wang Huan's words, and there were quite a few Chinese medicine experts present, like Hu Qingchuan and the others who had a stunned look on their faces when they heard Wang Huan's words. "Qi and blood are impassable?" Niebin carefully chewed these 4 words, then burst into anger. "Brat, who are you fooling? A qi and blood cannot be who still cannot handle, but also need you here to make a big fuss. You really take the people present as a quack. Only you are a god doctor, right?" A single sentence pushed Wang Huan to the opposite side of everyone, which could be described as a sinister intention. The people present were all the prestigious apricot masters in Shangjing City, and Elder Wang's condition had made them anxious. And now Wang Huan said that it was just a simple qi and blood blockage, which instantly slapped everyone's face. Who would be happy? For a while, Wang Huan was at the tip of the storm. Hu Jiming stomped his feet anxiously beside him. He could not wait to seal Wang Huan's mouth with a tape. He was shivering with anger and said, "What do you know? What do you know? It's not your turn to talk here. Hurry up and get out. Don't disgrace yourself here." Wang Huan coldly looked at him. "This is not your home. You told me to go out. Is not it some overstepping the bounds?" "You." Hu Jiming was speechless for a while, hurriedly turned around, said, "Wang family master, 1,000 mistakes. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought him to your house and defiled your ears. Secretary Wang, I'll drive him, a country boy, away, lest I dirty your eyes. Adverse son, shut up." Who knew that before he finished his words, Hu Qingchuan beside him was furious with his beard, saying, "Wang Huan was brought by me. If I want to leave I'll leave with him." Having such a son, he really had no face to meet people. "Elder Hu, you're not to blame for this. If you want to blame it on this kid's lack of discipline. A countryside. You can expect him to have what family education? Old age I blurred to see the wrong person is also very normal. Remember, in the future do not make friends with such a villain. The qi and blood can't get through. If it's really so simple, I'll write the word Nia upside down." Wang's secretary from the beginning to the end did not open his mouth. In a high position, his identity pinpointed very accurate, will not be because of this thing to anger. On the contrary, he has his own judgment. A boy from the countryside. See yourself should not be trembling, bowing to please, but this young man in front of him, with a plain face, honor and disgrace, especially looking at his own gaze, without the kind of awe-incurring favor of others. "Young man, you said that my father is qi and blood. What is the basis?" Secretary Wang. Many people were puzzled, not expecting the wise Secretary Wang to really be fooled by a few words from Wang Huan. Wang Huan is also not polite, pontificating, "I have not seen the patient." The conclusion drawn is deduced from inside their words. If I guessed well, Master Wang in the coma before the hands and feet are weak, and from time to time there will be paralysis. This symptom is very short-lived, and even the patient himself did not put it in mind. In fact, this is the pre-symptoms of qi and blood cannot pass, and cause the old man fainted. The reason for not waking up is because of the qi and blood not being able to pass through, causing the brain to have insufficient qi and blood, hence the coma. The crowd heard this, especially the Chinese medicine practitioners present with a thoughtful look on their faces, while those experts in Western medicine were scoffing. Niebin even sneered, "A bunch of nonsense." This kind of words to deceive the layman is more or less, can deceive the many famous doctors present? Facing the questioning, Wang Huan shrugged his shoulders and said unconcernedly, "Anyway, I've already said what I should say. What does it matter to me whether you believe me or not?" After saying that, he turned around to leave. Wait, just at this time, Secretary Wang suddenly opened his mouth. "Young man, if it's really as you said, how should my father be cured?" Wang Huan turned back, smiled, and said, "Simple, push and massage, 10 minutes to see the effect." When the crowd heard this, they shook their heads in unison. The young man is just full of talk. 10 minutes to cure the difficult disease that left them helpless. This sounds like a pie in the sky. And this means of treatment is still a massage and massage. There is really some nonsense. Hu Qingxuan frowned, eyebrows unfolded. Thought of Wang Huan can recognize Zhang Daqian authentic paintings at a glance. Such a young man is by no means his son's mouth, said the countryside wild boy. No superb eyesight. By no means be able to do this. Now, seeing Wang Huan's confident tone, he suddenly felt that this young man had become much more mysterious. Secretary Wang, since it's just a massage and nudge, and he said that it will be effective in 10 minutes, we should not let him try, Hu Qingxuan suggested. Secretary Wang was still a bit hesitant when he heard this, but Niebin beside him had already opened his mouth. Elder Hu has a point. Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we try it, and use the facts to expose his true colors, so that he'll have nothing to say. His calculations are very clear. His own set of electric shock therapy, although he boasted very good, but he is not sure. Let this kid to play the first battle. If it fails, and then adopt his own program. Success is his own credit. If it fails, you can put the responsibility completely on the head of this Wang Huan kid. In this way, he will be infallible. I'm also in favor of it. I also want to see how brilliant his medical skills are. A mud-legged kid. What kind of divine doctor is he pretending to be? When we uncover his face, let's see how he can still weasel his way out of this. The several doctors beside him were chiming in to help. Wang Huan's sentence of "you guys blowing awesome" had pretty much offended all the doctors present. Kid, you're dead. Hu Jiming looked at Wang Huan with a ghostly look. That look was like he was looking at his father's murderer. Secretary Wang's heart moved. Although he didn't know about medicine, but he was still a little uneasy about the electric shock treatment. And now there were so many people agreeing. It was also good to let him see the young man's means. Young man, then you go and try it. Wang Huan smiled and shook his head. It's too late to tell me to try. You tricked us? Niebin's eyes instantly turned red, and he viciously said, Secretary Wang, he's afraid that his lies will be broken up, and he's intentionally looking for an excuse to slip away. Even if the Secretary Wang's culmination is no longer good, at this time also moved to anger. A wave of majesty raised, said, young man, my father is bedridden. Do you think it's funny to open such a joke? The atmosphere in the room became depressing. A lot of people are gloating looking at Wang Huan, Wang's secretary anger, and even do not need him to open his mouth. The city of Shangjing, there are countless people take the initiative to come forward to die this countryside boy. Wang Huan said, I don't have the effort to fool you. It's just that just now, someone already wanted to kick me out, and it's not right for me to stay with a deadbeat now. You have your rules, I also have my rules. Not getting due respect. This is a lack of trust in me. We have this rule in this sect. A sincere heart is a good thing. If your hearts are not sincere, of course I won't make a move. Next to him, Secretary Zhang's face panicked. In the beginning, he was the one who took it upon himself to drive Wang Huan away. Now listening to this kid, it seems that all the responsibility is on him. Secretary Wang's face sank as he said, I'm the master here. Who has the right to kick you out without me opening my mouth? Secretary Wang, I. At this time, Zhang Xianjun knew that he could not hide and took the initiative to come forward. Wang Huan pointed at the panicked Zhang Xianjun and said, it's fine if you want me to step in. Let him apologize to me first. Everyone in the room stared at Wang Huan in shock. This kid is too crazy. Letting Secretary Zhang apologize. It's fine if you cure Elder Wang's disease. If you can't, you're still finished? Chapter 12, Dragon Pushing Hand. The mocking gazes in the room fell on Wang Huan. This kid really got an inch of his own way. When Wang Huan saw his delayed action, he waved his hand and said, since you can't give up this face, let's pretend I never said it. Goodbye. Wait. Zhang Xianjun called out to Wang Huan with a gloomy face, suddenly striding to the front of Wang Huan, bowing down deeply. Mr. Wang, please bear with me for the many offenses just now. Please also look at the fact that Wang Lao is seriously ill and bedridden, and let go of my words just now as if they were farts. He was very clear that his future all depended on Secretary Wang. If Wang Huan really left because of his own reasons, Mr. Wang wouldn't say anything out of his mouth, but his heart would definitely have a lump in it. Therefore, he simply apologized. And if this kid couldn't do it, the aggression he suffered now, he had 100 ways to get it back. Zhang Xianjuan's actions caused everyone present to be stunned. Niebin laughed coldly. Wang Huan, now that you have apologized, what excuse do you have? Wang Huan was too lazy to bother with him, striding forward, saying as he walked, take me to the ward. Humph, let him be godly for a while first. Let's see how he'll step down later. Niebin looked at Wang Huan's back with a sneer, then curtly said, Secretary Zhang, I've let you suffer. Zhang Xianjuan's face was very unsightly. Bowing and apologizing to a country boy in front of so many people made his heart feel bad, and faintly said, no harm done. It's all for Elder Wang. Yes, yes. The people next to him nodded along. Most of the doctors in the room looked on with cold eyes. Not a bit of sympathy for Wang Huan's self-seeking death. On the contrary, there were still a few moments of anticipation in everyone's heart, waiting to see his bad luck. Dad, you've gotten me into trouble now, Hu complained in a low voice. He didn't dare to say half a word now. He only wished that he could completely clear himself from Wang Huan. After all, this guy was brought by himself. Hu Qingchuan coldly glanced at him and said, "You're the one who brought this on yourself." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to his son who had a bitter look on his face, and followed the crowd into the ward. This ward is not big, about 10 square meters. The decoration is very simple, a bed and a closet, a TV set, a few chairs and no other furniture. There is an old man lying on the bed, about 80 years old. His face is withered and thin, his skin is dry and wrinkled. He is lying peacefully on the hospital bed. Wang Huan directly walked to the front of the hospital bed, first seriously surveyed the patient, and only then began to take the pulse. Everything was done in a decent manner. Wang Huan lifted the quilt and removed the clothes from Wang Lao's body while ordering, "Bring me a bottle of sterilizing alcohol." The people next to him were cooperative and quickly followed Wang Huan's orders. "You guys back off a bit." Wang Huan looked at the people who came together in front of the bed, poured the alcohol onto his hands, and started rubbing each other back and forth. At this time, some people still chose to back away, but of course many of them were holding a cold smile. Chai. Just at this time, Wang Huan's palm suddenly ignited. A light blue flame was burning on his palm. This was the flame after the alcohol was ignited. Just that they didn't see when Wang Huan used the fire. The visual effect is good. Even if you can't be a doctor, you can still be a juggler. Nyabin sneered, unimpressed. However, Wang Huan didn't pay any attention to him. His hand suddenly flew and grabbed Elder Wang's shoulders, followed by a downward pull along his arms, and with a click, the crowd heard a sound like fried beans. At this moment, everyone's eyes were gazed at by Wang Huan, only to see Wang Huan's fingers were very flexible. Or pinch, or push, or press. A dozen techniques were performed on the patient's body respectively, so fast that it was dizzying, as if the fingers were all twisted together and knotted. This makes the surrounding people only feel dazzled. And after Wang Huan's techniques were performed, the crowd realized that the veins on Wang Lao's skin were bulging one by one. Very conspicuous. Dragon pushing hand? Gosh, he actually used the dragon pushing hand? Behind the hospital bed, Hu Qingchuan was first mesmerized by Wang Huan's technique, and after seeing the green veins bulging one by one on Elder Wang's body, he let out a scream of surprise. "Elder Hu, what is dragon pushing hand?" An old Chinese doctor beside him asked. Obviously he was also immersed in Wang Huan's techniques. Dragon pushing hands. This is a lost massage method in Chinese medicine massage method. It has the name of sacred hands. Hu Qingchuan ignored the faces of the crowd and said in surprise, "The dragon pushing hands of Sun Simiao and Yuan Tiangang, a generation of divine doctors during the Jingguan period? But according to classical records, wasn't this medical art lost during the Inshur rebellion?" A Chinese doctor next to him frowned and suddenly loosened his brows and exclaimed. Hearing this, Nyabin said disdainfully, "What dragon pushing hands? You all have already said it was lost. How could this kid possibly know it? Let's not talk about whether it's true or not, even if he is. It's an old medical technique from nearly 1,000 years ago. It can't keep up with the times." Nyabin's father shook his head and said, "You guys don't understand." Elder Hu's eyes stared at Wang Huan's technique without blinking, saying, "I've seen the introduction of the dragon pushing hand from an ancient book, comparing the meridians to a dragon vein. During the execution of the dragon pushing hand, the technique is like electricity, precise and accurate. It can activate the blood qi. Even if a person is about to die, it can still push the blood inside his body to live. There was a time that someone who died for half an hour was revived by the dragon pushing hand. Knowing that in that era, there was not have any resuscitation means, countless times more superior than the electric shock to the chest you just mentioned, several hundred years ahead. But I heard that this pushing dragon hand technique must be assisted by true qi. Could it be that he also knows internal martial arts?" Hearing Hu Qingchuan's words, some believed and some doubted. After all, these were all what he seemed to have learned from the ancient books, and no one had any evidence. Just as they were still arguing, sweat was already breaking out on Wang Huan's forehead. Obviously, this process was not as easy as what outsiders saw. Right at this moment, Wang Huan exhaled a long breath and set up Wang Lao. "Wang Huan, how's it going?" Hu Qingchuan asked with concern when he saw Wang Huan closing his hands and was sweating profusely. "It's fine, should be waking up soon," Wang Huan said. "Joke, just let you press a few times like this and Wang Lao will wake up. This is simply an international joke." "Wang Huan, your method has no semblance of scientific basis. It's purely a fraudulent maneuver," Nyabin said with a skeptical face. "Well, it's not reliable. Elder Wang is at this age. His body and bones are fragile. I'm afraid that if he tosses it around like this, he'll only injure himself and make his condition even worse. Nyebin's father also hooted from the side. Everyone else looked at Wang Huan with questioning gazes. Wang Huan sneered and said disdainfully, "Don't use those shallow insights of yours to measure the unknown. That will only lower your IQ. We're just stating the facts." Nyebin sneered. "Could it be that I, a senior at Harvard Medical School, don't know as much about medicine as you do? The school is a good school. It's just that you haven't learned it." Nyebin's face burst into color, directly rushed to Wang Huan in front of him, his fingers trembling, pointing to Wang Huan in front of him. "You count as a senior. Also dare to teach. Noisy. Dead." Just before his words finished, a faint voice came from the hospital bed. At that moment, a dead silence inside the ward. A pin drop can be heard. Chapter 13, Too Much Regret. "No, it can't be. How is this possible?" The first person to react was surprisingly Nyebin, who looked at Elder Wang on the hospital bed with a face like he'd seen a ghost, although Elder Wang's face was withered and haggard. His gaze was godly, which couldn't be faked. Moreover, that gaze was expressing the dissatisfaction in his heart, and that gaze happened to fall on his own body, causing him to panic a little. It really was waking up. As for the other doctors, their faces were astonished, and soon unbelievable voices came out. 10 minutes. He really only used 10 minutes to make Elder Wang wake up. Truly a divine doctor. The dragon-pushing hand lives up to its name. Being able to see a saintly hand that has been lost for nearly 1,000 years. An eye-opener. Even if I die, I'm satisfied. This trip is worthwhile. This time I really saw a master of the world. The news of the dragon-pushing hand's appearance will be spread, and the medical profession in Shangjing City will be boiled. Hearing the surrounding crowd's praise of Wang Huan, Nyebin was very upset. It was hard to have this opportunity to make friends with Mr. Wang, but before he could show off his skills, someone else got there first. Just now, he swore that the other party was a trick and had no scientific basis, but as a result, the patient just woke up with no scientific basis. Looking at Nyebin's maniacal appearance, Wang Huan said with a disdainful face, "Now you can shut up. You. Nyebin looked at him angrily. Snap. Just when he half a day did not say a word, Wang Huan suddenly slapped him in the face. Not waiting for him to be angry, Wang Huan has coldly said, "Now the patient has just woken up and needs to quietly recuperate his mind. You are yelling here. The patient is not resting well. Are you responsible?" This sentence made Nyebin's face reddened. His body shivered. A pair of red eyes stared at Wang Huan as if he wanted to swallow him, but he was so full of anger that he didn't dare to have an attack. Once the noise caused Elder Wang's rest to take a turn for the worse, his whole life would be completely ruined. You wait. In the end, he could only give Wang Huan a warning look with his eyes. Moreover, being slapped in the face in public made him lose face. How could he still have the face to stay here and find an excuse to leave early? The people next to him were surprised, completely not expecting Wang Huan to say one word. It was a slap in the face, and the person who was hit didn't dare to have a seizure, and could only endure in silence. Seeing his father turn awake, Wang's secretary were still care about Nyebin's aggression, smilingly said, "Wang little brother is really a hero out of the youth. Young age, with great skills, let a person admire the previous slowness of the place, but also please little brother do not take it to heart." Wang Huan lightly waved his hand and said, "All right, all don't talk about these useless things here. Let the patient rest first. Later I will give you a prescription. 3 times a day. After 3 days the patient will be able to get out of bed and walk." Seeing Wang Huan's attitude, the faces of the people changed a bit. Talking to Secretary Wang like this was very impolite and could easily leave a bad impression. Even Mr. Wang himself was stunned and quickly reacted. "Good. I'll leave everything to little brother Wang." He had always been respectful of those who were capable. After leaving the hospital room, Wang Huan wrote down the prescription. That hand of characters was square and full of aura, as if it was going to come to life. Good character. After Hu Qingxuan had seen it, his face moved. No wonder he was able to recognize Zhang Daqian's calligraphy at a glance. So it turned out that the person himself was also a calligraphy expert. The prescription is also good. A Chinese medicine practitioner sighed to himself after reading Wang Huan's prescription. Awesome. Many people's gazes towards Wang Huan changed color. At a young age, with great medical skills and curing Elder Wang, it would be hard not to be prosperous in the future. Hu Jiming's face was still gray and ashen. Looking at Wang Huan, who was talking to Secretary Wang, the bottle of 5 flavors in his heart seemed to have been overturned as if he regretted it. If he had known that Wang Huan had such a skill, he should have offered him up as an ancestor. Thinking of the words he had just said to Wang Huan, he couldn't wait to slap his own face a few times. A great future. Let himself be ruined like this. Zhang Xianjuan's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He glared at Hu Jiming fiercely. As Secretary Wang's secretary, he knew Wang Lao's identity. And now that Wang Huan had cured Wang Lao's disease, he had become Wang Lao's lifesaver. As soon as he thought of this, he had the urge to kill Hu Jiming. If it wasn't for this guy, he wouldn't have offended Wang Huan. It seemed that he had to find a chance to make up for this relationship. Secretary Wang, everything that should be accounted for has been accounted for. If there are any problems, feel free to contact me. Little brother Wang, I still have things on my side, so I won't see you off personally. Secretary Wang apologized a bit, then added, Secretary Zhang, go see off little brother Wang for me. Yes. Secretary Zhang was apprehensive in his heart. In the past, Secretary Wang addressed himself as Little Zhang. Now that he changed his address, was there some kind of significance? Thinking of this, his gaze towards Wang Huan changed several times. Mr. Wang, Elder Hu, please. Zhang Xianjun smiled with a very respectful attitude and sent them to the door. Senior Secretary Zhang, this can't be right. Wang Huan looked at him with a smile. Zhang Xianjun compensated with a smile. Mr. Wang, call me Little Zhang. I just had eyes but didn't recognize Tai. I really offended Mr. Wang. Once again I apologize to Mr. Wang. His face was sincere. All the previous grievances had long dissipated. He only hoped that Wang Huan would not take it personally. Wang Huan smiled and said, this time it was willingly, right? Yes, this time, I really have to learn a lesson. I can't wear colored glasses to see people in the future. Zhang Xianjun said solemnly. Let's just hope that Secretary Zhang is true to his word. Farewell. Wang Huan said. Zhang Xianjun was relieved. He knew that Wang Huan had stopped pursuing the previous offense. Just at this time, Wang Huan stretched out his hand and said, give me that $200. Don't you have to pay the consultation fee to hire a doctor? Next to the people froze. Zhang Xianjun quickly reacted, and quickly pulled out $200. The money is still the same money, but the attitude with the previous happened 180-degree turn. Wang little brother, this is your clinic fee. Some other day to invite you to dinner to make amends. Wang Huan smiled, and at this time, Hu Jiming shyly walked over like a pug. Little brother Wang, please get in the car, please get in the car. After saying that, he even went to open the car door himself. That look was even more respectful than to his old man. This made the Hu Qingxuan beside him blow his beard and eyes out, disappointed in this son to the extreme. Wang Huan, go, I don't have this indisputable son. After saying this, he huffed and puffed and walked around the car. Wang Huan chased after him, walking side by side and said, Hu old man, you can't just leave in anger. Said I was invited to the delicious house. Can't miss my words. Hu Qingxuan said, we'll go to delicious house now, but seeing this rebellious son makes my appetite bad. Hu looked at him with a supplicating face and said with a crying voice, Dad, I'm your own son, just help me put in a good word in front of little brother Wang. Just now it was me who was blind. It's my dog's eyes that look down on others. Little brother Wang, either you hit me, scold me, as long as you can relieve your anger, let me do anything. Are you ashamed? Hu Qingxuan was shivering with anger. Wang Huan shook his head, not having half a good feeling towards Hu, and said to Zhang Xianjun next to him, Secretary Zhang, please find a car to send us to delicious building. No problem, this is a good thing to do. Zhang Xianjun was overjoyed and immediately went to make arrangements. Watching Wang Huan and his father get into the car and leave, Hu Jiming's eyes were hollow and full of death. Sitting on his butt on the ground, his heart was too late to repent. Chapter 14. A terrific young man. Got Wang Huan's forgiveness? Zhang Xianjun returned to the house and came face to face with Secretary Wang looking over with a grave face. Zhang Xianjuan's forehead was dense and full of cold sweat as he said, just now he asked me to find a car to send him to delicious house. Secretary Wang said, it seems that he has forgiven you. Xiao Zhang, you have been with me for some time. Usually do things cautiously and conscientiously. Workability is also very strong. The only thing is that the eyesight is a little bit poor. This time counts as a lesson. Remember, Zhang Xianjun is still the first time to hear the leadership evaluation of their own. He is very clear. If this time did not take the young man's forgiveness, his job will come to an end. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Secretary Wang shook his head and said, the person who gave you a chance is not me, but the young man called Wang Huan. Since he chose to forgive you, it shows that you're not doing a bad job. Zhang Xianjun was surprised in his heart and subconsciously said, is he really this powerful? More than powerful. He is a marvelous young man. Secretary Wang had a serious face. Could it be because his medical skills are awesome? Secretary Wang's fingers rhythmically tapped on the table, faintly said, great medical skill is only one of the points. The main thing is still an extraordinary temperament. Have you seen a few young people who can have such a temperament as he has today? Zhang Xianjun thought back carefully. From the time Wang Huan entered Mr. Wang's home, he was the only one who didn't put Secretary Wang in his eyes. In his eyes, Mr. Wang didn't seem to be a feudal official in Shangjing City. He was just like an ordinary person. From this performance, it can be seen that Wang Huan has high eyes and does not take Secretary Wang's power seriously. Such a person is either a little cute, or they are extraordinary. Obviously, Wang Huan was not a little cutie. Seeing Zhang Xianjuan's reaction, Wang Mingyang smiled and said, "Now you know. That young man didn't even put me in his eyes." Zhang Xianjun let out an embarrassed laugh and said, "I thought he had no family education, but it turns out that it's not that he has no education, but that from the bottom of his heart, he considers himself to be on the same level as you. Yes, such a person is very self-confident. Honor and disgrace. Even the top second generation of this Shangjing city's powerful family would be afraid when they see me, but he doesn't take me seriously. Just this self-positioning alone can be said to make him remarkable. But he doesn't look like those second generation. Could it be that he comes from a great family in the capital?" Zhang Xianjun was shocked in his heart and voiced the conjecture in his mind. Wang Mingyang shook his head and said, "It won't come from the capital. He can have such an aura purely because his skills are even higher than what we've seen. What we've seen today is just the tip of the iceberg." But, Wang Mingyang stood up and said, "Don't but, next time you meet this young man, be more polite. Also, put away colored glasses in the future." After saying that, he looked at the prescription left by Wang Huan in his hand and said, "Judging people by their words, this hand of words is enough to show that he is not a pool animal, and he will turn into a dragon once he meets the wind and clouds in the future." Wang Huan would not know Wang Mingyang's comments about him. He and Hu Qingxuan took the car arranged by Zhang Xianjun and drove towards Delicious Building. "Elder brother Wang can really surprise me. To know the lost dragon pushing hands. I wonder where your master is from." Hu Qingxuan was in an unsettled mood all the way. Wang Huan said, "My master is a Taoist priest among the mountains, and this dragon pushing hand is also what he taught me. So it's a man of the world." Hu Qingxuan was a little disappointed. He had wanted to pay a visit in person, but after seeing Wang Huan's point-blank attitude, he gave up this idea. Between the conversations, the two of them arrived at the Delicious House. This Delicious House is one of the best in Shangjing City. When the two of them arrived, it was the mealtime. Wang Huan had eaten some snacks at noon, and he was already hungry. Just after entering the Delicious Building, hunger started to attack. "Two gentlemen, may I ask if you have a reservation?" At this time, a waiter came over and asked politely. Hu Qingxuan took out a card and said, "No, arrange an elegant room for me." The waiter took Hu Qingxuan's membership card, and the smile on his face deepened. "So it's Elder Hu. Inside please. Elder brother Wang. This Delicious House has a good business. In the past, every time I came, I had to wait for a long time. Then with this card, it's much more convenient to come here to eat." Wang Huan said, "Then I'm still relying on Elder Hu's blessing today. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to taste the delicacies of this restaurant." "That's not true. If you let the owner of this Delicious House know about Elder brother Wang's tactics, I'm afraid that he would also give you a VIP card for free." Hu Qingxuan said. "Oh," Wang Huan was puzzled. Hu Qingxuan said with some regret, "Although the owner of this store is very scenic, but his body is not good. I had conditioned his body, but unfortunately, my medical skills were not good enough to cure him." Wang Huan was a bit surprised to hear this. He knew Elder Hu's medical skills. It was very powerful. Even he was unable to cure it? The two of them walked and chatted at the same time, and soon came inside an elegant room. Hu Qingxuan said, "It's a strange disease. At first a few treatments went down, and it had already shown the first results. But what is puzzling is that, according to the same way of treatment, instead of getting better, his disease went back to the original point. There is such a strange thing?" Both of them knew Chinese medicine as well, so the conversation also centered around this piece. Hu Qingxuan had already treated Wang Huan as a peer after seeing his medical skills at Wang Mingyang's home, and his words carried a tone of discussion. "It's quite strange, and it's not me that's the case. This boss has seen many famous doctors, and the situation turned out to be the same. Old brother Wang, in your opinion, what kind of disease is this?" Wang Huan laughed and said, "Elder Hu, you see me as too godly. I haven't even seen the patient. How can I know?" Saying that, he also rubbed his stomach and smiled with an embarrassed face. "I'm starving and dizzy right now." Hu Qingxuan froze, and then let out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, it's my negligence. Waiter, bring up the signature dishes of your place." Because of the VIP card, the dishes were quickly served. Come, old brother Wang, try this braised carp." Elder Hu pointed at a plate of deliciousness on the table and said with a smile. Wang Huan had long swallowed his saliva and was not polite, extending his chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish. After tasting it, he said, "The fish meat is soft and tender and fresh. No wonder the business here is so good. Ha ha ha, take your time to savor it. There are good dishes behind." Boss Hu laughed and also picked up his chopsticks to start eating. Just as the two of them were eating, the door to the private room suddenly pushed open, and a pale young man walked outside, and beside him was a wonderful young girl. "Ms. Zhao, what is the meaning of this?" I already reserved this private room just now. Why are they here? The young man swept a glance at Wang Huan and Hu Qingchuan in the private room and looked reproachfully at the wonderful young lady beside him. Gao Yiming didn't wait for that other party to explain. Then he pointed at Wang Huan and the two men in an overbearing manner and said, "Don't explain, kick these two out. Within 5 minutes. I want to dine in this private room." Chapter 15, The Gao Family. Wang Huan's face immediately darkened. It was not easy to have a peaceful meal from noon until now, but to meet such a situation, anyone else would not feel comfortable in their heart. However, he didn't say anything and looked at Elder Hu, who was equally stunned. "Xingyu, what's going on?" Hu Qingchuan asked. Zhao Xingyu said with a difficult face, "Elder Hu, this location was originally booked by Mr. Gao, but Mr. Gao's reservation was for 8 p.m., and you just happened to be here. So, well, that's how things are. For the sake of Ms. Zhao, you guys go." Gao Yiming had a stern face and impatiently waved his hand to drive away. Wang Huan frowned. If it was really the case that they had jumped the queue and occupied someone else's place, and this person was revitalized, he would still have nothing to say. But now it sounded like it wasn't the case. "The time you set is 8 o'clock. It's not even close to the time you set. Go wait outside." Wang Huan didn't lift his head, picked up a piece of white-cut chicken and dipped it in balsamic vinegar, and said slowly, "Ah." Gao Yiming's expression froze as he rubbed his ears, suspecting that he had heard wrong. Zhao Xingyue's pretty face at the side was also dumbfounded for a while. Did this person not recognize the person in front of him? She felt that this teenager was about to get into a big mess. Sure enough, in the next second, Gao Yiming's face went ice cold as he said, "Kid, do you know who you're talking to?" "Elder Hu. This is Elder Gao Yiming of the Gao family." Next to him, Zhao Xingyue was somewhat anxious to indicate the identity of the visitor, deeply afraid that Elder Hu and this young man would anger the other party. Gao family. Hu Lao's heart sank. To be able to make Zhao Xingyue introduce him in such a grave manner. I'm afraid that there was no more in Shangjing City other than that Gao family. Gao Yiming had a smug look on his face as he said, "Now that you know where this young man comes from, hurry up and get lost." Hu Qingchuan frowned and said, "Young Master Gao, the time for your meal hasn't arrived yet, and we'll be done eating soon. There's no need to go overboard like this." Zhao Xingyue also played alongside. "Young Master Gao, please wait for a few more minutes. It's hard for me to do this if you're like this. Elder Hu is my father's lifesaver." Gao Yiming grinned, contemptuously looked at Hu Qingchuan. "Oh, you're that Hu old man from Huairintang, Miss Zhao, and why do you need to put a hat on him? This old man's medical skill is nothing but a generation of deceiving the world and stealing names. Otherwise your father's illness would have been cured long time ago. I think he's just cheating and cheating the old man of the old piker. Miss Zhao, if you feel embarrassed to kick him out, this villain let me do it." Hu Lao's face was red, his body was shaking with anger, and he was about to explode. "What? Did I say something wrong? You don't have the ability to cure Boss Zhao's disease, and you still have the face to feast here. If this were me, I would have already hurriedly rolled away. A big old man, and still disgracing myself here. Face as white as paper. 3 months life broken. A kid whose life is less than 3 months. Still cursing the doctor here, asking for death." Wang Huan put down his chopsticks, turned around, crossed his legs, and after sizing up the other party, he lightly laughed. "Brat, you're looking for death, aren't you?" Gao Yiming's face turned blue and fiery, pointing at Wang Huan and splitting his head. "You dare to curse that I won't live past 3 months? Do you believe me that I won't let you live past today?" Hearing this, Zhao Xingyue's face turned white with a crash. Elder Hu was also quite nervous. The Gao family, he really couldn't afford to offend them. "Elder brother Wang, be careful with your words." Elder Hu gave Wang Huan a scowl before standing up and saying, "Mr. Gao, this friend of mine just came to Shangjing City. He doesn't know about the Gao family. For the sake of those who don't know are not guilty, don't take it personally." He did not want Wang Huan to offend the Gao family because of himself. At this time, Gao Yiming was in the midst of anger, which would give up, gritted his teeth and said, "Cursing the old man and still letting the old man don't take it personally? Good, I'll give him a chance," said he reached out from the side to pull a chair, one leg on the chair, pointing to the gap under the leg, said, "Want to let the old man do not take it into account also line, from here to drill through." Hu Qingchuan's face sank, drilling the crotch. This was definitely the greatest humiliation. Zhao Xingyue also had a difficult face. Wang Huan didn't even look at him, turned around and picked up his chopsticks, faintly saying, "Let me drill through?" It seems that Gao Mingfeng has already hired a capable person who can resolve your Gao family's calamity? Kid, who exactly are you? Gao Yiming's voice turned high. This matter was a secret of the Gao family, and even he, a direct descendant, only knew about it recently. Wang Huan didn't answer his question and lightly said, "Who I am is not important. What's important is that the person your family hired is not a good learner. He didn't even tell you about the fact that you only have 3 months to live. Kid, dare to say that I am not skillful in learning. Do you not want this dog's life of yours? At this moment, a gloomy and piercing voice came from outside the door. A man wearing a black robe flashed in from the doorway, and his appearance instantly turned the temperature of the entire private room a few points colder. Seeing this person, Elder Hu's eyes couldn't help but shrink, while Zhao Xingyue also took a few steps backward. This person was wearing a long black robe, with a hideous skeleton embroidered with gold thread on his clothes, a gourd hanging from his waist, and the most intimidating thing was that on his wrist, he was playing with a small turquoise snake, which was spitting out its letters, and emitting a hissing sound, which was particularly creepy to the human ears. Green-faced Yama. Hu Lao stood up violently, and after seeing the small turquoise snake in that person's hand, his face could no longer remain calm. Green-faced Yama refers to this small snake. This snake head is small, but is extremely poisonous things. Once bitten, 3 breaths of time to die. As a Chinese medicine practitioner, he had only read about this highly poisonous thing in some ancient books. It's kind of interesting. You actually recognize this treasure of mine. The man's voice was light, as if it came from hell, and paired with his white zombie face-like face, it sent shivers down one's spine. Hu Lao's face was serious as he said, both of you, it's just a small matter. Why do you have to make it to this point? Little brother Wang, let's change places to eat. He knew that this person was not to be messed with, not to mention a powerful family like the Gao family. This person behind him was treating the green-faced Yama as a plaything in his hands. This kind of person was too dangerous. The slightest carelessness would result in a death. Yeah, peace for peace. Everyone is better off with peace. Zhao Xingyue shivered and said stiffly. When Gao Yiming saw the other party's fear, a smile appeared on his face. There's no room for negotiation in this matter anymore. If you offend this young man, you can still live after drilling through my crotch. But if you offend Grandmaster Wu, it won't be this easy. Wang Huan glanced at that Master Wu and said, is he the person your Gao family is looking for? That's my master. Kid, report your master. Maybe I can still leave you alive. Me, I don't have much of a master, but I just lived with a bad old man inside a deep forest for a few years. Wang Huan calmly said, Humph, still thought that you met a high person, but it's just a countryside boy. I don't know how many insignificant people like you I've killed. Master Wu smiled contemptuously. At once, the atmosphere in the private room turned gloomy. Chapter 16, accompany you to play. Hu Qingchuan's face turned white. Then he angrily yelled, do you have any kingly laws left? Daring to kill people here? I'm the one who brought little brother Wang here. If you guys want to settle the score, settle it on my head. After saying that, he didn't care about the toxicity of that green-faced Yin Wang, and just blocked in front of Wang Huan. I didn't expect you quack to have some guts, Master Wu. This old thing doesn't seem to put the green-faced Yama in his eyes. Gao Yiming laughed coldly. He won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. Master Wu laughed coldly. His tone carried a little bit of contempt. In his opinion, the person in front of him was just a relatively famous Chinese medicine practitioner. In front of him, it was not enough to worry about, only to see him flick his finger. That green-faced Yama transformed into a green light, instantly about to fall on Hu Lao's shoulder. And at this time, Wang Huan pulled Hu Lao and avoided this poisonous snake. But although Hu Lao was unhurt, this poisonous snake landed on top of Wang Huan's shoulder. Zhao Xingyu was frightened by this scene and screamed, Ms. Zhao, don't worry, this baby is obedient. I didn't tell him to bite. He won't bite. That Master Wu's piercing voice resounded in the private room. Elder Hu's face turned pale and his entire body stood in place like a stake. Master Wu dropped his face on Wang Huan's body and let out a strange laugh, saying, kid, guess this little treasure of mine bites on you and his medical skills can save you. Little brother Wang, don't move, don't move. Elder Hu reacted at this time. His heart was worried and guilty. Wang Huan didn't change his face and said flatly, it's fine. I've seen a lot of poisonous snakes when I was in the mountains. Ha ha ha, can those poisonous snakes you saw be compared to my baby? Master Wu laughed disdainfully. After saying this, he turned back and said, young Gao, now that you've made this brat kneel, he'll obediently listen to you as well. Gao Yiming was naturally convinced of this, not to mention this country bumpkin. Even he himself would have to obediently listen if he was being stared at by a deadly poisonous snake. It was as dangerous as having a gun pointed at your head. Fun. This is fun. I'll try it. Gao Yiming was interested after hearing this. As the son of a rich family, he had played quite a few things. Only this kind of game had not been played yet. Kid, give this young man a bark like a dog. His words were a bit teasing, with deep humiliation in his tone. In his opinion, now this kid's life is in his hands. Not to mention learning to bark, is to let him kowtow and call his grandfather. That also have to be honest and obedient. However, what he didn't expect was that Wang Huan didn't move, as if he didn't see the green-faced Yama on his shoulder, and faintly said, do you guys think this is fun? The moment these words came out, the faces of the crowd varied. Hu Qingxuan was impatient, but he didn't dare to speak, deeply afraid of startling that green-faced Yama. Zhao Xingyue even closed her eyes, not daring to look at the cruelty that was to follow. The smile on Gao Yiming's face stiffened. Master Wu was stunned. This guy was really a stinky and hard stone in a latrine pit, being wrapped around his green-faced Yama. He still didn't give in. Did he really think that he didn't dare to move him? Gao Xiao, if he gets bitten to death, it won't bring you any trouble, right? Although he was wild, he didn't dare to openly kill someone in Shangjing City. Gao Yiming said with a gloomy face, "It's fine. If the old man raises a dog and has to die, he will just lose some money. Besides, even if he dies, we didn't kill him. He was bitten to death by a poisonous snake. Then it's fine." The smile on Master Wu's face was chilling. Don't mess around, Mr. Gao. This matter is all caused by our poor arrangements. I'll make amends for him, Zhao Xingyue said nervously. Miss Xiao, this matter has nothing to do with you. Even if you plead for him, it's useless. Gao Yiming refused without hesitation. Wang Huan said unconcernedly, I appreciate Ms. Zhao's good intentions, but a little crawler making me submit. This is too underestimating me. Zhao Xingyu was surprised. She didn't expect this young man in front of her to have such a backbone. His life was pinched into someone's hands and he still didn't give in half a bit. Where on earth did this young man, who was even a few years younger than herself, get his courage? Is the young man good face? Can not pull face right? She secretly thought in her heart that she couldn't care less about this matter. Master Wu was enraged by Wang Huan's calm expression. After coming to Shangjing City, he was regarded as the guest of honor by the Gao family, fawning and pleasing wherever he went, and now he actually even lost face in front of a kid from nowhere. Good, very good. This is the first time I've seen someone who isn't afraid of death. Master Wu shouted wistfully. Gao Yiming also added fuel to the fire, his crimson eyes shouting, bite him to death. See how hard his bones are. Master Wu laughed coldly. Kid, the opportunity has been given to you. Once the green-faced Yama King exits, Yama King will also have to walk around. Little baby. He was just about to open his mouth to let the green-faced Yama King down, but just as he was halfway through his words, he saw a surprising scene, only to see Wang Huan stretched out his hand, easily pinched the body of the green snake grabbed, and that small snake did not have a trace of resistance. Let Wang Huan pinched the 7-inch position. Wang Huan brought a wine cup from the table, poured himself a cup of white wine, and then pinched his fingers. The poisonous green-faced Yen Wang did not have any resistance, was pinched out of the 7 inches of a mouth, drop by drop of snake blood drops in the wine cup. When the last drop of snake blood dripped clean, Wang Huan threw the small green-colored snake on the ground and faintly said, although this green-faced Yama is a highly poisonous thing, but his snake blood is a great tonic. After moderating it with wine, it is able to replenish the qi and nourish the blood. Miss Xiao, this cup of wine, even if it's the cost of today's meal, give it to your father to drink. It will be very beneficial to his body. Inside the private room, there was silence. Dumbfounded, they watched the scene unfolding in front of them. Grandmaster Wu's eyes even revealed an incomparable look of horror, a twitch at the corner of his eyes. To be able to kill the green-faced Yama that he had nurtured for many years so easily, I'm afraid that even his master would not be able to do so. Thinking of this, he had already developed a desire to retreat in his heart. However, at the moment he moved, Wang Huan suddenly said, this is going to leave? Don't you guys want to play? I'll accompany you to have a good time. After saying that, his palm slapped on the table, and with a whoosh sound, a chopstick was slapped up by him. Ah! A miserable scream emanated from Master Wu's mouth, only to see that his palm was drenched in blood. One section of the chopstick was still outside, while the other section had been stabbed into the middle of the wall. Originally that unrivaled Master Wu. At this moment, his palm was nailed to the wall, and his mouth emitted a miserable scream. The crowd took a look. That chopstick was exactly the one that Wang Huan shot out. For a while, the private room was apart from that Master Wu's screams. Only a dead silence remained. Chapter 17, Yinshan Sect. The people in the private room had different expressions. Master Wu's face was in pain, wailing, and a few moments of terror showed in his eyes. Who are you? Who the hell are you? Blood flowed down the chopsticks on the floor, making his face pale. Next to him, Gao Yiming was even more scared. His back was against the wall. He had seen the terror of this Master Wu, and he had also seen with his own eyes how easily that small green snake had bitten a big robust buffalo to death in one bite. But now, that green-faced Yen Wang died, was given by that guy just like this with his hand easily pinched to death. Snake blood was also made by him to soak wine. The worldly Master Wu in his eyes was slapped by him with a chopstick to nail his palm to the wall. The more he knew, the more scared he became, especially the moment he saw Wang Huan stand up from his seat. His legs went limp, his back slid slowly against the wall, and he ended up sitting on his butt on the ground. beads of sweat on his forehead, and both of his stalks trembled. The surprise on Hu Qingxuan's face was also quite a lot. His face moved and his knowledge of Wang Huan was once again raised. At the beginning, he only thought that Wang Huan was an interesting young man who had studied calligraphy, but when he was in the main house of the Wang family, he suddenly realized that this guy Wang Huan was also a divine doctor with extremely high medical skills. But now, Wang Huan actually turned into a martial arts master all of a sudden. Such a bizarre scene. Other than having seen it on TV, Zhao Xingyu did not expect that it would be staged in front of her eyes today, and it was so close and so clear. Don't come over, don't come over. Gao Yiming, who was already cowering in the corner of the wall, suddenly let out a scream. His pupils shrunk violently, and his gaze towards Wang Huan was filled with awe. Wang Huan lowered his head and looked down on him, faintly saying, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. Speaking of which, I have no hatred with your Gao family. On the contrary, I still have some affinity with the Gao family." This is what you said. Gao Yiming's brain was in a state of terror right now, and he only heard one thing about Wang Huan's words, that he wouldn't kill him. This slightly loosened a section of the fallen stone in his heart. Afterwards, he chewed on Wang Huan's words, and in his heart, he was even more disdainful. So what if he's capable? But he's just a reckless man, and he's still related to my Gao family? In the end, he is still not trying to flatter the Gao family. Of course he didn't say this to his face. After calming the fear in his heart, he secretly thought about how to take revenge on this kid when he went back. Wang Huan didn't continue to pay attention to Gao Yiming, and didn't care about what was in his heart. Report your division. Maybe I can still leave you a dog's life. The exact same words came out of Wang Huan's mouth like a heavy slap on this Master Wu's face. The corners of Wu Qian's eyes twitched a few times. Just a moment ago he was condescending and full of arrogance, only to turn into a dog and bear in an instant. Yin Mountain faction. Your Excellency is good today. I am convinced. Wu Qian squeezed out words from between his teeth. Wang Huan frowned without a single reaction and said, "Never heard of it. Is it famous?" Hearing this, Wu Qian's face was even more hazy. The Yinshan sect was very famous in the Jiangnan area, and this kid actually said that he had never heard of it. In his mind, this was a deliberate act by Wang Huan. On the side of Zhao Xingyu's face, however, when she heard the three words Yin Mountain sect, her pretty face turned white. Miss Zhao knows about them? The corner of Zhao Xingyu's eyes jumped when she heard this, knowing that this was a big deal. Not only did it involve the Gao family, but even the Yin Mountain sect was involved. So I'm afraid no one would be able to save this brat. The Yinshan sect is a reclusive force in a part of Jiangnan. The master of the sect is known as the Yellow Immortal, very powerful, and he is very sociable. He has friendships with many big family forces in Shangjing City, and he is the guest of many powerful nobles. Mr. Wang, this time, you've really gotten into big trouble. Zhao Xingyue closed her eyes as if she was feeling sorry for Wang Huan. The reason why she knew about the terror of the Yinshan sect's Huang Dexian. She had once accompanied her father to go to the Yinshan sect to seek medical treatment from Huang Dexian, and had seen that Huang Dexian's ghostly tactics with her own eyes. It was simply not something that ordinary people could fight against. Even the power that Wang Huan had shown earlier, in her opinion, could not match up to the divine means of the Yellow Immortal. When Wang Huan saw her appearance, he was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that there were also cultivators in this Shangjing city. Wu Qian coldly said, "Huang Dexian is exactly the family master. He is at this time being a guest in the Gao family. You are sensible, then go with me to the Gao family to ask for my master's pardon. Otherwise, the consequences will be borne by yourself." Plead guilty? Wang Huan suddenly laughed. This guy's life and death were in his hands, and he even dared to threaten himself. However, he was eager to meet that Huang Dexian. Wang Huan sighed and looked at him with some sarcasm. "Letting me ask for forgiveness. It seems that you haven't seen the current situation clearly." Wu Qian's face suddenly stiffened. Only then did he realize his current situation. If someone else heard the three words Yinshan sect, they would have been trembling in fear. But this person in front of him was really a bumpkin. He actually really hadn't heard of the Yinshan sect, and was really worried that this guy's brain would go crazy and take him out. Zhao Xingyue gathered her courage and stiffly stepped forward. "Mr. Wang, don't hurt the peace because of this small matter." She was the owner of Delicious House. If something happened to the Gao family's son and the Yinshan sect's people in his place, Delicious House could not absolve itself of the blame. And moreover, she did not want Wang Huan to become the mortal enemy of the Yinshan sect and the Gao family and be killed by the Gao family and the Yinshan sect's people at such a young age. Wang Huan knew what she was worried about in her heart, and he also didn't want to kill this person in public. After hearing Zhao Xingyue's words, he faintly said, "Since Ms. Zhao is pleading for you guys, then get lost. In addition, go back and bring a message to Gao Mingfeng that the 50-year agreement has arrived." The two of them, Gao Yiming and Wu Qian, looked at each other and then helped the injured Wu Qian to leave. When the two of them walked out past the Delicious building, Zhao Xingyue then revealed an anxious look and said with an air of great importance, Mr. Wang, before the two of them spread the matter back to the Gao family, you should hurry up and leave Shangjing City. She was speaking kindly. Wang Huan, listen to Ms. Zhao, we can't afford to mess with this Gao family. Hu Qingxuan was also advising from the side. Although he didn't know what the origin of the Yinshan sect was, he knew the power of the Gao family. Elder Hu, Miss Zhao, the matter is not as serious as you think. Wang Huan turned around and sat back in his seat, picking up his chopsticks to savor the food as if nothing had happened. What time is it? You still have the heart to eat. Zhao Xingyu was furious when she saw Wang Huan's calm and relaxed appearance. She kindly reminded him, but as a result, doesn't this guy know that he's going to be in big trouble soon? Wang Huan knocked the plate with his chopsticks, making a tinkling sound, and said, Ms. Zhao, we've already paid for this meal. If we don't eat well, I'm not losing a lot of money. Pay for the meal? You mean this? Zhao Xingyue and Hu Lao's eyes suddenly glared, staring at the cup of snake blood wine in front of Wang Huan. Chapter 18 Delicious House Boss. Wang Huan nodded, picked up the cup on the table and shook it vigorously. The blood wine inside swirled and swayed inside the cup, but not a single drop escaped. The eyes of the two people in the private room were glazed over. Although the green-faced Yama is a highly poisonous thing, this snake blood is also a superior tonic. Although we haven't met Boss Zhao yet, this cup of snake blood wine will be beneficial and harmless to him. Wang Huan said word for word. Zhao Xingyu had palpitations about that poisonous snake and had an instinctive aversion to snakes. And now that she saw that Wang Huan actually wanted to use the snake blood wine to make her father drink it, she felt 100 times more reluctant. Moreover, she didn't believe that this snake blood wine had an effect on her father's body. Xingyu, this time you've earned a lot. Right at this moment, Hu Qingxuan spoke. Elder Hu? Zhao Xingyue looked at him in confusion. Don't look at Wang Huan's youth, but his medical skills are still above me. Since Elder Wang said that this snake blood is beneficial to Boss Zhao's body, it's true. Elder Hu's words had caused Zhao Xingyu to be a little surprised. Wang Huan was so young, but his medical skills were still above Elder Hu's. Coupled with the extraordinary display earlier, it made her heart even more curious about this young man. I didn't expect Mr. Wang to be so young. Not only are his hands excellent, even his medical skills are admirable. Zhao Xingyue said, having nothing to do in the mountains, I learned a bit of everything from my old man. Wang Huan said modestly. Zhao Xingyue raised her eyebrows, naturally not believing in Wang Huan's words. Looking at the face of Hu Lao Shernai next to her, she immediately said, Mr. Wang, my father has been seriously ill for many years. Please ask Mr. Wang to save him. Wang Huan picked up a napkin and wiped the grease stains on his mouth, and laughed. Taking a man's hand is short, eating a man's mouth is soft. I can't even think about not going. Mr. Wang, Elder Hu, please follow me. Zhao Xingyue opened the door to the private room and led the way in front. Under Zhao Xingyue's lead, the two of them came to a lounge, which was very spacious and extremely well soundproofed, and after closing the door, it was very quiet inside. Dad, Elder Hu is here. As soon as they entered the room, Zhao Xingyue rushed inside and spoke. At this moment, a chair turned around, revealing a middle-aged man who smiled and said, Elder Hu is here. Please take a seat. Xingyue, go and pour a cup of tea for Elder Hu and this little brother. Elder Hu sat down on the sofa next to him and said, Boss Zhao's legs are a bit inconvenient. Elder brother Wang, sit. Wang Huan sat down next to Elder Hu, and Zhao Xingyue placed 2 cups of tea in front of the two. Elder Hu, what's the matter with coming over this time? Zhao Song smiled. Hu Qingxuan said, Boss Zhao, I'm bringing you a divine doctor over this time. Divine doctor? Zhao Song was surprised to be able to be called a divine doctor by Hu Qingxuan. That medical skill was absolutely awesome. His face couldn't help but get excited. He wanted to get up to welcome him, but he couldn't do anything about it. He looked around and said, Where is the divine doctor? Xingyu, quickly push me to welcome the divine doctor. Boss Zhao, there's no need. Elder Hu pressed his hand and said, The divine doctor is right in front of us. Zhao Song turned his gaze to Wang Huan next to him and his jaw dropped in shock. This, little brother? I don't dare to be a divine doctor. This is all nonsense from Hu Lao. But I can take a look at Boss Zhao's condition first. Wang Huan had a clean smile on his face, although Zhao Song was doubtful in his heart. But the other party was after all introduced by Hu Lao and didn't say anything. Only in his heart, he was a little disappointed that Wang Huan was the divine doctor that Elder Hu had spoken of. This young man in front of him was just too young. Zhao Xingyue and Hu Lao both looked at Wang Huan with unblinking eyes. At this time, Wang Huan had already finished reading the pulse. The way he looked at Zhao Song's eyes turned a little strange. Mr. Wang, how is my father's illness? Seeing that Wang Huan did not say anything, Zhao Xingyue took the initiative to ask. The illness is simple. It's just a bit strange. Wang Huan said. Simple? When Elder Hu heard these words, he was not calm at once. The disease that he hadn't cured even after thinking hard. In front of him, the word simple? Aha! Wang Huan nodded heavily. If I'm not wrong, Boss Zhao's disease wasn't this serious in the beginning. It even got better under Elder Hu's treatment. As for sitting in a wheelchair, it was only after Elder Hu had seen it, right? That's right, Zhao Song admitted dryly. Wang Huan said, if Boss Zhao had been taking the prescription prescribed by Elder Hu, Boss Zhao should have been cured long ago at this moment. But it's a pity that Boss Zhao changed doctors halfway through the process, and instead, you harmed yourself. After Hu Qingxuan heard this, he frowned vaguely and said, Boss Zhao took someone else's medicine halfway through? Obviously, he did not know anything about this matter, Zhao Song admitted dryly, saying, Elder Hu, I've privately gone to the Yinshan sect to ask the Yellow Immortal to see me. But, it was this Huang Dexian again. Wang Huan frowned. He had already heard this name twice within this hour. Elder Hu, don't misunderstand. Although we went to see Huang Dexian, he didn't cure my father. Zhao Xingyue hurriedly explained from the side. I think it's because you guys offended this great immortal Huang that he didn't cure you. How do you know? Zhao Song's tone was permeated with surprise, and when he said the reason, his voice was permeated with a few moments of anger. That great immortal Huang initially agreed to cure me, but the request he made was very excessive. He even asked Xingyu to stay behind and work for him as a maid, so I left in a fit of anger, and after that, I continued to take Elder Hu's medicines, but my condition didn't get better. Instead, it got more severe. Wang Huan's eyes penetrated a few points of gloom, and then said with a disdainful face, your leg was secretly tampered with by Huang Daxian. It's useless to take anyone's medicine. That Huang Daxian is now waiting for you to obediently come to the door to beg for his healing. What? Zhao Song looked at Wang Huan, a burst of anger in his eyes. I was secretly moved by him? Damn it. Now I finally understand the meaning of his words. What words? Hu Qingxuan said. When he was leaving, he said that I would go back and beg him. Zhao Song clenched his fists heavily and slammed them on the armrests of his wheelchair. At this time, Hu Lao also understood what happened and said angrily, this Huang Dexian is really sinister and nasty. Wang Lao Di, Boss Zhao is sick. Wang Huan pointed to the snake blood wine next to him and said, it's nothing serious. It's just been poisoned a bit. It's just right. This cup of wine will be able to detoxify Boss Zhao's body, and then he will continue to take the prescription that Elder Hu prescribes. In less than a week, Boss Zhao won't need that wheelchair anymore. Really? Of course. Speaking of which, this cup of wine also belongs to Huang Dexian, Wang Huan said lightly. Then Zhao Xingyue painted a colorful picture of what had just happened in the private room, listening to Zhao Song's astonishment, then solemnly said, Mr. Wang, after offending the Yinshan sect and also the Gao family, it's better for you to leave Shangjing City earlier. Wang Huan had a disinterested look on his face and laughed. I came to Shangjing City to find the Gao family. Why should I leave? Chapter 19, Let's sleep in this house. Elder Hu stood up and worried. Wang Huan, this is no joke. The Gao family is very powerful in Shangjing City. Try not to mess with them. Wang Huan said. It's fine. Don't worry about this matter, Elder Hu. Seeing that Wang Huan is not willing to say more, they are not good at persuading each other. Wang Huan got up at this time and said, Boss Zhao, this cup of wine is the best medicine to drink before it's too late. Mr. Wang is leaving here. Wang Huan said. Well, Boss Zhao may have to sleep for a day after drinking this cup of wine, so I won't bother you. Then it's not good for me to stay longer, Mr. Wang. After I wake up from my sleep, I'll thank Mr. Wang in person. After saying that, he looked at Zhao Xingyue next to him. See Mr. Wang and Elder Hu off for me. Mr. Wang Huan, Elder Hu, I still have things to do when I get back, so I won't see them off much longer. After sending the two outside the building, Zhao Xingyue apologized. Hu Qingxuan laughed. It's fine, go back and take care of Boss Zhao. Seeing that it was getting late, Elder Hu glanced at Wang Huan. Wang Huan, don't go to open a hotel tonight, just go to my place for the night. Wang Huan said. Will this be less convenient? Hu Qingxuan laughed. What's so inconvenient about this? Although you and I are meeting for the first time, but I know you like a friend at first sight. Besides, I'm the only one who lives in my Huiran Hall on weekdays, and you just offended the Gao family. I'm afraid it's dangerous to stay in a hotel alone. That would be a bother. Wang Huan wasn't afraid of danger. After Hu Lao reminded him of this, he was instead worried that these people were secretly looking for Hu Qingxuan's trouble. After all, the two were together at that time. The two of them took a taxi back to Huiran Hall. After going up to the second floor, Elder Hu pointed to the door of the room next to him and said, Wang Huan, later you will rest in this room. After discussing with Elder Hu about the issues on medical skills, Wang Huan walked into the bedroom, which was dressed up in a very feminine way, with a few cartoon drawings on the wall and a pink quilt. Wang Huan didn't sleep immediately. but sat cross-legged on the floor with his palms facing the sky in a peculiar pose. As his inherent breathing began, a thunderous sound could not help but be generated inside his body. This was Wang Huan's daily practice routine, which had never been interrupted for more than 20 years, and what he was practicing was none other than the secret method of Longhu Mountain 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart Technique. 5 Thunder corresponds to the 5 elements, belonging to the 5 viscera. The 5 viscera of the Qi contained in the Dantian. Convergence is 1. Can be 5 thunder for their own use, and the 5 viscera of the Qi into the 5 thunder of the God, can be with the shattering of the void, feathered to the immortal. The records of only Zhang Daoling cultivation to this step. Wang Huan grew up practicing this technique, and until now it could only be considered as an introduction. Cultivate more than an hour later. Wang Huan stopped. He has now reached the bottleneck. More cultivation is useless. This is like eating. After eating enough, eat more useless. On the contrary, the body is not good. In the middle of the night, Wang Huan began to fall asleep. For sleeping habits of hard-board bed, Simmons is a little uncomfortable. The most let him feel the accident is a light, inexplicable fragrance on the bed. Who old man also used perfume sprayed this bed. Wang Huan inhaled a breath and felt that the flavor was not bad. At this time, a slight sound suddenly came from outside the house, which made Wang Huan's heart instantly alert, secretly thinking could it be that the Gao family is really lawless, and even dared to enter the house to commit murder? He pretended to fake sleep, and also made a slight snoring sound. Cluck! The door of the room was pushed open. Stepping, a light and heavy footsteps came, which made Wang Huan confused. What kind of person is this? How can he even walk abnormally and fall to the east? Just when he was about to get up, suddenly a black shadow in front of him fell towards him. Wang Huan was shocked. The person was equally alarmed. A pair of beautiful eyes shining brightly in the dark night, full of shock, was about to open his mouth and scream. Don't scream! Wang Huan was startled and hurriedly reached out to cover her mouth, because if this scene attracted Hu Lao, then it would really be impossible to jump into the Yellow River. A man and a woman sharing a room, and sleeping on the bed. It would be strange if people didn't get the wrong idea. With the moonlight outside the window, vaguely able to see the face of the woman in front of me. Long, very beautiful, snow-white jade-like face, straight up the bridge of the nose, red lips and the delicate chin, as if from the painting came out of the fairy-like. At this moment, this beautiful woman's eyes were round, her eyes were full of panic, and she made a whimpering sound. Wang Huan couldn't help but have a big headache. This woman was able to freely enter and exit Hu Lao's room. She must be Hu Lao's relative. This is really embarrassing. Don't make a sound. I'll let go of you. Have a good conversation, okay? Wang Huan, its voice whispered, trying to make his tone calm. Aha! Hu Qianxian nodded heavily. At this time she was fully awake. How did not expect in their own room bed there will be a man? And look at the other side of the strong body. Really, if you do something to yourself. Hu Qianxian did not dare to think about it. Wang Huan slowly loosened his hand. Ah! Just at this time, Hu Qianxian let out a scream. Wang Huan tumbled to one side of the bed, hastily put the house lights open. Hu Qianxian also see each other clearly, did not wait for Wang Huan to open his mouth to explain. The whole person is like a crazy lioness. Pounced over, dare to come to my room to steal things. I'll kill you. Wang Huan hurriedly avoided, looking embarrassed. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. I'm not a thief. You're not a thief. How did you come to my room in the middle of the night? And also, how did you end up in my bed? Hu Qianxian was more than angry. She grabbed the pillow next to her and smashed it fiercely, her eyes spewing out a blazing fire. Wang Huan grabbed the pillow, incomparably depressed. It's really a misunderstanding. I didn't know that this is Li's room. It's Hu Lao who let me sleep here. My grandfather let you come here? Hu Qianxian froze and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Yes, it's your grandfather. Seeing her quiet down, Wang Huan quietly moved towards the door while explaining. It was really a misunderstanding just now. I'm sorry, I'll leave now. No one is leaving until you make things clear. Hu Qianxian blares angrily. It was really Elder Hu let me in. I'm really not a thief. If you don't believe me, you can call Elder Hu over. Having said that, Wang Huan was also very aggrieved. From the time he arrived in Shangjing City, from day to day, he had no peace. Just when he was about to open the door and leave, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open from outside. Chapter 20 Bar Buying Sin. The person who came was no other than Hu Qingxuan, who heard the commotion over here. Wang Huan was like seeing a great savior. Elder Hu, come and explain to me. Grandpa, who is he and why is he in my bed? Hu Qianxian's anger was high and it was no wonder she was angry. A big girl suddenly returned home to lie down on her bed, only to find an unfamiliar man sleeping on her bed. If any woman encountered this kind of thing, it would be strange if she didn't freak out on the spot. Thinking of Wang Huan's action just now, Hu Qianxian's eyes immediately erupted into a blazing fire. and her silver teeth squeaked as she watched Wang Huan's heart trembled with fear. Although he is powerful, but this kind of thing, he is at a disadvantage. Wang Huan looked at Hu Lao with an aggrieved face. Hu Qingchuan also faced confused. This thing is really his ill-considered. Embarrassed cough after, said, Qian, this is Wang Huan. You this girl 10 days and a half months do not come over to a trip. I thought you and crazy outside to go, so let Wang Huan live. Who does not know that tonight you will come back? Hu Qian pointed at the furnishings all over the house and angrily questioned, is it because I'm not coming back that you can let other people stay in my room? Qian, this is not a misunderstanding, I thought. Hu Qian heard here even more excited, hands holding his head, desperately shaking, as if by a huge stimulus, almost growling voice issued. You thought, what all is what you thought, ever since you were a child, all you cared about was your medical center, and him, only knowing the franchise's own position. Who of you ever cared about me? Who cared about me? Now it's good. You gave my room to someone else by saying what you thought. You thought I won't come back, right? There's no place for me here anymore. Right, that's good. I'll go. So you're satisfied. After saying that, Hu Qian covered her nose and grabbed the door. Qian. Hu Lao's face was in a big hurry. He wanted to go after her, but in a flash, Hu Qian was already gone. Wang Huan stood in place, not knowing what to say. From the conversation just now, it was clear that Hu Qian had not been cared for since she was a child, and even Hu Lao had neglected to her existence before giving her room to himself, which also happened to stimulate the most vulnerable part of her heart, coupled with the alcohol, before she made such an overly aggressive move. Alas, Hu Lao was filled with worry and self-blame. This big night a girl ran out, and also drank alcohol. If she meets any danger, how can this be good? Wang Huan said, don't worry, Elder Hu. She's drinking now and has received some stimulation. I'll go find her and bring her back safely after she wakes up. Alright, Wang Huan, please. Elder Hu sighed deeply. He was old and couldn't afford to toss and turn at night, so he could only ask Wang Huan. The night was quiet for most people, but the bar was an exception. The more the night went on, the more lively the place became. Deafening heavy metal music, wearing ripped dancers in the center of the dance floor twisting and dancing, attracting countless people below the man screams and whistles. Wang Huan is very uncomfortable with this kind of occasions. If not in order to find Hu Qian, he is not willing to come to this kind of places. Handsome guy, don't you invite me for a drink? Right at this moment, a woman with heavy makeup and only wearing a low neckline halter came over. One hand on Wang Huan's shoulder, her body leaned over towards Wang Huan's arms, and even intentionally pulled down the halter in front of her chest, letting the snow-white, plump and great scenery inside be completely imprinted into her eyes. Wang Huan frowned greatly and pulled her hand down, saying, sorry, you got the wrong person. Che, how uninteresting. The thickly made-up woman gave Wang Huan a disgusted look, twisted her slender waist, and began to look for her next target, while Wang Huan's eyes kept an eye on a corner, where sat none other than Hu Qian. Watching her drink cup after cup of booze, Wang Huan's face became more and more gloomy. This is the 8th cup, counting what she just drank. She will soon be drunk and unconscious. A woman like Hu Qian is naturally the #1 target of those who come to pick up girls. At this moment, a decently dressed man sat down in front of her and spoke. Beautiful woman, drinking alone. Scram! Hu Qian looked up at him before picking up her wineglass and continuing to drink with her head tilted back. The man's face immediately turned grim. Not far away from him came a few sneers. Said to the man, ha ha ha, I told you that Ma's hand can't work. How about it? I won. Pay up, pay up. The man who had a grim face. When he heard this, his face was black as if ink was dripping out. He said to Hu Qian, beauty, we all come here to play. We don't need to be so disrespectful. Play your sister ah. Did not hear let you roll? Hu Qian's heart was already on fire, and now she was disgusted by the sight of the man, picking up her wineglass and splashing him directly in the face. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, the man's companions immediately let out loud laughter. This made the man shy and dry, slammed on the table with a bang and drank. Stinking, give you face don't have face right? Dare to splash old man with wine. If you don't lick the wine from my face today, you don't want to walk out of the door of this bar. As soon as the words left his mouth, several companions beside him swarmed up and stood around Hu Qian. Brother Ma, this chick is so disrespectful. Why don't you let the brothers me take her back to be properly disciplined? The man who was still laughing just now smiled and said. Ma Ningbin said, less ing sarcasm. If you want to savor it then you have to let me savor it personally. Hu Qian shook her head, staggered to her feet, curled her tongue and said vaguely, what do you guys want to do? When Ma Ningbin saw that attractive figure, he didn't care about the anger of being splashed with wine just now. Instead, he secretly swallowed his saliva and revealed a greedy gaze. If he can spend a night with this level of beauty tonight, not to mention being splashed with wine once, that is, 10 or 100 times is also willing to not doing anything, just seeing that the beauty is drunk, bring you back to rest. Surrounding people see here, have long seen the strange, in a place like a bar, a woman drunk was taken away, that is a common thing. It was just that several men who were waiting for their chance in the dark were a little remorseful when they saw that Ma Ningbin had made his move in advance. Get lost. Feeling that Ma Ningbin's hand was touching her arm, Hu Qianshen suddenly threw her arm away violently and pushed the other hand away with force. Brother Ma, this chick is pretty hot. Do you want a brother to help and bring her back to the hotel for you? A few men beside him snickered and laughed, a pair of fiery stays on Hu Qianshen's body. Brothers, this is the prey I had my eye on first. Of course I know that. Later on, let Brother Ma be the first to eat the meat. We'll just follow and drink some soup. Brother Ma doesn't mind, right? These words were said in a very penetrating way. Hu Qianshen, although she was drunk but her brain was still awake, instantly her face paled in fear. She wanted to run away but realized that her body did not listen to her command at all. Ma Ningbin said, then what are you still waiting for? Why don't you do something to help? As soon as the next few people heard this, they rubbed their hands together in excitement and walked towards Hu Qianshen with a tight smile on their faces, then couldn't wait to bend down to hug the drunken and unconscious Hu Qianshen. A few of you, multiplying people's danger. Aren't your methods a bit clumsy? Just as the man was about to reach out to pick up Hu Qianshen, at some point, a young man appeared in front of them. Chapter 21, Leave it to me. Oh, kid, could it be that you want to intercept me halfway? This is somewhat out of order. Let's go first come first served. Don't be insensitive here. Ma Ningbin saw that someone popped up at this time, hugged his arms and said warningly, Wang Huan. Hu Qianshen was drunk but still recognized the person, the very same guy who slept in her bed. Wang Huan said, see, we know each other. Ma Ningbin, a few people face some spoiled. It is not easy to be about to get to the hand, now halfway out of a Chang Bite Jean. Let them give up like this. It is a little reluctant. The main reason was that this woman was just too extreme. Kid, even if you guys know each other, so what? I'll take this woman, Ma Ningbin said. Wang Huan frowned tightly. According to his idea, to be able to take away peacefully is the best choice, but the situation in front of him seems to not allow it, and at this time, the other people in the bar also found out about this side of the argument. Some people even started pointing, somewhat excessive right, although they are all here to have fun, other people do not want to, but also forcibly take away. There is no king's law? Shut up, what the hell do you know? Do you know who that is? Ma Ningbin, this guy's family is from the road. His methods are very dark. If you don't want to get into trouble, hurry up and shut up. Someone glanced at the person who spoke and reminded in a low voice. Ma's family? You mean the Walking Horse Gang? That person's face changed. Hearing the three words Walking Horse Gang, many of the people present had expressions of some awe. The Walking Horse Gang had a fierce reputation in the neighborhood. It was said to have started out as a smuggler, and had hard connections in both the black and white worlds. Many people couldn't help but shake their heads, secretly saying that this woman is going to be unlucky. It's not good to be targeted by anyone, but by the people of the Horse Walking Gang. Many people looked at Wang Huan with sympathy. If this young man is sensible, then he can only admit and leave. If he offends the Walking Horse Gang, he might be thrown into the river to feed the Wangbang one day. Ma Ningbin said, Brat, don't spoil the fun here. Be sensible and get out. When Hu Qianshen heard the word Horse Walking Gang, she woke up half of her drunkenness, and her original red face turned white. Her father often studied the status, which also made her know the power of the Horse Walking Gang from her father's mouth. She desperately struggled and staggered to Wang Huan's front, eagerly saying, Wang Huan, quickly take me out of here. Ma Ningbin said with a gloomy face, want to leave? Just now you splashed my face with wine. This matter has not yet been settled. Just leave like this. Where will you put my face? Although Hu Qianshen is rebellious, but in the end, she is still just a girl in her early 20s. She can't help but feel scared in her heart. Wang Huan, call the police. When I came out, I didn't bring my cell phone, Wang Huan said. You, Hu Qianshen heard this, a burst of despair in her heart. She twisted her head to look around, wanting to ask the onlookers to help call the police, but these people instantly twisted their faces away. What are you kidding? This is inside the monitoring. If they help alarm bad Ma Ningbin good, once the aftermath of the pursuit up, this is not to eat and carry away. Don't worry, I promised Elder Hu that I would bring you back safely. Seeing her panicked appearance, Wang Huan reached out and patted her shoulder in relief. Ha ha ha, go back safely. Kid, you treat us as heir, right? Ma Ningbin laughed disdainfully. He pointed at the people around him and said with an arrogant face, see, no one here dares to help you. It's the security guards. They have long been hiding far away. Now as long as I say a word, I can block this door. How the are you going to bring her back safely? Snap. Snap, pop. As soon as these words came out, a series of sounds of broken bottles rang out. Only a dozen or so punks smashed the bottles, and a punk with either dyed hair or tattoos walked over with broken bottles. Brother Bin. These people called out neatly. Seeing this scene, those people felt even more that staying out of it was the most astute choice. What to do? Hu Qianxian this moment tightly grabbed Wang Huan's arm. Just now she drank beer. After such a scare, cold sweat, alcohol has long woken up to 7 or 8. Wang Huan looked around and said, "It's okay," said he took the initiative to walk to the front of Ma Ningbin, calmly said, "Really want to do it is it?" Ma Ningbin still thought that Wang Huan admitted his weakness. He laughed coldly, "I am a civilized person. I cannot do it, and I do not want to do it. It depends on your kid to know whether to do it or not." Hu Qianxian took a deep breath and said, "Ma Ningbin, just now the matter of splashing wine is my fault. If you feel the face is not good, then you splash back. We are even. Beauty, this cannot be even. To tell the truth, today I just see you, have to take you away." Ma Ningbin smiled arrogantly. Hu Qianxian picked up the wine bottle from the side table, snapped and smashed it, blocking it in front of her, angrily saying, "Don't you dream here, even if I die, I won't go with you. Yo, I didn't expect the beauty to be quite loyal, wouldn't still be a virgin." Next to her, Ma Ningbin and his party laughed loudly, not taking her actions in the slightest. Wang Huan patted her hand and said, "Put the bottle down. It's not good to stab yourself." "Oh, still this kid has eyesight." Ma Ningbin sneered. "Are you stupid, asking me to put the bottle down at this time?" Hu Qianxian said angrily. Wang Huan said, "It's useless for you to hold the bottle." After saying that, he directly snatched the bottle from her hand and threw it on the ground, faintly said, "Don't worry about this matter. If I said I'd bring you back safely, I'll definitely do it. Leave the rest to me." Damn, brat. Hero saving beauty also need to look at the object clearly. Ma Ningbin cursed with a gloomy face. From the beginning the calmness this kid showed made him unhappy. "Brother Bin, don't chit-chat with this kid. Make his head explode." The person next to him held the bottle and walked over. "Wang Huan, you rather quickly think of a way out." Hu Qianxian stomped her feet anxiously, although she also hated Wang Huan, but now the only thing she can rely on is this guy. "Don't worry, I won't let these people hurt you a hair." Wang Huan interrupted Hu Qianxian. "Shut the up. Who do you think you are? The king of heaven? It's ing time and you're still pretending in front of Brother Bin? Before Brother Bin gets angry, get the hell out of here. Don't bother Brother Bin's pleasure here." Those gangsters saw that this guy Wang Huan was still pretending to be a pussy in a calm and relaxed manner, and really thought that he was powerful and bombastic. Ignoring their existence, they couldn't help but make these punks more than annoyed, and some of them were even already dumbfounded and were close to rushing over to make a move. "Brother Ma, it seems like there really is someone who was willing to heroically save a beauty and not even give up his life." The people next to him laughed loudly. Ma Ningbin also revealed a cold smile, took the initiative to swing the bottle, walked step by step to Wang Huan's front, sidled up and put his ear in front of Wang Huan's face. "Kid, have the guts to repeat what you just said." Wang Huan glanced at the bottle in his hand and said, "I said I won't let you." Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hearing that Wang Huan really dared to continue, Ma Ningbin swung the bottle towards Wang Huan's head. Chapter 22 Wang Huan Mighty. The moment he saw Ma Ningbin swinging the bottle towards Wang Huan's head, a burst of screams rang out in the bar, but these screams sounded like they were stuck halfway through, only to see that the hand holding the bottle of wine Brother Bin flew out backwards, thumped heavily on the ground, his body sliding on the ground several meters away. Including Hu Qianxian, who was closest to Wang Huan, did not see how Wang Huan struck. It was so fast that people could not react. Those clamoring punks in the bar still had a few moments of bewilderment on their faces, looking incredulously at the blinded Ma Ningbin. Wang Huan walked to the front of Ma Ningbin, looked down at him. His face was full of coldness. "I just said I didn't want to do it, but you guys had to force me to do it." At this time, followed by Ma Ningbin, a few people in a hurry to help up the ground. Ma Ningbin, and his stomach received a kick. Inside a burst of turning rivers, just drank the wine from the mouth inside the spit out, which let him show extraordinarily lousy. It is not easy to ease over the Ma Ningbin. Face becomes hideous, incomparable, eyes red. Did not think he would be a kid to beat. Not only is the face cannot hang on, even his own cannot stand. Grass mother asterisk 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 him to death for me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are each of you stupid? Brother Bin told you to go. The few accomplices beside Ma Ningbin shouted at the gangsters. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Go! These gangsters were already vicious, and had been drinking. When they heard Ma Ningbin's order, they exploded one by one, even more vicious and imposing than the grouches in the movie. The bar inside, the people have long been screaming, and Hu Qianxian is scared, pale, colorless. Even she did not expect this. Wang Huan courage is so big, For her even Go Horse Gang's son also dare to fight. A dozen of gangsters swarmed up. The scene is very chaotic, and the chaos of the eye soon calmed down, only to see Wang Huan. The whole person's movement is swift, horizontal body a turn, a kick in the front of the yellow hair's body, powerful foot force, the person kicked up. Behind him a group of gangsters crashed into the people. Immediately there are 4 or 5 people on the ground howling and rolling. The rising and falling screams in the bar had gradually disappeared and were replaced by one surprised shout. I go. Is this guy a practiced fighter? A martial arts master? Hu Qianqian's eyes glowed. This scene made her eyes glaze over. Is there such a fierce man in this world? Because she saw Wang Huan grabbing a gangster's belt with one hand, directly treating him as a weapon, and smashing him into the crowd of gangsters, in just a few breaths of time. In addition to the screams of pain of these gangsters inside the bar, it was the sound of gulping and swallowing saliva. At this moment, Ma Ningbin's mind was blank, his eyes stagnant, staring at Wang Huan with incomparable surprise. He didn't expect that the guy in front of him, who looked a bit thin and weak, launched himself like a brute bull. Grass, dare to touch my walking horse gang's people, you're dead. Ma Ningbin quickly came back to God from the shock. Now this era is not you can fight to be able to get along. Even if the martial arts masters in the TV are put into the present, it's still a matter of bullets. So the more he thought about it, the more angry he became, pointing at Wang Huan's nose for a while of bitter curses. When Wang Huan heard his threat, he didn't care about it and laughed coldly. Can you do whatever you want with the walking horse gang? I'd like to see whether you die first or I die first. After saying that, he took an arrow step forward, pinched Ma Ningbin's finger and wrenched it upwards. A clicking sound of bone joints snapping came out, followed by a mournful pig-killing sound shouting out from Ma Ningbin's mouth. Shut the hell up! Wang Huan looked at the half-kneeling Ma Ningbin in disgust, yanked him towards his body, pinched his neck, and slowly lifted him up, and that unpleasant scream instantly came to an abrupt end. Woo woo! Ma Ningbin's face was suffocatingly red, a pair of eyes widened, a burst of fear showing in his eyes. Those companions who followed him next to him had long since softened their legs in fear and sat on their asses on the ground. They were just some small punks. Usually bullying ordinary people was just enough. Now that they met a person who was even more ruthless than them, they had long been scared out of their wits. Why don't you guys go save Brother Bin? Quickly save Brother Bin, you idiots. A few young people on the side kept urging those punks on the ground, but not to mention that they couldn't climb up. Even if they could, they didn't dare to go up. Going up at this time was clearly looking for death. You want to save him? Wang Huan's eyes stared and looked towards the person who made a sound. That person staggered back a few steps in fear on the spot and sat on his butt on the ground. You stepped on my hand. A punk's scream of pain came from behind. What the hell do you want? Ignoring the shouts of the punk behind him, this person shivered and took out his cell phone. I'm warning you, don't mess around. I've already called for someone. Seeing the screams at the scene, Hu Qianqian suddenly woke up. Such a scene not only didn't make her feel scared, instead, she was excited inside. Her heart thumped non-stop. It was only when the other party took out their cell phones to call for help that she pulled Wang Huan's hand and said, hurry up, they're calling for help. Thinking that soon the reinforcements from the walking horse gang would arrive, pulling Wang Huan, she was about to run outside. Wang Huan frowned, glanced at Ma Ningbin in his hand and coldly said, this time I'll let you off. If you still dare to look for trouble with her, it won't be as simple as breaking a finger. Said directly through Ma Ningbin on the ground like a piece of trash. Cough cough cough. Ma Ningbin covered his neck and coughed vigorously, looking at the back of Wang Huan's 2 men. His eyes were filled with the color of resentment. Next to the people who are watching to see Wang Huan and Hu Qianqian walking, scared to take the initiative to make a spacious road, one gaze horrified at Wang Huan's back. Only after Wang Huan walked out of the bar, Ma Ningbin got up from the ground and growled angrily, check for me, find out who they are. If you don't get them killed, I won't believe Ma. The gangsters hurriedly got up from the ground, grabbed the people in the bar and asked, who are they? No, don't know. Grass, where's the boss? If you don't tell me their identities today, I'll have to throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. Soon, a fat middle-aged man was carried out. It is the boss of the bar. At this time, the heart is scared to death, panicked and said, Bin brother, that man I do not know, is the first time to come. Don, hit me. I know that woman. Her name is Hu Qianqian, is the granddaughter of the boss of Huai Rintang. Grass, still don't go to call people for me. I want to demolish Huai Rintang. Ma Ningbin's face was as black as a coffin board. Yelling in place. Chapter 23, beating on the door. It's good to be back. Wang Huan, please. When Wang Huan returned to Huai Rintang with Hu Qianqian who smelled of alcohol, he found Huai Rintang brightly lit, and after the two of them entered the room, Elder who was obviously relieved. You're the one who pissed my daughter off? Just at this moment, A middle-aged woman walked over, probably in her early 40s, but dressed very stylishly. At a glance it was the kind of woman who frequented high society. At this moment, she looked coldly, cross-eyed, and that condescending tone made Wang Huan's heart a little unhappy. Hu Qingchuan came over and said, "Lu Jia, this matter is all my ill consideration. It has nothing to do with Wang Huan, and Wang Huan has already brought Qianshan back safely, so this matter will be over." Lu Jia looked at Hu Qianshan, her eyebrows wrinkled into a ball, and she said, "What do you mean this is over? I'm telling you Wang Huan, if anything happens to my daughter, I'll take care of her. If anything happens to my daughter, I'll make you suffer." Seeing that Lu Jia didn't give herself any face at all, Hu Qingchuan was trembling with anger. "Lu Jia, Wang Huan is my guest, and there's no place for you to talk here. It's not true that Lu Jia is his daughter-in-law, but she and Hu have long been divorced." When Hu Qianshan left home late at night today, Elder Hu was worried that Hu Qianshan had gone to Lu Jia's place, so he made a phone call to inquire about it, and as a result, Lu Jia immediately rushed over when she learned that Hu Qianshan had left home in the middle of the night. "Elder Hu, I'm no longer your daughter-in-law now. You're not qualified to lecture me." Lu Jia doesn't let up in the slightest, holding her arms and saying coldly. Hu Qianshan glanced at Wang Huan, who didn't say a word, stepped forward and pulled Lu Jia's sleeve, whispering, "Mom, don't say anything. If it wasn't for Wang Huan today, I might have been in danger." "What?" Lu Jia and Hu Qingchuan both asked anxiously. "What exactly happened? What happened?" Hu Qingchuan looked at Wang Huan. Wang Huan saw the two stop quarreling before he spoke. "Nothing much happened. Ms. Who drank too much at the bar and was pestered by a group of punks. Fortunately, it's good that it's okay." When they hear this, the stone in their heart is put down. Lu Jia then looks at Hu Qianshan and says, "How many times have I told you? Girls don't go to those shady places. You just don't listen. Count your luck today. Otherwise let's see what you do." Hu Qianshan's rebellious nature was born again, and boarded a cold face. "Now that something has happened, you only know how to control me. Why didn't you see you guys control me before, treating me as a drag? If not for Wang Huan today, you won't be able to see me." Him? What can he do? A country bumpkin who can't even afford to stay in a hotel when he arrives in Shangjing. Lu Jia didn't have any good feelings towards Hu's friends and relatives, and said with a contemptuous face, "Even if Wang Huan's temper is good." After being coldly eyed by Lu Jia one after another, his heart is also a bit angry, and he said in a displeased manner, "I'm indeed from the countryside, but I'm not poor enough to live in a hotel as you said." Wang Huan greeted Hu Qianquan. "Elder Hu, since you still have family matters to deal with, I'll take my leave first." Hu Qingchuan's face was full of guilt. "Wang Huan, this matter is my shame to you. Alas, what is this called?" Lu Jia, being cold face, said, "There are many people you are ashamed of. Where is Hu Jiming, daughter out of such a big thing? He has a father is not to hear and not ask?" Mentioning Hu Jiming, Hu Lao's face became even more ugly. Needless to say, he must be patting whoever's ass he went to again. "What's the point of slinking around all your life?" With that, she pointed her spear at Wang Huan again and said, "Wang Huan, right. I don't care what relationship you have with the Hu family. Please stay away from Chen Shan in the future." Wang Huan was really amused by this self-righteous woman and said, "You think too much. I have no interest in your daughter." Lu Jia let out a laugh and said, "This is the best, but there is still a little backbone. Not like Hu Jiming, that goon like a deadbeat. For the sake of you to bring Qian Shen back safely, tomorrow go to Huainan neighborhood to be a security guard. After you go, directly say my name. There will be arrangements for you." After saying that, he also said with a superiority complex, "Huainan district is a high-grade district in Shangjing City. The security guard inside is more than 4,000 a month. It's a high-paying job for a country boy like you. I still need you to introduce a job?" Wang Huan couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Low-eyed, "You can't even afford to stay in a hotel, and you're still picking and choosing. You love to go or not?" Lu Jia said with a disdainful face. Wang Huan said, "I'll say it again for the last time. It's not that I can't afford to live in a hotel, but it's hard to refuse Hu Lao's hospitality. Okay, whether you can afford to stay in the hotel or not is your business. You want to save face and suffer, just like the Hu family. I'm going to take Qian Qian away." Lu Jia pulled Hu Qian Qian's hand and was about to walk outside, but before she could walk out of the door of Huai Rintang, she saw dozens of people across the street, armed with sticks, rushing over, and when they saw Hu Qian Qian, they shouted, "This is the place. Found this little one." Ma Nangbin, with an iron face, said, "Bring them all inside the house." "What are you guys going to do?" Lu Jia's face changed drastically when she saw the group of punks. "Who are you people?" Hu Qingchuan became furious and walked out from inside. Clang! All of these people poured inside the Huairan hall, and then shut the door behind them. Ma Nangbin pointed at the marks on his face and then said, "Who we are? Go ask her and this kid for the clearest." Wang Huan really didn't expect that Ma Ningbin would dare to take the initiative to come to the door, although he was not happy with Lu Jia's behavior. But, after all, this is Hu Lao's home, and this matter is also because of him. He can't just stand by and watch. He took big strides to the front and blocked the way, saying, "He is the punks who pestered Ms. Hu in the bar." Lu Jia's face was icy cold. She walked out with a haughty face and said, "Not long for the eyes, right? I didn't look for you guys to settle the score, but you still dare to come to the door. Believe it or not, I'll make a phone call and have someone arrest all of you to squat in the jail." Ma Ningbin had been holding back all night. His face was green and purple. He laughed indifferently. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Arrest me and put me in jail. Do you have the ability to do that?" Lu Jia pointed to the street outside and shouted angrily, "I know the Chief Young of the police station in this area. If you're sensible, get the hell out of here." "Chief Young?" Ma Ningbin froze. His brain is still dizzy. He usually contact with the characters, at least is the director-level characters. Today was actually called a director threat? Lu Jia saw the other party froze. In her heart thought that the other party had been scared by the characters she moved out. The expression on her face was even more arrogant. Said, still not rolling, "Do you want me to call Director Yang personally?" "Pa!" Ma Ningbin laughed in anger, raised his palm and slapped it over. Asterisk 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 Q. Not to mention Director Yang. Even if Director Yang comes, none of you will be able to leave today. Chapter 24, Wang Wan. What are you doing? Lu Jia was bleeding from the corner of her mouth from this slap, and her high and mighty attitude just now was no longer visible, replaced by a kind of fear. After she had told her backer, the other party was not only not afraid, but even more arrogant, which meant that the punk in front of her had come from a very big place, and did not put her backer in her eyes. "This gentleman, is there going to be any misunderstanding in this matter? If there is something we did wrong, you name a price. We are all willing to compensate." Lu Jia's face changed quickly, completely forgetting about being slapped in the face. "Money? Do you see lousy as someone who lacks money?" Ma Ningbin snatched a stick from the hand of his sidekick and pointed at the two Wang Huan Hu Chen Chen. "I'm going to sleep with this woman today, as well as break both of this kid's legs." "What?" Lu Jia was scared by Ma Ningbin's hideous face and retreated several steps, bumping into the table behind her, the panic on her face worsening. "How dare you?" At this time, Hu Lao was trembling with anger. "Furious, trespassing, do you have any kingly laws left? King's law? Ha ha ha, talking about the law with my horse-walking gang. You're just an old fool, right?" A male gentleman next to him laughed out loud, especially when he saw Lu Jia's trembling appearance. His heart was extraordinarily refreshing. Going horse gang? Are you guys from the going horse gang?" Lu Jia shrank into a ball of fear and said in a trembling voice. No wonder even Director Yang didn't put it in her eyes, although she knew some people in Shangjing City, but these people were nothing compared to the walking horse gang. Wang Huan frowned, just now, although he was not happy with this Lu Jia's attitude towards himself, but when he saw her shivering appearance, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This woman is still quite pitiful. And this person, how to say, also who old former daughter-in-law. Do not look at the face of the Buddha. Now this matter he cannot sit back and watch. At the moment did not say anything more. Cold face walked to the front of Ma Ningbin. "It seems that in the bar to give you a lesson is not enough. Ran here to bully women. Up ability, right?" Lu Jia saw Wang Huan, this countryside guy, even dared to talk to Ma Ningbin like this. Even more scared, hurriedly went up to round up the scene. Said, "This big brother? Don't be angry. This guy is a poor relative from the countryside. Have never seen the world. Don't know the greatness of the walking horse gang. Please be generous. Don't take it to heart." She can hear from many big people's mouths about how powerful the walking horse gang is. Wang Huan only beat up others in the bar, and now the other party dares to come to the door. This kid is now running out to threaten the people of the walking horse gang. Isn't this looking for death? He was just looking for death. But what he was most worried about was that he would also involve her and his own daughter. "Adults are generous, my ass. Your daughter threw wine on my face in the bar. This kid even beat up my old man. If this account is not settled today, how can I still get a foothold in Shangjing City?" Seeing Lu Jia pleading for mercy, Ma Ningbin raised the stick in his hand and smashed it towards her head. Lu Jia closed her eyes in fear, but after waiting for a long time, she didn't see the stick fall, and secretly opened her eyes to see that Wang Huan had already reached out and grabbed the entire stick. Then, in her horrified gaze, she only saw Wang Huan kicking on Ma Ningbin's chest, like a soccer ball, sending the person flying out, hitting that door with a clanging sound. "Wang Huan, what are you doing?" Lu Jia's face was ashen, screaming and yelling. Ma Ningbin's expression twisted in pain. His chest felt like it was hit by a sledgehammer, almost spitting out blood. A pair of eyes staring at Wang Huan, roaring, "Get on me, get him killed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Kill him." These punks raised the weapons in their hands and rushed towards Wang Huan. Lu Jia next to Wang Huan had long lost her mind, secretly saying that she was dead this time. Wang Huan frowned, pulled Lu Jia aside, then kicked the table next to him up, grabbed one of the table's legs and swung it toward the front. Bang bang bang! Ah 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 ah! Instantly, a burst of miserable screams rang out in the room. Those punks who rushed over were not even a one-trick pony for Wang Huan. In a few breaths of time, these people had already collapsed on the ground and wailed. On the ground, the gangsters of the horse-walking gang were lying on the ground and rolling around, and the sticks and iron bars in their hands were falling on the ground, sprawled out. Inside the room was quiet. Lu Jia's eyes were dumbfounded. She didn't think that this country bumpkin was so capable of fighting 20 to 30 people, just lying on the ground like this. However, she was not happy, but more desperate. Now things have come to the point where there is no reconciliation. The only way to live is to go far away and leave Shangjing City. She said to Hu Qianqian, Qian, let's go. What's the big deal about being able to fight? Nowadays this society has long since gone beyond what can be solved with a big fist. Lu Jia immediately pulled Hu Qianqian, saw her motionless, said anxiously, what are you still froze? Quickly go. If you don't leave again, it will be too late. Hu Qianqian struggled out and said, if we leave, what about Grandpa and the others? You stupid girl, what time is it that you still care about them? Your father's little connections in front of the horse gang is nothing. Do you still expect this hick? I'm telling you, this hick he's dead. Who can't save him? I'm leaving Shangjing now. There's still a chance to escape. Lu Jia anxiously stomped her feet. If it wasn't for this daughter, she would have run away without a trace. What are you afraid of? These people can't beat Wang Huan. If you want to go, you go. I'm not going anywhere. Hu Qianqian was very direct. Fight. This is what era can fight with even if the walking horse gang's people can't beat him, people can just walk around and let this kid die without a corpse. Lu Jia was angry and cursed when she saw that her daughter had hopes for Wang Huan. Surname Wang, this is all the trouble you caused. If you want to find death, hurry up and go outside and crash your car. Die early and don't drag us down here. Hu Qingxuan jumped up with an angry face. Shut up. Wang Huan only made a move for the sake of our Hu family. How can you say something as bad as a pig and dog like that? You old thing. You're almost in the ground. You've lived enough. Of course you're not afraid of anything. But my daughter and I are still young. Lu Jia angrily shouted back. Ma Nengbin gasped in pain. Seeing the other party wanted to leave, struggled to climb up, stared at Wang Huan with a spiteful face, said, grass, quite capable of fighting right. See if I don't get you guys killed. If you guys don't leave, then I'll leave. Lu Jia was about to grab the door and leave, but just at this time, there was a sound of tapping on the door from outside, only to see a team of people in police uniforms walking and standing outside the door. There were also a few police cars parked outside, the police lights on them flashing, forcing the door to break open. What's going on here? What's going on? The leading police officer walked in, saw the people lying on the ground inside the house, and swept his gaze majestically, finally settling on Wang Huan and Ma Nengbin's body. Director Yang, save me. As if Lu Jia had seen a savior, she staggered and ran to the side of the arrival. Chapter 25, I'll make a phone call. Yang Changming saw Lu Jia, a few smiles on his face. Obviously the relationship between the two was not ordinary. He swept a glance at the messy house. Lu Jia, what's going on? Lu Jia, although nearly 40 years old, but well-maintained, rich body, mature and sexy, he has long been salivating over this woman. Just this woman is very cunning, although the two have some small ambiguities, but just do not allow him to eat, so that his heart itchy. Right now Lu Jia is in trouble. It is really a good time for him to show his power. Subsequently bored face, as if Pao Qingtian possessed general, full of justice, said, Lu Jia, put things in detail. I would like to see who dares to make a mess in the place under my jurisdiction. Yang, Director Yang, this thing. Lu Jia did not know how to start. Knowing the identity of Ma Nengbin, knew that it was not something that young Changming could solve. Stinking. You rather say I want to see if he can save you. Before Lu Jia could open her mouth, Ma Nengbin, who had slowed down, interrupted in a domineering manner. Lu Jia was shocked by his yelling. She shrunk her neck and closed her mouth immediately. Her heart was in despair. Originally she wanted to go through Yang Changming's relationship to take herself and Hu Qianqian out. But seeing Ma Nengbin's sworn look, she knew that this matter wasn't this easy. It's all because of that Wang. Yang Changming's face crossed and said, who are you? I'm here. Watch what you say. Ma Nengbin didn't give the other party the slightest bit of face and droned. I'm Ma Nengbin. Who the hell are you to dare to meddle in this young man's business? Yang Changming's eyes revealed a trace of panic. After hearing the three words Ma Nengbin, the depths of the pupils could not help but reveal a few points of panic. Immediately pacified, so it's Ma Xiao. What's going on here? Is there some kind of misunderstanding? You can rest assured that this matter will be handled impartially and give Ma a fair deal. Fine. Want to give me justice, right? Arrest this kid. Let my people beat him half to death first. Ma Ningbin pointed at Wang Huan and said arrogantly. This. Yang Changming immediately revealed a difficult color. Who does not know that this walking horse gang rich and powerful, with the city inside the big people know, he is just a small person, dare to go against Ma Ningbin's people. There are a few as good to mess with. This is simply the gods' fight. The fish pond. What is difficult? I don't know which pimple ran out of the bumpkin. I go to your grandfather's. Also don't know you, this director is how to be. In your jurisdiction even appeared such a thug. You actually do not have half a point of vigilance. Such a dangerous person. Simply destroying the harmony of the society's destabilizing factors. I see you don't want to do it. Ma Ningbin saw that this guy wants to stir up the water. Stormed, half-threateningly said. Sweat dripped from Yang Changming's forehead. He was really afraid of walking the horse gang to use the relationship to put down his position. And when he heard that Wang Huan was just a country bumpkin, he couldn't help but feel relieved in his heart. Since it is just a powerless country bumpkin, there is nothing to worry about. Arresting this person back, locking him up for a few days and then releasing him is not an offense to Ma Ningbin. After Wang Huan's identity became clear, his heart already had a plan. One country bumpkin, the other is the young master of the horse walking gang. Which one is more important? He knew it clearly in his heart. Yang Changming's face was gloomy on the spot. Cuff him and take him away. How dare you? At this time, Hu Qianqian stood out and said angrily, things aren't even clear. What gives you the right to arrest someone? Qian, stay out of this. Lu Jia hated to cover Hu Qianqian's mouth. It's hard to get this Ma Ningbin to divert his attention from them. Now Hu Qianqian stands out. Isn't this asking for pain? Although she doesn't want Wang Huan, but when it comes to this matter, it still happened because of herself. If Wang Huan is really taken away, her heart can't get over it. What not to figure out? I saw with my own eyes. This person committed violence and injured so many people. Suspected of brawling, must be taken back to be investigated. Yang Changming bored face said. Oh, suspected of brawling? How come you didn't see these people holding murderous weapons and breaking into people's houses in the middle of the night? What a corrupt official who talks nonsense with his eyes open. Wang Huan's tone was very disdainful. Through the facial features, this director Yang in front of him, bags under his eyes protruding, eyes narrowing, facial meat frivolous, obscure, obviously overindulging in lust, harboring ill-gotten gains of the phase. For corrupt officials, he is deeply through evil. His tone is not half polite. What the are you babbling about? Who do you think you are? Think you are very powerful, is it? Lu Jia was so angry that she didn't pass out. This Wang really doesn't know how to live. Not to mention that he offended the people of the horse walking gang on the road. But now he also offended the director of Yang, a typical brainless The key thing is that she still wants to put in a good word for him through the director of Yang. Now Wang Huan is so messy, everything is going to go down the drain. She and Hu Qianqian will have to follow Wang Huan's bad luck. Hu Lao's face was ugly. He didn't expect this ex-daughter-in-law to be such a snob. He gasped. Lu Jia, you've had enough. This matter is my Hu family's business. Get lost. Get as far away as you can. Scram? Do you think I want to stay here? If it wasn't for Qianqian's sake, I would have left my ass already. Old man Hu, let me tell you, your Hu family is completely finished today. Lu Jia is now catching anyone is a burst of wild spray. But the attitude to Ma Ningbin is very respectful. Males, this kid I really do not know. He is a relative of the Hu family. I and Hu Jiming has long been divorced, and I have nothing to do with me and my daughter. Ma Ningbin heard here sneer, but he has his own plan in his heart. He now has an obsession in his heart. That is, no matter how to get Hu Qianqian into bed, as long as that surnamed Wang's hick is done. In this Lu Jia cooks good. Let her face to persuade Hu Qianqian to go to bed with himself. Ma Ningbin smiled grimly and said, don't worry, there's a head for every grievance. I'm not an unreasonable person. Today I'm just looking for the kid surnamed Wang to settle the score. Thank you Ma Xiao. Thank you Ma Xiao. Lu Jia was completely relieved, and immediately smiled with a happy brow. Yang Changming's heart exploded with anger when he heard Wang Huan call himself a corrupt official. The most taboo thing for a corrupt official is to be called a corrupt official by others. His heart already wanted to figure out how to get this country bumpkin killed. Come on people, take this guy away from me. After saying that, he directly beckoned to the people behind him, staring sorrowfully at Wang Huan, a smile of you're dead on his face. However, the people below him hadn't made a move yet, looking at Yang Changming with difficulty. The matter in front of them was too obvious. Yang Changming reversing black and white like this made them unable to accept it. Damn, all deaf right. Yang Changming was furious. He didn't expect his subordinates to be untouched, which made him lose face. His official authority was swept away. He stormed and yelled, whoever is ing disobedient, then get lost and go home. Just then, Wang Huan faintly said, "Don't make things difficult for them. I'll make a phone call first and then follow you." Chapter 26. The white flag is very big. Call, is it to move help? Yang Changming sneer. Do not think. Just now he personally heard Lu Jia said this kid is from the countryside down the hillbilly. In the city of Shangjing cannot have any relationship. Moreover, even if there is a relationship and can be bigger than the relationship of the walking horse gang. However, in order to be cautious, he still put his eyes inquiring to the side of Lu Jia. Lu Jia had already known Wang Huan's origin from Hu Qingchuan's mouth. However, Hu Qingchuan's mouth was very strict, only saying that Wang Huan was from the countryside and nothing else. He's just a country bumpkin. He can't even afford to stay in a hotel. Otherwise he wouldn't have come to the Hu family to borrow a room. Lu Jia very ingratiatingly spelled out Wang Huan's identity. Manhwa had already moved a chair and sat down. The place where he was kicked by Wang Huan was still vaguely painful. When he heard that Wang Huan wanted to make a phone call, he waved his hand and said, "Let him fight." Paralyzed, "I want to let this kid die, so that he knows what will be the consequences of offending my walking horse gang." Yang Changming pointed at Wang Huan. Emboldened, he shouted, "Fight! I want to see who dares to meddle in this idle matter, calling me a corrupt official, living impatiently right. Grandpa, will something happen?" Hu Qianxian couldn't help but worry for Wang Huan in her heart. When Elder Hu saw Wang Huan took out his phone, he had a plan in his heart. It seems Wang Huan is going to call that person. Don't worry, Wang Huan is not as simple as they think. Elder Hu's tone was very certain. Although he had only been friends with Wang Huan for a day, he knew everything about Wang Huan's ability. Yo-ho, still pretending to be a big-tail wolf here. Old man, you should be enjoying your happiness at a big age. Don't invite trouble for a person who doesn't know what his origin is. Lu Jia sneered from the side. Elder Hu shook his head and gave this former daughter-in-law a sympathetic look. He sighed a little in his heart. His life could be said to be a bad one in his later years. His son was no good and was only interested in flattering the powerful and rich, while this daughter-in-law was also very snobbish. The two of them broke up their marriage, and the root of the trouble was planted long ago because of each other's character. But he also does not care about her. After all, what kind of goods his son is? The heart is very clear. The two that is half a caddy. Wang Huan, think of who to call to explain your last words? Manhwa looked at Wang Huan who was holding the cell phone and asked coldly. Yang Changming swept Wang Huan's cell phone aside, and after seeing Xiao Zhang's contact, he laughed even more. I would have thought, who are you looking for? Xiao Zhang? What kind of thing is he? Expecting him to save you? Or is Ma Xiao right? You're preparing to give your last words, and Wang Huan's side has put the phone through. The other side of the phone, Zhang Xianjun is already asleep, but as a secretary, his cell phone has been 24 hours a day to keep it open for fear that the leader will suddenly have a mission. When he picks up his cell phone to take a look, Wang Huan, this name made him sleepy, and he hurriedly picked up the phone, just in time to hear Yang Changming's arrogant and domineering voice. Mr. Wang, what's the matter? Zhang Xianjun asked politely. Wang Huan briefly explained the matter over here, and also gave out the names of the two men. If it's difficult for you, then forget it, I'll solve it myself. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many people here, with Wang Huan's nature, he would have sent all of these people on their way. As soon as Zhang Xianjun heard Yang Changming's name, his mind worked quickly, and quickly remembered this number. As Secretary Wang's big secretary, he knew a lot of insider information, and at that moment he sneered and said, "This guy, he's long been on the Discipline Inspection Commission's list, but in order to keep it secret, it's too late to move him. I didn't expect him to be more and more licentious." After saying that, he said, "Mr. Wang, although he is just a small person, but behind the scenes is involved a lot. It is not appropriate to move to arrest him now. Like this, you first give him the phone." Good. Wang Huan didn't ask much. Zhang Xianjuan's words were so clear. He also knew that this young Changming was afraid that he wouldn't be able to bounce back for long. Here you go. Wang Huan handed the cell phone to Yang Changming. Yang Changming looked at Ma Nangbin, and then looked at Wang Huan, snatched the phone, deliberately said loudly, "Who are you? Don't ask for trouble. I'm going to arrest this kid. It's useless for anyone to plead for mercy." Zhang Xianjun sneered. This guy really doesn't know how to die. No wonder they want to investigate him. This arrogant and domineering attitude. What can be a good thing? Yang Changming, if you dare to touch a hair on Mr. Wang's head, just wait. Holy, who are you? Yang Changming heard that the other party's tone was even wilder than his, and with a disdainful face, he was about to break out in curses when the other party's words almost made him drop his cell phone on the ground. "I'm Zhang Xianjun. Mr. Wang is Secretary Wang's honored guest," said the man, directly hanging up the phone. Yang Changming heard Zhang Xianjuan's name at first only felt familiar, but when he heard the three words of Secretary Wang, his body violently trembled, and bean-sized sweat kept coming out. dense and covered his forehead. Zhang Xianjun, Zheng Big Secretary. He finally remembered who the owner of this name was. At this moment, when he looked at Wang Huan again, he only felt a cool air rising from his tailbone all the way to the back of his head, and the sweaty hairs on his back exploded. Look at Wang Huan's face, instantaneous change. The heart is even more regretful. This person is even Wang's secretary's guests. Wait, he is also surnamed Wang, is it? Thinking of this, he could not help but hit a cold shiver. Teeth cackled a hair. Trembling hand. Respectfully hand the phone to the front of Wang Huan. Wang, Mr. Ones, how much offense? Have eyes not recognize NT? Tai, please, you have a lot of adults. Old young, what's going on? See Yang Changming's transformation. The most surprised than Ma Nengbin. This transformation is also too big. Yang Changming's heart is angry. Although the walking horse gang is powerful, but compared with that person counts for nothing. As early as knowing that Wang Huan has this relationship, he would have taken Ma Nengbin away. Yes, old Yang, a country bumpkin. Need to be scared like this? Lu Jia smacked his lips on the side with a disdainful face. Old young, if you can't even settle this matter, it seems like you won't want to go any further in your life, Ma Nengbin coldly said. Lu Jia also went forward and whispered, Old young, you have a brain disease. This is a good opportunity to make friends with Ma Xiao. You help him today, he will help you some other day. This is a great opportunity for you. Besides, the other party is just a hick. Want to. Hearing this, Yang Changming jumped up in anger. Backhanded is a slap over. Growled, country bumpkin, your mother. This is Secretary Wang's honored guest. You're all ing blind, aren't you? What? Ma Nengbin was originally sitting on a chair, crossing his legs. When he heard this, he tumbled down from the chair with a bang, looking at Wang Huan with a somewhat dumbfounded gaze. Lu Jia was slapped, completely forgetting the pain on her face. Her mind was blank. All her strength seemed to be drained as she leaned against the door. Hu Qianshan's beautiful eyes stared round, looking at the calm old man next to her, opened her mouth and said in horror, Grandpa, this guy's path is really so big? Chapter 27, coming so fast. It's a bit big. Hu Qingchuan was overwhelmed with emotion. At the side, Yang Changming looked at Wang Huan like a grandson with bawling eyes and apprehension in his heart. Mr. Wang, this is a misunderstanding. We will leave now. Wang Huan shook his head and said, There's no need to say this to me. Save this to say to them. These words seemed to be headless, but they scared the hell out of Yang Changming. As for Ma Nengbin, climbed up from the ground. The expression on his face is not much better. Walking horse gang, although some relations, but how he did not think that this in his eyes of the countryside boys' relationship is actually heaven. This time really kicked the iron plate. Ha ha, brother Wang, why didn't you say earlier if you have such a relationship? Ma Nengbin, heart depressed. If he let his old man know that he for a woman offended Zhang Xianjun and even behind him Wang's secretary, then not pick his skin. Now his heart to regret. How much regret? Standing on the side with a smile. That look where there is still the previous arrogant and domineering look. There are a few points to please between the colors. I'm just a country bumpkin. How can I be as imposing as Ma Dishao? Breaking into people's houses at night and forcibly robbing people's women. Ma Dishao, you're a crab. Wang Huan laughed coldly. What do you mean? Wang Huan let out a light laugh. But we'll look at the crab with cold eyes, and see how long you will be rampant. The smile on Ma Nengbin's face immediately stiffened. Just now he had already put down his face with the intention to reconcile. He had thought that Wang Huan would give him this step, but Wang Huan's attitude refused to reconcile. Wang Huan, are you really not giving face to our walking horse gang? Ma Nengbin's tone turned cold. Wang Huan snorted. What is the walking horse gang? A group of vicious people. What face is there to speak of? Ma Nengbin said in a chilling voice, Okay, Wang Huan is it? Let's not turn the mountain. We'll see. I'm afraid it's not good to leave like this, Wang Huan said. Just at this time, outside of the sudden appearance of a group of people, come to the person with a grim face, a face of green and black, clad in police uniforms. Yang Changming saw the person who came. His face immediately squeezed out a few ugly smiles. Luo Bureau, how did you come? The visitor did not smile, said, Yang Changming, you are suspected of violating the law and discipline, and are now under investigation by the organization, and you have been dismissed on the spot. What? After hearing this, Yang Changming's face wilded like a layer of white ash. The whole person shook and fell, until after being brought to the car, his mind was still blank. Wang Huan thought to come so fast. Zhang Xianjun gave him leaks of information. This young Changming sooner or later to be taken away. But he also did not expect these people will come so fast, so timely. This gives the people present a big illusion. That is, Yang Changming was taken away because Wang Huan just that phone call. At this moment, the eyes of everyone looking at Wang Huan changed to a few degrees of terror. Lu Jia was like seeing a ghost. A phone call to arrest young Changming. This energy is too big. Thinking that he had been calling people country bumpkins from the beginning to the end, he felt a hot pain on his face. Hu Qianxian's mouth opened wide enough to be able to swallow an egg, looking at Wang Huan's eyes filled with intense curiosity, almost clapping her hands and exclaiming, "Wang Huan is awesome." Ma Ningbin was even more depressed and was about to vomit blood. He had just put down his harsh words, but it turned out that he was caught off guard by another big move. There was no one present to explain this misunderstanding. "Wang Huan, why are you here?" At this time, a voice with a cool tone came out, and next to that Luo Bureau, a female police officer with a mountainous figure and delicate face suddenly walked out. "Captain Yi, hello again." This person was none other than Yi Bing, who had contact with Wang Huan on the train. "Little Yi knows this little brother?" Bureau Luo asked. "Bureau Luo, that man on the train, that's him." Yi Bing spoke. Luo Dong's face was slightly surprised. Then he took the initiative to walk to Wang Huan's front, stretched out his hand and smiled. "So it's Mr. Wang Huan. I've long wanted to get to know a young talent like you, and I didn't expect to meet here." Wang Huan naturally stretched out his hand and shook the other party's hand, smiling. "Bureau Luo, hello." When Ma Ningbin saw this scene, his pupils deeply shrunk. The expression on his face was darker like the bottom of a pot. This Luo Dong is the famous iron face of the Bao Qing Tian, making the criminals scared, but now he is actually laughing and joking with Wang Huan, which made him have a feeling of heavenly rotation. This matter had played out big time. "Brother Wang, what's the situation over here?" Luo Dong had long since realized the situation here. Wang Huan said painlessly, "It's nothing much. These people are all from the Walking Horse Gang. They broke into people's houses at night, and had to take my friend away. And then after a disagreement, I was a bit heavy-handed." Wang Huan downplayed the situation, but the policemen in the room looked at each other. There were at least 24 people lying in this room, still with sticks, and now all of them were lying on the ground, while he was unharmed. This hit was not just a little heavy, but very heavy. Luo Dong had long heard Yi Bing say that Wang Huan's hands were formidable, but after seeing it with his own eyes, he still couldn't help but be taken aback. "Walking Horse Gang?" A light smile immediately appeared on Luo Dong's face. "Take away." Ma Ningbin hurriedly stepped forward and curtly said, "Bureau Luo, this is a misunderstanding. I was joking with Brother Wang. Isn't that right, Brother Wang?" After saying that, he also looked at Wang Huan with a prayerful look. Those who hang out on the road, the most fearful thing is to fall into the hands of Luo Dong, the black-faced Bao Tian, now being caught on the spot by Luo Dong on the spot. Once he finds the opportunity, this is definitely a devastating blow to the Walking Horse Gang. Wang Huan disgustedly said, "Ma Deshao is joking. I'm a country bumpkin. Where can I call myself a brother with you?" Ma Ningbin was resentful in his heart, but he still accompanied a smiling face and said, "Brother Wang, all the faults before were mine. I'll recognize whatever conditions you have." Wang Huan laughed. "This has nothing to do with me. You should talk to Bureau Luo and Team Yi. Ha ha ha. Wang Huan, you really gave me a great gift." Luo Dong laughed out loud. The more he looked at Wang Huan, the better he looked at him. First he did the police force a big favor on the train, and now he sent the youngest master of the Walking Horse Gang to him. "Take away. Take them all away." Luo Dong waved his hand. Those police officers who were waiting in a tight formation swarmed up, directly handcuffed Ma Ningbin and pushed him into the police car, while those gangsters on the ground were also arrested. In just a few minutes, the Walking Horse Gang, who were still arrogant and domineering, were all brought onto the police car. "Yi team, wait." Before leaving, Wang Huan called out to Yi Bing. Yi Bing turned around. She was really beautiful, but she was just too cold. A look of rejecting people, coldly said, "Anything else?" Wang Huan frowned, seriously looked at her face a few times and said, "Team Yi, if you are fine these days, take a few days off to rest. Don't go on missions, especially dangerous ones." Wang Huan, what we police do is dangerous work, Luo Dong said with a smile on the side. Yi Bing's willow brows wrinkled. Wang Huan had already told her this twice. Wang Huan said, "You know that I know a little bit of physiognomy. Captain Ye's face is not looking good these days. It has the appearance of great evil." Luo Dong froze. He had thought that Wang Huan would say some reason, but he did not expect it to be this ridiculous reason, making him cry and laugh a little. Boring. Yi Bing even gave Wang Huan a disdainful blank look. Seeing the two men's appearance, Wang Huan knew that they didn't listen to his words. He took out a talisman folded into a triangle shape from his pocket and handed it to Yi Bing. "Team Yi, this is a little token of appreciation. I hope it can be of use to you." Seeing that Yi Bing didn't take it, Luo Dong suddenly realized, thinking that this kid's technique of giving a girl a gift was very clever, squeezing his eyebrows and glancing at Wang Huan. "Little Yi, since this is a piece of Brother Wang's heart, you should take it." Chapter 28 Hidden Treasure Villa. After the police left, the matter of Huai Rintang quickly calmed down, only that the people looked at Wang Huan a little differently. Especially Lu Jia's attitude towards Wang Huan has taken a 180-degree turn. It looks as if she wants to give Hu Qianqian to Wang Huan as her girlfriend. Thinking of Wang Huan's connections, a phone call can make Yang Changming arrested. Also let the people of the horse gang was taken away, or Wang's secretary's honored guest. If such a person became his daughter's boyfriend, his own identity also rises, and in the future in front of the sisters also have double the face. At this time, Hu Qingchuan came over, handed the phone to Wang Huan's face, said, "Just now, Boss Zhao called. Seems to find you something. He is looking for me?" Wang Huan froze. Doubtfully, he took the phone, and Zhao Song's bright laughter came from inside. "Mr. Wang, thanks to you this time. I could already feel my legs by this morning. Then congratulations to Boss Zhao. I don't know what Boss Zhao is calling me for. Mr. Wang, today I would like to ask you for a favor." Of course, the honorarium aspect is easy to say, as long as Mr. Wang nods his head. "I'll prepay a deposit of 200,000 to you here." Zhao Song's words carried a hint of respect. Next to Lu Jia and Hu Qianqian's eyes are wide open. "Just do a favor. The deposit is 200,000, which is making money, clearly is picking up money." After hearing this, Wang Huan smiled faintly and said, "Boss Zhao, what kind of favor do you want me to do? Letting you spend so much money to invite me." "Mr. Wang, you also know the problem of my leg. I want to buy a magic treasure. I heard that it will help me to recover my leg, but I don't know much in this area. Mr. Wang is a strange person, so I want to ask you to give me a long look." Zhao Song said his intention. Buy a magic treasure? Wang Huan was immediately interested. Some magic treasures were indeed beneficial to one's body. It was just that all the magic treasures on the market now were fake, and the real ones were as rare as a phoenix. "Yes, it's the magic treasure. I heard that some magic treasures are able to calm the house and family, and tend to good fortune and avoid bad luck. I've always been paying attention to news in this area, and it's not easy to have the opportunity today, so I want to go and open my eyes," Zhao Song said. Wang Huan pondered for a while and said, "If it's true, it does have the effect you said. Hearing you say that, I do have some interest. Alright then, I'll have Xingyu drive here to pick you up." Hearing Wang Huan's promise, Zhao Song said joyfully, "No need, you directly tell me the address. I'll take a taxi over and you wait for me over there." Wang Huan said. Inside the metropolis there were people selling magic treasures. Wang Huan had a hidden smile on his face, which was out of his expectation. "Wang Huan, I want to go with you." Right at this moment, Hu Qianqian suddenly opened her mouth. "You?" Wang Huan frowned. "What? I can't Last night when you..." Hu Qianqian saw Wang Huan about to refuse and pushed her plump chest forward, as if reminding Wang Huan that you even touched me last night. Then, okay. Wang Huan instantly agreed with some headache. Hu Qianqian tilted her head high as if she was as joyful as a victorious little swan. Hidden Treasure Villa is a remote and elegant place in Shangjing City. The environment is very scenic. Wang Huan received the call and then turned to take a taxi with Hu Qianqian to arrive here. After arriving here, he realized that there are vehicles parked outside the Hidden Treasure Villa, and none of them is a luxury car. Like Wang Huan and Hu Qianqian, such a taxi to come here can be said to be the only one. Just as the two were about to go in, an unexpected voice suddenly sounded beside them. "Hu Qianqian, why are you here too?" Hu Qianqian looked back and saw a wonderful young girl walking down from a Mercedes SL on the opposite side of the street, with a young man in his early 30s at her side. "What? This is not your home place. If you can come, I can't." The two were obviously somewhat at odds, and the moment they met, they were at loggerheads. Yao Xianxian laughed and glanced at Wang Huan beside Hu Qianqian, revealing a few moments of contempt, saying, "Hu Qianqian, your boyfriend is too shabby. Right, taking a taxi over? So what if I took a cab over? Is there a rule here that you can't take a cab over?" Hu Qianqian said irritably. "Alright Xian, this friend is also here to buy a magic treasure?" The young man next to Yao Xianxian came over to stop the two women from fighting. Although he was asking Wang Huan, his eyes stopped on Hu Qianqian's body. He can also see that Hu Qianqian's boyfriend is too shabby. It is a waste for such a superb woman like Hu Qianqian to follow him around, so he is acting very elegantly to set up a good impression to Hu Qianqian that she is young and elegant, so that digging up Wang Huan's corner will be easy. Humph, a poor guy who took a taxi over. How can he have money to buy a magic treasure? I'm afraid he's just here to join in the fun. Yao Xianxian walked over and hugged Zhu Jianxia's arm, looking at Wang Huan with a disdainful face. Looking at the contemptuous look on the two people's faces, Wang Huan's face remained unchanged and said lightly, "I'm not here to sell the magic treasures. I'm here to help with something. LOL. Helping to do things. Are you here to work as a waitress at Hidden Treasure Villa?" Yao Xianxian covered her mouth and laughed lightly, the color of disdain in her eyes growing stronger. "Yao Xianxian, have you had enough?" Hearing the other party undermining Wang Huan one after another, Hu Qianqian glared angrily. Hu Qian, don't blame me for talking too much. With your condition, you can totally evening out a big money later on. Why bother to follow this waitress? It's laughable to say it. Ha ha. Yao Xian laughed out loud, attracting the attention of the surrounding people. Such a beautiful woman actually followed the waiter. A bit interesting. Alas, young girls, do not know the cruelty of reality, probably by the boy coaxed happy words, believe in the so-called true love. But it looks like, that kid selling is not bad, has the qualification to be a gigolo. Some female tycoons looked at Wang Huan's appearance and let out smitten laughter. Friend, if you really came here to find something to do, then go back. Zhu Jianxiao looked at Wang Huan and suddenly said in a commanding tone. The smile on Wang Huan's face withdrew, and he coldly said, who are you to tell me to go back? Yao Xian sneered. You still don't understand. Hidden Treasure Villa is not for you to enter at all. As long as Brother Xia gives a word, Hidden Treasure Villa won't want a waiter like you. Zhu Jianxia took out a stack of banknotes from his wallet, pulled out one, and said, this is your taxi fare back, don't pull us down here. Wang Huan gave a cold look and pulled Hu Qianxia directly to his face, saying indifferently, get out of the way. Yo ho, still angry? The sneer on Zhu Jianxia's face is even more intense. Hidden Treasure Villa is a private club. No one can enter without the owner's invitation. You want to find something to do here, don't you know this point? Good dogs don't get in the way. Wang Huan is too lazy to chirp with this person, pulling Hu Qianxian's hand, directly bypassing the two people. If not for the crowded eyes here, with his nature he would have kicked this guy far away. Chapter 29 Zhu Jianxia. The increasingly intense quarrel over here was attracting quite a few people to see what was going on. Who is that guy? Why is he arguing with Zhu Jianxia? I don't know. Just now I saw that he came in a cab. I heard that he came here to look for something to do. I go, can't really be a wage earner. The girl he brought is quite pretty. Just that he offended Zhu Jianxia. Later on will have bad luck. The people around were watching the fun. There were even people laughing. Too funny. A wage earner also dares to come to Hidden Treasure Villa. If I were Zhu Jianxia I would definitely teach him a good lesson. Zhu Jianxia, this guy although dude, but also cannot deny his ability. This guy hobby Muay Thai. I heard that also specially invited a few Muay Thai coach to accompany the training. Powerful. Come on. The purpose of Zhu Jianxia's boxing practice is most clear to me. That guy is just to exercise his body and improve his ability in that aspect of bed. Someone on the side laughed. Whatever Zhu Jianxia's purpose for practicing Muay Thai was, it was that he had a great body. Good dogs don't get in the way, Wang Huan said lightly, and then he had already gone around the other side with Hu Qianxia, looking for death. Zhu Jianxia was cursed as a dog and became furious. He rushed up with an arrow step, jacked up his knee and slammed it towards Wang Huan's back. Strike! Seeing this scene, the eyes of the surrounding people glowed. Zhu Jianxia's face was hideous. This leg work of his was so severe that a 5-centimeter thick wooden board could be shattered with a single top kick. With this kick, that brat would have to go to the hospital for a few days even if he wasn't crippled. Wang Huan heard the sound of the wind behind him. It was like his eyes had risen behind him. He turned around and turned back, raised his palm and pushed it forward, easily defusing the other party's attack. Zhu Jianxia's face was furious and said, "Brat, you still dare to hide? He, sneak attack from behind. Villain." Wang Huan had a disdainful look on his face. His leg, in the eyes of others, might look majestic, but in his eyes, it was nothing more than a flowery fist. "Kid, you really pissed me off," Zhu Jianxia said hideously. "So what if I've angered you?" Wang Huan had an indifferent face. "You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Do you know the consequences of angering me?" Zhu Jianxia laughed coldly. Seeing Wang Huan's appearance, he felt that the other party was a frog in the bottom of the well. "I tell you, I am the vice president of Shangjing City and Gao Group. The security group controls 80% of the security training in Shangjing City, from large to private bodyguards, to small to janitorial security." Wang Huan froze and said, "What does this have to do with me?" "Humph. I started practicing Muay Thai at the age of 13. I started from the grassroots in the security group at the age of 18, and I became the vice president at the age of 28. I don't say that I have no enemy in the whole world, but there are few rivals in the city of Shangjing. Have you considered the consequences if you make a move with me?" "Consequences?" Wang Huan sneered. "The consequence is, you are beaten by me very badly. Ha ha ha." Hearing Wang Huan's words, a burst of laughter immediately resounded around him. Where did this kid come from? Zhu Jianxia's hand is considered an expert inside the rich and powerful circle. This guy actually said such arrogant words. This kid is also really unlucky. How did he offend Zhu Jianxia? These people couldn't help but feel some sympathy in their gazes towards Wang Huan. It seems like Zhu Jianhua's female partner knows the other party's girlfriend, and the two of them have some beef. So Zhu Jianhua is giving his female partner a head start. After hearing the reason, people watching the scene shook their heads. Who does not know in the circle Zhu Jianxia this person likes to show off in front of women, show their own power. This kid has no power. Bumped into Zhu Jianxia, this is not asking for trouble. However, no one stood out to speak to Wang Huan, but also some gloating. Who let this kid with a girlfriend so beautiful, to bring their female companion then down? Looking at his side of the Hu Qianshan, these people cannot help but a burst of sour heart. One by one, they couldn't wait for the two of them to break up in a hurry. Then they could take advantage of the situation. Wang Huan, let's forget about it. Hu Qianshan is worried that Wang Huan will suffer from the conflict and persuades him. Seeing Hu Qianshan showing weakness, Yao Xianxian intensified, said, want to forget it? It's too late. Brother Xia, let this wage earner know how powerful you are. I have to teach you a lesson today. Zhu Jianxia threw a left hook punch, which came with a whistling wind sound, stiff and powerful, full of force, and the target of this punch was exactly Wang Huan's face. Many people thought that they would soon see Wang Huan's teeth knocked out. However, the next scene made them drop their teeth in shock. Snap! In full view of everyone, Wang Huan steadily grabbed the other party's wrist. The hideous color on Zhu Jianxia's face froze on his face. He continuously pumped his fist with force, but it didn't move, so he couldn't help but have a reddish color appear on his face. Wang Huan flicked his hand, directly throwing him staggering, leisurely saying, with your little flowery fist, you're not on the same level as me. Those people who were watching could not help but be dumbfounded, as if Zhu Jianxia had suffered a loss. Wang Huan coldly held back a glance at him, finding a cat or a dog as a coach, flattering you a few times, and then you really think you are invincible. Ridiculous. Zhu Jianxia immediately felt his face burning. Looking at Wang Huan already walking towards the inside of Hidden Treasure Villa, he shouted, pull him back for me. The two security guards next to him immediately stepped out and blocked in front of Wang Huan. Zhu Jianxia said smugly, brat, I told you that 80% of the security guards in Shangjing City are trained by our group, and Hidden Treasure Villa is no exception. Without an opening, you won't be able to take half a step into Hidden Treasure Villa. Wang Huan frowned while Hu Qianshan had already spoken. How dare you? You are now working for Hidden Treasure Villa and you still listen to him. Aren't you afraid to get lost? The security guard said, you're right, but you guys didn't receive an invitation. We can't let you in. Seeing that Wang Huan and Hu Qianshan didn't say anything for half a day, the people below covered their mouths and laughed softly. That Yao Xianxian even laughed out in a villainous manner, laughing me to death. Neither of you got the invitation. You want to enter the Hidden Treasure Villa. Both of you are so thick-skinned. Humph, brat. I told you to roll, then you have to roll. Zhu Jianxia had just lost face, and now that he was having a chance to get it back, he couldn't help but have a victorious smile on his face. However, at this time, a cold voice suddenly came from the back. Who are you telling to get lost? Only to see Zhao Xingyue pushing a wheelchair with Zhao Song sitting on top, who was currently staring at Zhu Jianxia with a cold face. Delicious floor. Mr. Zhao. Many people shouted in a low voice. Delicious House is a high-class place in Shangjing City, receiving guests with status on weekdays, and the owner, Zhao Song, is even more uncomplicated, and it is said that he is extremely good at socializing, and his connections are very wide. So it's Mr. Zhao. Zhu Jianxia changed into a smile, pointed at Wang Huan, and said, this kid didn't get an invitation and tried to mix inside the Hidden Treasure Villa. I'm telling people to tell them to get lost. Zhao Song didn't even look at him, and was pushed directly in front of Wang Huan by Zhao Xingyue, saying, Mr. Wang is my invited guest. What qualifications do you have to tell Mr. Wang to leave? When these words came out, the faces of the people next to him varied, while Zhu Jianxia's face was a flash of iron. Chapter 30 Targeting. Zhu Jianxia had also cooperated with Delicious House. He had thought that with the relationship between the two parties, Zhao Song would give him face to let Wang Huan get out, but Zhao Song didn't give himself any face at all, which made him lose face. Mr. Zhao, what do you mean by this? Zhu Jianxia held a breath in his chest and asked in a conspiratorial manner. Zhao Song said, Zhu Jianxia, and everyone present, Mr. Wang is my honored guest. If you want to go against Mr. Wang, then you are going against me. Zhao Song. After saying that, ignoring the surprise of those present, the four of them walked into the treasure villa. Grass. Zhu Jianxia was furious, clanging and kicking at the car next to him. He walked inside the mountain villa with a black face. Yao Xianxian looked at Zhu Jianxia's green and black face, and didn't dare to open her mouth again, silently following beside him. After walking into the treasure villa, the hall inside is very ancient and simple. There have long been people receiving the crowds. One of the old man walks over on his own initiative, with a pleasant face. Mr. Zhao, this way please. Zhao Song nodded and said to Wang Huan, this is the steward of Hidden Treasure Villa, Feng Lao. Feng Lao's life is very legendary. Countless treasures have been appraised in his hands, and he is one of the rare treasure appraisal experts in Shangjing City. Mr. Zhao is too polite. I'm just a servant. This time there are a lot of high-profile people here. This bit of my ability. Feng Lao shook his head, his face full of shame. Feng Lao, this is. Zhao Song had never seen him show such an expression before. Feng Lao said, Mr. Zhao, there are a lot of treasures this time. There are a few that even I can't be sure of. It's very likely that they are the magic treasures you need. But the price, it's very expensive. Zhao Song was not only not disappointed after hearing this, but instead excitedly said, as long as it's a real magic treasure, any amount of money will not matter. A real magic treasure, that is hard to find. Thousands of gold. For rich people like them, money is already something outside of their bodies. To be able to buy a real magic treasure, even if they dumped their family's money they would do nothing about it. Then I hope that Mr. Zhao will succeed in capturing the treasure today. Feng Lao introduced them into a room at the back and then excused himself. He still had to go greet the other bosses. Right now, this hall was like a showroom, like a museum, displaying all sorts of antiques, from rusty swords to long spears, and vase antiques. Mr. Wang, what do you think of these things? Seeing Wang Huan surveying, Zhao Xingyue asked curiously. Wang Huan shook his head and said, I don't know if they are real antiques, but they are not magic treasures. Wang Huan, it's so lively over there. Let's go over and take a look. Next to him, Hu Qianshan's entire body was in a state of excitement from the moment she entered the house, and she couldn't help her curiosity when she saw where there were many people. Wang Huan came this time because he was entrusted by someone. Naturally he should be loyal. He was still searching for magic treasures for Zhao Song. He said, you go and take a look. I'll take another look with Mr. Zhao and the others. Then I'll go over first. I'll come back for you guys later. Hu Qianshan sniffed, blinked her eyes, and bounced over to the other side. Zhao Xingyu looked at Hu Qianshan's back and curiously said, your girlfriend? Elder Hu's granddaughter, had to tag along for the fun. The three of them looked at a few more display stands, but without a doubt, none of them met the so-called magic treasures, and Zhao Song's face showed a few disappointing colors. Mr. Zhao, Dharma treasures can be encountered but not sought. If they were this easy to get hold of, then the streets would be full of Dharma treasures. Wang Huan pacified the disappointed Zhao Song. What Mr. Wang said is very true. It's me who thought too simply. Zhao Song smiled to himself. Right at this moment, a fierce argument suddenly came from the distance. What's going on? Are you guys being reasonable? Why should I be blamed? It has nothing to do with me if this thing breaks. Humph. I saw with my own eyes that it was you who broke it. Want to play tricks? The three of them, Wang Huan, heard the voice and their faces froze slightly. It's Qianshan's voice, Zhao Xingyue said. Wang Huan said, go take a look. Walking over, he saw that Hu Qianshan was already surrounded by a few people in the middle. In front of him, a jade bracelet was broken into two halves, and there were people who were pointing at Hu Qianshan. Among them, the most active one is Yao Xianxian, who met her outside the villa, and she is saying fiercely, I can testify. I saw with my own eyes that she broke the jade bracelet. Nonsense. I didn't even touch the jade bracelet. Don't blame me. Hu Qianshan is also not a saving light. Denied on the spot. Oh, this jade bracelet is broken right under your feet. It's clear who broke it. Do you think this is something you can say without admitting it? Zhu Jianxia gloats and sneers. Hu Qianshan's eyes are a little red, no matter how she explains, but the skeptical gazes of the crowd around her make her heart feel bad, and she wasn't sure how it had shattered at her feet. What's going on? Right at this moment, Feng Lao walked over, and after looking at the bracelet on the ground, his originally unperturbed face suddenly turned stern. Who broke this? Elder Feng. She broke it. Yao Xianxian pointed at Hu Qianshan with a smug look on her face. Hu Qianshan hurriedly defended herself and said angrily, Yao Xianxian, you planted evidence to frame me. I didn't even touch this item. You framed me. Elder Feng, you probably don't know. This person didn't even get an invitation. He just appeared here somehow, and now he's breaking things and trying to deny it. I feel ashamed for you. Miss, please take out your invitation. The originally smiling old butler Feng's face turned gloomy, and his eyes were as frightening as an owl's. I don't have one, Hu Qianshan said. What? No invitation? Then how did she get in? Did she come in to steal something and panic and break it? The people around were still ambiguous about the truth of who broke the bracelet, but now they completely believe in Yao Xianxian's words. In their opinion, Yao Xianxian got the invitation. That's a circle with them, while Hu Qianshan is not. This circle is very xenophobic, so naturally, they designated Hu Qianshan as the culprit for breaking the jade bracelet. Zhu Jianxia hugged his arm and said coldly from the side, Feng Lao, in my opinion, arresting this person first and interrogating him properly is the right thing to do. The others around them also looked at Hu Qianshan with cold eyes, their faces filled with cold smiles as they followed and yelled, arrest him. And at this time, a cold voice came from behind. Whoever grabs her try one. Wang Huan, Hu Qianshan hurriedly ran to Wang Huan's front, grabbed Wang Huan's arm and nervously explained, I didn't break the jade bracelet, you must believe me. Don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen. Wang Huan patted her shoulder. He looked towards the shattered bracelet on the ground. A few doubts appeared on his face. Suddenly, a few strange colors appeared in his gaze. This bracelet was different from the usual jade bracelets. Chapter 31, Fabric? Meanwhile, Zhao Xingyu pushed Zhao Song over and looked at the broken bracelet on the ground and said, Elder Feng, how much is this jade bracelet? I'll pay for it. Feng Lao did not make a sound in agreement and said, Mr. Zhao, what is this person's relationship with you? This girl's elders have done me a favor. I still ask Elder Feng to give me this face. Zhao Song arched his hand and said, hearing this, Yao Xianxian and Zhu Jianxia couldn't help but show disappointment on their faces. They originally thought that this matter could make Hu Qianshan lose all her money, but they didn't realize that Zhao Song stepped in to settle the matter, and with Zhao Song's face, Hu Qianshan would do nothing more than to lose money. However, what is not expected is that Feng Lao did not give Zhao Song face this time. Mr. Zhao, if it is just an ordinary jade bracelet, you opened your mouth. I can do it, but this jade bracelet has an extraordinary origin, even I don't see where it comes from. Zhao Song's body couldn't help but tremble as he tightened. The faces of the surrounding people also revealed a stunned look. Feng Lao is a famous appraisal expert in Shangjing City. Even he could not see the origin of this jade bracelet. Fabulous treasure. The faces of all the people present showed a look of horror. A magic treasure. That is worth a lot of money. Now it was even broken. For a while, everyone's eyes were focused on Hu Qianshan's body. The eyes hated not to kill Hu Qianshan by 1,000 cuts. You even broke the magic treasure. Someone pointed at Hu Qianshan, and that tone of voice was morose and cold, causing Hu Qianshan to shrink her body and hide behind Wang Huan. Even she herself hadn't expected the jade bracelet to come from such a great source, although she didn't know the value of a magic treasure. But seeing the expression on these people's faces, she was clear that even if she dumped her family's money, she wouldn't be able to afford to pay for a magic treasure. No, I didn't break it. I don't know anything. Hu Qianshan was on the verge of crying out in aggravation. She grabbed Wang Huan's arm and said nervously, Wang Huan, you have to believe me, it wasn't me who broke it. Hu Qianshan, you still don't admit it. Do you think this matter is something you can get past by denying it? Yao Xianxian looked resentful, but in her heart, she was happy. How could she not expect this jade bracelet to come from such a big place? As long as she sat on the fact that the person who broke the bracelet was Hu Qianshan, then no one could save her. A magic treasure was broken. This has definitely attracted the wrath of the people. After all, these rich and powerful people have gone through a lot of trouble, not just want a magic treasure, and even can be said to be the lifelong request. The result of the eye was broken. How can this be forgiven? Elder Feng, can you really be sure that this thing is a magic treasure? Zhao Song's tone was a little shaky. He no longer had the calm tone he had earlier. If it was just a jade bracelet worth a few $100,000, it was just a drop in the bucket for him. But if this was a magic treasure, he had a pang of heartache. His dream magic treasure was right in front of his eyes, and it ended up shattering. He couldn't help but cover his chest to ease the throbbing pain inside. Feng Lao said, my eyes are clumsy, I can't see the way. But the owner of this jade bracelet has a great deal of history, and commissioned the hidden treasure villa to consign it. And now that it's broken, I can't account for it. Girl, did you really break this? Feng Lao's eyes glowed red as he stared at Hu Qianshan. No, it wasn't me. Hu Qianshan is too scared to look up. What's not you? You're clearly weak-minded and don't even have the courage to look up. Yao Xianxian added fuel to the fire. Next to him, Zhu Jianxia said in a conspiratorial manner, Xianxian, don't talk nonsense, there's a big money beside him. That's Mr. Zhao's honored guest. We can't afford to offend him. His words were deliberately said to Feng Lao, intending to pull Wang Huan down with him. Mr. Wang, is she really the female companion you brought? Feng Lao shifted his gaze to Wang Huan. Yes, Wang Huan spoke. If it was really Qianshan who broke this magic treasure, I will give Elder Feng an explanation and will not implicate anyone. Hearing Wang Huan's words, quite a few people present couldn't help but deflate their mouths. Who do you think you are? What explanation do you take? Wang Huan didn't explain. As long as the materials were sufficient and he was given time, it wasn't like the magic treasures couldn't be refined. As the heir to the heavenly master Dao, if he couldn't even refine the magic treasures, then it would really be a laugh. When Zhao Song heard this, his heart tightened. Wang Huan's words were too strong. Just now he was in a state of confusion. Now it seems that Wang Huan wasn't half flustered. Even when he heard that the jade bracelet was a magic treasure, he didn't change color a bit. Thinking of that day when Zhao Xingyue informed him of everything that happened in the delicious building, he suddenly remembered that this Wang Huan was a worldly superior. Compared to a magic treasure, this Wang Huan was more worthy than a magic treasure. Elder Feng, Even if this jade bracelet is a magic treasure, it will be counted on me as well. Zhao Song's mouth was shocking. Mr. Zhao, have you thought about it? Elder Feng also didn't expect that Zhao Song would be so generous. He didn't know that Zhao Song was only doing this to get closer to Wang Huan. Yes, Elder who is kind to me. Although the magic treasure is hard to come by, the kindness is greater than heaven. Wait, right at this moment, Wang Huan suddenly opened his mouth. I appreciate Mr. Zhao's goodwill, but it's still not clear if this jade bracelet was broken by Qian Qian, and it's still debatable if it's a magic treasure or not. Mr. Wang, what do you mean by that? Feng Lao spoke in confusion. It's still not clear. This kid wants to renege on his debt, now that the jade bracelet is shattered. There's no proof of death, and he's now saying that this jade bracelet isn't a magic treasure, and even if he compensates for it, he can only compensate for it at the price of an ordinary jade bracelet. Xu Jianxia coldly laughed. The moment these words came out, the crowd could not help but look at Wang Huan. These words did make sense. Right now, other than Feng Lao being able to prove that it was a magic treasure, no one else could prove it, which would be unclear if they were to pull the wool over their eyes. After all, Feng Lao couldn't produce evidence to prove that this jade bracelet was a magic treasure, and if Wang Huan bites out that this is just an ordinary jade bracelet, such a thing, no one can make sense of it. Feng Lao's face slowly grimaced as he said, this little brother has a point, and to be honest, I cannot conclude that this object must be a magic treasure, but the owner who hosted it here did leave a piece of evidence that proves that this object is a magic treasure. Oh, Wang Huan came to be interested. The person next to him brought a tablet, and Feng Lao opened it and said, I used the reputation of Treasure Hidden Villa as a guarantee that the jade bracelet in the video later on is the same piece as the one broken in front of us. Now, please look. The crowd curiously looked at the flat plate in his hand, in the video, only to see a fairy-style old man holding the jade bracelet, then see his hand pinching the magic neck. His mouth said an incantation. The crowd only saw that the jade bracelet violently emitted a ray of light, and in the jade bracelet next to some of the iron shavings actually slowly like the bracelet to lean in. The people in the hall's eyes all seemed to be staring out, dead staring at that glowing jade bracelet. A magic treasure. This is really a magic treasure. Those beside them who saw the scene shouted out with trembling voices, and one's eyes were even more reddened. Chapter 32 Mirror Mirror. Even Zhao Song couldn't help but have a nervous look on his face. After the video was played, Feng Lao looked at the expressions on the faces of the people in the hall. The corners of his mouth revealed a smirk as he said, Gentlemen, even though I have no evidence to prove that this jade bracelet is a magical treasure, I believe that you all watched the video just now, and the owner of this jade bracelet as you all saw in the video, that was Master Qian. Now no one is doubting that this bracelet is not a magical treasure, right? It's a pity. If this jade bracelet is not broken, I am willing to offer $10 million. Xu Jianxia shook his head. $10 million for a magic treasure? If it wasn't broken, I'll bid $20 million. Next to him there was a rich man who opened his mouth, a deep look of pity in his eyes. Only Wang Huan did not make a sound. If this was called a magic treasure, then magic treasures were too common. At this time he came out and said that this jade bracelet is not a magic treasure. I am afraid that no one will believe in his words. After all, everyone believes that he is real. That is, the fake has become real. Hu Qianshan's face also turned pale. Feng Lao asked, Mr. Wang, now that it has been confirmed that this jade bracelet is a magic treasure, what else do you have to say after your female companion destroyed the magic treasure? Wang Huan shook his head. He knew Hu Qian's nature very well. Although there were some rebellious and stubborn nature, but her self-esteem was very strong. If it was really her who broke it, she would never deny it. The matter is still unclear. Is it fair to say that she broke it? Che, Wang Huan, are you trying to cheat? Zhu Jianxia sneered. Yao Xianxian's mouth is more like a machine gun that keeps firing. Are you kidding me? I saw it with Xia's own eyes. Besides, this jade bracelet was broken at her feet. Such an obvious thing. Is it just you who can come off by saying that you're not clear about it? While saying this, while seeing Hu Qian's mouth, dry and anxious look, her heart is very painful, raising her chin, as if a victorious rooster. Words can't be said too early. You also said, only two of you saw it. It doesn't count. Wang Huan laughed coldly and lightly. Don't think that there is no surveillance here, so you guys can just falsely accuse others. Sometimes, when the truth surfaces, it will embarrass you guys. The truth is that Hu Qianshan broke the magic treasure that Master Qian hosted here, and you're denying it in 100 different ways in order to avoid compensation. Xu Jianxia snorted. Wang Huan shook his head and said with a disdainful face, do you guys really think that just because no one saw it, you can be allowed to make false accusations? Elder Feng, please have someone fetch a basin of clear water. Clear water? Hearing Wang Huan's words, everyone's faces revealed a look of suspicion, and Zhao Song's heart was also puzzled for a while. He only knew that Wang Huan was a high-ranking person who had fought with the disciples of Yinshan sect, but for the rest, he knew nothing about it. Now that Wang Huan wanted a basin of clear water to be used to prove Hu Qianqian's innocence, it sounded a bit heavenly. Feng Lao quickly had someone fetch a basin of water. Since this Wang wanted to prove it, let him prove it and convince him. Mr. Wang, the clear water is here. Wang Huan pointed to the place where the jade bracelet was broken. Put the water here. What is this kid doing? A basin of clear water. Could this water even point out who the real culprit is? Who? He, laughed me to death. A basin of water is of no use. This kid is desperate. Zhu Jianxia sneered, unimpressed. Even Hu Qianqian was confused and inquired in a low voice. Wang Huan, what exactly are you doing? Prove your innocence and find out the real culprit. Wang Huan said, ha ha ha, too funny. Could there be truth inside this water? Yao Xianxian laughed with a flamboyant smile, and the sneer on her face became even more intense. Looking at Yao Xianxian, who was hilariously laughing, Wang Huan also laughed along with him and complimented. Clever, you're right. The expression on Yao Xianxian's face stiffened, then it was replaced with a disdainful look. Bluffing? It's just a pot of water. You really think it's a camera? The others also felt that Wang Huan's words were too ridiculous, and all of them laughed coldly. Zhu Jianxia wrapped his arm around Yao Xianxian's waist and laughed. There is a saying that you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Let's see what tricks he will play. Wang Huan walked to the front of the water, looked at the projection inside the water, and faintly said, I'm afraid you guys are going to be disappointed. A lot of things in the world are not known by you vulgar people. There is a spell called Mirror Flower Water Moon, which is able to restore some of the things that have happened. Mirror Flower Water Moon? Hearing Wang Huan's words, the people in the hall were at a loss. Spells? Pretending to be a god? Yao Xianxian was sarcastic, and the faces of the others revealed a look of gravity. Since there were magic treasures in the world, there must be people who made them, and this category of people were often what people saw as worldly experts. These worldly experts have their unknown means, which is not a secret within the rich and powerful circle. It was just that what they couldn't imagine was that Wang Huan was actually going to cast spells in front of them. Could it be that this guy is also a worldly master? When Zhao Song heard that Wang Huan was going to cast spells, he couldn't help but sit up straight, revealing a strong color of curiosity inside his eyes. Silence! Wang Huan suddenly opened his mouth. His voice was like a loud bell, shocking everyone's ears, only to see that he squared his clothes. His 10 fingers rapidly knotted in front of him at such a fast speed that the crowd was dazzled, and some people were even worried that his fingers would not be knotted as a result, and his mouth was vibrating, but he couldn't understand what he was saying. Mr. Zhao, what's the origin of this Mr. Wang? Why do I feel a bit hung up? The people next to him inquired to Zhao Song, because from the moment Wang Huan started, they felt that the surroundings were a bit off, especially inside the hall. There was even a cool breeze blowing from nowhere, making their hearts tingle. You guys, look over there. Zhao Xingyue suddenly pointed at the clear water in the basin, a horrified look appearing in her eyes. My God, how is it possible? How did this basin of water move? Impossible. There's no scientific basis for this. No one has touched this basin. How could this water rotate? The surrounding people's eyes are all staring round. The scene that happened in front of them is too suspenseful. A basin of water, good for nothing like a whirlpool churning. Just when the people next to him were still exclaiming in shock, Wang Huan suddenly opened his eyes, and at the moment he opened his eyes, his entire aura burst out in vain, and the clothes on his body fluttered without wind, and his hand seals suddenly stopped, pointing towards that water basin. At the same time, a deafening voice rang out, Danshu mouth god, spitting out filth and removing atmosphere, tongue god Zhongluan, tongue life nourishing god. Wang Huan's hand seals changed in vain, and at the same time, that basin of water was vibrating violently, at which time, he loudly shouted, raise your head 3 feet and there is a deity, mirror flower, water and moon. Now, at that moment, the faces of the crowd showed a shocking color, only to see that the basin of water as Wang Huan's hand gesture fell, the water that was still spinning, slowly became calm, and then swirled up a burst of ripples, and when these ripples stopped, a picture appeared on the surface of the water. Chapter 33 There is only one truth. Seeing this image appear, Wang Huan's mouth revealed a smile. After going down the mountain, he had never used Taoist magic. He didn't expect to succeed in one go. It was a lot smoother than when he was practicing on the mountain. Gentlemen, the truth is about to appear. Who broke the jade bracelet? It will be clear later. Don't think I'm easy to bully. After the truth appears, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, humph. This cold snort from Wang Huan made the people present seem like they had fallen into a cold pool. The others couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. If Wang Huan was just an ordinary person, they certainly wouldn't care about his danger. But the current Wang Huan was a grandmaster, a worldly master who knew the art of Taoism. Who among those present dared to offend? Please rest assured, Master Wang, once the truth comes out, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Elder Feng's attitude also changed, and bowed slightly while conversing with Wang Huan. Without the need for Wang Huan to purposely remind him, the eyes of the people present had been attracted by the basin of water, and the picture inside the water was like a movie floating out in front of them. From inside the water, it could be seen that the Hu Qianqian at that time walked by and stayed beside the jade bracelet for a few seconds. Then she turned around. Just at the moment she turned around, a hand suddenly reached out from the side. The speed of this hand was very fast, picking up the jade bracelet from behind Hu Qianqian's back, and then threw it at Hu Qianqian's feet, followed by, "It's really not MS. Who?" Seeing this scene, the faces of those present changed drastically. A few moments of panic appeared on one's face, and they could not help but look at Wang Huan with a few more moments of fear. This was the art of gods and ghosts. How could they be easily offended? Thinking of their righteous accusation of Hu Qianqian just now, these people could not help but feel a little fear in their hearts. Don't be anxious, everyone, we will soon be able to see who the real culprit is. Feeling the breathing of everyone in the hall become ragged, Wang Huan smiled and reminded, "Clang!" Just at this time, someone suddenly rushed out and kicked over the basin of water in front of them, only to see Zhu Jianxia with an angry look on his face. He said, "What mirror in water moon? It's completely a tactic of pretending to be a god. As the upper-class people of Shangjing City, how can we believe in these futile and superstitious arts?" He spoke righteously, but a flicker of panic flashed in his eyes. "Gentlemen, this person has bad intentions and is here to disturb our thoughts. This kind of person deserves to die. How can we be surrounded by this kind of shameless person? Elder Feng, please drive this person out." Zhu Jianxia's tone was urgent and even a little panicked. He realized that no matter how hard he hissed, no one responded and instead looked at him with a cold face. It wasn't like the people present were little cuties. Although the mirror flower water moon technique was knocked over by this man halfway through, who was the real culprit? Wasn't it obvious? Zhu Jianxia see these people's eyes. The heart is more bang straight jump. He at first just want to break this bracelet, planted to Hu Qianqian, so that she cannot afford to pay compensation. This time he took the initiative to help pay compensation, and then in the proposal of some ulterior conditions. But when he learned that this jade bracelet is a treasure, his heart panicked. Can only bite the death of Hu Qianqian did. Seeing that the truth is about to come out, he was scared out of his wits, which made him act aggressively. And now when he saw the disdainful gazes of the crowd, it was as if he was slapped in the face with a few heavy slaps. Moreover, he was very afraid in his heart, destroying a magic treasure, and the treasure was not his. How could the owner of the magic treasure let him go? Also, could Wang Huan let himself go? Would the treasure villa let him go? Thinking of this, Zhu Jianxia was a bit flustered. He was cynical about why Wang Huan wanted to reveal the truth, and he was also cynical about why he wanted to compete with him. Wang Huan looked at Feng Lao and said, "Feng Lao, you are the owner of this place. How to deal with it?" Feng Lao's face was gloomy and trembling. He was trying to suppress the anger in his heart. "Master Wang, misunderstanding your female companion. This is our fault at Treasure Villa. Please be at ease. The old man will surely give you, and this MS, who, a satisfactory explanation." Afterward, he turned his head to look at Zhu Jianxia and growled grimly, "What else do you have to explain?" Feng Lao was furious beyond words. If Wang Huan would not have mirrored the jade bracelet, then he would have definitely decided that the jade bracelet was broken by Hu Qianxia. Even if the result could be compensated, he would have offended Wang Huan. Even if the result can be compensated, Wang Huan will be offended. When I think of this guy, I will be offended by a man of the world. Feng Lao can't help but sweat at the back of his heart. Feng Lao chilled his face, making people not dare to look directly at him. Although he was only the steward of the treasure villa, but no one dared to underestimate it. There were countless hidden treasures inside the entire villa. How could it be a generalized generation? Zhu Jianxia, you'd better give me an honest explanation, or else, I guarantee that you won't be able to walk out of the hidden treasure villa for half a step. Hearing these words, the faces of the people present revealed a look of awe. Zhu Jianxia's face swished and turned pale. He thought of a rumor that there was once an organization that wanted to ransack the treasure villa, and as a result, all of this organization's people disappeared strangely the next day. Without waiting for Zhu Jianxia to open his mouth, Yao Xianxian next to him could no longer bear the atmosphere here, and eagerly said, I say, this is all Zhu Jianxia's doing. He wanted Qian Xian to get into bed, and purposely broke the jade bracelet, so that she couldn't afford to pay for the compensation. And Zhu Jianxia wanted to blackmail Qian Xian because of this. When Zhu Jianxia heard these words, his entire body's bones seemed to shatter as he sat paralyzed on the ground. Shameless, despicable. At that instant, the people present pointed at Zhu Jianxia and cursed for a while. Seeing Feng Lao's murderous gaze, Yao Xianxian shivered in fear and ran to Hu Qianxian. in tears, begging, "Qianxian, it doesn't matter about me, it's all Zhu Jianxia's idea. Quickly beg your boyfriend for mercy. It really doesn't matter about me. You must save me. We used to be friends." Hu Qianxian was totally baffled. Wang Huan is not his boyfriend. It's useless to ask for mercy. Mr. Wang. No, Master Wang. I'm wrong. I shouldn't have framed your girlfriend. It's all because Zhu Jianxia forced me to do it. Just let me go. I won't dare to do it again. Yao Xianxian knelt on the ground and hugged Wang Huan's thigh. In order to get Wang Huan's forgiveness, she even went so far as to stick that soft and plump part of her body on Wang Huan's thigh. Wang Huan said indifferently, "Put away your petty tactics. This is Feng Lao's matter." Feng Lao's face revealed a flash of sternness as he said, "Pull Zhu Jianxia down, break his limbs and throw him out. You dare." When Zhu Jianxia heard these words, his face paled in fear, but someone quickly came up and directly dragged him away. Soon the sound of Zhu Jianxia's mournful screams came from outside. "Master Wang, save me, save me." Hearing Zhu Jianxia's pig-killing screams, Yao Xianxian was scared and lost her color. Not only did she not let go, but instead, she hugged Wang Huan's thighs tighter. Feng Lao stole a glance at Wang Huan and said, "Get your ass to the security group and tell Zhu Qingxiang to prepare $20 million to bring his son back." "Yes, thank you Elder Feng. Thank you Master Wang. And thank you Qian." Yao Xianxian heard this and knew that she had dodged a bullet today. "Master Wang, are you still satisfied with this disposition?" Elder Feng turned back to Wang Huan and solicited. Chapter 34, Burying the Scourge. Wang Huan coldly said, "It's not bad, but I don't want there to be a next time for something like this. Otherwise it won't be the art of mirroring. Don't think that Mr. Wang hasn't mastered the art of killing." Saying these words, everyone present felt a chill on their backs. Among the people present, who wasn't a person who had traveled across the shopping mall, who had sunk in and out of the business sea, who had seen countless storms and waves, but when they thought of the killing art in Wang Huan's mouth, they couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine. This kind of character can't be bullied by them. Thinking of those legends of killing people with ghosts, fetching things from the air and other immortal means, it was simply indefensible. Who would dare to offend them easily? Wang Huan, don't mess around. Killing is against the law. Hu Qianshan was shocked by these words, but her heart was warm. Wang Huan actually dared to kill for her own sake. She had not been cared for since she was a child. Suddenly being smashed on her heart by these domineering words of Wang Huan, made her heart beat like a deer in headlights. Wang Huan smiled but did not say anything. Tianshi Dao Er, although control of the art of killing, but cannot be abused. Otherwise it is detrimental to the harmony of heaven. But to deal with those who are great evil, there are not so many taboos. That is, to cut down the demons and eliminate the devil. For the sake of heaven. Hearing Hu Qianxian's words, those present secretly laughed in their hearts. This little girl is also too simple. When a master kills someone, it's invisible and doesn't leave any evidence at all. Grandmaster Wang, I was misled by that bastard Zhu Jianxia. My words were disrespectful to Grandmaster Wang. I've offended him a lot. Please be generous to Grandmaster Wang. A real estate boss stood out and respectfully bowed to Wang Huan to apologize. As a real estate developer, he worked very closely with the security group. After all, whether it was demolition or relocation, security was still needed. In the time just now, his mockery of Wang Huan was no less than Zhu Jianxia. Now after seeing Wang Huan's ghostly means, his liver was shaking with fear, afraid of being settled. The others were no better. One by one, they apologized to him. Where was the arrogance left on their faces? Looking at this young man in his early 20s, nervous, Zhao Song's eyes were incomparably surprised. At first he only thought that Wang Huan was very accomplished in the medical path, and then he heard Zhao Xingyue say about Wang Huan's clash with Gao Yiming, but this only made him favor Wang Huan. But today this mirror flower water moon technique made him completely reacquaint himself with Wang Huan. Looking at those rich and powerful people who bowed to please him, and then thinking about his own pair of legs, he finally figured out one truth. That is, no matter how rich and powerful you are, you can't offend these worldly masters. This is what a true high person is, to be feared. Zhao Xingyu's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Hu Qianxian was a little disbelieving. These rich and powerful people, when his father went to flatter them, each one of them had a cold face. Their eyes were high above the ground, and they were arrogant. But when they were in front of Wang Huan, each of them was pretending to be a grandson and smiling. This contrast made her feel incredible. Feng Lao's heart was also very surprised. He had also seen many masters, but these worldly masters were undoubtedly not old and 80 years old. And like Wang Huan, such a young, able to cast spells of masters, he was still unique. Mr. Wang, please forgive me for the poor hospitality. Feng Lao's posture was low. Wang Huan knew what these people were afraid of. He waved his hand and smiled faintly. I'm a very good talker. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. but if there's anyone who dares to make a bad move behind my back, then don't blame me for being impolite. Yes, yes, Master Wang, we'll remember. Hearing these words, the people in the room couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. As long as they don't care about what happened just now, it's good. So in the future, keep your eyes a little brighter, and when you see this master, then pretend to be grandchildren. Seeing their sincere attitude, Wang Huan nodded. I don't like to publicize today's matter. Everyone who saw it is considered to have seen it. I don't want it to spread all over the city. Got it? Master Wang, don't worry. We will definitely keep our mouths shut. The people present assured one after another. Wang Huan waved his hand, dispersing the people surrounding him. Everyone disperse. Hu Qianqian held Wang Huan's arm, a little birdie with a smile on her face. Wang Huan, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Next to him, Zhao Song looked at the heartless Hu Qianqian. He couldn't help but envy in his heart. Hu Lao's eyes are really poisonous. He could see Wang Huan's extraordinary at a glance, and now he is even letting Hu Qianqian to be the first one to get the job. And then, he looked at his daughter Zhao Xingyu. His heart secretly screamed pity. Qian, Master Wang, this is more than just powerful. You are not seeing. Your uncle Zhao, I was scared just now. My back was cold. Zhao Song laughed. Zhao Xingyu looked at the shattered magic treasure on the ground and said with some pity, it's just a pity about this magic treasure. That Zhu Jianxia is really abominable to the extreme. Having eyes to recognize the gold and jade. Such a waste. Hearing this, Wang Huan shook his head. What do you mean by shaking your head? Could it be that Sister Xingyu is wrong? Hu Qianqian asked curiously. This kind of thing was not intended to be pointed out, but seeing the rare look in the eyes of several people, Wang Huan laughed. That's not a magic treasure at all, but it's just some blindfold. What? Hu Qianqian covered her red lipped small mouth, whispered, then how did you just? Halfway through her sentence, her face suddenly smiled badly and said, you deliberately didn't say anything. Are you trying to make that Zhu Jianxia lost $20 million for nothing? Mr. Wang, I didn't expect you to be so bad. Zhao Xingyu snorted and laughed. If Shu Qingxiang knew that the magic treasure that he had spent $20 million to compensate for was fake, he would probably be angry and spit out blood. It's not exactly that. Wang Huan laughed. Zhao Song was the only one in the audience who understood what was going on. Once Wang Huan said that the magic treasure was fake, he would definitely offend the owner of that magic treasure. Master Qian had a very high reputation in Shangjing City, and his relationship with many big families in Shangjing City was very close. If Wang Huan dismantled his trick, it would be breaking Master Qian's financial path. Cutting off someone's financial path was like killing one's parents. How would that Master Qian be able to give up? Although the several people were talking in a low voice, the room full of people who did not have their minds on Wang Huan naturally listened to their conversation. Master Qian's magic treasure is actually fake. I really didn't expect that with Master Qian's reputation. He would actually sell fake magic treasures. Humph. This you don't know. There is a fake in the real and a real in the fake. This Master Qian is shrewd. Now there's a lively scene. If this gets out, Master Qian's signboard will be completely ruined, and he won't find Master Wang to fight for his life? These words they only said inwardly, not daring to say them in front of Wang Huan. Feng Lao sighed in his heart. He knew that he couldn't plug the long mouth. What happened here today would definitely reach Master Qian's ears, and that Master Qian would definitely not let it go. Shangjing City, in the near future, I am afraid that it will set off a fight between masters. Chapter 35, The Arrival of the Master. The people present all put this matter in their hearts. Feng Lao was also silent. He was very cautious. He could neither offend Master Qian nor Master Wang. There are quite a lot of fights between gods and goddesses, and there are a lot of fish ponds to be affected. He could not afford to mess with both ends. Just when everyone was still searching for the magic treasure, a security guard looked anxious and ran over, whispered a few words in Feng Lao's ear, while Feng Lao's light smile instantly turned worried. He glanced at Wang Huan who was not far away. The others also saw the change in Feng Lao's face. The normally unperturbed Feng Lao's face changed drastically today, which made many people unanticipated. Could it be that something big had happened? Feng Lao's face was green and black. He came to Wang Huan's front and said, Master Wang, there is something I need to tell you first. Wang Huan also saw his expression and said, Elder Feng, say what you have to say. Shu Qingxiang is here. Elder Feng's face was grave. He had just had someone break Zhu Jianxia's limbs, and had also asked Zhu Qingxiang to bring $20 million in cash to compensate for the Dharma treasure that had been broken by his son. And now that Zhu Qingxiang had come to the money to arrive, he revealed an expression like this. Zhao San laughed. Feng Lao, then since Zhu Qingxiang has come to pay for the money, you should be happy. Feng Lao shook his head with a bitter smile. If it was just Zhu Qingxiang who came alone, I wouldn't be afraid. The key is the person who traveled with him. Then after pausing for a few seconds, he said with a serious face, Master Qian has also come, with Zhu Qingxiang. Master Qian? The three words came out from Feng Lao's mouth, and instantly, there was a silence inside the entire hall, with horrified looks on their faces, because Wang Huan had just said that Grandmaster Qian's magic treasure was a fake, and now its owner had come to the door. It was clear that the people in the hall had told Grandmaster Qian the news. Moreover, Master Qian came together with Xu Qingxiang. This attitude was intriguing. At this time, the people in the hall had spontaneously arrived at the entrance of the hall, and at the doorway, an old man in his early 60s, wearing a tang suit, beside him, followed by a man in a suit. This man was probably in his 50s, in good spirits, with a face that was 7 times similar to Zhu Jianxie just now. Master Qian, please. Xu Qingxiang wore a smile on his face as he respectfully said to the old man in the tang suit, "Good day, Master Qian." The tycoons in the hall came forward to greet each other, with a few pleasing looks on their faces. Grandmaster Qian, I recently wanted to request a magic treasure to calm my body and nourish my mind. Does Grandmaster Qian have one there? A group of people gathered around Master Qian's body to offer their attentions. Although they had also seen Wang Huan's power just now, Master Qian was famous in Shangjing City, both in terms of age and fame. He was greater than Wang Huan, which was the lesser of the two. These people were savvy about it. Feng Lao walked over and laughed. Master Qian's magic treasure is a hard thing to find in Shangjing City. I wonder what good treasure Master Qian brought this time. The people next to him also nodded their heads, and then one by one, their eyes were fixed on Master Qian. A cold smile appeared on Zhu Qingxiang's face. Gentlemen, my son just unintentionally broke the magic treasure that Master Qian consigned here, and I heard that I even offended a Master Wang because of it. Is that right? As soon as Zhu Qingxiang said this, the faces of those present changed slightly, and they all landed their gazes on Wang Huan's body. Everyone could hear the tit-for-tat in Zhu Qingxiang's tone. At this time, Grandmaster Qian fished out a 3-inch-long copper sword from his pocket, which was rusted, though one could vaguely see the talisman engraved on it. Just now I heard that this Master Wang commented on my jade bracelet magic treasure. My eyesight is not good. I wonder if Master Wang can help comment on this treasure again. Wang Huan glanced at the copper sword in his hand and did not make a sound. Master Wang is so young. How can he recognize Master Qian's treasure? Xu Qingxiang looked at Wang Huan with a cold smile. He already knew that his son's limbs were broken, and this Wang Huan was the culprit. Originally, he knew that this Wang Huan was also a grandmaster and wanted to forcefully endure this matter. But when he learned that Wang Huan had actually said that the jade bracelet was a fake magic treasure, he knew that the opportunity for revenge had come. If Grandmaster Qian knew that someone had said that the magic treasure he was consigning was fake, would he be able to sit back and do nothing? Thus the current scene came about. What? Grandmaster Wang, Grandmaster Qian asked you to help palm the eyes, and you didn't make a sound. Are you looking down on the treasure in Grandmaster Qian's hands? Xu Qingxiang said disdainfully. Wang Huan, Hu Qian said worriedly. Ha ha ha, the treasure that Master Qian can take out. That is naturally marvelous. I don't know how Master Qian intends to sell it. I want to buy it. Zhao San laughed out loud and said with a genuine look in his eyes. He naturally saw that this Master Qian was here to look for trouble. He was now going to buy this copper sword without asking if it was real or fake. That was to sell Master Qian a face, hoping that he would be able to forget about his past grudges. Master Qian smiled contemptuously, and coldly grunted without giving half face. Humph, what kind of thing are you? The old man's treasure. How can it be that you can afford to buy it? Zhao San's face was very unsightly. He was interested in turning a war of words into peace, but the other party didn't give him any face at all. He was furious and his face turned red. Master Chen didn't care how ugly Zhao San's face was. At this time, he took out another string of bracelets and sneered. I've long heard that Boss Zhao's delicious house is making money day in and day out. It's a gold-sucking behemoth. And this string of bracelets of mine is also an unrivaled magic treasure. $30 million. Does Boss Zhao want it? Zhao San's face burst with anger. His fists pinched loudly. This string of bracelets in front of him, not to mention him, even a small child could see that it was a $5 string of ground goods from a street stall. As a result, the other party pointed at the deer and insisted on saying that it was a magic treasure. $30 million for him to buy it. This led him how to swallow this breath. However, if he didn't agree, he was thus fuming after all. Zhao boss, you just did not say that the old man's magic treasure a piece of hard to find well, now sold to you. You do not agree. Is it suspected that the old man's magic treasure is a fake? The word fake was bitten very hard. Now everyone could see that Grandmaster Qian was using Zhao San to lash out at Wang Huan. The atmosphere in the hall also turned subtle, and those who originally still wanted to get on good terms with Wang Huan were slowly distancing themselves from him. Boss Zhao, what do you think? Master Qian laughed. It was clear that he wanted to blackmail Zhao Song and knock Wang Huan. Xu Qingxiang laughed out loud. Boss Zhao, opportunities can't come by often, and now that Master Qian has specialized in buying a magic treasure for you, what are you hesitating for? Oh, You suspect in your heart that this string of bracelets is fake, right? Isn't there a Master Wang next to you? Why don't you let him give you a look over and discern whether this string is genuine or fake? Zhao Song's face turned blue and he didn't say a word. Master Qian had a cold and stern look in his eyes as he laughed sorrowfully. Just now, this Master Wang said that old man's jade bracelet was fake. So I'd like to ask Master Wang to comment on whether this string of bracelets is real or fake again. Bah, shameless old man. At this moment, Hu Qianqian, who was standing beside Wang Huan, suddenly couldn't help but scold. You have the face to ask for $30 million for this broken bracelet that no one wants for $5 a string? Chapter 36, Fighting. As soon as these words came out, the crows were silent. Everyone stared at Hu Qianqian, revealing the same look. That look that is the look that you are dead. Everyone in the audience who had eyes knew that the strings Master Qian took out were ground-level goods, but no one dared to say so. This is the reality of pointing a deer as a horse. No one dared to refute it. Once refuted, it would definitely offend Master Qian, and the consequences would be very serious. Shu Qingxiang revealed a smug smile. He knew that this woman was going to die and would be killed on the spot by Master Qian. More people revealed a look of pity. A young girl in her flowery years, offending a grandmaster like this and perishing. It was too much of a pity. Good, very good. Since you said that this string of mine is a floor stall, then you have to look carefully. Grandmaster Qian did not get angry, only the sternness in his eyes flashed. He pinched a magic seal in his hand, and the string of bracelets suddenly floated up, buzzing and spinning in the air, and a flash of green light emitted from the bracelet. At that moment, the hall fell dead silent, a terrified light appearing in his eyes. Spells? Master Qian is going to cast a spell, someone whispered. At this moment, inside the hall, the crowd only felt a cool wind coming from Master Qian's body. The most frightening thing was that the clothes on Master Qian's body were windless, as if they were being blown by a hairdryer, and on that string of bracelets, a ghostly sobbing sound was emitted, which made people feel creepy. Feng Lao's body shivered and trembled. This is a killing technique. Master Qian, please think twice. Since you recognize that this is a killing technique, then you understand one thing even more. Once you do it, you will definitely take someone's life. Master Qian responded coldly. His gaze did not rest on Hu Qianqian, but rather on Wang Huan next to her. This Master Wang, now is my magic treasure real or fake? Hu Qianqian's face was pale with fear. She seemed to have forgotten how to move. Her inner mind had long gone blank, knowing that her words just now had angered this Master Qian and brought great trouble to Wang Huan. The corner of Shu Qingxiang's mouth rose up and laughed sarcastically. Grandmaster Wang, before Grandmaster Qian came, you were majestic. Now in front of Grandmaster Qian, how come you can't even let out a single fart? Master Wang? IF*CK. Your hair hasn't even grown back yet, and you dare to tell other masters what to do. You really don't know how to die. The others were silent. The hand that Grandmaster Qian showed was too scary, although that string hadn't started attacking yet. But looking at the speed at which the string was spinning, if it was really shot out, it wasn't slower than a bullet. Wang Huan's face didn't show any panic. He stepped in front of Hu Qianqian. Why should Master Qian scare a woman? Is this a disguised attempt to go soft? Shu Qingxiang sneered. However, Wang Huan's next words took those present by surprise. Your bracelet is indeed fake. This point is clearer in your heart than anyone else's. As for the string in front of you, even if you use your power to add onto it and make him appear so gorgeous, it still can't change the fact that it is just an ordinary wooden bead. Not bad. A bit of guts. Dare to tell the truth. Grandmaster Qian's eyes opened and looked squarely at Wang Huan. If it was an ordinary person, in such a situation, they would have long been scared and terrified. But Wang Huan was still able to speak eloquently, even going against himself. When the others saw that Wang Huan was not panicking, they could not help but look at each other. Could it be that this kid really dared to call the shots with Master Qian? Kid, I'll ask you one last time. This string of mine, $30 million, do you buy it or not? Master Qian asked threateningly. Wang Huan snorted and laughed. Master Qian, you sold magic treasures under false pretenses, and now that you've been told off, you still dare to threaten. I'm curious to know if those who have been cheated by you will let you off the hook. Kid, what did you say? When Grandmaster Qian heard this, his eyes snapped up and his face was bruised. At this time, he had long ceased to be the graceful Master Qian. Wang Huan had revealed his means of wealth collection and cut off his financial path. Even if some people were afraid of his means and didn't dare to retaliate, but in the future, he wouldn't be able to sell his magic treasures. The people in the hall were in a cold sweat. This Wang Huan had already torn Master Qian's last layer of shaming cloth. It was a situation of immortality. Kid, you dare to cut off old man's wealth? Grandmaster Qian's teeth clenched loudly, and the gusts of gloomy wind around him became more and more obvious. Killing intent, it was already very obvious in his eyes. What? Annoyed and want to fight me? Wang Huan laughed, not half a bit of fear on his face. Instead, He looked at the other party with a smile on his face. Since he came down from the mountain, he hadn't fought with anyone yet, and he knew very little about the cultivators in this world. This Master Qian in front of him was not enough to worry about. A person who had just stepped into the cultivator, and those rough sideways ways to scare these ordinary people were just enough. Compared to him, the Tianchi Dao authentic Tao, it was really not worth mentioning. Master Qian, the most important thing about being a human being is sincerity. You sold fake goods, and when you were told off you didn't think about how to compensate the person who was cheated. Instead you threatened the person who told you off. Master Qian, do you really think that the money of us people falls from the sky? Zhao Song slapped his palm on his wheelchair, clearly also moved to anger. His words could be said to have hit home with the vast majority of the people present. Although they were the bosses, a magic treasure, at least, was tens of millions of dollars, and no one's money did not come from the wind. Although these people dared to be angry, but the gaze towards Master Qian had changed. Grandmaster Qian's face turned gloomy. If today's matter was spread out, his signboard in Shangjing City would be completely ruined. The thought of this way of making a living would be destroyed by Wang Huan like this. He couldn't help but look at Wang Huan in a gloomy manner. Kid, you are asking for death. Master Qian's face became more and more green and black, and with a pinch of the spell in his hand, the hall was suddenly filled with wild winds. Dare to go against me? Today I'll let you see what a true master's methods are. Only to see the string of beads in front of him whooshing like a bullet, shooting towards Wang Huan. Quickly go. Master Qian is angry. Don't get hurt by mistake. When the people in the hall saw this scene, their faces turned pale with fear and everyone retreated far away. Only Wang Huan was motionless, as if he was scared silly. Wang Huan, hurry up and dodge. If you get shot by this bead, you'll be dead. Hu Qianshan is so anxious that her tears are almost flowing out. It's so hard to meet someone who cares about her. She doesn't want to be killed here. I heard that you are also a grandmaster. How about I let you taste my killing art? Grandmaster Qian was bent on killing Wang Huan to vent his hatred. The art of killing? Wang Huan laughed out, then shook his head ridiculously. It's just the simplest art of repelling objects. This is what you recognize as the killing art, and you are not afraid of being laughed at for your ignorance. While laughing and still shaking his head, he said, "Good, today, I will let you see what is the true killing art." After saying that, in the crowd's astonished gazes, he suddenly pinched a spell and spat out a catchphrase from his mouth. Raise your eyes to see the blue sky. Underground, my master is in front of you. Fire come. At that moment, the entire hall was suddenly quiet. Flames rose in the void, and the temperature of the room was filled with elevated temperatures. Chapter 37 3 Flavors of True Flame? Wang Huan held a flame in his left hand, like a god, intimidating people. In the split second when the flame rose in Wang Huan's hand, the string driven over by Master Qian instantly turned into ashes, and Master Qian's face was stunned, which then transformed into a face of incomparable terror. Threefold flame, immortal monarch descends. Shouting out these words almost drained his body's strength. His entire body shivered. As a cultivator, he had a natural fear and longing for the Samadhi true fire. This was no longer a mortal fire. It was an immortal flame capable of burning all things. Samadhi true fire is the most rigid in Yang. It can be called the nemesis of all things. With Wang Huan's current means, he was naturally unable to execute the Samadhi true flame, but against goods like Master Qian, the flame in his hand was more than enough. Go! Wang Huan's palm pushed, and this flame inside his hand was like a long snake, snaking up in the air, sweeping towards Master Qian, who barely had any room to resist before he was struck by this flame. With just a single contact, this Master Qian screamed miserably on the spot. His hair instantly scorched and the clothes on his body burned as he rolled on the ground with a plop in an attempt to extinguish the flames on his body. Immortal monarch, spare your life. Immortal monarch, spare your life. Master Qian's skin was burned, his face was green and black, and a mournful plea for mercy came out of his mouth. Wang Huan made a move with one hand, and the flame made a vine sound, and then was extinguished, as if it had never appeared. If it wasn't for the burning smell left in the air, and the horrible burns all over Master Qian's body, no one would be able to believe that a flame had once appeared here. Master Qian curled up on the ground, looking at Wang Huan as if he were a mouse seeing a cat, his pupils revealing deep fear. At this moment, he no longer had his previous demeanor, rolling and crawling, kneeling in front of Wang Huan, kowtowing desperately. Immortal monarch, spare your life. Immortal monarch, spare your life. From the moment Wang Huan summoned the flames, this Master Qian had long been scared out of his wits. His heart was in shock, and in order to survive, he even kowtowed and begged for mercy. The eyes of the crowd were dumbfounded. This scene right now had exceeded all their perceptions. The gaze towards Wang Huan was filled with awe, as if they had seen a god coming down to earth. Wang Huan coldly looked at Master Qian, who kept kowtowing on the ground. To come out to cheat after cultivating some rudimentary aptitude. You have truly disgraced the face of the cultivators. Yes, yes, disciple is in the wrong. Never dare again. Please, immortal monarch, spare my life. Grandmaster Qian prostrated on the ground, shivering. His heart was scared to the extreme. Wang Huan was right. His little bit of insignificant art was nothing compared to Wang Huan. Today I waste your cultivation. Do you have any complaints? Wang Huan asked coldly. Grandmaster Qian's heart was dead. Once his cultivation was abolished, then there was no difference between him and an ordinary old man. And he had sold so many fake goods before. But anyone who could afford to buy magic treasures, which one of them was not a party of the rich and powerful? Once he didn't have his cultivation, could these people let themselves go? But when he thought of this godlike high person in front of him, he had even less courage to face it, and said in a trembling voice, disciple has no half complaints. It's best if you have no complaints, but if you have any half complaints, you will be annihilated. Wang Huan snorted coldly and snapped his fingers. A force directly broke through his dantian. Instantly, Master Qian's essence shriveled to the extreme, paralyzed on the ground like a ball of soft meat without bones, lost in thought. Many thanks to immortal monarch for not killing me. Get lost. If I see you practicing deception again, there will be consequences. Wang Huan waved his hand and casually said as if he was sweeping trash. Thank you, immortal monarch, for not killing me. Master Qian knelt on the ground, not even daring to stand up, lying on the ground and exiting this hall like a dog. Wang Huan turned back and looked at the crowd of people who were standing still on the side, and finally landed his gaze on Zhu Qingshan's body. Zhu Qingshan was also considered a #1 person in Shangjing City, with over 1,000 fighters under his hands, but under Wang Huan's gaze, his legs couldn't help but tremble. Seeing such a horrifying scene with his own eyes, even the famous Shangjing City's Master Qian was scared into a dog in front of the other party, and finally kowtowed and begged for forgiveness in order to survive. What capital did he have to act as a bully in front of your Wang Huan? Wang, Master Wang, I beg you to spare my life. His face was so pale that even his words were stuttered. He couldn't even utter a complete sentence. What's the matter? Boss Zhu was majestic earlier. Now he can't even speak? Wang Huan looked at him with a smile. Zhu Qingshan only felt a layer of goosebumps all over his body, and all his organs trembled. Master Wang, I was wrong. I had eyes but didn't recognize Tai. I regret it. Zhu Qingshan sat on the ground with a plop under Wang Huan's gaze. When the people in the hall saw Zhu Qingshan's downfall, their hearts couldn't help but feel a little chilled. No matter how powerful you are, in front of a true master, you are all dirt. For a while, the gazes of the people looking at Wang Huan changed to awe, taking fire from the air. Divine means, who would dare to offend such a character in the future? Especially those who were still gloating just now. They were even more anxious at this moment, and in their hearts, they couldn't mention how much they regretted. If they had known that they shouldn't have stood on Master Qian's side just now. Then look at Zhao Song. He stood beside Wang Huan from the beginning to the end, looking at the envy of the crowd. Truly divine means. Feng Lao's palms were sweating. His heart was shocked beyond measure. Even though he had seen many great people, he had never been as shocked as he was today. Zhao Song was even more excited. His hands were shaking. At this moment, he finally knew why this young man in front of him dared to call the shots with the Yinshan sect. This kind of divine means. Would he be afraid of a Yinshan sect? Hu Qianshan's beautiful eyes stared round, incredibly looking at Wang Huan. Originally she thought that Wang Huan is a martial arts master, but now it seems that people are more lofty than martial arts master. Listen to what that Master Qian called Wang Huan immortal. If in the past, when she heard someone calling an immortal monarch, she would have scoffed, thinking that it was pretending to be a god, but after seeing it with her own eyes, it made her have to believe that there really were worldly masters in this world. Boss Zhu, did you come here to settle the score with me or to pay for the money? Wang Huan asked with a smile. This smile was definitely the most terrifying smile Zhu Qingshan had ever seen, and although he looked gentle and elegant, he couldn't help but be alarmed in his heart. Compensation for money. The canine son broke the magic treasure. I came with a $20 million check to compensate for the money. Zhu Qingshan raised the check high and said in a trembling voice, leave the check. Get lost. Wang Huan was too lazy to bother with him and said with a disgusted face, yes, I'll roll. Zhu Qingshan said while really rolling out of the hall. And once he was out of the hall, his scared ass pissed, hating the fact that he had grown 2 extra legs to escape from here. He swore that he never wanted to see Wang Huan in his life. He would hide as far away as he could, and go back to teach his son who was causing trouble everywhere a lesson. Chapter 38 Yi Bing's Danger. At this moment, the inside of the hall remained silent. The turn of events exceeded their expectations. This Master Qian, he is really something. He even deceived us with a fake magic treasure. This time Master Wang uncovered his face. It can be said that he has removed a great harm for Shangjing City. A real estate boss next to him said with a face of hatred. The people present were naturally unwilling to let go of such an opportunity to flatter Wang Huan. That's not true. If it wasn't for Master Wang, I don't know how many people would still be cheated by him. Master Wang, since that jade bracelet is fake, this $20 million compensation hidden treasure villa, can't collect. It's only right that Master Wang should receive it. Feng Lao handed the check respectfully in front of Wang Huan. Although $20 million is a large sum of money, even if he hidden treasure villa receives it, the people present also feel that there is no excuse. But Feng Lao offered this money to Wang Huan without blinking his eyes, which made many people envious. This old bastard was really shrewd. Wasn't this a disguised attempt to curry favor with Master Wang? However, they only had envy. Master Wang, just accept it. If you hadn't stepped in and exposed Master Qian, the scandal of Hidden Treasure Villa selling fake goods would have spread and the reputation of Hidden Treasure Villa would have been ruined. Zhao Song advised from the side. Alright then, I'll take it. Wang Huan did not make any pretense. The path of cultivation, wealth couple lawland, in which wealth ranked first, that was reasonable. Without money, how to buy cultivation resources. This was the reason why many cultivators were frantically amassing wealth. Wasn't that Master Qian also for money? However, Wang Huan did not reach out to accept the check and said, there is something I want to please Elder Feng. I don't dare to ask for a favor. Just tell me if Master Wang has any orders. Feng Lao was thrilled. This check will be placed here for now. However, I need Feng Lao to keep an eye out for some old medicines for me. I don't know if Feng Lao has any channels in this regard. Wang Huan looked at him and said, yes, 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 yes. Feng Lao patted his chest and assured, not to mention that he had, even if he didn't, he would still say that he had. The other tycoons couldn't sit still. If Wang Huan had no desire, they wouldn't be able to befriend him, but now that Wang Huan had a need, which gave them the chance to finally befriend such a divine figure, how could they let go of such an opportunity? Master Wang, I know some ginseng diggers in the northeast. It is said that they once dug out 100 years of wild ginseng. I will go and inquire for you. An entertainment industry boss couldn't wait. Although 100-year-old wild ginseng was expensive, as long as he could deal with such a big shot, even if it was more expensive that would be worth it. I know a medicinal herb merchant. I can also inquire about this aspect for Master Wang. For a while, several tycoons opened their mouths one after another, while the other tycoons racked their brains to think if they knew anyone in this area. Wang Huan smiled joyfully after hearing this. Nowadays aura is scarce. It is not easy to cultivate. He basically exhausted the stock of Tianchideo in these few years of cultivation, and the real extremely precious medicine were all collected by these great tycoons a long time ago, and he may not be able to buy it even if he has money, and today he took this opportunity to express his needs to them, and letting them go and collect it for himself is twice as effective as searching for it blindly by himself. Then, Mr. Wang will thank everyone here first. Wang Huan said indifferently, if everyone finds what Wang Mao needs, I can help you all refine a magic treasure for free. What? When these words came out, the people in the hall were even more dumbfounded, as if they were struck by lightning. Even Zhao Song was excited and asked in a trembling voice, Master Wang, you said you can refine a magic treasure? Wang Huan smiled and said, aren't magic treasures made by people? Master Wang, please don't worry. In a month's time, I will definitely find the treasure medicine you need. Feng Lao said with an excited face. One of the bosses who was in the entertainment business had his eyes thieving and suddenly said, Master Wang, excuse me for a moment, I have some urgent matters to attend to. After saying this, he gave a greeting to the crowd, turned around and left. Next to the people watching a burst of suspicion, he left at this time. Some wrong after all, Master Wang have not yet gone. You left first. Can more in front of Master Wang face a few minutes. Let Master Wang more impression. Such an opportunity is not much Just after the crowd was still guessing the reason for his departure, Feng Lao slapped his head and exclaimed, oh no, let Boss Sun steal the lead. Everyone present was a businessman, and when they heard Feng Lao say this, they also snapped back. Damn old Sun, he's going to go ahead and sweep all the major medicine stores in Shangjing City. For a while, everyone excused themselves and hurriedly called for help to keep an eye out for news in this regard. Seeing this scene, Wang Huan smiled in his heart. It was true that having the help of these people was much more convenient than him going to buy it by himself. Seeing that all the people were preoccupied with how to find the precious medicines, Wang Huan proposed to take his leave. Boss Xiao, I didn't manage to find the magic treasure you wanted this time, so I let you down. On the way back to the car, Wang Huan apologized. Zhao Song said repeatedly. Where? If it wasn't for Master Wang traveling with us today, I'm afraid that I would have been fooled long ago, and it's thanks to Master Wang's presence. Master Wang, how about going to my delicious building tonight? Good. Wang Huan happened to miss the delicacies of the delicious building, and couldn't help but swallow his saliva at the thought. At the same moment, inside the Shangjing City police station, Luo Dong was arranging how to destroy the horse-walking gang in one fell swoop. After repeated interrogations, they had already learned about the criminal evidence of the horse-walking gang from Ma Ningbing's mouth. Yi Bing, you will lead the operation tonight. Do you have any questions? Luo Dong asked with a solemn face. Yi Bing stood up with a snap and said, Don't worry, Giro Luo. Luo Dong nodded and explained, the walking horse gang is very crowded, so pay attention to safety in this operation. Everyone go down and get ready. Yi Bing, you stay behind. When only 2 people were left in the conference room, Luo Dong said, Little Yi, this operation is very dangerous. From the information we have so far, it seems that this walking horse gang might have guns. As long as they have broken the law, they just have rockets. I will still bring them to justice. Yi Bing said coldly. Good, but you have to be careful. Luo Dong patted her shoulder and said with a straight face, Last time, that Wang Huan said that he asked you not to perform dangerous missions in these few days, so if you have any psychological barriers, you can apply in advance. Yi Bing immediately showed a sneer on her face. Giro Luo, you also believe his bull asterisk? Luo Dong smiled awkwardly at his words. I also feel that kid is disguising himself to get close to you. However, if you ask me, that Wang Huan is not bad. You are also old enough to consider it. Yi Bing immediately put on a cold face and said, Giro Luo, if you're going to say these boring things, then I'll leave first. Okay, let's not talk about this. Right, the peace talisman that Wang Huan gave to send you. Did you bring it? Threw it away long ago. Yi Bing threw out a sentence, then slammed the door very facelessly. Chapter 39 Master Batson. Luo Dong's face was shocked. Niso stood up from his chair and said, Why did you throw it away? How can I say that it is also someone's intention? But Yi Bing didn't even return his head, only leaving him a back shadow. With this temper, even if she is beautiful, which man can stand it? Luo Dong headache patting his head. Yi Bing's condition is very good, just entered the police force, is even more amazing, if not he has long been married. I am afraid that will also be moved. At the beginning, colleagues inside the bureau pursued her few people. As a result, Yi Bing was like a 10,000-year-old iceberg. No one could melt her. In fact, the amulet that Wang Huan gave to Yi Bing, even she herself didn't know where to throw it. When Wang Huan gave it to her at that time, she didn't throw it away on the spot. Although she was cold and arrogant, it was a very impolite behavior to throw away something given by others in front of the owner. Even though she didn't like this gift, after returning to the police station, working overtime to interrogate Ma Ningbing and his group, by the time she finished her busy schedule she had long forgotten all about the amulet sent by Wang Huan, and if it wasn't for Luo Dong's reminder, Yi Bing would have long since put this to the back of her mind. As for now, she really couldn't recall where she had thrown the amulet in the first place. Shangjing City, nightfall. Inside the Shangjing City precinct, many police officers had already been standing by, and Luo Dong made a general mobilization before the operation. At that moment, dozens of police officers flew to the car. Walking Horse Gang, at this time, is also on standby. They have long gotten the news. Walking Horse Gang's gang leader Ma Shirley is even gloomy face, said, Who is the person who leads the team in this action? Criminal Police Team Leader Yi Bing. A person below whispered. A cold color appeared in Ma Shirley's eyes. His fingers rhythmically tapped the table and said, One day, just give me one day, I can leave Shangjing City. Since his son was captured, he knew it was going to be bad, and had long ago laid out his departure in advance, planning an escape plan. As long as a day's time, he would be able to flee to the small border country in the southwest, and get away with it from then on. But he didn't expect the other party to act faster than him, and had already started to act tonight. Boss, now these cops won't even give us a day. Fight them, they have guns, we have them too. What are we afraid of? A guy with a scar on his face beside him slapped the table and viciously said. Ma Shirley coldly gazed at him. Stupid, open fire with the police. How much influence will this cause? Do you know? There's not even a 10% hope of escaping by then. What a stupid brain to think of firefighting with the police. Do you really think you're in a movie? The scarred man's face was furious, unwillingly slapping the table in front of him, saying, Should we just let our brothers be caught with their hands tied? He deeply knew the charges he was carrying. Once caught by the police, there was absolutely no way to live. Ma Shirley lightly smiled and said, Don't be in a hurry. The brothers' settlement has already been issued. If in the middle of the operation, the person leading the team suddenly died violently, will this operation stop? This word out. Go Horse Gang Senior face a happy. both sides in the war. If Yi Bing suddenly died, the police side must be leaderless, chaos, but also to send Yi Bing to rescue. Then for the Go Horse Gang's action is bound to be delayed. And with this time, it was enough for them people to escape. Boss, are you saying that you are arranging someone to assassinate that Yi Bing? Let me go. Damn it, if you want us to die, then kill her first. The scarred man licked his lips and said hideously. Ma Shirley laughed and said, no, we can't assassinate. It's a felony and it will provoke the police to retaliate madly. I want to let her die unknowingly and peacefully. Boss, don't sell the brothers short. We're all big old men. We can't get around you guys with brains. The following people said, yes, boss, now that we are all almost surrounded by the police, just tell the brothers what your plan is, so that they can have a bottom in their hearts. The scarred man said. Ma Shirley clapped his hands, and as the applause fell, he only saw that in the darkness, a sorrowful voice came, Mr. Ma, hello. The people in the room were shocked. They didn't expect that there was still a person hiding in the room. This person was about 40 years old, with dark skin. His face was colorfully painted with unknown paints. His skin was dry and wrinkled. He was wearing a short black lab coat, and there was even a black jar hanging on his waist. The whole person was like a ghost. He came to them in a light manner, without any footsteps. This is Master Batson, Ma Shirley said with a smile. Seeing the skeptical faces of those present, Ma Shirley explained, Master Basong is a head-subduing master. A head-subduing master, like the kind of master inside a movie who can drive away ghosts and kill people? Although the movie is a bit exaggerated, but to drive away ghosts and kill people, this kind of technique still exists. Batson's voice was very unpleasant, just like a duck that had its neck pinched. Master, the lives of these brothers of mine are in the hands of the master. Ma Shamli stood up and united his hands in a very pious manner. Don't worry, Mr. Ma, there's an old Chinese saying that taking someone's money is a way of eliminating someone's disaster. I will definitely do my best. Batson returned the salute. At this time, a message came from outside. Boss, the police outside are coming to the door. Horse Sprinkler straightened his clothes and said with a straight face, let's go. Let's go together to greet this Captain Yi, and leave this place to Master Batson. Outside the villa of the Walking Horse Gang, Yi Bing had a frosty face, and just as he walked into the villa, he heard a cheerful laughter coming from inside. Ha ha ha, it is really a sin to bother Captain Yi to personally make a trip. If Captain Yi is looking for something from Ma, just give me a word. I will definitely personally go to find Teen Yi. Ma Shirley, cut the crap. Since you have self-knowledge, then please. Yi Bing did not smile and said coldly, oh, I wonder what crime I have committed. Ma Shirley lightly laughed, without a bit of nervousness, as if he had a lot of confidence in Batson. You'll know when you go. Yi Bing took out the handcuffs and was about to do it when suddenly, the villa was filled with a gloomy wind and a mournful voice roared in the wind. The sudden change was unexpected by everyone. Yi Bing was even the first to bear the brunt. Her face clamored and turned pale, staggered and almost fainted. The gale in the villa had not ended. With the gusts of ghastly wind, the police officers inside the villa showed horror in their eyes as if they saw countless ghosts pouncing on them. Ghosts? It was not known who yelled out. The entire inside of the villa's hall was in chaos, and some people even directly fell to the ground and convulsed. Yi Bing's eyes revealed a touch of horror. She only felt the coldness of her body. A day in June, but she was cold and shivering, as if even the blood in her body was freezing. Not only her, even the police officers who accompanied her were all the same, as if they had suddenly been thrown into the North Pole, shivering, and they didn't even have the strength to put their guns. With a faint smile on his face, Ma Shirley said, Captain Yi and a few officers seem to be a bit uncomfortable. It's better to rush to the hospital to take a look. Don't drag out a serious illness. Yi Bing shivered. His heart was very flustered. A few people were blown by that wind. Then the cold cannot stand. This time not to mention arresting people. Even the words cannot speak well. Let, the people outside guard. We first quit. Yi Bing stammered out this sentence, led the team, shivering, and left the villa hall. Chapter 40 Harnessing Ghosts to Harm People. When the police outside saw Yi Bing and his party exit, they thought that they had been met with resistance from inside and rushed up, only to have a few police officers next to them fall to the ground with a thud. We didn't receive any counterattack from them. It was sick. When Yi Bing finished this sentence, the policemen next to him were bewildered, but they quickly helped them to the car. What? All sick? Luo Dong sniffed and was surprised beyond words, knowing that the critical period of the arrest had now arrived. As a result, the person who was the leader of the team fell ill at the critical moment, along with the policemen who were traveling with him. This illness had not come too strangely. Could it be? Luo Dong muttered, suddenly thinking of Wang Huan's words. He was also present at that time, and personally heard Wang Huan explaining Yibing with a serious face that he should not travel on dangerous missions lately, or else he would be in danger. Bureau Chief Luo, what are you going to say? The temporary command headquarters of this arrest operation was inside a spacious police car, and several people in charge asked curiously when they saw Luo Dong's strange color. Luo Dong told the events of that day. The people inside the temporary command headquarters looked at each other in disbelief, and a captain smiled bitterly and said, Bureau Chief Luo, this should just be a coincidence. That Wang Huan couldn't possibly be unforeseen. I also feel that this is too ridiculous. Captain Ye's sickness could be caused by being too tired these past few days. Yeah, Bureau Luo, how could you believe such a falsehood? The few people next to him shook their heads. Luo Dong said, in normal times, I wouldn't believe it either. But today this incident is too weird. The few colleagues who entered with the same team all fell sick. If this is a coincidence, do you think it's justifiable? Could it be that Ma Sholi is behind this? Someone said after pondering. Luo Dong nodded and looked at Yi Bing, who was covered tightly with a cotton coat next to him, and asked, Little Yi, can you tell us the situation after entering the villa? Despite being draped in a cotton coat, Yi Bing still felt the coldness coming through his bones, and reluctantly told what happened. Gloomy wind? Haunted? Blown sick by the wind? All kinds of strange cries came out from the temporary command headquarters, each looking at each other, always feeling that this matter is even more mysterious. At the same time, inside the villa of Walking Horse Gang, Ma Sholi's attitude towards this Master Batson was even more respectful. Thinking about the scene that happened in the hall just now, even though he was prepared in his heart, he was still drenched in cold sweat because of the situation at that time. Master Batson, good tactics, admirable, how refreshing. Grandmaster Batson, how about you kill that stinking in one fell swoop just now? Gods and ghosts tactics. Master Basso was a god. Next to a few core members of the Walking Horse Gang, originally still had doubts about Batson. Now the doubts were dispelled. Looking at Batson's gaze changed to unprecedented awe. Ba Song's face showed a touch of ridicule, a group of mortal flattery he had long been accustomed to. Mr. Ma, what should we do next? Batson asked indifferently. Hearing this, Ma Shanli's face flashed with a stern color, and he said in a fierce voice, I want Yi Bing to die, and it's best to be able to scare those policemen out of their wits, so that way, we will have enough time to escape. Batson laughed. How difficult is that? Gentlemen, wait and see. Batson smiled, only to see him open the jar on his waist. A cloud of black smoke floated out from the jar. At the same time, a ghastly wind whimpered in the room, and those present only felt their bodies chilled. Ghost, is really a ghost. Ma Sholi and the others had a terrified look on their faces, and they saw an image inside that massive black smoke. It was a woman with long hair. Both eyes were green, the corners of her mouth were bleeding, half of her face was highly decomposed, and that ghastly wind was really emanating from her. Bah! Master Batson, could this be the art of ghost harnessing? Ma Sholi swallowed and subconsciously took a few steps back. My God, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, how could I not believe that ghosts could actually exist in this world? The people present were all people who lived their lives on the edge of a knife, carrying human lives on their backs, never believing in the existence of ghosts and the like, but after seeing it today, they couldn't help but feel the hairs on their backs stand up straight. Don't worry, gentlemen, she will only follow my orders. Batson smiled, gently looking at the floating ghost. Find that woman and kill her. In addition to scaring the hell out of the few people next to her, Batson gave the order. Whoosh! Only to see the black mist turn into a ray of green light, drifting away towards the outside. Boss, why don't we kill those people together so that they are leaderless? Wouldn't that make it easier for us to escape? The scarred man said. Ma Shirley said, there's no need. If we really kill them all, the sensation caused will be too great. At that time, the special department will intervene in the investigation. None of us will be able to walk away. Jia, Mr. Ma doesn't need to worry about that department. If you are willing to add money, I can help you to settle them all together. Batson's eerie laughter came from the darkness. Inside the temporary command headquarters, Luo Dong looked at Yi Bing, whose condition had worsened, and said in a deep voice, First send Xiao Yi to the hospital. Here I will personally sit in command. Yi Bing sniffed and struggled to sit up, saying weakly, Bureau Luo, I can do it. Luo Dong Dao, little Yi, if what was said just now is true, then there is a real possibility that it is haunted. Haunted? A few others questioned. Bureau Chief Luo, your words are too baseless. If you're sick, get well. Haunted? I think this is too ridiculous. Could it be that we write this on our report to our superiors? Wouldn't this make the leaders look at us as a joke? I think it's better this way. Let Xiaoye rest. I'll personally lead the team in. I'd like to see what tricks they're playing. That Wang Huan is also really a crow's mouth. Well, what did he say about Xiao Yi being in danger? Don't let me see him, or else I have to educate that brat properly. Luo Dong also felt a big head when he heard this. Just at this time, next to him, Yi Bing suddenly trembled violently. Little Yi, what's wrong with you? Luo Dong and the others' faces changed drastically. Right at this moment, a cloud of black smoke drifted inside the temporary command headquarters. This cloud of black smoke transformed into a ghostly face. That horrifyingly real appearance made the faces of the people in the temporary command headquarters stunned. At the same time, a coldness froze their blood, and one by one, they could not move. Even the old police officers who had seen various murder scenes could not help but soften their legs at this time. Yi Bing's body shivered, and he didn't know where the strength came from, and eagerly said, "This is it. This is the feeling." Whoosh! This mass of black smoke immediately manifested itself from the moment it appeared, stretching out a pair of bloody hands and choking towards Yi Bing's neck. Little Yi, get out of the way. It's targeting you. Luo Dong was the first to react. Did not draw his gun. This was the car. The space was too small. Moving the gun was likely to injure his own people. Instinctively a fist blasted towards the black smoke. Boom! That black smoke turned back, directly shook Luo Dong flying, hit the car door. At the same time, a harsh roar came out from inside the black smoke and lunged towards Yi Bing. It's over. The crowd looked stagnant. Even Yi Bing's face showed a color of despair. At this moment, she somewhat regretted not listening to Wang Huan's advice. Just when everyone thought that Yi Bing was bound to die, a blinding golden light suddenly emitted from Yi Bing's chest. Chapter 41. This is that amulet. This golden light rushed up from Yi Bing's chest pocket. The golden light illuminated the entire car. A warm breath came out and blew away the gloomy cold inside the car. The people in the temporary command headquarters looked at Yi Bing with open mouths. The golden light flickered, but it was extraordinarily real, deeply engraved inside their minds. Luo Dong rubbed the location of the bruise. A sharp pain came. Hissing and grinning, "It really hurts. What just happened was not a dream." "Xiao Yi, are you alright?" A police officer next to him reacted and reached out to help Yi Bing. Yi Bing shook his head blankly. "Xiao Yi, just now in the end what is going on? That piece of golden light on your body is." The people in the car all focused their eyes on Yi Bing. Just now that scene was too shocking. Yi Bing was shocked. At that moment just now, she clearly had smelled the breath of death. I don't know," Yi Bing replied. She also didn't know how to explain this bizarre matter. However, a burst of surprise soon appeared on her face as she said, "Bureau Luo, I'm not cold anymore. I've recovered from my illness." Looking at Yi Bing, who was shivering a second ago, and now looked like she was alive and well, even Luo Dong felt unbelievable. "Bureau Luo, now I request, immediately make an arrest of Ma Sholi." The sickly Yi Bing quickly forgot about the pain. "Luo Dong Dao, little Yi, don't be impulsive. What happened just now is too bizarre. I suspect that Ma Sholi and the others should have hired some evil ways. If we risk arresting them like this, I'm afraid that there will be a lot of casualties." Yi Bing said, "It's fine. I have a golden light protecting my body. I can go alone." When the crowd heard this, they thought of the scene just now when the golden light on her chest flashed greatly, and their faces were incomparably grave. If it was really like what Yi Bing said, the golden light on her body could deal with those evil spirits. It wasn't impossible to let her continue to lead the team, but as for the source of that golden light, even she herself hadn't figured it out. Born? Reincarnation of a fairy? Just as the crowd was gazing strangely at Yi Bing, a police officer next to her suddenly pointed at Yi Bing's chest and said, "Captain Yi, your chest?" Yi Bing froze. The people next to him could not help but look at Yi Bing's chest position. Only a slight scorched blackness was seen on the top of the original police uniform at the ruff, and if one did not look closely, it would still be hard to notice. Yi Bing's face was slightly red and somewhat chagrined, and he was about to lash out when Luo Dong opened his mouth and said, "Little Yi, what's inside your jacket pocket?" They clearly remembered that the golden light just now was emitted from the purse. Yi Bing was a bit puzzled and put his hand into the pocket of his blouse, frowned, and then put his hand out. "How could there be ashes inside my clothes?" Looking at the black ash stained on his hand, Yi Bing's eyebrows severed into a ball, suspiciously opened his mouth. "Wait, this heel rope looks somewhat familiar." Just at this time, Luo Dong vainly pulled out a red rope from the position of Yi Bing's blouse purse. This is. Yi Bing also felt that this red rope was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere, but yet he could not recall it for a while. Luo Dong's eyes suddenly widened. Seeing Luo Dong's reaction, Yi Bing jolted awake, and the two of them exclaimed in unison, "Wang Huan! Yes, it's him, it's Wang Huan!" Luo Dong was incoherent, his pupils tightening. Yi Bing was similarly so. Her gaze was a little dull, and the color of surprise on her face was incomparably wonderful. The several police officers beside them were as anxious as ants on a hot pan when they saw the expressions of the two. "Bureau Luo, little Yi, you two should stop playing dumb riddles. What's going on here?" The person next to him couldn't resist the curiosity in his heart. It was only then that Luo Dong and Yi Bing realized that several pairs of eyes in the car were shining and glittering at them. Listening to that Wang Huan that you guys are talking about, didn't you guys say that he is a crow's mouth? Luo Dong gruffly said. At that time, Wang Huan said that Xiaoye would be in danger lately, and told Xiaoye not to carry out dangerous tasks. Xiaoye didn't promise, so Wang Huan gave her an amulet. We work as criminal police. Where is it not dangerous? Ah, wait, the amulet you guys are talking about? At this very moment, everyone's eyes were staring at the red rope inside Yi Bing's hand, and the expressions on their faces were dumbfounded. You guys won't tell us that this is the amulet that Wang Huan gave to Xiaoyi in the beginning? Luo Dong gruffly said. That's right, I remember very clearly. I was beside Wang Huan when he gave it to Xiaoyi. At that time, I thought that kid was pursuing Xiaoyi in a different way. I didn't expect it. His heart was extraordinarily shocked. Even Yi Bing was very surprised, and at the same time felt a little guilty. At first, she also misunderstood Wang Huan, and had never taken the amulet sent by others seriously, and casually threw it inside her blouse pocket and had long forgotten all about it. If not for the scene that happened just now, she might have been treating Wang Huan as a man who had other plans for himself. People are sincere for their own good, but they are thinking nonsense, suspecting that other people's motives are impure. Although Yi Bing is indifferent, but this moment there are some touched inside. Now, it seems that Wang Huan is a real high-level person. If you want to catch Ma Sholi, you must ask for his help, Luo Dong said heavily. The others nodded their heads. If it was usual to have an outsider appear at the scene of the case, and it was also such a dangerous task, then it must be resolutely opposed. But now was different. All the signs just now indicated that there was a high-ranking person sitting inside the walking horse gang. If no one was able to subdue that enabler inside the walking horse gang, they would surely pay a terrible price for this operation. Go and invite Wang Huan. Luo Dong clenched his fist fiercely. At that moment, the people inside the car could not help but fall their gazes on Yi Bing. Yi Bing said, if you want to invite it, then invite it. Why are you guys looking at me? Luo Dong let out a hefty laugh. Little Yi, you see that brother Wang Huan is young and handsome, and also has profound and unfathomable skills, and cares about you. Shouldn't you be the one to go and invite Yi Bing's heart couldn't help but panic and said, Bureau Luo, look, why don't we change someone? Change what change? This is a mission. Hurry up and execute it. Luo Dong had a serious face, said, go and return quickly. We are guarding here. If we come late, it is very likely that all of us colleagues will be sacrificed here. Little Yi, you have a heavy task on your shoulders. Luo Dong's words were heavy and long, so that Yi Bing also couldn't help but be solemn, saluted and said, don't worry, Bureau Luo, I promise to complete the task. Looking at Yi Bing's departing back, Luo Dong's face revealed a smile. This Xiao Yi everything is good, but his nature is too cold. Bureau Luo, do you think that Wang Huan will come? Instead, someone beside him whispered, after all, the other party is not a good person, able to harness ghosts to hurt people, such a godly means. It can be said that people are scared. Wang Huan came to be able to beat others? Chapter 42, what a big mouth. Inside the walking horse gang villa, Batson, who was originally waiting for the news of Yi Bing's death, suddenly showed a strange color on his face. Ma Shanli and the others didn't dare to utter a single breath. The room was quiet and a bit scary until they saw the strange color on Basong's face. Only then did Ma Shanli open his mouth and asked, Master Basong, what happened? Batson said, that woman didn't die, and she also injured my female ghost. Ma Sholi trembled, and a look of panic spread across his face. The expressions of the others were similar. In their eyes, Batson's female ghost was already very powerful, and now Yi Bing had actually injured that female ghost. Wouldn't that mean that? At the thought of this, the faces of the people showed a gray color. Batson smiled and said, Mr. Ma, don't need to be anxious. The other party is not what you guys imagined, or else it wouldn't have been so bad when they entered the villa. And according to the news that my female ghost brought back, it wasn't Yi Bing who injured her, but rather, it was a peace talisman on her body. A peace talisman? Ma Sholi and the others' faces were a little dazed, thinking when did the peace talisman become so powerful? This thing in the major temples have, and cheap, really if there is this kind of efficacy, long ago to buy a 10 or 8 of the defense. Batson said, not you imagine that kind of cheating peace talisman, but the real high people made. Master Batson, are you saying that Yi Bing has a high person behind her? Yes, but you don't have to worry, that person's cultivation is not high. The peace talisman he refined is also sparse, but it's just the lowest grade goods. If he dares to show up, this grandmaster will definitely make him regret it. Ba Song's face was incomparably confident. When Ma Sholi and his group heard Ba Song's confidence, the huge stone hanging in their hearts fell. Brother Wang, you've come. As soon as they met, Luo Dong enthusiastically walked up. When the surrounding people saw Wang Huan, They were vaguely disappointed in their hearts because the Wang Huan in front of them was too far away from the high person in their minds. "Brother Wang, do you still have that amulet you gave to Xiao Yi?" an old policeman asked. Wang Huan smiled. "No, that peace talisman is something I got inside the Taoist temple in Longhu Mountain. The one I gave to Captain Yi is the last one." "The last one?" Those present couldn't help but be disappointed. It seemed pretty certain now that Wang Huan had grown up in Longhu Mountain, and had occasionally obtained a peace talisman, and had given it to Yi Bing with a change of hands, which meant that he himself was not capable of much at all. Thinking about it, it was also like this. Which of those high people were not over the age of old? How could any of them be as young as Wang Huan? How can this be? Luo Dong let out a long sigh. Yi Bing couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in her heart. She originally thought that Wang Huan could help, but she didn't expect it to be like this. Although she knew that Wang Huan's boxing and kicking skills were very powerful, but even if the boxing and kicking skills were powerful, could it be compared to a ghost? "Wang Huan, please come over here. You can leave now." Yi Bing thought about it and still wanted Wang Huan to leave here first. Ever since she learned that Wang Huan had given that precious peace talisman to herself, she had a feeling of indebtedness to Wang Huan. The others could not help but shake their heads as well. Wang Huan, however, did not leave and asked with a smile, "Captain Yi, you called me here and this makes me leave?" Yi Bing looked at Wang Huan very seriously. His eyes were very firm as he said, "Wang Huan, I am very thankful to you for giving me that peace talisman, but this place is very dangerous, and it is for your own good to let you leave. Brother Wang, let's go. The next thing is our police business." Luo Dong patted Wang Huan's shoulder. He had already decided in his heart, no matter how much it cost, he had to level the walking horse gang, and he had to get rid of that person who was mastering the art of ghosts. It was fine if such a person was peaceful, but if the other party was helping the evil, then it would be too harmful to the society. After hearing this, Wang Huan didn't leave, always with a calm and self-assured smile. "Bureau Luo, I'm probably also clear about the situation on your side. I grew up in Longhu Mountain, and I've seen a lot of Taoist priests, and I have some knowledge about ghosts and monsters." "Really?" Wang Huan nodded. "Haven't eaten pork yet, haven't seen a pig run. Let me go in with you guys." "You want to go in?" Yi Bing was surprised and shook his head. "No, this is too dangerous." But Wang Huan had already stepped out and walked towards the inside of the villa. "Wang Huan, Brother Wang." Seeing that Wang Huan was bent on having his way, Yi Bing and the others' faces were anxious. Yi Bing even stomped his feet in place and said, "This guy, he really doesn't take his own life seriously." Luo Dong touched the pistol on his waist and sprinted to follow Wang Huan. "You guys wait here, we can't let Brother Wang risk his life alone. I'll go too." Yi Bing gritted his teeth and said in an iron voice, "Then you guys stand guard outside. If you don't see us come out in an hour, then request support from the general administration." Luo Dong looked at Wang Huan who had already arrived at the entrance of the villa, and after explaining, he clenched his teeth and followed closely. When Wang Huan saw the two who followed him, he did not say much and directly pushed the door into the villa. "What kind of person are you? Dare to come to this place?" Just walking into the villa, Scarface's eyes were cold, pointing at Wang Huan. "Where did you come from? Don't know how to die. Get out." Ma Shouli's brows furrowed. Luo Dong and Yi Bing were speechless in their hearts. This guy was really a newborn. He came in so recklessly, the two of them had no choice but to show up. "Bureau Luo, Team Yi, do you guys really want to die with us, right?" Ma Shirley drank. Luo Dong said, "Ma Shouli, it seems like you also know that you are going to be finished. Fished to death. You guys are not qualified enough. Bureau Luo is so official. Mr. Ma, if you are willing to add money, this master can clean up this Luo together." Batson's sorrowful voice came from the second floor. Luo Dong and Yi Bing's eyes immediately fell on this person, and the two of them stared for a while. Ma Shouli's face was a grimace, his eyes suddenly red and flickering as he stared at the two. "Master Batson, since they won't give me a chance to live, then let them die together." Batson laughed. A weird smile, said, "Mr. Ma, if you die, who do I look for payment? I do have a way. A few of you should have heard of ghosts, right? If I control the two men, Mr. Ma, how much can you pay me?" "Really?" Ma Shirley sniffed. "Controlling these two people, escaping Shangjing City would be too easy." All agitated, "Master Batson, I am willing to give you half of my family's fortune." "Half? Too little." Batson shook his head. "2/3, Ma Shouli gritted his teeth, heartbroken. "Mr. Ma is very sincere." Batson revealed a satisfied smile. Hearing Batson's words, Yi Bing and the two of them were appalled in their hearts. That Batson's smile was even more terrifying than the devil in their eyes. What a big mouth! While Ma Shouli and the others were pleasantly surprised, a voice suddenly emerged from the side. The crowd froze, eyes turned around, only to see Wang Huan standing next to them, looking at them with a disdainful face. Chapter 43, The Frog in the Bottom of the Well. It's you kid again. Tired of living right? Beware I'll break your neck. When the scarred man saw Wang Huan, he thought that he was Luo Dong's little follower and said with a cold smile. Even Luo Dong and Yi Bing were secretly worried. At this time Wang Huan should not make a sound, but escape to tell the outside about the situation here, saving them from being controlled and letting these people go. Kid, I hadn't put you on my mind. I didn't expect you to jump out on your own looking for death. Humph, don't know the heights of heaven. Even your Bureau Luo and Captain Yi were scared white in front of Batson's master. You a little follower are still blabbering here? Only to see Ba Song's gaze fall on Wang Huan's body, saying, young man, you also have a big mouth. Have you thought about the consequences of talking like this? Beside her, Yi Bing kept hinting for Wang Huan to escape. Now the other party was targeting both of them, she and Luo Bureau. And she and Luo Bureau had secretly reached an agreement that no matter what, they would let Wang Huan escape and tell their colleagues outside about their plot. However, Wang Huan took the initiative to come forward to attract Batson's attention, disrupting all their plans. Wang Huan ignored the two men's winks at him and said indifferently, consequences? You, a guy from some unknown trashy place who has done evil in China, not only have a big mouth, but also a lot of guts. The moment his words came out, Ma Sholi and the others even laughed out loud. If it was an ordinary person who was causing trouble in Huaxia, that would indeed be looking for death. But what kind of person was Master Batson? That was a godly person who was able to communicate with ghosts and gods. Sure enough, Batson's face sank, coldly said, kid, not very old, but the tone is not small. I, Batson, have traveled across the world for more than 50 years, and those who spoke to me in such a tone, all of them died, and that includes you Chinese people. The faces of the crowd were shocked, listening to Batson's tone. This person was by no means a good person. Among them, those from the Walking Horse gang were already opening their mouths to sneer. Kid, speaking to Master Batson in this tone, beware of being gnawed by 10,000 ghosts. Wang Huan laughed and said, just with him, he doesn't have this ability yet. Arrogant. This kid, he really can't die without making a mistake. Let's see how Master Batson will clean him up later, and make him despair then. These people were the core senior of the Walking Horse gang, and had seen the terror of Basso with their own eyes. In their eyes, Wang Huan was nothing more than a small follower. Master Basso had told him to die on the third night, and he would never be able to live up to the fifth night. Wang Huan's face was as usual. For the clamor of these people from the horse-walking gang, he didn't put it on his mind in the slightest. Just when it came to the time when Scarface and these people were ready to make a move to settle this jumping clown, Master Batson sneered, don't be in a hurry. Listening to his tone, this kid should be a fellow traveler as well. That peace talisman is yours, isn't it? Your peace talisman is well made. I just don't know how much skill you have in your hands. The moment these words came out, the faces of the people from the Walking Horse gang changed. Ma Shirley laughed as he patted the horse's ass. Master Batson, you are too flattering. At his age, how could he possibly refine that kind of peace talisman? This kid is nothing but a frog in the bottom of the well, not knowing the sky in the sky. Such a person does not need to say anything. Just leave it to us to solve it. Yi Bing anxiously said to Wang Huan. Stop it. If she said any more, even if she and Luo Dong gave up their lives here, she would not be able to let him leave alive. I know what's in your minds. It's nothing more than wanting him to leave and report to the people outside. If he didn't have this speech, it's still very possible to look away and let him escape alive. But now he's on this master's list of certain death. Kid, you don't have to deny it. I know that the peace talisman came from your hand. At this moment, Batson's words shattered all of Luo Dong and Yi Bing's hopes. He. Master Basso's fiery eyes have long seen your thoughts. Playing tricks in front of a grandmaster is really a child's game. The Walking Horse gangs coldly laughed, looking at the three as if they were looking at a dead person. Boss, Master Batson said that the peace talisman is from his hand. How do I feel that it is not like it? This kid is not qualified to be my little brother. How can he have the ability to refine the peace talisman? The scarred man snorted with disdain. You guys are right. That peace talisman, although I gave it to Captain Yi, it wasn't refined by me. It was refined by the Taoist priests from Longhu Mountain. Wang Huan said frankly. Wang Huan, why did you just admit it? Luo Dong had a headache. This was a time when he did not even have a single card left. Batson frowned. So it was refined by the Taoist priests of Longhu Mountain. No wonder there are some doorways. The last time I dealt with the Taoist priests of Longhu Mountain, it was already more than 20 years ago, although Longhu Mountain is a Taoist holy land. But you Chinese can't do it. You didn't hold on to the inheritance base left by your ancestors, and have long since set your sights on the western mountains. Hubris and arrogance. Hearing this, Wang Huan angrily said, what kind of thing are you? Learning a little bit of the sideways, but also dare to come to Huaxia to act recklessly. The one who is really looking for death is you. Kid, you want to fight for the Taoist priests of Longhu Mountain? Could it be that when you were at Longhu Mountain, didn't those people ever tell you that there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven? Batson's tone was wild, not putting Longhu Mountain in his eyes in the slightest. Wang Huan laughed coldly and said, "In my eyes, I am the one who is beyond the sky. You are just a toad at the bottom of the well." Facing Wang Huan's words, Batson's anger boiled over. A nameless rat dared to call him a frog at the bottom of the well. "Kid, do you know who I am?" Ba Song said grimly. "Who you are is none of my business." Wang Huan sneered. Batson laughed in exasperation. "Humph, this master is a Southwest Thai headfall master, and at the age of 30, the headfall master had achieved great success and became a VIP of the Thai royal family. At the age of 40, he challenged countless strange men and women and killed the Longhu Mountain Taoist priest who was traveling outside in the clouds, and the Chinese Taoist Holy Land was nothing more than that. At the age of 50, this master has reached the realm of celestial beings. There is no more rival in the world, and traveled to China. I didn't expect that. Unfortunately, the Chinese oddities have been eliminated. This master has been roaming around for dozens of years, and can be called invincible. You a brat, also dare to be so wanton to me, not to kill you. It is difficult to vent the hatred of this master's heart." Hearing Batson's brilliant battle record, Ma Sholi and his group were thrilled and shouted, "Awesome! I didn't realize that Grandmaster Batson is already invincible." Such a tone of voice, it truly has the demeanor of being on top of the world and having a view of all the mountains. I didn't expect Master Batson to be so powerful. It's not too much to call him a living god of the world. Luo Dong and Yi Bing have been as if they are dead. A burst of helplessness rises in their hearts. Yi Bing is even secretly blaming himself. If it is not himself, Wang Huan will not follow them into such a dangerous situation. Wang Huan looked at the Batson whose aura had risen without any fear, shook his head with a sigh, and said, "A frog at the bottom of a well is a frog at the bottom of a well. Your invincibility in the world is really only the same size as the mouth of a well. Pitiful, pathetic, and even more so, it can be killed." Chapter 44, Unbeatable Strike. "Bastard, your breath is soaring to the heavens. Let's show you this master's invincible hand technique." Batson laughed coldly. After he finished speaking, he unclipped the porcelain jar at his waist, and held his hands flat with a pious look on his face, and his mouth was even muttering and chanting, "The art of ghost harnessing, those shadowy souls are flying out from this jar." It was the first time Yi Bing and Luodong had seen Batson casting a spell, and they could not help but shriek out in shock. They were also people who had seen scenes before, but when they saw this scene today, they still felt cold all over. Ma Sholi and the others were even more devoutly looking at Batson, almost kneeling down to kowtow in worship. The art of raising ghosts? Wang Huan's face revealed a touch of coldness. Although there was only a difference of one word between the art of harnessing ghosts and the art of raising ghosts, the two spells were worlds apart. The art of ghost mastery was the caster's use of Taoist techniques to harness the ghosts. However, most of these ghosts were lonely ghosts that traveled outside, and the truly powerful ghosts were difficult for the caster to harness, and might even be revolted by the ghosts. But the art of raising ghosts is different. They will be tortured to death, so that the souls have great resentment, and then cast a secret method of control, so that the ghosts are very powerful, and listen to the caster's orders. But this technique of raising ghosts is very cruel, and the hands of the person who raises the ghosts must be full of blood. Speaking of this, the people next to listen to the hairs of sweat stood up. Batson's hands of the ghosts he used all means to torture to death. Ba Song unexpectedly glanced at Wang Huan. The corner of his mouth curved into a disdainful smile. "Kid, you know quite a lot. It seems that you didn't read much in the Taoist temple. I just don't know how much skill you have in your hands. Come out!" Batson suddenly shouted, only to see the porcelain jar lid clang high flying. Inside the green light rushed to the sky. A mass of black fog floated out from inside. He grew two heads, a man and a woman. 4 arms, the most creepy is the two people share a body. Ghost, evil ghost. Ma Sholi and the others swallowed their saliva. Their bodies trembled and their expressions were fearful. Yi Bing and Luodong's two people's complexions were no better, as pale as paper. Bang bang bang. Luodong even pulled out his pistol, and with almost no hesitation, fired several shots towards the shadowy soul. But when these bullets hit the other party's body, only a ripple appeared on the other party's body, without any injury. Idiot, if bullets are useful against the Yin soul I raised, then how else would this master gain a foothold? Batson sneered and looked at Luodong with disdain. What to do? This damned demon. Yi Bing looked at the Yin soul that was invulnerable to swords and spears, and looked at Wang Huan with a bemused face. In her heart, she always felt that she was the one who had brought Wang Huan into danger, and now that she was facing life and death, she was extremely self-blaming in her heart. It is true that you are ruthless. Killing you with Dao techniques to do justice for heaven is not considered a violation of the sect rules. Wang Huan's face was a serious one, and his voice was even more neutral. Luodong wanted to persuade Wang Huan, but he did not know how to open his mouth. Originally thought that Wang Huan could take out that magical amulet, will be a high person, but when learned that the amulet is only Wang Huan and the Longhu Mountain Taoist temple obtained, the heart vaguely some disappointment, and now it is even more into a burst of despair. The thought that he would be possessed and controlled by this disgusting and horrible thing, and then everything would be over. Brat, look at my cultivation. How is it better than the Taoist priests of Longhu Mountain? Batson looked at Wang Huan with a proud face, and the senior members of the Walking Horse Gang also laughed lightly. Wang Huan shook his head and said, as I said, you people are sitting on a well and watching the sky, this bit of sidewalking, and you also try to compare to a Taoist holy place like Longhu Mountain. Ha, kid, dead to the end. Still talking tough. Batson was furious. Right now he had to make this kid suffer the most horrible death in the world. He fiercely pinched the magic decision. The body of the Yin Wind roared. The hideous and horrible Yin soul issued a harsh roar, fiercely toward Wang Huan to kill. Seeing the shadowy soul killing towards Wang Huan, Yi Bing's heart could not help but race to her throat, and she closed her eyes in pain. Definitely dead. Luo Dong was very helpless and desperate. No one could save Wang Huan in the face of Batson, who was so terrifying. Ma Sholi and the others' faces showed a burst of wonderful colors. It seemed that they were soon going to see the miserable appearance of that kid who was going to be gnawed by the evil ghost. The saying of dying to the death is right, but you're using it on the wrong target. Wang Huan suddenly laughed coldly. As he laughed, he made a seal, sideways and vicious means. Batson, aren't you looking down on Dragon Tiger Mountain? Today, I will let you see the true supreme mastery of Longhu Mountain. Wang Huan's Dharma seal landed on the ground, and amidst the crowd's astonished gazes, he cupped his hand and pointed his sword finger up to the heavens. Thunder God and Electricity Saint, quickly lower your divine power and follow me to cut down the demons. I am under the urgent order of the Supreme Lord. Rumble. In vain. Inside the villa, thunder exploded, electric snakes swam, and the house was silver white. At this moment, Wang Huan's entire body was like a god, majestic and extraordinary. Longhu Mountain Tiancha Dao Mastery, Heavenly Thunder Heartless Decision, the world's most rigid and Yanggong method, can be said to be the nemesis of all the filth in the world. Although Wang Huan cultivated to the introductory stage, but has been able to lead down the divine thunder, to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils. Split. At the moment when the thunder resounded, only to see the villa hall, the void was covered with lightning, as if it was a silver dragon slashing towards that shadowy soul. At this moment, the ghost issued a miserable scream. Wada quickly escaped back to the porcelain pot inside, but in midair encountered when a lightning struck, turned into ashes on the spot. Heavenly Thunder Heartless Decision, specializing in the evil spirits, is the authentic means of the immortal family, cannot be just a ghost can escape. Batson, how about this Dragon Tiger Mountain secret technique of mine? Wang Huan's thunder decision was pinched, and the thunder and lightning in the void converged in the air, directed at Ba Song. Ah! Ba Song screamed miserably, a mouthful of blood sprayed out, sitting violently on the ground. The porcelain jar on his waist instantly shattered and turned into dust. The sky thunder rolled in the air, silver dense. The entire villa hall turned into a mess early. This, how is it possible? Batson's eyes were rounded. His speech was not smooth. Dragon Tiger Mountain, Heavenly Master Dao, Supreme Thunder Law, who are you? You, who exactly are you? I am a Heavenly Master. When I cut down demons, Wang Huan took a futile step forward. The thunder seal in his hand fell. A heavenly thunder descended and split down towards the top of Ba Song's head. Rumble. The crowd only felt a sharp pain in the eardrums. In front of the eyes of Ba Song's gaze revealed a horrified color. Pupils shrunk. The thunder fell. He did not even send out a scream, only felt that he was being headbutt. The whole person on the ground a convulsion. Skin cracked, scorched black, like charcoal. On the spot, the gas died. For a time, the entire villa hall, dead silence. The crowd looked at Wang Huan with open-mouthed gazes. Chapter 45, Master Wang Huan. Feeling the thunderous majesty in the air, Ma Sholi and his party trembled with fear. Master Batson, what kind of person can control ghosts and gods? Shocking foreign countries, raised by the ghost is even more terrifying. The result of the ghost did not have any reaction. By Wang Huan a divine thunderbolt blasted into ashes. Batson was even killed on the spot. Although Ma Sholi and his men were vicious, they were still mortal, and in the face of this immortal level expert who summoned thunder, they simply did not have any ability to resist. As strong as Batson, he was also unable to take a single blow, let alone the ones like them. Yi Bing and Luo Dong were even more surprised in their hearts, especially Yi Bing. At this moment, her heart was in turmoil. She had never thought that Wang Huan would be so powerful. Luo Dong was secretly happy in his heart. Fortunately Wang Huan was on their side. Otherwise, with such an enemy, it would be an absolute doom. Wang Huan looked at Batson who was already out of breath. and disdainfully looked at him, only a savage land's head descendant. When he came to China, he really thought that he could do whatever he wanted to do. A divine thunderbolt. Let him this frog in the bottom of the well know. What is the real sky outside the sky? He removed his gaze from Batson's corpse and landed on Ma Sholi next to him. Luo, Director Luo, I surrender myself. His face was pale, his knees weakened by Wang Huan's look, and with a plop, he knelt on the ground and turned toward Luo Dongdao. Turn yourself in? Hearing this, the core members of the walking horse gang next to him also knelt on the ground. Bureau Luo, Team Yi, we turned ourselves in. Our country's law states that turning oneself in can lead to a lighter sentence. A few people desperately said. They now figured out that they would rather fall into the hands of the police than into the hands of Wang Huan. This person, too afraid. Wang Huan sneered at them and snorted. Surrender? You guys weren't in this tone just now. You were still thinking about how to drive us to extinction. But now that you see your backer has fallen, you want to turn yourselves in? Hearing Wang Huan's words, surely several people were scared out of their wits. This tone of voice, could it be that they are also going to be struck by lightning? The thought of that divine thunder. A few people's sweat hairs stood up, their mouths shivered. Master Wang, spare your life. Master Wang, my sin is not to death. These people from the walking horse gang were in tears. At this time, a clamor came from outside the villa. The police outside heard the commotion inside. Apparently there was a fierce engagement, and finally disregarded the orders given by Luo Dong and forced their way in. As soon as he came in, he saw such a shocking scene, the core top management of the walking horse gang, kneeling in front of Wang Huan, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. What is going on here? The police looked at each other. The engagement in the room was not as intense as the phenomenon, and there was no sign of the aftermath of the gunfight, while those prisoners shouted again to surrender. This is a conscience? But these vicious people would have a conscience? Police, take me away. I'm guilty. I'll give a full account of all my sins. Police help. There are ghosts, immortals, real immortals. Thunder, rumble, it's thundering, splitting people, walking horse gang, these lords who used to roam across the Shangjing city. At this moment, their spirits collapsed, scratching their heads, shouting and screaming, completely turning into madmen. Bureau Luo, what exactly happened here? What happened? The new police officers who came in were shocked. How much stimulation did this have to be to make these Jianghu lords scared into this state? How big their heart shadows had to be? Luo Dong looked at Wang Huan with complicated eyes and finally said, it's nothing, just now there was a thunderstorm here for no reason, splitting a criminal to death. These people were scared silly. He waved his hand and said, take them all away. Remember, these people are all felons, and no one is allowed to visit the prison, nor are they allowed to touch anyone. What happened here today must not be spread out. With the data they currently had, these people would definitely be sentenced to death quickly, and before they were sentenced, what happened tonight must not be spread out from their mouths. Yes, these police officers rushed up like wolves and took away all of Ma Sholi and the others. Hey, isn't this guy known as the Iron-Armed King Kong? I didn't expect to be scared into pissing his pants. What a deus ex machina. A police officer lifted up the paralyzed and powerless Scarman and gave him a contemptuous look at his pants. This is still the bandit leader of the walking horse gang. Ma Shirley, even scared out of his pants? No talent. Humph, if I had known this, why did I bother? Yi Bing's pretty face twitched a few times. There was not the slightest bit of contempt for their reaction, but any individual who experienced this incident, I'm afraid they would be scared less. When the police took the suspect away, inside the large villa, only Luo Dong, Yi Bing and Wang Huan remained. Both of them looked at Wang Huan in a daze. Don't recognize me? Wang Huan revealed a smile, a far cry from before. Wang, Master Wang, that was you just now. Luo Dong forced down the surprise in his heart and asked curiously. Wang Huan said, come on, what do I count as a master? Still call me like before. Just now that move I learned from the Taoist priests of Longhu Mountain. I didn't expect it to be successful. Brother Wang, this time you have done us a great favor. Words of thanks are not enough. Luo Dong thanked from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for Wang Huan appearing, it was still unknown if they could leave alive today. We still have the overnight raid today. I will let Xiao Yi send you back. Luo Dong Dao, Bureau Luo, me. Yi Bing was slightly stunned. She was a little confused in her heart and didn't know what to do. But Wang Huan had already opened his mouth first. No need. You guys are busy enough cleaning up this mess. I'll just take a taxi back myself. Seeing Wang Huan leave, Luo Dong eyes very complex, and finally said in a heavy tone, Xiaoye, Brother Wang is not a normal person. You can grasp the opportunity. Yi Bing was not happy. Luo Bureau, what do you mean? Luo Dong squeezed his eyebrows and said, Xiao Yi, look at Wang brother's long appearance of talent, ability to heaven. If you and he really became this later, TSK, fairy girlfriend, This how awesome. Yi Bing was given goosebumps by his eyes. Bureau Luo. You're not sick. After saying that, ignoring Luo Dong's shouting behind him, he turned around and left in quick steps. Alas, thin-skinned if I had such conditions as you, I would have already gotten on by myself. Luo Dong muttered to himself from behind. However, Yi Bing's footsteps became faster. After Wang Huan left the villa of the Walking Horse Gang and returned to Huairintang, as soon as he entered the house, he felt that the atmosphere inside was not right. Wang Huan, the Gao family came just now. Hu Qianshan took out an invitation card inside her hand and placed it in front of Wang Huan. Gao family? The corner of Wang Huan's mouth curved into a cold smile as he took the invitation, which read, June 18th, Gao Mingfang's 70th birthday, petitioning Mr. Wang to go to the Gao family to attend the birthday banquet. Hu Qianshan said, June 18th, that's this weekend. Wang Huan, this is the Hongmen banquet, you have to be careful. Wang Huan threw down the invitation and said lightly, I came to Shangjing City, the purpose is the Gao family. People's invitations have been sent, there is no reason not to go. Chapter 46, Protector of Flowers. Seeing Wang Huan's insistent attitude, Elder Hu did not continue to persuade him further, and he knew that Wang Huan was not an ordinary person, and that the Gao family might have really recruited a strong enemy for themselves. Being old, he didn't say a few words to the two before he went upstairs to rest, looking at Hu Qianshan blinking her big eyes at herself, as if she was discharging electricity. Wang Huan couldn't stand it a bit and said, it's getting late, I'll go up to rest first too, don't be in a hurry to go back to the house. Hu Qianshan came forward, reached out to hold Wang Huan's arm, smiling and said, this time is still early, you cannot sleep accompany me to a place. Hu Qianshan's hand hugged very tight. Wang Huan can clearly feel the soft elasticity of her chest, and did not dare to pull his hand out, for fear that the feeling is too obvious. It's so late, where else to go? Wang Huan said. Hu Qianshan whispered, fun place, that place is just to go late to have fun, it won't be to a bar? Wang Huan immediately shook his head. Go! Seeing that Wang Huan doesn't go, Hu Qianshan dragged his arm and shook it, pouting, this time it's my best friend's birthday, people have said well, if I don't go, how can I meet with them next time? That whiny voice, listening to Wang Huan all over the body in goosebumps, with the killer is with Hu Qianshan's action, arm that soft squeeze feeling more clear, let his heart soft, okay, but in advance, I don't drink, Wang Huan said in advance, yay, Hu Qianshan gave a victory gesture, the two of them went out and took a cab, Hu Qianshan spoke the address lightly and the driver drove the two away. Mansion Nightclub, this is a very famous entertainment center in Shangjing City, every day at night, the door is full of people, lively and extraordinary, general people if they come late, even a private room cannot be booked. Wang Huan stood outside the mansion, surveyed the terrain of the building, looked at the hot business, and said, what a place to get rich. Hu Qianshan curiously said, what do you see again? Wang Huan pointed at the mansion nightclub and gestured, this place is extraordinary, once night falls, the sun sets, the shadow of the distant mountain covers the top of the nightclub, the mountain belongs to the earth can generate gold. It seems that the owner of this nightclub has built a nightclub here, and has been instructed by a high person. Hu Qianshan pouted after hearing this. Even better, it's not mine, let's go in quickly, don't let them wait impatiently. The two of them walked into the building. There are so many private rooms inside. Hu Qianshan made several calls, but no one answered. She complained, these people are surely in the high song. They didn't hear my call. Hu Qianshan had to ask the waiter to take them there after asking him. Wang Huan, this BFF of mine used to go to school with me. The relationship is especially good. Then she took a break from school halfway through her studies to work as a salesperson in a Carrefour store, and her commission is very high every month. Along the way, Hu Qianshan introduced herself to Wang Huan. Hu Qianshan seems to be very envious of her best friend, and said sourly, I should have known that I would not have studied at that time, and I would have been able to break into the society earlier than in the university. Wang Huan said, each has its own benefits. Hu Qianshan shakes her head and stubbornly says, what are the benefits? My best friend has already bought a house on her own, and her boyfriend is also very good, and then look at me, I've accomplished nothing. Hu Qianshan has a strong nature. Her family condition is upper class for most people, but she doesn't want to rely on her family. But being a salesperson is also stressful. According to my BFF, if you don't meet the performance every month, your salary will be deducted, which makes a lot of salespersons sell their bodies in order to sell things. Most of the time, Hu Qianshan was talking and Wang Huan was just listening. Hearing this, Wang Huan smiled and did not answer. Seeing Wang Huan's appearance, Hu Qianshan was deeply afraid of Wang Huan's misunderstanding. Worrying about leaving a bad impression on Wang Huan, she said, don't think nonsense, my bosom friend has always been clean and did not do that kind of thing. Wang Huan said. I didn't say she did that kind of thing. You don't need to explain. For this kind of thing, he had long been accustomed to it and did not mean to look at people with colored glasses. After a few corridor bends. Sir, miss, this is the private room your friends booked. If you need anything, feel free to call us. The waiter led the two to the entrance of the private room and said very politely, thank you. Wang Huan nodded his thanks while Hu Qianshan could not wait to push open the door of the private room. Ah, you guys are so ungrateful, calling and not returning my call, causing me to waste much time. As soon as Hu Qianshan meets, she rushes at the people in the private room and yells in auspicious anger. Qianshan is here, just waiting for you. On the sofa, a sexy dressed woman ran over and pulled Hu Qianshan. Wang Huan followed behind her, and when he walked into the private room, his face immediately stiffened a bit. This is a large private room, which is seated with a clean slate of women, who are all dressed in sexy clothes, with white thighs and high breasts, dazzling Wang Huan. The women in the room didn't expect Hu Qianshan to bring a man in. For a while, the 7 or 8 women in the room all focused their eyes on Wang Huan's body. Hu Qianshan's best friend, called Huang Ping, playfully surveyed Wang Huan, poked Hu Qianshan next to her and laughed. Qianshan, still bring the escort to come, don't you want to introduce it to the gang? Hu Qianshan glanced at Wang Huan and smiled. This is my friend, Wang Huan, don't misunderstand. Che, who doesn't know that you never come to the bar with a male companion? The hell believe you? I didn't expect that even our Qianshan has a master. Our Zhang Xiao is going to have a broken heart. Huang Ping laughed. What are you babbling about? I have nothing to do with Zhang Xiufa. Hu Qianshan hurriedly worried about Wang Huan's misunderstanding and hurriedly explained. With an I-get-it look on her face, Huang Ping stretched out her palm and patted Wang Huan's chest. Handsome Wang, we're used to joking. Don't take it to heart. Wang Huan smiled. It's fine. Hu Qianshan looked at the private room and said, hasn't the birthday party started yet? Next to her, a woman in a braless dress came over and said, still waiting for Sister Ping's boyfriend. He should be here soon. Handsome guy, come and sit down. Don't be shy. On the sofa, a woman patted the sofa next to her. All the other women in the room were curiously sizing up Wang Huan. After all, Hu Qianshan's vision was high. Even Zhang Xiao's pursuit was ignored, but she looked at Wang Huan in a different way, which made the women present in the room couldn't help but be curious about Wang Huan. Wang Huan's face is a bit embarrassed. He also did not expect this room or women, and all dressed so sexy, and that kind of gaze, look at him a bit unnatural. Just when he was at a loss for words, the phone rang, which saved him from the awkward atmosphere. My boyfriend and the others are here. You guys play first, I'll go pick them up and come over. Make yourselves at home. Huang Ping picked up the phone and said, Chapter 47, So Not Giving Face. The women in the room have pulled Hu Qianshan to chat aside. Wang Huan touched his nose and came to a corner position to sit down. Other women are surrounded by Hu Qianshan's body. From time to time to Wang Huan cast a glance, whispering, Qianshan, your boyfriend is quite handsome. What does he do? Hu Qianshan sneaked a glance at Wang Huan and whispered, I told you guys, it's not my boyfriend. If it's really that good, I'll go. You're still chasing him backwards. Qianshan, my silly sister. This is not your style. Amazing news. Quickly tell us, which family's rich and handsome this kid is, and what kind of mesmerizing soup is he pouring on our Hu Demei? The few women gathered around were surprised and their curiosity was at its limit. To know that although Hu Qianshan often plays in bars and nightclubs, she doesn't give face to many men, not least of which are really rich and handsome, but now she is in love with Wang Huan. Can they not be curious? Hu Qianshan whispered, he is not a handsome man, just met him not long ago, from the countryside, but in my eyes, he's way better than those high rollers. My silly sister, you're caught in the web of love. With your condition, marrying into a rich family that's also an easy thing. You actually like a countryside down? The surrounding people felt unbelievable. Even their voices couldn't help but raise a few points. Who's caught in the web of love? Just at this time, Huang Ping, who went out to pick up someone, pushed open the door just in time to hear this and joked. The person next to her pushed Hu Qianshan and laughed. Of course it's our Hu Qianshan. Hu big beauty. Huang Ping froze and made a look at the man, only to see 3 more men in the back, the one in the center of which had a smile on his face that turned a bit stiff. Zhang Xiao. The women in the private room hurriedly shut their mouths. Who in this circle didn't know that young Master Zhan was pursuing Hu Qianshan? Just that everyone didn't expect that young Master Zhang would also come today. The atmosphere turned a bit awkward. For the conversation of several women, Wang Huan vaguely heard some of it, but did not put it on his mind. Alright, everyone is here. Don't be polite. Feel free to play. My treat tonight. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit stiff, Huang Ping enlivened the atmosphere and called out. Since the host had said so, the others were still giving face. Even Zhang Xiao suppressed his anger for the time being, taking the opportunity to drink. He came next to the busty woman next to him and asked in a low voice, Wrong, What's that guy's story? Xiao Rong's face showed a trace of disdainful smile. Zhang Xiao, today your face is lost. He is called Wang Huan, just came to Shangjing City not long ago. He borrowed to live in Qian's home. I heard that up to now he hasn't found a job yet. Jobless hobo. If I say Qian is blind, that Wang Huan is not only handsome, but also capable of anything, really a flower in cow dung. Qian has been bewitched by the drug. She is obsessed. A few women in the room came together in a group, previously taking into account the face of Hu Qian, did not say to the face, but behind the scenes are in contempt of Wang Huan. The more Zhang Xiufa listens, the more anger he feels in his heart. He is such a good man, but in Hu Qian's eyes, he is still better than a hobo from the countryside. If you want to have a car, a room, a deposit, a family history, you don't know how many women are flattering you. He actually lost these advantages to a country bumpkin. If the other party is also rich and handsome, everyone with the ability to pick up girls, technology is not as good as others. He admitted it, but now it was different. If he let the people in his circle know that he lost to a country bumpkin, where would he put this old face? Thinking of this, he squinted at Wang Huan and realized that this kid was sitting in the corner and asked for a cup of plain water. Handsome Wang Huan, don't sit there alone, come and play together. Huang Ping waved at Wang Huan. Wang Huan smiled with a smirk. You guys don't need to mind me. I don't drink either. Just have fun. Qian, how can you leave Wang Huan out in the cold? Go and call him over to play together. Seeing that she couldn't invite herself, Huang Ping said to Hu Qian who was beside her. Hu Qian said, everyone leave him alone. Wang Huan doesn't drink. When Zhang Xiufa heard Hu Qian's caring tone towards Wang Huan and the tender gaze, his heart's anger rose and he gritted his teeth in hatred, raised a glass of wine and walked towards Wang Huan. Brother Wang, have a drink. Wang Huan looked up at him and shook his head with a smile. Thanks, I really don't drink. Zhang Xiufa had a stern face with a cold smile. You don't even drink the wine I toasted? Sorry. Wang Huan still shook his head. Zhang Xiufa's face immediately darkened like the bottom of a pot, holding up his wine glass, neither drinking nor putting it down. Next to him, Huang Ping's boyfriend's expression was also a bit upset. This guy is too unsociable. Right, refusing even young Zhang's wine? Although Zhang Xiao is a little bit different from the real rich and powerful, but in their eyes, it is a big man with power and influence. This guy is actually so arrogant. This was also too much of a disrespect to young Zhang. Humph, Huang Ping, this friend of yours has a really big face. Zhang Xiufa placed his wine glass on the coffee table with force, his face green and black. Huang Ping's face was also very ugly. She and her boyfriend were both in car sales, and this young Zhang was going to buy a Mercedes-Benz in their 4S store, which was a huge commission for the two of them. If they messed up today, not only would they not be able to sell the car, but once Mr. Zhang complained to their manager, they might even lose their jobs. At once, the eyes of the people in the private room looking at Wang Huan turned a little cold. Young Zhang, don't be angry. Maybe he really can't drink. I'll toast you on his behalf. Huang Ping smiled apologetically, raised a full glass of wine, tilted his head and drank as much as he could. Young Zhang, don't be angry. There's no need to hurt the peace over a small matter. Her boyfriend was also beside her, compensating for the smile. Zhang Xiufa said, I've already given you face by coming to your birthday banquet, but someone of you here doesn't give me face. Do you still want me to stick my hot face to his cold ass? This. Huang Ping stomped her feet anxiously and looked at Hu Qian pleadingly, giving her a wink. Qian, let that boyfriend of yours apologize to Zhang Xiao. This is not only about her huge commission, but also about her job. Hu Qian is also very difficult to do. On one side is a good girlfriend, on the other side is Wang Huan. It can be said that the left and right are difficult. However, when she saw Huang Ping's pleading gaze, she knew that it was not easy for this BFF to come to this point. She walked towards Wang Huan and whispered, why don't you just drink a little bit, even if it gives me a face? Wang Huan, who had a clear view of what was happening in the private room, frowned, picked up his wine glass and said, okay, just one drink. When Zhang Xiufa saw Wang Huan pick up the wine glass, his face suddenly changed, and with a sweep of his hand, he swept all the wine glasses on the coffee table to the floor, and the private room made a tinkling sound of broken wine glasses. Pointing to the remaining bottle of 50-degree white wine on the coffee table, he said, Grass, you count as a senior. Want to apologize, right? Drink all of this bottle. Chapter 48, You're in big trouble. The people in the private room looked at the bottle of white wine on the table. Nulanchen Erguotu, 50 to 60 degrees of high liquor. This bottle has at least one caddy, not to mention Wang Huan, a person who never drinks. Even if some people who love wine drink it, the big half of the stomach is going to be wasted. For a while, everyone's face changed several times. Zhang Xiufa was obviously being a bit forceful, taking the opportunity to find trouble with Wang Huan. However, many people did not stand out to speak for Wang Huan. Zhang Xiao was offended by Wang Huan. There was no need to follow this mess. Besides, they were not familiar with Wang Huan. Because of Wang Huan to offend Zhang Xiao, the brain has a problem. It's not a matter of concern. Some people were even secretly gloating, letting this kid surnamed Wang pretend to be a bully. Now he's in big trouble. Wang Huan's brows wrinkled into a ball. Zhang Xiao, don't joke with Wang Huan, which can drink a bottle of meaning on the line, to show a token of appreciation is. The smile on Huang Ping's face was far-fetched. Yes, young Zhang, one bottle of wine is too much. Huang Ping's boyfriend was also persuading in a pleasant manner. Too much? Zhang Xianjie coldly glanced at Wang Huan. I let you drink. That was to give you face. Now if you want me to give you face, you have to finish this bottle, and whoever helps him out, then there will be another bottle. Zhang Xiufa, don't go overboard. Hu Qianshan didn't have so many taboos and opened her mouth. Seeing that Hu Qianshan was still helping Wang Huan at this time, Zhang Xiufa was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, completely blowing up. I am excessive? Who is excessive in the front? Laozi gave him face to toast to him. What is he? He dared to refuse. Now that he knows Laozi's identity, he wants to flatter Laozi in turn. How can it be so easy? While saying that, he also pointed at Wang Huan's nose and drank savagely. Surname Wang, if you don't finish this bottle of wine for me today, then don't blame me for not being polite. A coldness flashed under Wang Huan's eyes. When had the heir of the Hall of Heavenly Masters Dao ever been accused by someone like this? Is your identity terrific? Wang Huan asked with cold eyes. Ha! Still dare to have the face to compare your identity with me? Then listen to me. Don't get weak in the legs from fear when the time comes. Zhang Xiufa laughed in anger. The feeling was like a beggar facing the richest man in the world when he went to ask the other party how much money he had. My family has opened 3 companies in Shangjing City, with businesses in the entertainment, real estate, and retail industries in Shangjing City. Zhang Xiufa was smug, his head held high like a rooster. In Shangjing City, my family has 8 chain supermarkets. To put it politely, the wine you drink and eat here today are all supplied by my family's supermarkets, and the bosses of the mansion even have close business dealings with my family. I'm worth over $1 billion. How about you? The people in the private room only knew that Zhang Xiufa was a rich man, but after hearing about his family's business, their faces gradually turned surprised. With so many industries, for them office workers, they would never reach this point in their lifetime. Humph, this is just my family's industries. As for the network of connections, it's even more incomparable to that of a country bumpkin like you. Do you know why Huang Ping and the others respect me like a god? It's because I have the ability to decide their jobs. One phone call from me can make them lose their jobs, and at the same time I can make them get promoted and get a raise. Wang boy, do you have such an ability? I can decide their wealth and poverty, and you can't. When Huang Ping and the others heard this, their gazes towards Zhang Xiufa turned even more awe-inspiring. As for you, a country bumpkin, qualified to fight me? Let me tell you, if I give you face, then you should kneel and take it. Zhang Xiufa got more and more energized as he spoke, foaming at the mouth, especially when he looked at the other people in the private room casting that ingratiating gaze, enjoying himself as he puffed out his chest. Now, you drink or not? Zhang Xianjie was aggressive. Wang Huan smiled faintly. Indeed, it's remarkable. But, does your family being poor or rich, having the power or not have a dime's worth of relationship with me? You, Zhang Xiufa almost failed to raise his breath when he heard this sentence. It felt like his vicious series of fierce attacks were like hitting on cotton. Yeah, this kid is a hobo. There's no use talking to him about this. Wang Huan, if you don't think about yourself, don't you even think about these people? Zhang Xiufa turned his gaze and looked at the people in the private room, saying, if you don't finish your drink for me and apologize to me, all these guys inside the private room today will have to roll up and go home tomorrow. Zhang Xiao, this has nothing to do with us. That low-cut Rome had a panicked look on her face. Yes, young Zhang, we have always respected you. Young Zhang, the wrongdoer has a head and a debt. You can't take the blame for the fish pond. The others all panicked. It was too hard to find a stable job in Shangjing City. If they all lost their jobs because of Wang Huan, it would be really unjust. Wang Huan also did not expect Zhang Xiufa to be this shameless. Wang Huan, condescend, please apologize to young Zhang. Huang Ping was also anxious as she looked at Wang Huan pleadingly. Brother Wang, for the sake of Qian, for the reaction of these people, Wang Huan did not despise, as the bottom of the society, in order to keep their jobs, it is also understandable to beg for help. Zhang Xiufa looked at Wang Huan with a cold smile. Wang Huan calmly said, oh, it seems that this wine, I really have to drink. While saying this, he picked up the erguotu on the coffee table and twisted the cap off. See Wang Huan's soft, Zhang Xiufa's face smiles more thick. Finally is the heart of the bad gas given half. This kid again crazy and how? Is not the same obedient to me to drink. Zhang Xiufa held his arm, coldly laughed. Wang Huan, A breath to me to drink. Leak a drop. Then don't blame me for not speaking clearly. Don't worry, it won't leak, Wang Huan said, then only saw him pull the other party over directly with one shot, kicked him over on the sofa, copied the opened bottle of wine, and very savagely poured it inside his mouth. Oh, cough cough. Zhang Xiufa's eyes stared like a bull's eye, his throat accompanied by whimpering and coughing, only to feel that the spicy fire like white wine poured into his throat, and his stomach turned inside out. Wang Huan temper, face coldly said, you want to drink is it? Let you drink enough. Zhang Xiufa struggled violently, but could not escape from Wang Huan's hand. He could only struggle violently on the sofa until the bottle of erguotu was at the bottom. Wang Huan let go of him. Vomit vomit. The moment he was released, Zhang Xiufa directly crawled on the floor and vomited. The crowd in the private room had long been dumbfounded, looking at the filthy Zhang Xiufa who vomited on the ground. Their faces had long been white as white, and their eyes had turned red as fire. Wang Huan, you're in big trouble. The people in the private room were furious and abnormal, staring at Wang Huan with dead eyes and roaring. Chapter 49. It's okay, there's Wang Huan. No one had thought that this young man who seemed to be very smiley, was so violent in his bones. Looking at Zhang Xiufa who was vomiting furiously on the ground, their hearts were hateful and fearful. With Zhang Xiufa's temper, they were afraid that there was no turning back in this matter. They all knew that this was really a big mess. They all know that this is really a big deal. This time, they were really killed by this kid Wang Huan. They were just wage earners. When they thought of the strength that Zhang Xiufa had just spoken out, they couldn't help but shiver in their hearts. As long as Zhang Xiufa's phone call went to the 4S store, it was very easy to imagine the manager's roaring expression at that time. Young Zhang, are you alright? Get up and drink some water. With a sobbing voice, that breastbearing wearing Xiaorong went up to help Zhang Xiufa who was lying on the ground and vomiting profusely. Get the hell out of my way. Zhang Xiufa was helped up and slapped on her face, her eyes spewing fire, staring dead at Wang Huan. Grass, if I don't get you killed today, I'll take your last name. It's over. This is your death. Wang Huan, how could you do this? Xiaorong even spilled her anger on Wang Huan. Although she received a slap from Zhang Xiufa, she didn't have the guts to get angry with Zhang Xiufa. She could only lash out at Wang Huan. Wang Huan pulled out a paper towel from the side, wiped his hand, threw it on the ground without any concern, and said lightly, why can't I do this? It's also a change in my mood. Otherwise, humph. Asterisk. What else can you do when you are in a bad mood? Zhang Xiufa's eyes glowed red, copied the bottle on the ground and smashed it towards Wang Huan. He was in a bad mood right now. He originally wanted to be imposing in front of these people, taking his own origin to pressure this kid Wang Huan into submission. But what he didn't expect was that Wang Huan had made him in such a sorry state, making him lose all his face. Under the anger, he didn't care about anything else, picked up the bottle on the ground and greeted Wang Huan's face. Zhang Xiufa's angry blow, coupled with his hideous horror of the expression, showed the momentum of the forceful. Very scary. The people in the room is even more scared, pale as paper, especially Huang Ping's colleagues, but also screamed repeatedly, the next second to see the scene of blood flying. Huang Ping's boyfriend is directly run to find security. They do not dare to stop the crazy Zhang Xiufa, can only hope that the security guards here to intervene. Compared to other people's horrified expressions, Hu Qian's eyes are flashing with anticipation and excitement. She knows how powerful Wang Huan is. He's a godlike character. Not to mention one Zhang Xiufa, even 10 or 100. In front of Wang Huan, it's all a fart. Seeing that Wang Huan's head was about to be opened by the bottle, a burst of screams rang out in the private room. However, not long after, the screams stopped, only to see the imposing Zhang Xiufa's eyes suddenly glaring round. The whole person is like a parabola. Was Wang Huan kicked out, directly hit the wall behind. The bottle in his hand has long been lost to nowhere. The eyes of the people in the private room looked straight, and their minds went blank. They had seen a ball flying with a kick, but it was the first time they had seen a person of more than 100 pounds kicked out like a ball like Wang Huan. The booth was silent for a few seconds. Grass, cough, you hillbilly, how dare you hit me? Where is the security guard? Where did the security guard die? I want to see your manager. Zhang Xiufa endured the severe pain and shouted. Wang Huan said, I'm in a good mood today. Beating you is considered light. Wang Huan, you wait for me. If I don't get this revenge, I will be your son today. Wang Huan laughed. I don't want you as my son. Besides, I don't know your mom. Puff. Hearing this, Hu Qian couldn't hold it in any longer and laughed out. This guy is usually quite serious, but I didn't expect him to be bad. My silly Qian, your nerves have to be how big, this time still have the heart to laugh. Thinking of the stormy retaliation from Zhang Xiufa later on, Huang Ping and the others were worried, and they were still laughing at this time. Qian, go away. Don't get involved with Wang Huan, otherwise, you'll be implicated too. Huang Ping pulled Hu Qianqian and told her to hurry up and leave. She had already predicted that Wang Huan would be dead tonight. However, Hu Qianqian didn't show any sign of leaving, nor did she have any worries. Don't worry, it's fine, there's Wang Huan. What time is it? You are still remembering this Wang Huan. You are really haunted. He broke into such a big trouble. He is a clay bodhisattva himself. That Xiao Ron was full of grievances. It's good now. We are also dragged into this. We will definitely be fired tomorrow. Not only fired, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find a job in the future. Didn't you hear Mr. Zhang say his family is so powerful? Originally wanted to save some money to go home for the new year. Now it's all ruined by this boyfriend of yours. Complaining tones came from the private room, and everyone looked at Wang Huan with hatred. Alright, don't even say it. Today it's all my fault. If I didn't call you all here, I wouldn't have encountered this bad luck. You guys go first, I'll take care of the aftermath. Huang Ping had a bitter look on her face. Go. Hearing this, the rest of these people couldn't wait to leave earlier. Young Master Zhang, I'm sorry, this has nothing to do with us. We also just met that Wang. Young Master Zhang, we'll leave first. Before leaving, these people still didn't forget to greet Zhang Xiufa, who stood up holding the wall, kicked the stool next to him over, and roared. No one is allowed to take half a ing step out of the private room without me opening my mouth. He now all the face is lost. Anger has no place to send, and these people see his disgrace side. In the back of the world do not know how long to gossip. Today must let these women see his revenge. Let them see with their own eyes how he forced that surname Wang to die step by step. Looking at the eerie face of Zhang Xiufa, those eyes staring at them in death. For a moment, a chill rose up in these women. Young Zhang, it's really none of our business. You have to make a clear distinction between grudges. Wearing a breast-bearing Xiao Rong with a crying voice, she begged bitterly. Young Zhang, please don't make things difficult for us. Even Huang Ping had a desperate look on her face. What are you guys crying and mourning for? It's all been said. With Wang Huan around today, nothing will happen. Hu Qianqian exclaimed. Hu Qianqian, if you want to die, don't drag us along with you. Wang Huan, he's nothing. In front of Zhang Xiao, he doesn't even count as a fart. Everyone treats you as a friend. Is this how you pit us? Seeing Hu Qianqian's heartless appearance, the people in the private room were furious. Their resentment towards Wang Huan and his two men rose to the limit. Bang! Just at this time, the door of the private room was finally opened, and Huang Ping's boyfriend came over with a group of security guards. And when he saw the cluttered private room, and Zhang Xiufa, who was in a sorry state, one sentence floated in his head. This is really over. Chapter 50, Shadow Earthborn Gold Bureau. Mr. Zhang, what are you? That security manager's face changed. The mansion nightclub had cooperation with the Zhang family, and the two sides' friendship was not bad. When he saw that Zhang Xiufa was beaten up in the mansion, he could not help but feel some anger in his heart. This was too much of a disrespect to mansion's face. Zhang Xiufa climbed up, pointed at Wang Huan, and yelled, Manager Pang, it's this kid who hit me. Give me a good lesson. Manager Pang looked over in the direction he was pointing, frowned, and said, This gentleman, dare to cause trouble in my magnificent sect. May I ask which path you are in? Although he had anger in his heart, he did not act impulsively. He dared to beat Zhang Xiufa up like this, so he might also have some kind of overbearing background, so it would not be too late to inquire about it first. Manager Pang, this kid is a country bumpkin. There is no such thing as an origin, Zhang Xiufa said in an evil voice. From the countryside? Manager Pang looked at Wang Huan's clothes. His whole body added up to just a few $100s. Wang Huan could not see the contempt in Manager Pang's eyes, and faintly laughed. What? If you are from the countryside, you are not your guests? Manager Pang said. When you enter the mansion, you are indeed our guest. But, his voice paused for a moment. Next to him, Zhang Xiufa had coldly said, Manager Pang, I am also your guest. Now that the guest has been beaten, shouldn't mansion give me an explanation? Mr. Zhang, calm your anger first. We will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Manager Pang already had a decision in his heart. One country bumpkin, the other is their partner. Which one is more important? How can he not weigh it in his heart? Good. First let your people beat him up for me. I'll be responsible for anything that happens. Zhang Xianjie was delighted in his heart and pointed at Wang Huan. Kid, didn't you just beat me up? Now I'll let you taste the taste of being beaten up too. This, Manager Peng's face was still a little difficult. I said I'm responsible for what happened. In addition, in the future, when Manager Zhang goes to my house to get goods, drop 3 points. Zhang Xianjie said. Manager Peng sniffed and immediately became excited. Dropping 3 points. That is these 3 points completely into his own pocket, and all he had to do was to beat up a bumpkin. This money was no different from pie in the sky. Ah Bing, arrest this guy for me. dare to cause trouble in the mansion nightclub. Lawlessness. Manager Pang has been smoked by the benefits of those 3 points, coupled with the fact that Wang Huan indeed has no origin. There has long been nothing to worry about. A country bumpkin. No power and no influence in Shangjing City. Beat it up. Do you still dare to resist? Wang Huan coldly said. Pang manager, you think well? Grass. Beating you still need to think? Manager Pang saw Wang Huan's emboldened appearance and couldn't help but feel vaguely angry. What are you still dumbfounded for? Give me on. Manager Pang waved his hand, and the 4 or 5 security guards behind him rushed towards Wang Huan like wolves and tigers. Huang Ping and these people had long been beside the scared and did not dare to speak. They were just some small part-time workers. Who knew that the water in such a place as the mansion nightclub was deep? Right now, they could only sigh that Wang Huan was too impulsive. The only thing they are looking forward to now is that this fire doesn't burn on their own body. Qian, this matter is my fault. I should have known. Huang Ping still has some guilt in her heart. After all, it was her who called the two to come. Hu Qian, however, did not have half a bit of unlucky realization, and said unconcernedly, what are you afraid of? These few people are not enough for Wang Huan to stuff his teeth. Hu Qian, you are really incorrigible. A country bumpkin, fighting with a powerful family? Really think you're some great big shot? The few women beside her sneered. If it wasn't for Wang Huan today, they wouldn't be in danger of losing their jobs. They didn't know how much they couldn't wait for Wang Huan to be beaten up. Hu Qian did not explain to them, but looked ahead excitedly, only to see those few security guards rush to Wang Huan's front. Wang Huan kicked the coffee table in front of him and flew up. Several 100 pounds of coffee table was kicked by him and rolled several times in the air, and then crashed into the body of those few security guards. Immediately, those few security guards were knocked over by the coffee table, while Wang Huan took a step out and directly appeared in front of that manager Pang. A slap directly landed on the dazed manager Pang's face. Dog thing, this slap is a lesson for you. Call your boss here, or else I will immediately break this Shadow Earth and Gold Bureau of his, and make you magnificent sect lose money without even your pants left. This manager Pang was just about to have a seizure, when he suddenly heard the words Shadow Earth Sangjin Bureau. His body trembled and his gaze towards Wang Huan was a bit shocked. He was considered a high-ranking member of the mansion. When the mansion opened, he followed the boss's side. At that time, the boss had invited a high-ranking person, and that high-ranking person had said the words Shadow Earth Sangjin Bureau. Although he didn't understand what this meant, he vaguely knew that this was the feng shui bureau of the mansion nightclub, and that the reason why mansion had such a good business was because of this feng shui bureau. Although he didn't believe it, the big boss was convinced and wrote a check for several $1 million to the other party. Now, the same words came out from inside Wang Huan's mouth, instantly giving him a feeling that something big was wrong. Grass, all a bunch of ing wastes. Call more people on me. Seeing manager Peng being intimidated by Wang Huan's words, Zhang Xiufa cursed from the side. Wang Huan, who the are you to be qualified to see boss son? Zhang Xianjie roared with disdain. After manager Peng received a slap, although there was anger in his heart, he still forced himself to suppress it. Kid, how did you know about the Shadow Earth Shangjin Bureau? Wang Huan was lazy, turned back, sat on the sofa, crossed his legs and said, you're not qualified to talk to me. Call your boss. You. Manager Peng was furious. His face reddened. He was at least a manager. Now he was even slapped in the face by a brat. His heart was very unhappy, but still secretly gave the boss a phone call. Will this side of things to the big boss after explaining? On the other end of the phone, Sun Lianjin's face instantly turned cold when he heard that someone was going to break his Shadow Earth Sangjin Bureau. Immediately revealed a touch of hatred. Now is the time to use money. A few days ago from the Treasure Mountain Villa back after. In order to find the treasure medicine, his expenses cannot be small. Is the urgent need to ask for money? Now someone wants to cut off his way of wealth. This is not in the destruction of his future? Asterisk. Get me to keep an eye on the person. Never let him leave the mansion half a step. Sun Lianjin yelled, while hurriedly rushing towards the private room. Manager Peng also heard the anger of the big boss and coldly laughed. Kid, our boss said that he won't let you leave half a step. Ha ha ha, Wang kid, you are really making a death wish. If this goes to boss son, no god can save you. Zhang Xiufa froze, then laughed. What kind of person is Sun Lianjin? That's the entertainment bigwig in Shangjing City. Ruthless and ruthless. Wang Huan making a big deal out of it is simply stupid. As for Huang Ping and the others, they also heard boss son's anger on the phone and looked at Wang Huan with a look of despair. This Wang Huan really doesn't know the sky and the earth. Offended Zhang Xiao and manager Peng. At most, he would only be beaten up. Now offended boss son. Things are big. Maybe this kid will be thrown into the sea and fed to the fishes today. However, when Wang Huan heard the voice inside the phone, he gave Hu Qian a strange look. The two felt some familiarity with the voice, as if they had heard it somewhere before. the owner of Magnum is Sun Lianjin? Wang Huan was slightly surprised, remembering this person. Wasn't this person the boss of Sun who was going to find himself a treasure medicine at the hidden treasure villa? At first, Sun Lianjin had shown the most positive behavior, so he still had a bit of an impression. Chapter 51, I'll kill you first. I didn't realize that the boss of Magnificent Gate is actually Sun Lianjin, Wang Huan murmured in a low voice, feeling that this world was too small to meet an acquaintance here. However, his words appeared to the others as if they were stunned by the three names Sun Lianjin. Ha ha ha, Wang boy, knowing the owner of the mansion, regretting it and feeling desperate is it? Zhang Xianjie laughed out loud. This kid only now knows the boss of the mansion, and dared to demolish other people's nightclub. Now regret is too late. Too late, can only bear the wrath of boss Sun? Continue to be arrogant just with you, when you see the boss. I hope that time don't have weak legs. Manager Peng clasped his arms and sneered. Really don't know what's good for you. If this matter stops in my hands, it's just a matter of severely beating you up and letting Mr. Zhang lose his anger. But you have to stab the matter to boss Sun. This is called asking for your own death. As for the others, they had long been too scared to utter a single breath. Even though Huang Ping and the others were only bottom-level wage earners, they could be said to be thunderstruck by Sun Lianjin's great name, and were privately known as the king of Shangjing City's entertainment venues. It was rumored that this person had fought a huge kingdom in Shangjing City with his empty hands, and that his heart was black and his hands were ruthless, and that he could take on both black and white. For them, this is already a big man in the sky. But Wang Huan, this guy is good. Let people Sun Lianjin to see him. This is to jump into the fire pit. The point was, maybe even they would be implicated. Wang Huan, you're out of your mind. You want to get everyone killed before you're happy, right? Huang Ping's boyfriend was scared and angry, not expecting things to come to this. Dead, now let alone going home for the new year. I'm afraid I can't go home in this life. Huang Ping was disoriented and with a sobbing voice, she said, Qian, you boyfriend, you got us all killed. Wang Huan, we have no grudge against you. If you want to seek your own death, why did you drag us to be buried with you? The whole private room was wailing. Some people with poorer mental capacity were already sobbing. On the contrary, it was Hu Qian, like a person with no problem, muttered, crying what to cry, not just Sun Lianjin. What's the big deal? This seems to have provoked the wrath of the crowd, who have looked at her with hatred. Hu Qian, have you had enough? Everyone accompanied you and your boyfriend to make trouble, and now you've played everyone to death. You're happy now, right? Wang Huan, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Hu Qian said seriously. Really, I won't lie to you. Everyone will be fine. Wang Huan knows that Sun Lianjin. Hu Qian, what are you still pretending here? You said yourself that this kid is a bumpkin from the countryside. What qualification does he have to know boss Sun? You're just the granddaughter of a Chinese medicine store. What are you taking to know boss Sun? From now on, Hu Qian, we are no longer friends. Hu Qian was speechless for a while. No one believed her when she said the truth, so she didn't bother to say anything, dropping a sentence, believe it or not, cry if you want to. Ha ha ha. Manager Peng couldn't help but laugh when he saw that Wang Huan and these people had already started complaining to each other. Wang Huan, I really admire your guts to call our boss. After our boss comes, it's your time to die. Zhang Xianjie was even more complacent. Grass, arrogant, crazy. Aren't you a good fighter? Do you think it's still an era where you can rely on your fists to make a living? Laughing me to death. A small character, thrown in the sea, even a wave cannot even splash a wave of garbage, but even have the courage to invite boss Sun over. Zhang Xianjie hilariously laughed. The whole person was refreshed, condescendingly pointing at the crowd in the private room, saying, Wang Huan, and you guys, one of you won't be able to leave today. Huang Ping's boyfriend stood out and pleaded in a low voice. Young Zhang, this matter has nothing to do with us. It's all caused by Wang Huan. Just let us go. Spare you? Fine. As long as you let this wine kneel down and lick the stains on the ground clean, this young man will let you guys go. Zhang Xianjie pointed at the stains on the ground that had been spit out by Wang Huan after filling him with alcohol and roared, if I hadn't come to participate in the birthday banquet of you bastards, would I have been subjected to a strange humiliation today? With this roar, he scared everyone and shrunk their necks, each hiding in the corner, shivering. Wang Huan frowned and said, What? You haven't had enough of the wine just now, and you want to drink what you spit out again? Wang Huan, you're crazy. Xiao Rong screamed angrily from behind. It was at this point, Wang Huan was actually still irritating Zhang Xianjie. Wasn't this rubbing salt into young Zhang's wounds? Zhang Xianjie said sorrowfully. Wang Huan, it's true that I can't beat you, so I'll let you go crazy for a few minutes first. When boss Sun comes over, you'll know how to write the word death. Sun Lianjin, even if he comes, when he sees me, he still has to lower his voice to greet me. Wang Huan spoke out of turn. It's over. The crowd's eyes snapped shut when they heard these words. This Wang Huan had gone crazy to the point of babbling. Just as the saying goes, if you want someone to die, you must first make them crazy first. Wang Huan was like that now. Self-inflicted sin. Cannot live. Manager Peng smiled disdainfully. He was Sun Lianjin's beloved follower. If this was heard by Sun Lianjin, scrapping him would be light. Who's going to break my Shadow Earthborn Gold Bureau? Just at this moment, a roar of concealed anger suddenly came from outside. The faces of the people in the private room changed drastically when they heard this voice. Huang Ping and the others were even scared to death. Sun Lianjin, coming. Manager Peng's face showed joy. Once Boss Sun arrived, Wang Huan would definitely die. And this time, it was also a good opportunity for him to show his loyalty, only to see him pull out a rubber stick from his waist and gesture towards Wang Huan. Wang Huan, today I have to get you killed. Seemingly worried that Sun Lianjin outside the private room could not hear him, Manager Peng's voice raised a few points. Outside the door, Sun Lianjin was furious. Someone wanted to cut off his wealth. He could not give up. But when he heard Manager Peng's sentence Wang Huan, the anger on his face suddenly disappeared, and then turned into a deep color of terror. Wang Huan, isn't this the name of Master Wang, Wang Shenxian? When he thought about what happened at the treasure villa, he was still having nightmares. Now, his subordinate, actually wanted to get Wang Huan killed? Almost in an instant, he had felt the hairs on his back stand up in sweat, and exploded with infinite potential, kicking the door of the private room open. Just in time to see a scene that made his heart race, Manager Peng was rushing towards the other party with a rubber roller. Who was that if not Master Wang? My god, are you going to play with me to death? Sun Lianjin was instantly scared out of his wits, and with hardly any hesitation, he flew a kick towards Manager Peng's back, and also let out a hiss. Little brat, I will get you killed first. Chapter 52 Good news. Manager Peng, who was about to take credit in front of the big boss, was overjoyed when he heard the voice behind him. However, immediately after, he felt a huge force coming from his back, followed by a burst of severe pain. The whole person was caught off guard. A dog's poop fell to the ground. The expressions on the faces of the people in the private room were somewhat dumbfounded. Manager Peng angrily turned his head back, wanting to see who had attacked him, but he saw a scene that made him incredulous, only to see Sun Lianjin sprinting to the front of Wang Huan. Incomparably respectful, Mr. Wang Da. Wang, are you okay? These little brats didn't hurt you, right? Wang Huan looked at him with a smile and said, injured me? Boss Sun, are you looking down on me? Mr. Wang Huan, or are you too confident in your men? Cold sweat broke out on the head of Sun Lianamount. Remembering that the person in front of him was a godly figure, he hurriedly compensated with a smile and said, yes, 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 just this group of drunken bags, how could they possibly injure Mr. Wang? After saying that, he turned his head violently, stared at Manager Peng on the ground, and angrily shouted, Pong Dahu, you've eaten a bear's heart and leopard, haven't you? Who told you to be rude to Mr. Wang? Manager Peng's face changed drastically. Seeing his own big boss acting like a grandson in front of Wang Huan, he hurriedly climbed up from the ground, sweating profusely. Boss, it's him, he's the one who wants to ruin your pa. Without waiting to finish his sentence, Sun Lianjin slapped him in the face and drank. Less excuses. If you hadn't offended Mr. Wang, he would have said something like that. Don't say that Mr. Wang wants to break the feng shui bureau of the mansion. As long as Mr. Wang opens his mouth, I can give this mansion with both hands. What he said was not polite words. If a mansion could make friends with a godly figure like Wang Huan, even if he was making money day in and day out, he would be happy to do so. Boss, you. Manager Peng looked at Wang Huan incredulously. After following Sun Lianjin for so long, he was still able to distinguish between those words that were true and those that were false. For the sake of Wang Huan, Sun Lianjin would even give the treasure pot in his hand to Wang Huan. What is this person's origin? You, Pong Dahu, Laozi told you, if Mr. Wang doesn't forgive you today, Laozi will personally throw you into the sea to feed the Wangbang. Boss, you're not kidding, right? Manager Peng's head was covered in sweat. His heart was surprised to the extreme. What was the origin of this Mr. Wang that made the boss so fearful? Once he thought of the terrifying consequences, Manager Peng finally understood that the Wang Huan in front of him was not some country bumpkin at all, but a terrifying existence with a shockingly large origin. Thinking of his life and death. In the other parties one thought, terrified to the extreme looked at Wang Huan, said, Mr. Wang, I have eyes and do not recognize MT. Tai. It's me who was blinded by the lard. Please don't pay attention to Mr. Wang. The people in the private room had long been stunned by this scene. The big brother of Shangjing City's entertainment venue, the multi-billion-dollar black and white Sun Lianjin, would be so afraid of Wang Huan? A feeling that made them somewhat unable to react. Many people were speculating about Wang Huan's identity. What kind of a horrible identity was this to make Sun Lianjin grovel so much? Wang Huan looked at him playfully and said, "Manager Pang, apologizing to me? I don't dare to accept it." Pang Dahu's face immediately turned a shade of gray. Sun Lianjin's heart sank as he stepped forward and kicked him to the ground, shouting angrily, "Stupid pig, why don't you tell me all those stupid things you've done?" Don't look at him fighting fiercely now, but his heart was saving Pang Dahu. Pang Dahu hurriedly said, "Boss, it's me who is greedy. It's Zhang Xiufa. It's all because of him. He promised to give me 3 percentage points of profit and let me beat up Mr. Wang. Stupid." Sun Lianjin kicked him in the chest again, instantly breaking his ribs, but Pang Dahu froze without saying a word. His face was green with pain. His forehead was covered in sweat. Zhang Xiufa next to him winced, his heart incomparably fearful and shocked. He didn't expect that things would develop to this point. "Son, boss son, my father is Zhang Huazhong. Please look at my father's face. This matter, I'm going to you." Sun Lianjin learned that all of this was caused by this guy. The hatred in his heart that was stronger than seeing his father's murderer. A slap on his face directly knocked out 2 of his incisors. Your father's face is nothing. Can it compare to a fart of Mr. Wang? At this moment, Sun Lianjin hated to kill this guy with 1 foot. If it wasn't for this asshole, he wouldn't have caused Wang Huan's displeasure. He had to know that he had gone through a lot of trouble in order to tie up with Wang Huan. But now, all his efforts had to go down the drain because of this asshole. The anger in his heart could be imagined. Zhang Xiufa was already starry-eyed from this slap, and was terrified in his heart. This Wang Huan could make Sun Lianjin so afraid, so he must be so big that even his Zhang family could not accept it. The Zhang family could not compare to Sun Lianjin. Wang Xiao, I was wrong. I shouldn't have grabbed a woman from you. I shouldn't have threatened your friends. You are generous. Let me go as a fart. Zhang Xiufa fearfully said, "How dare you snatch Mr. Wang's woman?" After learning what happened, Sun Lianjin's lungs were about to explode with anger. This nigga was looking for death himself and had to drag himself into it. At once, his face was cloudy like a dark cloud sinking. His hand copied a wine bottle and smashed down towards his head without mercy. "Ah!" Zhang Xiufa screamed miserably, blood flowing down from his head. However, Sun Lianjin did not have the intention to spare him. Holding the broken wine bottle with a cold light gleaming from it, aiming it at Zhang Xiufa's eyes, and said grimly, "Since these dog eyes of yours are useless, then I'll waste him for you. Boss son, don't Wang Xiao saved my life. I don't dare, really don't dare. Qian, save me." Looking at the wine bottle in Sun Lianjin's hand, that is definitely not a fake. Zhang Xiufa has long been scared and his legs are soft, rolling and crawling on the ground. "Boss son, let him off this time." Wang Huan looked at his ass-kissing appearance. Where was his previous arrogance left? And waved his hand in boredom. "Count on Mr. Wang's generosity. Otherwise none of you people will be able to walk out." Sun Lianjin viciously said, still not quick to roll. "Go back to reflect and reflect. If there is a next time, don't blame me for being merciless. Don't dare." "Thank you Mr. Wang. Thank you Mr. Wang." Zhang Xiufa was like being pardoned, gratefully rolling out of the private room. Looking at the scene that happened in front of them, the entire private room remained silent. Huang Ping and these women were even trembling, looking at Wang Huan with a color of fear, knowing that among them, many of them were still blaming Wang Huan for implicating them just now. Wang Huan glanced at them and shook his head, not blaming them. Sun Lianjin was an old man. He quickly saw the doorway inside and said, "Pang Dahu, rearrange a luxurious private room for them, all free of charge." After ordering, he smiled fawningly, "Mr. Wang, I have good news to tell you alone." Chapter 53, Three Sons Green Lotus. Seeing his appearance, Wang Huan's heart moved slightly, and explained to Hu Qian next to him, "I have some things to discuss with boss son. You play with them for a while first." After the explanation, he followed Sun Lianjin to leave the private room. Phew! Only after the two left the private room did these people let out a heavy breath. Just now, their nerves were really too tense. However, they still hadn't reacted from the shock they had just experienced, and Zhang Xiao, who was so high and mighty in their eyes, couldn't even be considered a dog in front of Wang Huan. Even Sun Lianjin, the casino magnate of Shangjing City, had a pleasing look in front of Wang Huan. Was this still the country bumpkin they had previously known? Was there such a bullish bumpkin in this world? It wasn't until half a second later that Huang Ping reacted and looked at Hu Qian with an incredibly complicated gaze. Qian, what kind of person is your boyfriend? Yes, Qian, your boyfriend is so bullish. What the hell is he doing? Qian, your boyfriend is really awesome. Or you have a vision. That Zhang Xiao is not even worthy of mentioning shoes to Brother Huan compared to Brother Huan. Listening to their complimentary tone, Hu Qianqian's heart is sweet and happy, although Wang Huan is not her boyfriend. Seeing those people with that kind of look in their eyes makes her heart incomparably satisfied and even a bit pleased. But soon, she is a bit lost, and secretly thinks in her heart, if Wang Huan is really her boyfriend, how good it would be. Qian, when you get rich in the future, don't forget us sisters. Xiaorong, what are you talking about developed in the future? Qian is already developed now. Brother Huan is so powerful. Qian is really blessed. That Xiaorong who was wearing a breast-bearing dress smiles compensatingly and pats her ass. She just treated Wang Huan badly and even scolded him, trying to make up for the relationship from Hu Qianqian's side. Hu Qianqian always had a faint smile on her face. These people were happier to praise Wang Huan than herself. Looking at their gazes, Hu Qianqian faintly said, "It's nothing more. My boyfriend is very powerful." That, Qian, I was wrong just now. I shouldn't talk about Brother Huan like that. Can you let me apologize to him? Xiaorong fawned and smiled. Hu Qianqian waved her hand and said, Wang Huan is not as petty as you think. No need to apologize specifically. She is not stupid. Looking at a piece of snowy white on Xiaorong's chest, she knows exactly what idea she is playing. She will not give her a chance to approach Wang Huan. Then do you give me Huan's phone number? I still need to personally make a call to apologize to Brother Huan. Crashes Xiaorong said undeterred. No need. Wang Huan rarely uses the phone. Hu Qianqian rolled her eyes. Next to her, Huang Ping also saw Xiaorong's small mind. This woman's heart is heavier. She didn't use some Thai tactics in the past when she was pulling in clients. Now she wants to use this kind of tactics to snatch Wang Huan from Hu Qianqian. We all know this unspokenly, but we just don't want to tear our faces apart. Since Qianqian is Huan's girlfriend, let Qianqian apologize to Huan for us later. Huang Ping sealed Xiaorong's mind with a single sentence. On the other side, in the office of Magnificent's boss, Sun Lianjin personally brewed a cup of good tea for Wang Huan and said, Master Wang, today's incident is all because I have failed to manage my subordinates and almost bumped into you. I am really sorry. Wang Huan took a sip of tea, bitter with a few sweetness. He put down the teacup and smiled. This tea is good. Boss Sun, let the past go with the wind. It's just that I don't want this kind of thing to happen a second time. Yes, I promise you with my life, it will never happen a second time. Sun Lianjin patted his chest to guarantee, and secretly decided in his heart, in the future, send out Wang Huan's picture. Let those subordinates keep it in their heads for me, and tell them that when they meet this master in the future, they must offer him up as an ancestor. Wang Huan crossed his legs and lay comfortably on that leather sofa, glanced at him and said, Say it, what good news do you have to tell me? Upon hearing this, Sun Lianjin bowed and said, Master Wang, last time at the Hidden Treasure Villa, I learned that Master Wang was searching for old medicines that have gone up in time, and I've gotten a piece of news here that might be useful to Master Wang. Oh, Wang Huan sat up straight, his face showing a few moments of interest, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the desktop, saying, Tell me, Sun Lianjin said. At that time, when I left early, everyone thought that I was collecting the old medicines in the hands of the major drug dealers in advance, but in fact, it wasn't true. I just came back to confirm a piece of news. Raising his head and carefully glancing at Wang Huan, seeing that he was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, Sun Lianjin continued, I once befriended a feng shui master. This person has some means, and it was also him who helped me to set up this Shadow Earthborn Gold Bureau. However, I learned a piece of news from this feng shui master's mouth. Seeing that Wang Huan still didn't show a look of interest, Sun Lianjin clenched his teeth and told the whole story, saying, that feng shui master unintentionally said something when he was drunk, that the Ma family has a divine medicine. Divine medicine? Wang Huan's eyes snapped open, with a few moments of essence in them. To be able to call it a divine medicine, that thing would be too precious, and that feng shui master was a person of the same path, and if he said that it was a divine medicine, then at the very least, it would be a medicine that was over 100 years old. Yes, it's the divine medicine. That feng shui master's mouth isn't very strict, and he's good at drinking and likes beautiful women. I made some small means that can't see the light, and got the portrait of the divine medicine in his mouth from him. Sun Lianjin didn't hide anything for half a second and took a piece of rice paper out from the nearby safe. On it was a green lotus, budding. Although Wang Huan's face was calm, he was shocked in his heart. 3 yang green lotus, divine medicine. This is definitely a divine medicine. The 3 suns green lotus, known as the Buddha's eye in Buddhist scriptures, is even more important in Taoist illusions, and the 3 suns are born by sucking the power of heaven and earth's thunder. His 5 thunders heavenly mind skill has reached a bottleneck. If he gets the 3 suns green lotus, he is certain that his cultivation will be further advanced. Boss Sun, this thing is useful to me. I wonder where it is now. Wang Huan did not beat around the bush and said very directly, Sun Lianjin said. I'm not hiding it from Master Wang. This lotus flower is in the Hong family. I had sent someone to his family to talk about purchasing it, but the Ma family is a big family, and there is no sign of loosening up. What is the origin of this Ma family? Wang Huan asked as he tapped the desktop. Master Wang, the Hong family is not in Shangjing City, but in Nanjing, the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties. The Ma family is the largest supplier of medicinal herbs in the south, and is very powerful in Nanjing, and I don't dare to mess around with it, and I intend to tell you about this in the next few days. Wang Huan murmured in a low voice. Nanjing Ma family, it seems necessary to go there personally. Master Wang, Wang Huan said. Don't worry, if the news is true, there will be no shortage of benefits for you. Sun Lianjin was overjoyed at the news and volunteered. Master Wang, I have had some contact with the Hong family, and I have some friendship with one of the Ma family's sons. I can accompany you, so that the chances of buying it will be greater. Chapter 54 Underestimated. Early the next morning, Wang Huan and Sun Lianjin departed for Nanjing. Just after walking out of the airport, a black Audi A6 was already parked outside the airport waiting for them, and after seeing the two of them, a middle-aged man walked out from the car face to face. Boss Sun, welcome to Nanjing. The visitor took the initiative to extend his hand and said. After Sun Lianjin extended his hand and shook it, he turned his head and introduced. Master Wang, this is the Hong family's steward, Mr. Hong Yunfang. Hong Yunfang curiously glanced at Wang Huan and said, Boss Sun, this is the Master Wang mentioned on the phone? Well, Master Wang is determined to obtain the Hong family's 3 yang green lotus, so please ask Brother Hong for more help, and I will definitely thank you when the time comes. Sun Lianjin said sincerely. Boss Sun, it's better to get in the car and talk. A hint of sarcasm flashed across Hong Yunfang's face. I wonder how much Master Wang intends to pay for the 3 yang green lotus. In the car, Hong Yunfang asked without leaving any trace. At all costs, in Wang Huan's opinion. Since he had come here he was determined to get the 3 yang green lotus, and he was not afraid of the other party sitting on his hands. His attitude was even tougher. Hong Yunfang stunned, did not expect Wang Huan will be so direct, and also have not seen so bargaining. Doing business even if you really want to be very much in the hands of the other side of the thing, that also have to leave a trace of wiggle room, and like this young man so early to expose their bottom line, is the transaction of the taboo, and can even be used to describe the childish. Maybe this guy is a newcomer and doesn't understand the danger of the human heart. As for Sun Lianjin next to him, he revealed a helpless bitter smile, and it was too late to stop him. Hong Yunfang laughed. Master Wang, although it sounds good to say at all costs, I wonder if your entire family fortune can reach the Hong family's psychological price. There was even some mockery within his tone. In his opinion the young man in front of him at all costs was a joke. Brother Hong, you must help your brother with this favor and put in a good word in front of your family head. Sun Lianjin from the back row said. This, Boss Sun, it's not that brother won't help you. This triple yang green lotus is exceptionally precious, and there are quite a few people who have come to inquire about the price to be given, with some of them marking up hundreds of millions of dollars. Now your sentence of letting me help you speak favorably in front of the family head at all costs. This makes it difficult for me. Although Hong Yunfang could not look at Wang Huan, he was still polite to Sun Lianjin and said, as you know, my position in the Hong family is very embarrassing. Wang Huan suddenly interjected. Mr. Hong is an illegitimate child, right? When these words came out, Hong Yunfang's face was immediately gloomy. He was indeed the illegitimate son of the contemporary family head, and because of this, he was ostracized in the Hong family, and this status, which was also a taboo for him, very few people dared to bring it up in front of him in front of his face. Master Wang, what do you mean? Is it fun to reveal someone else's scars? Hong Yunfang's voice was a little cold. Misunderstanding. Brother Hong, Grandmaster Wang didn't mean it. Sun Lianjin was awkwardly compensating for his smile. Wang Huan was seeing from the other party's face that he was a bastard. The corner of his mouth hooked up a smile and said, Mr. Hong, I don't have any other meaning. As long as you can help me get the 3 suns green lotus, I'll help you to ascend to the position of the Hong family head. How's that? Hong Yunfang was stunned, then laughed. Ha, Mr. Wang has a big mouth, helping me to take the position of the head of the family. What a Grandmaster Wang! Who do you think you are to make decisions about the fate of my Hong family? Hong Yunfang sneered coldly as if he had heard a heavenly joke. In his eyes, Wang Huan was nothing more than a fledgling brat. His Hong family was the largest supplier of medicinal herbs in the south. With immense strength, Wang Huan lightly smiled. Mr. Hong, what do you think of this deal? Hong Yunfang smiled disdainfully. It's fine for young people to be arrogant, but it's better not to be overly ambitious. If this were someone else saying this to me, they would have been kicked off the bus by me long ago. What? Mr. Hong doesn't want to be the head of the family? Wang Huan wasn't angry at all. Boss son, this is the client you introduced? Hong Yunfang looked at Sun Lianjin with dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Sun Lianjin looked towards Wang Huan with some difficulty. Wang Huan frowned and said, could it be that Mr. Hong does not aspire to be the head of the family? Mr. Wang, what exactly are you going to say? If you are here to amuse Mr. Hong, then please get out of the car. Hong Yunfang parked his car next to the side, and droned angrily as he did so. Brother Hong, don't mistake yourself. Master Wang's skills are very strong. I hope you won't miss this rare opportunity. Sun Lianjin's face also turned a little ironic. This Hong Yunfang really doesn't know what's good for him. A divine figure like Grandmaster Wang's personal promise. I don't know how many people are begging for it, but this guy is actually this rude. If it wasn't for the Three Suns Green Lotus, you wouldn't even be able to see Master Wang's face, and you still dare to question Master Wang. Hong Yunfang, do you really think that you're some kind of marvelous big shot? Sun Lianjin's tone was very nonchalant. Granny, this ungrateful thing, this jealousy-inducing creation was placed in front of his eyes, and he actually dared to doubt it. Hong Yunfang was stunned. He had never seen Sun Lianjin's tone before, and immediately said, Boss son, do you think I didn't take good care of the client you introduced to me? Humph. Hong Yunfang, good words, since you don't believe it, forget it. Sun Lianjin was about to reach out and pull the car door, saying, Mr. Wang, it's me who didn't make the arrangements. Please forgive me, I'll think of something else. Hong Yunfang said, Boss son, it's not that I don't give you face. You said that this Master Wang has strength. Well then, please also ask Boss son to let this Master Wang display his strength, or let me open my eyes. Humph, mere mortal, are you worthy of seeing Master Wang's methods? Sun Lianjin said disdainfully. Wang Huan, however, stopped the indignant Sun Lianjin and lightly said, I wonder which aspect of strength you want to see. Hong Yunfang said, well said, the 3 Yang Green Lotus is my Hong family's treasure medicine in the press box. Since Mr. Wang wants to buy it, then please go through the several competitors first. Oh, Wang Huan frowned, not expecting that there were other competitors. Mr. Wang, I'm not looking down on you either. This time there are many people who came to buy the Three Suns Green Lotus. The family head intends to put the Three Suns Green Lotus up for auction. If you have the courage, then please go to the auction house. Hong Yunfang had already been exasperated by Wang Huan's arrogance and hubris. This kid was not very old and his tone was wild as if he was the best in the world. Call him to the auction house. Let him suffer a little bit and show him what a person with real strength is. It was also just the right time to teach this kid how to learn humility. Auction house? Wang Huan sniffed and his eyes narrowed. Hong Yunfang said, that's right, this auction house is one of my Hong family's industries, and it is also the simplest and most direct way used to select truly powerful big clients. What a trouble. Wang Huan closed his eyes. Since this Hong Yunfang gave up on the opportunity he gave him, it was him who had the eyes to recognize it. I don't think it's not the fear of trouble, but the fear of leakage and lack of bottom line is the real thing. How dare you, Hong Yunfang, your guts are really getting bigger and bigger. It's just an auction. We're going. Sun Lianjin was very unhappy, doubting Master Wang. This was worse than slapping his own face. Chapter 55 Hong Family Auction House. Hong Yunfang laughed coldly in his heart. He recognized that this Sun Lianjin had some economic strength, but inside the Hong Family Auction House, those were the real tycoons, and there was no shortage of international consortiums among them. As for the kid surnamed Wang, in his eyes is just a little kid whose hair has not grown, waiting for the auction. There would naturally be countless people who would come forward to punch them in the face, and this kid still wanted to help himself ascend to the position of the family head. If he himself believed it, then he would be brain dead. Half an hour later, Wang Huan's trio arrived at the Hong Family Auction House. This place was heavily guarded. There was a team of security guards standing outside the door. These security guards were straight, their gazes gleaming, very professional. These security guards are all recruited by our Hong family among the retired special forces. What does Master Wang think? Seeing Wang Huan's astonished gaze, Hong Yunfang asked smugly. Very good. All are experts. Wang Huan faintly said. Hong Yunfang stepped down from the car and said, these two are also here to participate in the auction at the Hong Family Auction House. Take good care of them. Yes, Steward Hong. Hong Yunfang said. Boss son, Master Wang, I have other things to do, so I won't accompany you. If you encounter any difficulties, you can call me. After saying that, without waiting for the two to reply, he directly turned his head and left. Humph, at the expense of me treating him as a friend. Master Wang, this time it is my unfavorable errand. I didn't expect this kid to be a dog-eyed snob as well, Sun Lianjin said with dissatisfaction. On this journey, Hong Yunfang's attitude made him very uncomfortable, especially the disdain for Wang Huan that showed in his eyes. He was looking at it and was angry in his heart, and he was also worried about leaving an unfavorable influence in Wang Huan's mind to do his job. No harm, that's his loss. Wang Huan did not care. The purpose of his trip was the Three Suns Green Lotus. He was indifferent to the gazes of others. Two gentlemen, I wonder what you are planning to auction. For the two of them discussing about Hong Yunfang, the security guard next to them acted as if he didn't hear them. Master Wang, you said, Wang Huan said, are there any medicinal herbs up for auction here? Although his purpose was the Three Suns Green Lotus, if he could buy other herbs that were on their vintage, it would be an unexpected gain for Wang Huan. Yes, two of you, this way please. Following behind the security guard, the two of them came to a hall where a group of people were already waiting. These were dressed differently and had an extraordinary demeanor. Obviously, those who could be invited here were rich people or medicine merchants who had come here in admiration. Boss Sun is here. Yeah, isn't this Master Wang? Why have you personally come? Someone called out in surprise. It was none other than Feng Lao from Treasure Villa. After all, the Southern Herbal family was auctioning off herbs, so Feng Lao naturally had his own channels to know the news, and it wasn't strange for him to appear here. Boss Sun, you are so lucky to have the honor of accompanying Master Wang. Feng Lao was envious, his tone sour. Sun Lianjin was thrilled inside and smiled. It's all because Master Wang doesn't mind. Grandmaster Wang, last time you asked me to collect medicinal herbs. I've already collected a portion of them, and this time, when I heard about the Hong family auction, I purposely came over to see if there were any gains. I'm relieved that Elder Feng is doing his job. Wang Huan nodded his head flatly. The people beside him were a little surprised to see this scene, with Elder Feng's age talking to him. This young man's behavior was too frivolous. This made many people curious and could not help but look at Wang Huan a few more times. Humph, what grandmaster? What I see is nothing more than a charlatan pretending to be a god. Feng Lao and Sun Lianjin's faces sank. They looked over in dissatisfaction, only to see that surrounded by 4 or 5 people, a tall woman walked over. She was very pretty. Her eyes twinkled. She had exquisite features. She raised her chin high. Her eyes were empty. Sun Lianjin was about to get angry, but Feng Lao next to him grimaced and said, this is the eldest miss of the Su family of the capital city. Capital city Su family? Feng Lao's face was startled when he heard this, but anything that was linked to the capital city, that came from a shockingly large source, and this Su family was even one of the top 10 families in the capital city. This kind of family is not something he can compare. To be able to become the top 10 families in the capital, in addition to economic strength, there are also various aspects of the network is also extremely large, and as the top 10 families, the family is even more inside the high person sitting in the town. These people are extremely important. It is said that there are martial arts masters. There are also Taoist masters like Wang Huan. By no means can he, the rich man of Shangjing City, be compared. When the words reached his mouth, he could only swallow them back hard. He couldn't afford to mess with this kind of super big family. He raised his gaze and looked at Wang Huan with some concern, but he saw that Wang Huan was oblivious to the 4 words of the Su family in the capital and had an indifferent look on his face. I didn't expect a Jianghu crook to have this kind of determination. It's impressive. Seeing Wang Huan ignoring himself, the woman became more and more complacent, raising her eyebrows even higher. When the surrounding people saw that the people of the capital Su family were making things difficult for Wang Huan, each of them retreated far away, deeply afraid of being misunderstood by this great lady as a gang. People from the capital Su family, so uneducated? Right at this time, Wang Huan suddenly spat out a sentence. What did you say? The expression on Su Ruoshue's face went cold. Then she stared at Wang Huan dead on. Who are you saying has no family education? Empty-eyed, bratty and capricious. She is pretty in looks, but unfortunately, her heart is dark. If such a nature is not changed, sooner or later, she will bring bad luck to the family. Wang Huan shook his head and said, you. Su Ruoshue was angry and clenched her teeth, just when she was about to get angry. At this time, someone from the side came over and said, everyone, harmony breeds wealth. In addition, this medicinal herb auction is about to begin. When Su Ruoshue heard this, she fiercely glared at Wang Huan. Liar, I'll remember you. The capital city Su family won't let you off this easily. After saying that, she twisted her head and left. Master Wang, what do we do? Sun Lianjin was a little worried. No harm done. The unruly and capricious young lady is just that. Wang Huan waved his hand with a bland face. Hearing that Wang Huan did not care, he was also relieved. Feng Lao said, Grandmaster Wang, the auction will start soon. I will go prepare first. He shook his head and left. It was not true that Wang Huan was a grandmaster, but the Su family in the capital city was not a light that could be saved. How could a family like this not have a grandmaster? Although Wang Huan was barely a grandmaster in Shangjing City, compared to the capital city where there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons, it was not half a star worse. The conflict over here soon reached Hong Yunfan's ears, and when he heard that Wang Huan had started a conflict with the Su family of the capital, a disdainful look appeared on his face. Indeed, he is a reckless person, offending the Su family of the capital, asking for his own death. He was glad that he did not strike a deal with Wang Huan in the first place. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to be this Hong family steward. Waving at the staff behind him, he said, "Go prepare and arrange for the auction to start. At the same time, for the top 10 auction turnover, they will be qualified to participate in the purchase qualification of the 3 young green lotus." Chapter 56 Rich and Capricious. Hong Yunfan revealed a confident smile. In this way, the following auction would be even more intense, and he would be able to show his face in front of the family head. The auction held by the Hong family this time was not a large specification, mainly to create momentum for the 3 sons green lotus, and all the medicinal herbs traded here, although there was a Hong family signboard as a guarantee, but after the transaction, it would not be responsible. The first auction item is a strain of Hishowu. When covered in Hishowu above the red cloth uncovered, the following resounded a sigh of relief. Now the Hishowu has some years. The most unbelievable actually has a humanoid appearance. Divine medicine are about to change human form. This has not almost become essence. Sun Lianjin was open-mouthed. This was the first time he had seen such a form of Hishowu. Wang Huan, however, shook his head and laughed, not saying anything. Grandmaster Wang, this Hishowu plant didn't catch your eye? Sun Lianjin's heart was on fire to the extreme. As long as Wang Huan nodded his head, he would pay a high price to buy it. Only he did not see any excitement on Wang Huan's face. The corner of Wang Huan's mouth revealed a light smile. This is indeed Hishowu was not false, but the humanoid Hishowu was too false. This Hishowu was just planted inside a model from a young age. As it grows, Hishowu eventually grows into this humanoid shape because of the model's restrictive reasons. This kind of inferior means is just to deceive people like Sun Lianjin who do not understand pharmacology. He didn't believe that the Hong family would not be able to see it. Everyone, this Hishowu plant. The starting price is $1 million. In addition, the top 10 VIPs of this auction's total transaction amount will be granted the qualification to purchase the 3 sons green lotus. This Hong family is really black-hearted. Wang Huan couldn't help but lament in his heart after hearing this. This Hishowu plant, I'll buy it. Soon, this fake humanoid Hishowu plant was bought by Su Ruoxue for $1,200,000. After buying it, Su Ruoxue even gave Wang Huan's side a provocative glance. Being rich is really capricious. More than $1 million was an astronomical figure for Wang Huan, and when he initially came to Nanjing, he had thought that it wouldn't be so troublesome. Unexpectedly, when it came to actually using the money, he was rather overwhelmed. The auction was in full swing. Su Ruoxue had auctioned several times in a row, and the turnover had already broken $10 million. Master Wang, isn't this Ms. Su going too far? Just now that ginseng was the one you had your eye on. Sun Lianjin's face was unsightly. Just now a 50-year-old wild ginseng. Wang Huan had finally bid $1 million, but at the end of the day it was that Su Ruoxue who directly bought it at double the price. Wang Huan said, "She has money and is willing to be an ingrate, so forget it." Just at this time, the host above retook out a tray. When the tray was unraveled, Wang Huan's eyes narrowed. Finally, there is a piece of medicinal herbs that is worth the price. Saying that, Wang Huan removed a peace talisman from his body and said, "Boss son, I don't have much funds prepared in my hand right now. This peace talisman, $5 million. Do you want it?" "Yes, why not?" Sun Lianjin's face was ecstatic and agreed without hesitation. He had seen Wang Huan's methods with his own eyes. Since Wang Huan said that this peace talisman was worth $5 million, then it was worth every penny. Receiving the peace talisman, he couldn't wait to stay in front of his chest. Sun Lianjin had a change of mind and said, "Master Wang, you fancy the medicinal herbs on it?" Wang Huan nodded. "This is yellow essence, and it's a superb yellow essence. It can be used as medicine, but you can't eat it. If you don't have the kung fu to refine the medicinal properties inside, if an ordinary person eats it, it will have no benefit, and it will be counterproductive. Master Wang, let's shoot this yellow essence." Sun Lianjin shook the peace talisman inside his hand and hurriedly said, "It must be auctioned off." Wang Huan's tone was very serious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sold the peace talisman to Sun Lianjin. Right now, this piece of yellow essence had already reached the level of a spiritual medicine. At first, there had been such a piece inside the heavenly master's way, but it was eaten by him. Now that he had encountered it again, how could he miss it? "Master Wang, I will definitely shoot him down for you." Sun Lianjin was excited. If he auctioned down this piece of yellow essence and gave it to Master Wang, not to mention anything else, it would be worth it just for the peace talisman in his hand. Wang Huan said, "That's fine. There's no need to give me that $5 million. The purpose of the money I want is this piece of yellow essence." This piece of yellow essence, with a long vintage, prolonged medicinal effect, and it can nourish and nourish the face. Starting price, 2 million. After the host finished speaking, Sun Lianjin then immediately raised his card, 2.5 million. The crowd looked over in unison, not expecting someone to mention the price of 500,000 at once. 2,600,000. Someone soon followed the price. Sun Lianjin glanced at Wang Huan and crossed his heart. This was dedicated to Master Wang. It had to be auctioned off. 5 million. Sun Lianjin's face sank. Seeing that Sun Lianjin doubled the price in one go, everyone did not continue to keep up. This price had already exceeded the true price of this piece of yellow essence by a lot. There was no need to continue raising the price. That host was also slightly stunned and was about to drop the hammer when a cold voice rang out from behind. $6 million. The crowd was startled and looked back to see that the person who raised her hand was none other than Su Ruoxue. It's you again. Sun Lianjin was furious in his heart. This Su Ruoxue was purely here to pick a fight. That ginseng had already made him suffer before, and now he was here to grab this piece of yellow essence. It was really outrageous. 6.5 million. His face turned blue as he raised his hand again. 7 million. Su Ruoxue looked over triumphantly. The crowd also saw the clues here, and gave Sun Lianjin and Wang Huan a pitiful look. Offending the capital city Su family's eldest lady. The two of them don't want to auction off an item. Sun Lianjin was furious and said in a low voice, Master Wang, this woman is purposely going against us. Should we give her some color? This is not the capital after all. He was already enraged. Forget it, the Su family in the capital city. There is a lot of money. We can't compete with her. Give it to her. Wang Huan's face sank. Su Ruoxue was obviously aiming at him. No matter how much he offered, the other party would obstruct. Although there was some dissatisfaction in his heart, he was sneering in his heart. This Su Ruoxue is really a newborn calf, buying so many things in one breath. As the saying goes, wealth does not reveal itself. Does she really think that the signboard of the Su family in the capital can protect her for the rest of her life? But Sun Lianjin was very reluctant. Wang Huan stopped him from continuing, and as the auction neared its end, Su Ruoxue came in style and laughed contemptuously. Master Wang has nothing to show for it today. It's a little out of sync with your name. Oh. Sun Lianjin stood up with a miso sound and said with a cold face, Miss Su, don't go too far. Excessive? Su Ruoxue snorted coldly. A mere casino riffraff in the district. Even if my Su family goes overboard. So what? After saying that, she also slanted a glance at Wang Huan next to her and said contemptuously, just with you guys, you also want to buy the Divine Lotus. A fool's dream. Sun Lianjin was so angry that his lungs were about to explode as he droned. Miss Su, this is not the capital. Chapter 57 Su Family's Bottom. Sun Lianjin was mad with anger, coupled with Wang Huan as a backer behind him. He angrily said, this is not the capital. Even if your Su family is a fierce dragon, it may not be able to cross this southern river. Who are you saying can't cross the southern river? Right at this moment, a voice that was cold like ice came from behind Su Ruoxue. Wang Huan raised his head and looked over, only to see a middle-aged man of about 40 years old striding out. The chi and blood in his body was very vigorous. The dragon walked with a tiger's footsteps, and with every step he took, the stone slabs on the ground emitted a clicking sound, and then turned to crack like a spider's web. Do you think the Su family can cross the southern river? Su Ruoxue pressed, her eyes staring at Sun Lianjin with a deadly stare. Sun Lianjin's head was sweating. His heart was desolate. Seeing the broken stone slabs on the ground, it was as if he felt the bones in his body being stepped on. His body couldn't help but tremble. An expert, and still a supreme expert. If this was a slap down, the bones would be slapped into slag. The capital Su family is really powerful. Can't I just admit it? Sun Lianjin stole a glance at Wang Huan. Seeing that he had no intention of giving himself a head start, he knew that this Su family was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Is a sentence of admitting defeat enough? The dignity of my Su family is too worthless. A hint of mockery appeared in Su Ruoxue's eyes. What exactly do you want? Sweat had already begun to form on Sun Lianamont's head. This depends on my mood. Su Ruoxue lightly laughed. The people next to him couldn't help but shake their heads. Sun Lianjin had offended no one but the Su family of the capital. No one present even dared to open their mouths to plead for mercy. Hong Yunfang was also standing in the crowd, but he didn't make a sound either. Although the Hong family was a big medicinal herb family, but compared to a giant like the Su family, the difference was too far. And the most terrifying thing was that Su Ruoxue was followed by the middle-aged man beside him, and with a single look, he could make his heart tremble. Feng Lao sighed in the crowd, looking at Sun Lianjin's predicament, and then looked at Wang Huan. Seeing that Wang Huan was unmoved, in front of the Su family, even if he was as strong as Wang Huan, he did not dare to offend and could only endure in silence. Uncle Song, give him a little lesson so that he will learn a lesson. This Uncle Song even had a cold smile on his face, and an invisible aura emitted from his body, blowing the clothes on his body with a clatter. At the same time, a palm slapped at Sun Lianjin's chest. Woo! This palm was very powerful, and a windy sound even resounded around it. My life is over. Sun Lianjin's eyes were filled with despair. He had been expecting Wang Huan to make a move, but he was disappointed. When the other party's palm slapped at his chest, Wang Huan had no intention to make a move. Bang! Sun Lianjin took a slap and his body directly hit the table behind him. The residual force shattered that table while he sat on his butt on the ground. The faces of the people next to him revealed a look of panic. Just by looking at the shattered solid wood table, one could guess that Sun Lianjin was afraid of being injured even more severely, and was afraid that he didn't have many days left. This is your lesson for disrespecting the Su family. Now go to the hospital for resuscitation and you can still live. This Uncle Song threw down a sentence, turned around and flung his hands away. Miss Su, this way please, the family head just spoke to me. You can go directly to take away the divine lotus. Hong Yunfang walked over with a compensating smile, his eyes not even looking at Sun Lianjin and Wang Huan. Good. Su Ruoxue smiled faintly, then glanced at Wang Huan again and said disdainfully, I thought you had some skills, but I didn't expect you to be a shrunken head turtle. It's not too much to say that you're a Jianghu liar. Wang Huan didn't change his face, as if he didn't hear it, which in other people's eyes became pretending to be deaf and dumb. To use a simple phrase, it was pretending to be a wimp. Mr. Wang, this is the check you left for me last time. Forgive me for not being able to do anything to continue purchasing herbs for you. Feng Lao also smiled faintly, returned the check to Wang Huan, and left after Su Ruoxue. Soon, the entire auction house was pretty much dispersed, leaving only the pale-faced Sun Lianjin behind. Get up. Right at this moment, Wang Huan spoke. Master Wang, I might be dying. Sun Lianjin's face was ashen. That slap had almost destroyed all his beliefs. Wang Huan let out a light laugh and said, Die? With me? You can't die. If that palm of his was usual, your heart would have been shattered. But now, you touch your chest. Sun Lianjin subconsciously touched his chest. Suddenly he froze. It didn't hurt at all? Impossible. That palm even shattered the table behind him. He actually didn't even feel any pain. Could it be that he was numb and couldn't feel any pain? It couldn't be. Could it be that they were intentionally scaring themselves? But looking at the situation at that time, it wasn't like that either. This is the peace talisman. Sun Lianjin found that the peace talisman in front of his chest had already turned into ashes. His heart was violently shocked, and he looked at Wang Huan with two stunned eyes. There is a life and death robbery in your life. This peace talisman has blocked this robbery for you. Wang Huan said indifferently, Did you blame me for not making a move just now? I dare not. Sun Lianjin lowered his head and finally told the truth. At that time, I did have complaints, but now that I understand Master Wang's intention, I don't have any complaints in my heart. Wang Huan stood up and said, There are reasons for me not to make a move. Master Wang, is that middle-aged man very strong? Wang Huan smiled. It's a bit capable. His cultivation is not bad. That person's martial arts style was indeed very strong, barely counted as an expert. But if that scared Wang Huan, then it would be too much to underestimate the heavenly master Dao Air. When Sun Lianjin heard this, he did not make a sound. Regardless of who was stronger or weaker between Wang Huan and the Su family, it was not something he could afford to mess with. Looking at Wang Huan, who had already gotten up and left, Sun Lianjin followed closely and stood up, chasing after him. Master Wang, are we going back like this? Wang Huan said. Go back? The Su family dared to bully me like this. How can we go back like this? Master Wang, you want to? Sun Lianjin froze, then the hot blood in his body suddenly boiled. Wang Huan's face revealed a hint of icy coldness. Isn't the Hong family going to give her the Three Suns green lotus? Since the Su family offended me, let's use your green lotus to make amends. Sure enough, hearing this, Sun Lianjin was not only not afraid, but instead was excited. Master Wang's tone was that he didn't put the Su family in his eyes at all, which meant that Master Wang's skills were even more powerful, and he himself had bet on the right treasure. With Wang Huan as his backer, his own career would be taken to the next level. Master Wang, I'll accompany you, Sun Lianjin said excitedly. The two of them walked out of the auction house, and the faces of the security guards outside were a little stunned, especially when they looked at the unharmed Sun Lianjin. The color of suspicion on their faces became even more intense. Wasn't this person injured by the Su family's experts inside? But it looks fine, the security guards whispered. When Sun Lianjin heard this, he felt some disdain in his heart. Bull ****** experts. In front of Master Wang, they're nothing, right now. His heart was itching to fly to the Hong family and let the Hong family know what a stupid thing it was to offend Master Wang. Let Feng Lao regret his proclivity to turn against him. Even more so, Let that Hong Yunfang how regretful his intestines were. He couldn't wait to see this scene. Chapter 58 Chickens. The Hong family's villa was not inside the city, but outside the suburb. The environment here is very elegant, surrounded by large trees, which are imported from abroad and planted here, with lush foliage and green willows, making it a very suitable place to live. People who were truly rich did not like to live in the noisy downtown area. Instead, they wanted this kind of elegant and pleasant environment. This Hong family is quite good at enjoying themselves. After getting off the bus, Sun Lianjin surveyed the surroundings and said enviously, "Ha, Wang Wan." However, did not pick up the words and looked inside the Hong family's villa with a suspicious face. "Master Wang, what's wrong?" Wang Huan said. "Something is wrong with the situation. Go in and take a look." When he entered the Hong family, he saw three groups of people confronting each other outside the Hong family's villa. On one side was the owner of the Hong family. The other side was the people from the Su family of the capital in the auction. As for the other side, listening to the accent, but it sounded like the accent of the island side. "Hong family master, you're selling one medicine to two families. I'm afraid this is against the rules." In the face of Su Ruoshua's questioning, the Hong family's family head is an old man. At this moment he does not have a trace of embarrassment on his face, but laughed. "Both of you, this divine lotus is an accidental when I was young. The old man does not know its efficacy, and it is not good to estimate the price of it. Can only invite both sides of the people to come. The highest bidder gets it. It is not considered a bad rule." "Right, Master Wang. This old fox is really cunning. Sit on the ground and raise the price." Sun Lianjin had a lot of grievances against the Hong family since he was pitched by Hong Yunfang. Wang Huan laughed coldly. "He is asking for his own death. Sitting on the ground has to depend on the person. An old fox is just an old fox. His opponent is a jackal on one side and a fierce tiger on the other. Being too greedy will only invite trouble." Sure enough, Su Ruoshua's face chilled, saying, "Uncle Song, this old ghost Hong dares to toy with the Su family. Give them a little lesson." "Old ghost Hong, I think your Hong family is tired of living. If you don't hand over the three sons green lotus today, I'll take your dog's life." After saying that, Uncle Song stepped forward into the air, then swooped downwards like a hawk and kicked out. Rumble, only to see that a stone lion in front of the villa's door, after being hit by this kick, left the ground with a bang and fell towards the back, splashing up a burst of dust, and the stone slabs on the ground shattered with a thud. How is this possible? The Hong family's people's faces changed drastically. Their eyes were rolling round. The Hong family's security guards were even at a loss for words, although they were all retired special forces soldiers, but their strength was limited. Compared to the middle-aged man in front of them, it was definitely going to die. Is this a legendary expert? Even with a gun, he can't die. Really, if he strikes at the Hong family, what can we resist? Hong Yunfang's face turned white and stumbled. The moment his words came out, the faces of the Hong family changed drastically. A chill rose in their hearts, having offended such a high person. If they really wanted to kill them, it would only be a matter of moments. 10 steps to kill, and after the matter was over, there would not even be any room for resistance. Thinking of this possibility, the Hong family's heart cannot help but be a little afraid, because a strain of medicinal herbs to get the Hong family full of blood. This is too worthless. The most crucial thing was that this was a good business, but because of their greed, they ended up incurring the disaster of extermination. It was really a case of greed swallowing the elephant. Hong Kaiyuan's pale face also revealed a few moments of creepiness and said in a hurried voice, "Miss Su, be merciful. The divine lotus can be sold to the Su family at half price." Su Ruoshua coldly said, "Hong Kaiyuan, if you had been this sensible earlier, you wouldn't be at this point now. Go and bring out the three sons green lotus." Wait, right at this time, the other party who hadn't said anything all along suddenly opened his mouth. With a few sneers on his face, he said angrily, "Hong family master, business is about sincerity. We came all the way here and you're stonewalling us like this. Do you think we're easy to bully?" Hong Kaiyuan said, "How dare you? The divine lotus belongs to my Hong family, who I'm willing to sell it to. That's my business. Now that the divine lotus is ready to be sold to Ms. Su, a bunch of Eastern devils, how dare they act recklessly here? Outrageous. You reached an agreement with us on one side, but on the other side you're researching for a buyer. Do you really think that the Watanabe family is easy to bully?" After saying that, this Easterner pinched a spell in his hand. A black gas rose out of the air. As soon as this black gas came out, the temperature of the surroundings suddenly lowered, and the originally hot weather turned shady and cool, so that the people present couldn't help but shiver a couple of cold shivers. And this black gas quickly molded in the air, like a long black snake, revealing a hideous snake head, circling in the air and spitting out letters. What is this? The eyes of those present straightened. The Hong family members were even ashen. Hong Kaiyuan was stunned on the spot, staring at this scene in disbelief. He had vaguely heard that some cultivators knew spells, but it was all just hearsay, and now that he had seen it with his own eyes, it gave him a futile sense of impending doom. This time, it was really a big game. Hong family master, we came with sincerity, but you went back on your word. Do you really think we don't dare to kill you? Watanabe Shara pointed a spell in his hand, and that black gas tumbled in the air, pressurizing the crowd so much that they couldn't breathe. This, Hong Kaiyuan had long been scared out of his wits, and his heart was filled with remorse. He couldn't afford to offend the Su family in the capital, and he couldn't afford to offend the Watanabe Shara in front of him. On the contrary, he had offended both sides, and it was all caused by him. Seeing the Hong family's situation, Sun Lianjin laughed. Serves you right, old fox. As good as the abacus is, you have to see if you have the strength. Master Wang, what do we do now? Wang Huan faintly said. Wait and see what happens. The two parties are going to fight. Su Ruoxue loudly shouted. How dare you? The divine lotus has been sold to my Su family. If you Watanabe family wants to sow your wild oats in China, you don't have to see if you have the qualifications. Humph. So what if it's the Su family? This 3-yang green lotus, we must take it away. Anyone who blocks it, none of the people here will be able to leave. Watanabe Shara coldly snorted. His finger pointed, and the black chi in the air swept towards Su Ruoxue. Ah! Su Ruoxue let out a scream, and the line of people following her next to her were even more frightened. Their legs softened, and they sat on their asses on the ground. Uncle Song, save me. Humph. Eastern secret technique. Uncle Song's face changed drastically. A flying pounce over, hands into claws, in his hand claws, but also emitted a touch of green light, just like a practiced true chi expert. True chi realm martial artist. Too weak. Watanabe Shara sneered. The black gas in the air became faster in vain, like a black silk scarf fluttering in the air, swiftly wrapping Uncle Song around, directly throwing him out, crashing into the stone lion just now. Poof! The stone lion cracked in response, and Uncle Song even spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale with a crash. The Hong family's face changed drastically. This Watanabe Shara from the island was too much stronger than the Su family. There was not the slightest chance of resistance. Hong family master, this 3-yang green lotus, who are you going to sell it to? Watanabe Shara forced the question in a cold voice. I sold it to you, master. Hong Kaiyuan returned with a frightened heart, signaling for the person next to him to take out the 3-yang green lotus. Su Ruoxue slowed down and screamed. You dare! You clearly sold us. You're looking for death, ah? Miss Su, I'm the one who speaks here now. Watanabe Shara laughed. Miss, the other party is a chi refining realm master. We can't fight them. Uncle Song covered his chest and stood up, weakly saying, I see that you guys are arguing and hurting the peace. Why don't you let me have the 3-yang green lotus? Seeing Hong Yunfang take out the 3-yang green lotus, suddenly a soft laughing voice sounded from behind. Chapter 59, Exterminate you. What is he doing here? The people in the Hong family villa were stunned. Some of them who had just come out from the auction house recognized Wang Huan. That island country's master Watanabe had the art of God's ghost. If it was possible, all of these people ba not to leave. Right now this guy actually took the initiative to stand out. This kid came out as looking for death? Hong Yunfang's face was unkind. Grandmaster Wang, this is asking for death. There will be no more Grandmaster Wang in the world from now on. Feng Lao was also shaking his head. Wang Huan's strength should be below the Su family's Uncle Song. Otherwise he would not have dared to say even a single word after being repeatedly targeted by the Su family at the auction house. Although he knew that Wang Huan had some skills. However, the Watanabe master at the moment looked even more powerful. Su Ruoxue froze for a moment and looked at Wang Huan. You're a Jianghu crook and you dare to get into this mess? Unbridled. Little girl, don't give your face. Master Wang doesn't bother with you. Don't stomp on your nose. Sun Lianjin said angrily. The Su family's revenge on him he had always remembered in his heart. If not for Wang Huan's peace talisman, he would have been dead by now. And now that he saw the Su family in trouble, his heart could not mention how happy he was. Su Ruoxue were to stand this words, angry straight shivering. You a thug, also want to provoke the Su family's majesty? Sun Lianjin faintly said, the majesty of the Su family, it's not like you haven't seen it before. You, Su Ruoxue's pretty face sank. Her heart was also wondering, shouldn't this guy be lying in the hospital? How could he appear here? Hey, have you guys argued enough? Watanabe Shara looked at both sides with a smirk. Kid, the 3 Suns green lotus, it's not for you to get your hands on it. The Su family I didn't even put in my eyes, let alone you, a nameless junior. Su Ruoxue stared at him dead on. What a big talker. What are you? Give this young lady to obediently put down the 3 Suns green lotus, or else, the Su family will definitely let you die an ugly death. Miss Su, what a big mouth. Watanabe Shara smiled disdainfully. Then let's see if Miss Su has the ability. Boom! Watanabe Sharo's hand changed, and the black snake in the air swam over. Miss, be careful. Uncle Song's face changed, forcibly enduring the injuries on his body. With a single kick, he kicked 110 kilograms boulder under his feet away, and then with a fierce leap, he raised his true chi and blocked in front of Su Ruoxue. Uncle Song fought with the black mist transformed into a big snake, and was soon forced to retreat by this black mist big snake. He had already spat out several mouthfuls of blood and his face was getting paler and paler. The faces of the several bodyguards beside Su Ruoxue were getting more and more gloomy. Uncle Song was a first-class good fighter in the Su family, but when dealing with this black serpent, he didn't have the slightest power to fight back. With a curl of its tail, the big black snake rolled up Uncle Song and then threw him towards a big tree nearby. Ka-ching! The tree was broken, and that big black snake spat out a lone letter. A pair of dark glowing eyes staring icily at Uncle Song. What are you waiting for? Go help Uncle Song. Su Ruoxue's face was a little worried when she saw Uncle Song losing the battle. The several bodyguards next to him immediately pulled out pistols from their waists. Guns? Seeing this, the hearts of the people in the scene were not only relieved. In their minds, in today's world, the gun was still king. Families like the Hong family didn't dare to keep guns in their possession, and only great families like the Su family dared to do so. Bang bang bang! The several bodyguards of the Su family fired a few shots in a row, the bullets hitting the body of the black mist serpent with a tinkling sound. Ow! That black mist serpent let out a roar of pain, tossing in the air a few times before turning its head to look in Su Ruoxue's direction. Miss, run away. Bullets are useless against it. Uncle Song shouted. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the black mist serpent transformed into a black shadow and killed towards Su Ruoxue. Ah! Su Ruoxue screamed in fear, the bodyguards beside her trembled in fear, and they all flung themselves on the ground and rolled to avoid the big snake's attack. Miss! Uncle Song anxiously yelled out. A look of despair appeared on his face. He was also considered a famous expert in the capital, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even protect Miss Su right now. What kind of person is this Watanabe Salo? How dare he lay his hands on the Su family? The surrounding people watched with trepidation, understanding that this Miss Su was going to perish. Protect Miss. Those bodyguards who avoided seeing Su Ruoxue standing alone in place, their faces changed greatly. Gritting their teeth they rushed up, but that black mist serpent was very vindictive, opening its mouth and spitting out a cloud of black smoke. The bodyguards who rushed in front instantly rotted, turning into a cloud of blood and water on the spot. Ah! Seeing such a horrifying scene, the people present screamed repeatedly and quickly fled away, holding their breath for fear of inhaling the poison spat out by the large snake. The Hong family's faces turned white. The Su family's eldest miss died in the Hong family. Even if they escaped this calamity, it would be hard to escape the Su family's retaliation. Hong Kaiyuan let out a miserable laugh. I regret it. If it wasn't for greed, it wouldn't have gotten into this situation today. The Su family bodyguards died here. Experts like Uncle Song also fell to the ground with serious injuries, and the Su family's eldest miss was even more precarious. There was simply no one who could resist Watanabe Shara's attack. Just when Su Ruoxue had already despaired, her afterglow suddenly saw a person appear in front of her. It's this liar again. Is he here to save me? Trying to make me feel grateful to him and flatter our Su family? Su Ruoxue glanced at Wang Huan in front of her. If this person really saved himself, then give him a chance to defect to the Su family. Luckily, this guy stood out and blocked for Miss for a while. As long as I raise this mouthful of true chi, I should be able to take Miss away. Uncle Song thought in his heart. It's just that I don't know how long this kid can resist. Thinking of this, his couldn't help but be anxious, and the true chi he had just raised dissipated again. It really was true that the more anxious he was, the more hell he saw. The Eastern secret art of gathering the body with the soul is unique, and this black mist serpent has been bred for decades with Yin Fury Chi, but it has also become something. The most valuable thing is that his poison after the breathing of the Yin Fury gas become extremely intense. Ordinary people who dip a little must die. Such a gathering of soul beasts, general experts meet can only retreat. Kid, you know quite a lot. Watanabe Shara gave Wang Huan an unexpected look. However, Wang Huan shook his head for a while. Pity, what a pity that such a soul-gathering fierce beast met me. Kid, what do you mean? Wang Huan did not answer him, but instead looked at the black mist serpent that had stayed in midair, only to see him step out. The crowd's faces were stunned, because Wang Huan's steps were like stepping in the air. His figure floated up, and he actually stood in front of the black mist great serpent in the void. How is this possible? Su Ruoxue's beautiful eyes were rounded, looking at Wang Huan's airborne back, her small mouth slightly opened. Island country's expert, you shouldn't have come to China to act recklessly. Today I will teach you a lesson and exterminate your soul-gathering fierce beast. After saying that, Wang Huan stretched out his palm and pointed towards the sky. His mouth vibrated as a silver-colored lightning bolt descended from the sky and landed in Wang Huan's hand. However, Wang Huan was seen holding the thunder whip in his hand and gently waved it toward the front. Divine Thunderfall. All evils are destroyed. Chapter 60 Palm Thunder Technique. What a scene! A person was holding a thunder whip, a whip made of lightning converging in one's hand, only to see Wang Huan whip out. The heavens and earth turned into a silver color. Everyone's pupils were pierced and contracted as a silver light became the master of the heavens and earth. This silver-colored lightning, its speed was incredibly fast. The naked eye couldn't even capture its trajectory, and then it directly landed on the head of that black mist serpent. The fist-sized eyes of that black mist serpent revealed a look of fear. It wanted to escape, but after that lightning whip fell, it quickly spread all over its body. The entire 20-meter-long black mist serpent instantly turned silver, and then it ignited into a blazing fire. A 20-meter-long flame blooming in the air. Roar! The black mist great serpent let out a desperate roar. The entire body then landed on the ground with a bang, transforming into a black mist, and under the majesty of the thunder, this black mist didn't even have time to escape before disappearing into the lightning's cleavage, causing the location where he fell to be scorched black. The surrounding people looked dumbfounded. All of this happened in an instant. This Watanabe master had summoned the black mist great serpent, and upon his appearance, he had swept through the area with invincibility, beating the Su clan's experts to a standstill and calming down everyone present. But now it was unexpectedly killed by Wang Huan with a single strike. Holding the thunder whip in his hand, he destroyed the giant snake. How is this possible? Is this still a means possessed by a human? Gods and immortals are just like this. The people inside the Hong family villa were all dumbfounded, feeling their throats go dry. This is only the means of a divine immortal. Is Master Wang not comparable to you mere mortals? Looking at the stunned faces of the crowd, Sun Lianjin's face revealed a smug and extraordinary look. This is a higher power than the qi refining realm. Uncle Song swallowed hard, thinking of how he had flaunted himself in front of Wang Huan at the auction house. His face couldn't help but feel a fiery pain. It turned out that at that time, people were just too lazy to bother with him. Master Wang is a god, super controlling thunder and lightning. This is the thunder god in ancient times. Sun Lianjin worshipped from the bottom of his heart, almost kneeling down to worship. How is this possible? Hong Yunfang was dumbfounded, looking at the young man in his early 20s. His heart was incomparably shocked, and then a wave of remorse welled up in his heart. In the beginning, such a divine figure wanted to help himself, and he had refused? The remorse in his heart was even more like a torrential river, and he hated not crashing his head into the ground. Su Ruoshua's pretty face was astonished, looking at the powerful and incomparable Wang Huan. The bottle of 5 flavors in his heart was overturned, and all kinds of flavors surged to his heart. Indescribable. Surprisingly, is this powerful? She muttered. You killed my soul-gathering fierce beast. Watanabe Shara's face turned white as a mouthful of blood spurted out, his eyes staring at Wang Huan in death. As I said, Huaxia is not a place for you to spread your wildness. Wang Huan landed on the ground and waved his hand lightly. The air was still laced with the aura of thunder that had ravaged the area. Kill him for me. Watanabe Shara's face was livid. Behind him, several subordinates in black suits lifted the clothes off their bodies, and a snowy Japanese sword was pulled out with a clatter. The cold light was piercing and blinding. Uncle Song was alarmed. Protect Brother Wang, he yelled at the bodyguards who were stunned. But anyone with some common sense knew that although qi refiners in the same realm were stronger than those who practiced martial arts, but that also had a prerequisite. Qi refiners' means were ethereal and void, and their spells came and went without a trace, so they couldn't be defended against. However, when a qi refiner encounters a martial arts practitioner in close proximity, it will be a big problem. Martial practitioners are often able to kill qi refiners before they can cast their spells. Therefore, qi refiners avoided getting close. The men, who were obviously Eastern samurai, drew their swords and rushed towards Wang Huan, and in the blink of an eye, they reached Wang Huan's face. Unrepentant. I wanted to let you guys live, but I didn't expect you to seek your own death. Wang Huan's face was cold, ignoring the snowy Japanese sword of the other party. He lifted a nearby branch with one foot, holding it in his hand, and bulldozed his way up. The branch was like a flexible snake in his hand, emitting a silver-colored light. Slapping on the Japanese swords, an electric arc directly electrocuted those samurai's body. In a few breaths, these few black-clothed warriors were already lying on the ground wailing. How is it possible? You're still a martial arts practitioner. Watanabe Shara moved, his pupils showing disbelief. Wang Huan looked at him with scorn and laughed coldly. There are many things you don't know in the land of China. Ever seen palm lightning? What? Watanabe Shara froze, only to see a ball of silver light flickering in the center of Wang Huan's palm, and arcs of electricity with a faint blue color in the silver jumped in his hand. Palm Thunder, Dragon Tiger Mountain's Supreme Mastery Palm Thunder. Watanabe Shara's face let out a strange cry, his pupils revealing a deep fear. Escape. Must escape. This person cannot be defeated by force. Unless the elder experts in the family. No one can defeat him. Watching this person turn to flee, Wang Huan sneered. I have already given you guys a chance. It's you who don't know how to cherish it. Palm thunder. Fall. Only to see a silver light jumping out from the heart of Wang Huan's palm, like a falling meteor that was exceptionally bright, and it landed on Watanabe Shara's body with a bang. Boom! As the thunder light fell, a huge flame rose miserably, and in the crowd's horrified gazes, that Watanabe Shara was wrapped in a blazing thunderfire, struggled in the air for a few moments, and fell to the ground from mid-air, rolled around a few times, and turned into a ball of ashes in the blink of an eye. The people around the villa had already been sweating. The gazes looking at Wang Huan were filled with both respect and fear. More were even shivering. To say that the people who were able to appear in this place, they were all rich and powerful people from all sides, and had seen a lot of the world, and had long since developed the ability to not change color before the collapse of a mountain. But this scene today turned their perception of the world upside down. Everyone did not speak, looking at that fluttering young man. For a time, the silence was incomparable. The heart was even turning over huge waves. My Hong family, I am willing to offer the divine lotus to immortal Wang. At this time, Hong Yunfeng came to his senses, plopped down and knelt in front of Wang Huan, raising the tray in his hands high. Large drops of sweat fell from his forehead. Soon even his back was drenched in sweat. At this time if the person who regretted the most was Hong Yunfeng, Sun Lianjin walked up and took over the three suns green lotus, took out a check in his hand, and contemptuously said, Brother Hong, if you knew it would be today, why did you have to do it in the first place? After saying that, he respectfully handed over the 3 yang green lotus to Wang Huan. Master Wang, please accept it. Wang Huan nodded, very satisfied with Sun Lianjin's resilience. He had already given Hong Yunfeng the opportunity. He didn't cherish it. Now that Sun Lianjin bought the 3 suns green lotus with money, then he no longer owed the Hong family karma. You, stop. As he watched Wang Huan leave with the 3 yang green lotus, suddenly a dainty voice came from behind him. Chapter 61 Difficult and Capricious. Wang Huan glanced back at Su Ruoxue and asked, You called me? Su Ruoxue's face turned white. Her eyes stared at Wang Huan, and she said angrily, You have such a strong skill. Why didn't you strike earlier? If you had struck earlier, Uncle Song wouldn't have been injured, and my bodyguard wouldn't have died. How can you be such a selfish person? Wang Huan was stunned and looked at the other party with a surprised face. The more Su Ruoxue spoke, the more angry she became, stretching out her finger, pointing at Wang Huan, furious, saying, Do you know that it's because of you that my Su family has suffered such a great loss? Miss Su, are you sure you weren't scared silly? If Master Wang hadn't stepped in just now, you would have been a corpse by now. Sun Lianjin's face was cold. If it was before, he would still be afraid of the other party's status as the Su family's first lady. But now, with Master Wang backing him up, he has a strong bottom. Humph, don't think I don't know what idea you are playing. Isn't it that you want to attract my attention, and then let this young lady take the initiative to recruit you? Su Ruoxue's tone was very fast, like a machine gun. Knowing that my Su clan needs the 3 yang green lotus, you have chosen to intervene. Not bad. Your trick of trying to catch me is very skillful. However, you miscalculated on one point. Although my Su family recruits high-level people, I don't have my eye on you. You are too meticulous and very dangerous. Wang Huan's face was stunned for a moment when he heard her words. He was going to defect to the Su family? One was showing off one's skills to get her attention? How much self-confidence did this woman have to say such words? This woman was too self-righteous, wasn't she? Would the heir to the heavenly master Dao of Dragon Tiger Mountain look at a mere capital Su family? Looking at Su Ruoxue who thought she had said the right thing, Wang Huan's face appeared a bit wooden and faintly asked, Miss Su, have you finished? Before today, I hadn't even heard of any capital city Su family. Talk about catching your attention. And the purpose of my trip is for this 3 suns green lotus. As for what you said about soliciting and wanting to escape, this is even more of your self-righteous nonsense. Su family, I haven't put it in my eyes. Su Ruoxue's face stiffened as she heard Wang Huan's words were very different from what she thought in her heart. She continuously took a few deep breaths and said unconvincingly, Don't you pretend. If not, at that time, why did you save me? Ha ha ha. Wang Huan laughed with a cold face. So, you still know that it was me who saved you. Is this the attitude you used to treat your savior? You. Su Ruoxue took a breath and looked at Wang Huan furiously. Okay, let's leave this matter aside for now, even if I guessed wrong. Mr. Wang, now please give me the 3 suns green lotus. Don't worry, I won't treat you guys poorly, no matter how much you guys gave to the Hong family just now. I'll give it to you tenfold. How about it? This is a fair price for me. Once it changed hands, you made 10 times the money. It's not in vain that you traveled for nothing. Wang Huan laughed in anger after hearing this and sneered. Are all the people in the capital like you who are so self-righteous? You, what do you mean? Wang Huan drank. I said I came here for the 3 Suns Green Lotus, now it's mine. Why should I sell it to you? And with a tone of charity, who do you think you are? The 9 heavenly maiden descending to earth? Does the whole earth revolve around you? Su Ruoshue's face turned red, incredulously saying, how do you talk? The price I gave you is already very fair. I'm only afraid that no one can compare to the price I offered you. Seeing Wang Huan's contemptuous smile, Su Ruoshue turned her head and said to Hong Kaiyuan, Hong family master, this 3 Yang Green Lotus you said you would buy it for my Su family. What do you mean by going back on your word? Hong Kaiyuan had an innocent look on his face. What's with this? I was going to sell it to you, but you don't have the ability to buy it. It was unbearable in front of the islanders. Now you come in front of Grandmaster Wang and are this strong. Do you really think that Grandmaster Wang doesn't dare to touch you? This woman has a sick brain, and it is a very serious princess disease. The Divine Lotus has been sold to Grandmaster Wang. It has long had nothing to do with my Hong family. Hong Kaiyuan faintly said. Hear that? Wang Huan said indifferently. Now the 3 Suns Green Lotus is mine. It has nothing to do with you. You can't leave yet. Watching Wang Huan about to leave, Su Ruoshue was anxious and rushed up to stop Wang Huan. Wang Huan violently turned around. A terrifying aura surged out from his body. Wild winds rose up, and he drank. Su Ruoshue, if you mess around again, do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? You, surnamed Wang, do you think you are very powerful? My Su family has many experts. If you dare to treat me like this, the Su family will definitely not let you go. The moment these words came out, the faces of the surrounding people suddenly changed color. Many people secretly frowned. This Su Ruoshue was truly a spoiled and unruly young lady. Even Uncle Song was shocked to know that the Wang Huan in front of him was not an ordinary person. That was holding a thunder whip, like a god who was really high. The Su family is again strong. That is also in the capital. And now Wang Huan if really want to move. Su family can save you? Looking at the proud and incomparable Su Ruoshue, Wang Huan shook his head with a cold smile. No tutelage. Get out as far as you can. What did you say? You told me to get lost? Su Ruoshue was bewildered and looked at Wang Huan in disbelief. Afterward, she went completely insane, as if she was greatly stimulated, saying, Uncle Song, kill him for me, I want you to kill him. That Uncle Song's face had already turned pale, as he stepped forward to pull the capricious Su Ruoshue, and hurriedly bowed down to Wang Huan. Master Wang, my young lady has been spoiled since she was young, and she has verbally bumped into you. Please forgive me. I will take Miss Su away without delaying Master Wang. Uncle Song understood very well that masters like Wang Huan had their own majesty. If Su Ruoshue continued to be unreasonable, she might really incur a big trouble. This is still like a human language. Wang Huan snorted coldly and whisked his sleeve away. Uncle Song, why did you let him go? He dared to treat me like this. I'm not convinced in my heart. Looking at Wang Huan leaving calmly, Su Ruoshue complained. My big miss. Master Wang wants to leave. What are we going to stop him with? Uncle Song had a bitter smile on his face. But our Su family, that's a top 10 family in the capital. Missy, although the Su family is powerful, but right now distant water cannot quench the thirst of the near. Who can stop Master Wang? Missy, forget it if the Divine Lotus didn't arrive. Go back and tell the truth. The family head won't take it into account. Uncle Song persuaded bitterly, still really afraid that this big miss would have a brain cramp and do something excessive. I just can't bear this breath. Su Ruoshue was so angry that she stomped her feet. Uncle Song smiled bitterly and was speechless. Speaking of which, Wang Huan was already very polite. If it was any other person, I'm afraid that he would have already stormed out during the auction house. Missy, if you don't change your temperament, the next time you see this person, someone will get killed. Uncle Song looked at Wang Huan's back and said very seriously. Chapter 62, Cultivation Breakthrough. After the 3 Yang Green Lotus arrived, Wang Huan precisely began to cultivate. When he came down from the mountain, he had cultivated the 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart skill to the first layer, and so far, there was no sign of any breakthrough. The realm in Taoism reached the peak of the Qi refining stage, and in martial arts, he had also reached the peak of the true Qi realm. It was only that he was a dual cultivator in Tao and martial arts, several times stronger than experts in the same realm, and with a supreme technique such as the 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart technique. With his current battle power, he was fearless even if he met a strong person from the alchemy realm alive in the true elemental realm. Without the 3 Suns Green Lotus, he might have to wait a few years if he wanted to go further, but with the help of a divine medicine like the 3 Suns Green Lotus, and with the 5 Thunders Heavenly Heart technique further advanced, his cultivation on the Tao would enter the God refining realm. Once he entered the God refining realm, his strength multiplied. In terms of modern cities, this was already one of the top experts. It should be known that the Dragon Tiger Mountain Tianshi Dao had not produced a real person in the God-refining realm in the last 100 years. Longhu Mountain Tianshi Dao is the existence of Taoism. The existence of hundreds of years have not appeared in the realm of refining the real person. Visible refining the realm of God is how rare. Wang Huan and Sun Lianjin returned to Shangjing City overnight and directly stayed in Sun Lianjin's villa. Boss Sun, I'm going to borrow your place for a few days to retreat. Don't disturb me before Saturday. Wang Huan spoke. Yes, please don't worry Master Wang. I guarantee that I won't let even a single fly in these days. Sun Lianjin was thrilled. Wang Huan cultivating in his villa. How much trust was this to himself? Could he not be excited? Sun Lianjin's ability to do his job was very strong, and he arranged everything that Wang Huan explained without any detail. Wang Huan sat on the ground and took out the 3 suns green lotus. The lotus flower was only the size of a palm. Although it had been picked for many years, it was still fresh, as if it had just been picked. He tore off the petals of the 3 young green lotus and put it into his mouth. This 3 young green lotus entered his mouth and immediately transformed into a sweet clean spring. Soon, Wang Huan felt the changes in his body. The 100 meeting points on his head began to throb violently, as if it was about to collapse. If an ordinary person ate the 3 yang green lotus like him, I am afraid that his blood vessels would have burst and died long ago. Wang Huan didn't have any worries. Instead, he quickly operated the 5 thunder heavenly heart technique, which was very strong, and soon a low thunderous sound came from inside his body. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous sound emanated from the 100 meetings point inside his body, as if some shackle had been broken. At the same time, his spiritual power skyrocketed, and even with his eyes closed, he was able to clearly feel all the movements within a 10-meter radius. Even how the spider in the corner was spitting silk, he was able to feel it clearly. Spiritual power is the current saying. In ancient times, this should be called the divine soul. Once the divine soul is out, it is the sign of stepping into the God-refining realm. However, this is not the end. Almost simultaneously, in his mind, a bean-sized nucleus began to slowly converge, which surprised Wang Huan. Soul seed. I didn't expect to condense a soul seed just after breaking through the God-refining realm. The 3 suns green lotus deserves to be a divine medicine. Soul seed was the prototype of Yuan Shen, and once one cultivated to the next realm and condensed Yuan Shen, they would be true land gods. It had been hundreds of years since a strong land god immortal had appeared in the land of China. Of course, this soul seed was still very weak and had only just taken shape. There was still a long way to go before the Yuanshan realm. Meanwhile, inside the entire villa, thunder raged, and the villa hall was like a typhoon passing through. God-refining realm. It's done. Wang Huan slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his pupils seemed to be even deeper, flickering like stars, and seeing the world again. It was already a world of difference from before. Able to see clearly with the subtle things, even the fly stirring wings can be clearly perceived, but also can see the fly wings is the grain. He even felt guarded outside the door Sun Lianjin's heartbeat, the appearance of the divine soul. A person's perception greatly increased, which can be said to be a watershed for cultivators. Imagine Wang Huan's current divine soul covers a range of just 10 meters. Within 10 meters, he can feel all the subtle changes. Even if the bullets are flying, he will be able to react quickly to avoid them. If the divine soul became stronger and spread to 100 meters or 1,000 meters, how terrifying would that be? The 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart skill is worthy of being the strongest inheritance of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master Dao, condensing a soul seed at the beginning of the God-refining realm. This is hard to compare with other techniques. Wang Huan was overwhelmed with emotion. Longhu Mountain hadn't seen a strong person at the God-refining realm in nearly 100 years, and he had reached it so easily. Now that I have reached the soul-refining realm, if my cultivation in martial arts reaches the true element realm, then if all of the Su family's experts come, I will have no fear. Wang Huan secretly pondered. Thinking of this, he swallowed a breath. Instantly, the aura that was swimming in the air was inhaled into his nostrils like a white dragon. One drumbeat. Wang Huan's heart was crossed. His martial arts cultivation was the Vajra unbreakable body. There was no immortal physical body. There was only the eternal Tao body. And when he cultivated it to the extreme, he would be able to shed his flesh and mortal body and achieve the eternal Tao body. And this Gong method, he was just getting started. 3 days later, several large points in Wang Huan's body bulged high. The true qi in the Dantian was like a flood that opened the gates, along the 8 odd meridians, surging into the whole body. The true qi traveled for a large circumference, transforming into true essence. Wang Huan's precious appearance was solemn. The next thing to do was to compress these true qi into true essence. Condense. Wang Huan violently operated his Gong method, only to see a crackling sound like frying beans emanating from within his body. A faint golden light surfaced on his skin, which then slowly dimmed and hid under his skin, and Wang Huan also stood up with satisfaction. This trip to Nanjing was a huge harvest. Cultivation double breakthroughs, among the ranks of the rare masters in the world. Master Wang, you finally come out of the gate. When Sun Lianjin saw the door open, he looked at the messy hall inside, and then looked at the unharmed Wang Huan, who seemed to be even more elusive than in the previous days. He knew that Wang Huan must have made a big gain. Well, how long have I been in seclusion? Wang Huan smiled lightly. This breakthrough had put him in a very comfortable mood. It's been 4 days. Right, today is Saturday. If you don't come out again, I'm going to open the door and call you. Sun Lianjin said. It's Saturday? Wang Huan was slightly stunned. Looking at the outside already nightfall, he said, luckily it's not too late. Master Wang, are you going to do this? Wang Huan smiled and said, the Gao family owes me an explanation. The appointment is to go today. Gao family? Gao Mingfeng? Sun Lianjin was shocked and said, Master Wang, today is Gao Mingfeng's big birthday, and he has invited a lot of bigwigs in Shangjing City. Could it be? That's right, I'm also one of the invitees. What? Boss Sun didn't receive an invitation? Sun Lianjin blushed slightly and said, how can the Gao family look at me? Wang Huan patted his shoulder and said indifferently, it doesn't matter. If you come with me, I guarantee that after tonight, no one in Shangjing City will look at you. Sun Lianjin's heart shook, then excitedly exclaimed, yes, I'll go prepare the car. Chapter 63, Meeting an Acquaintance. Century Residence is one of the most famous 5-star hotels in Shangjing City, 70 floors high, and today the whole building is all wrapped up. The reason is that Gao family's old master Gao Mingfeng is going to hold his 70th birthday here, using the 70th floor to hold his 70th birthday. It's not known whether it's a coincidence or whether it's deliberately arranged by the Gao family. Sun Lianjin drove the car to a stop. Wang Huan got off the car in casual clothes. Compared to the other guests, the women wore dresses, while the men were all in clean suits. Compared to Wang Huan's casual dress like this, after being seen, he couldn't help but shake his head. Wearing a casual dress out for such an important occasion, really uneducated. What do you guys know? Master Wang is being flirtatious and spontaneous. Sun Lianjin sneered, doubting these people's vision. Inside the hall, guests had already gathered. These were all high-level people from Shangjing City. Now that the birthday banquet had not yet begun, some of the people who were looking at each other were talking courteously one by one. Senior Sister Zhou, do you think he will come? In a corner of the hall, Lin Jingjia was absent-minded, a pair of gazes darting towards the doorway from time to time. Zhou Kuman lightly laughed and said, that can't be said. The Gao family's banquet this time has very high specifications, and all the people invited are celebrities in the society. Even if Wang Huan had the intention to come to the Gao family, he wouldn't have the chance to enter this kind of banquet. Ms. Jingjia, I have already asked. There is no one named Wang Huan among the invited guests. Let's go upstairs. Don't delay here. A young man with a full body name tag walked over and said with a smile, it won't happen. He said he would come. Lin Jingjia shook her head, not looking at the man, her beautiful eyes still staring outside the hotel entrance. Kong Jingyu's face was a little stiff. He had to run forward and back to help Lin Jingjia inquire, but the other party didn't even look at him squarely, which made his heart a little sour. Jingjia student, he won't be coming. We'd better go up first. Banquets like today's are very rare. Ordinary people can't come into contact with them in their entire lives. You mustn't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Kong Jingyu kindly reminded. We can only come here to open our eyes thanks to Jingyu's light. Otherwise just us school students. How could we come to such a high-end place? Next to her, a well-dressed woman winks at Kong Jingyu while accusing Lin Jingjia in a disgruntled tone. Jingyu's dad is the general manager of Century Residence. It took a lot of effort to get us a few spots. Let's hurry up. The people next to her were urging. Lin Jingjia had just entered the medical university and had become the famous school flower, so Kong Jingyu had pursued her fiercely, but Lin Jingjia had always been very cold about it. This made Kong Jingyu a bit annoyed, and decided to take this opportunity to show Lin Jingjia his status in the city of Beijing. So when he learned that the Gao family had chartered the Century Court to celebrate their birthday, he asked his father to open a back door, so that he could also bring his classmates from school to the Century Court to show off their abilities in family history. Lin Jingjia didn't look back. She wasn't interested in this kind of banquet. If she didn't know that Wang Huan might appear here, she wouldn't have come to this place to make a fuss. Now that she didn't see Wang Huan coming, her heart was already disappointed. Hearing her classmates urging her on the side, she said with some spoiled feelings, if you guys want to go up, you can go up first. I'll wait here alone again. The few students around her deflated their mouths, cursing Lin Jingjia in their hearts for being insensitive. In front of her, there was such an excellent man like Kong Jingyu pursuing her, but she couldn't get enough of that face reader. Is there something wrong with her brain? The smile on Kong Jingyu's face was a bit fake, but he still acted very elegantly and smiled. Jingjia, I can guarantee that the person you are talking about won't come. Such a high-class banquet is not something that anyone can attend, so you'd better not wait. However, just before his words had fallen out of his mouth, Lin Jingjia next to him suddenly ran out and grabbed a young man's arm at the door. A face reader. Lin Jingjia let out a surprised sound, and Joko Man slightly froze when she saw Wang Huan. This guy is really here? Wang Huan just walked into the hall, felt a tightness in his arm, a scent came to his nose, turned his head to curiously look at Lin Jingjia, who was full of surprise, dumbfounded. Lin Jingjia, why are you here too? Lin Jingjia's pretty face was slightly red. She didn't have the heart to say that she came specifically to look for him. Pointing at Joko Man's group of people behind her, she lied and said, I came over with a few classmates to play. I didn't expect to meet you here. You're here too. You won't really be looking for trouble with the Gao family, right? Lin Jingjia whispered. Jingjia, is this the person you're waiting for? You don't even look at what kind of occasion this is, dressing so casually and coming here. You're not afraid of being laughed at. Kong Jingyu walked over, looked Wang Huan up and down and laughed somewhat sarcastically. Seeing the bad tone of the visitor, Wang Huan got a smile on his face and said, no one here stipulates what the guest must wear to come, right? I wear this outfit. Who will laugh at me? Well, no one is laughing at how you dress. Lin Jingjia laughed playfully. Seeing Lin Jingjia talking and laughing with Wang Huan, Kong Jingyu snorted coldly, and the hostility in his eyes intensified. Not far away, a few students from the medical university saw the fireworks over here and whispered, who is that guy? Why is Lin Jingjia so close to him? It can't be her boyfriend, right? Lin Jingjia's boyfriend. I've heard of him. When the school year just started, it said that this boyfriend of hers even caught a few crooks. I heard that he's powerful. I'll go. It can't really be Lin Jingjia's boyfriend. He's average looking. Could this guy be a tycoon? Lin Jingjia is the school flower of the medical university. Her love history has long been a concern in the school. At first, everyone thought that Lin Jingjia having a boyfriend was just a rumor, but I didn't expect to actually see it today. Next to her, Joko Man smiled and said, he's not a tycoon. As far as I know, his name is Wang Huan. He came to Shangjing City with Lin Jingjia. What he does I don't know, but I just know that he's a face reader. A face reader? The people next to him were shocked. Wasn't a face reader in their impression just a crook who set up a small stall under an overpass? How could such a person capture the heart of the medical university schoolgirl? This caused them to be shocked. I've heard that these people have very powerful mouths. They can talk the talk and are very good at deceiving people. Lin Jingjia wouldn't have been deceived by him just like that. We're all from the same school. I'll have to persuade her not to fall for it later on. I don't know what kind of flowery words he said to Lin Jingjia. He charmed her so much that even a man as good as Kong Jingyu had no success. Some female classmates then said sourly, that's right, Jingyu treats all of us well and has a good family. The two are a natural pair. As classmates, it's our responsibility to go and persuade Lin Jingjia and expose that liar. Someone opened their mouth to take the lead, and the people next to them immediately favored it, heading towards Wang Huan's side. Chapter 64 Verbal Punishment. Joko Man also followed forward to join in the fun. She is a kind of Wang Huan with a skeptical attitude to see. Lin Jingjia hugged Wang Huan's arm. There is no one else in her eyes. Thinking of so many days this guy didn't even send a message to himself. Can't help but complained. Wang Huan, so many days you are running, where to go? Is not that good to find me? Wang Huan laughed. I just went out of town a few days ago, and now I'm just in time to come back to attend the Gao family's banquet. Looking at Lin Jingjia's bird-like posture, Kong Jingyu was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, forcing himself to open his mouth to interrupt the intimate conversation between the two. This friend, I'm Jingjia's classmate. Just now when I saw that you weren't wearing formal attire, I thought that you were a waiter who went to the wrong door. I'm really sorry. Although his words were polite on the surface, behind his back, he was looking down on Wang Huan, saying that Wang Huan was just a waiter. Jingjia, is this the person you are waiting for? At this time, those classmates also came over and looked up and down, being watched by so many classmates. Lin Jingjia was a little embarrassed as she let go of Wang Huan's arm and shyly nodded her head, saying, well, it's my good friend. Just a friend? Jingjia, I can tell that you are longing for Wang Huan. Joko Man joked with a smile, and then nodded her head towards Wang Huan. As a greeting, he wouldn't really be your boyfriend, right? Seeing Lin Jingjia's slightly red face, the students who came over were all moved, and Kong Jingyu's face was even more red. Jingjia, what does your boyfriend do? Which university does he study at? Someone knowingly asked. You guys don't talk nonsense. I'm not in the kind of relationship with him that you guys think. Also, he stopped studying a long time ago. Lin Jingjia glared at the person who opened her mouth, blaming him for talking too much. So he doesn't study anymore. Then where does he work? Yeah, handsome Wang. Where do you work and what's your monthly salary? This summer vacation. Can I go to your company for a summer job? Wang Huan's face was still hanging a faint smile. He kind of heard out that these people's questions were all barbed and came with a purpose. I didn't work. Wang Huan was very direct. Not working? Is it really the same as what they say? That you're a face reader, making a living by reading people's faces? The side and other people exploded. Originally thought that Wang Huan would still cover up, and they were ready to get to the bottom of it. But what they didn't expect was that this guy even admitted it. Wang Huan smiled and did not say anything more. In his heart, he secretly thought that it must be Zhou Koman who said it, so it really is a face reader. No wonder he didn't even wear a formal dress. I guess he doesn't have a formal dress. Oh, we're more shabby than my family workers, which still have money to buy formal wear. I estimate that he gives people to read the face can barely eat enough is good. Looking at his ground floor goods, these people were not polite and began to verbally attack his grandma. Even a guy like this dares to pick up our medical university schoolgirl. Spreading the word has disgraced our medical university. Lin Jingjia, don't be fooled by him. This is about your lifelong happiness. You haven't been fooled too deeply yet. Hurry up and climb out of this pit, or else you'll suffer big losses in the future. That's right, you have to consider the reality. You are a senior student of the medical university. You will work in the future, and your career will be for the upper class. Do you want to spend your whole life with a person who reads faces under the flyover? Do you have a common language? Lin Jingjia is the big beauty of the medical university. The boys chasing after her can assemble a reinforced company. I don't know how many people are thinking about it. Now see her being cheated by a face reader. These people naturally are not happy in their hearts. You see Kong Jingyu is good, people and handsome, and his father is still the general manager of the Century Mansion. It is said that there are shares, even if the blind also know how to choose. Those who have a good relationship with Kong Jingyu are even more straightforward. Seeing that her classmates were all sneering at Wang Huan, Lin Jingjia was furious and anxious, fearing that Wang Huan would get angry and turn around to leave. Then she would have come for nothing today. Lin Jingjia's face turned blue, and she said nonchalantly, "You all are idle and have nothing to say. What friends I make, you still don't care." Kong Jingyu was secretly excited in his heart, knowing that the opportunity had come. He could use this chance to break up the two. He stepped out in big strides and said, "Jingjia, none of the classmates mean anything else. They just want you to think calmly. Don't be fooled by people. That's right, we're all doing this for your own good. And you're still yelling at us. Wang Huan, why is your skin so thick? Is this place where you can come?" Someone directly targeted Wang Huan. The smile on Wang Huan's face had retracted and he sneered. "Strange, you all can come. Why can't I come? He, can you compare to us? Jingyu's father is the general manager here. Of course we can come. How about you? A charlatan who eats here and there. What can you give Jingjia the life she wants? People Jingjia a bag. I don't know how many people you have to cheat before you can afford it. Alright, don't talk about it. Maybe Wang Huan came here to cheat because he ate this meal and didn't have the next. Jingyu, it's not that we're talking about you. Your dad is the general manager of Century Residence. How can you let this kind of person in? This is too irresponsible, and it also lowers the grade of Century Mansion. The people who came to Century Grand Court with Kong Jingyu this time were all the sons of rich families, and they were usually on good terms with Kong Jingyu, so their speech was very barbed, which made people listen to them with displeasure. Watching Wang Huan being verbally attacked by his classmates, Lin Jingjia couldn't even insert a word, so anxious that her tears were about to fall out. Wang Huan, however, still didn't change his color and finally said, "Are you guys done? How shameless. It's true that when you're a liar, your face is thicker than a city wall, and you still have the face to stay here when your words are so blunt. Kong Jingyu, don't give him face. Tell your father to directly call security to throw him out." Kong Jingyu had a difficult face and said with fake benevolence, "This is not good. How can he say that he is also Jingjia's friend? Okay, everyone, for my sake, don't talk about him anymore. Wang Huan, please don't make it difficult for me. You'd better go by yourself." Wang Huan shook his head and laughed lightly. "You're letting me go?" "Yes, as you can see, this banquet is very high class. It's really not something you can come to. If you leave on your own, you can still have a bit of dignity. If you're really kicked out by the security guards, then there won't even be a bit of face. So why do you need to make a fool of yourself?" Wang Huan raised his eyebrows. The corner of his mouth revealed a touch of disdain. TSK, what a big bully. If you don't know, you still think that this hotel is owned by your family? What kind of thing are you? Even if your father is here, he is not qualified to make me leave. The moment these words came out, the surrounding people's faces all changed greatly. Kong Jingyu's face was even darker like a coffin board. "Wang Huan, give you face and you don't know how to restrain yourself. Then don't blame me for being impolite to you. Century Mansion isn't a place for you to spread your wildness." Chapter 65, Bullying People Out of Strength. The atmosphere of the scene became intense on the spot, and it was also at this time that Lin Jingjia finally had a chance to interject. "Kong Jingyu, And all of you, what are you doing? What does it matter to you who I like to make friends with? Dogs take rats and meddle in other people's business. Jingjia, you are too deeply poisoned. We are helping you. You may not be able to accept it for a while, but in the future, when you mature a bit, you will understand that we are all doing it for your own good. Kong Jingyu laughed. He, speaking in a grandiose manner. Don't think you don't know what's in your minds. Wang Huan disdained. Kong Jingyu looked at Wang Huan with a stern face. His finger pointed in front of Wang Huan. Since he had already torn his face, there was no need to make an appearance. Wang Huan, I'll be honest with you. You're not worthy of Jingjia yet. If you fight with me, the one who fails in the end will be you after all. I will make you get out of Century Residence in the most humiliating way possible, so that you can never raise your head in front of Jingjia. Wang Huan smiled disdainfully after hearing this. Not to mention that he was just a manager's son. Even the owner of Century Mansion wouldn't dare to talk to him like this. Just as he was about to open his mouth, a middle-aged man with a majestic face walked over and said with a stern face, "What's going on? On such an important day, who dares to cause trouble in Century Mansion?" Seeing the visitor, those who had just been righteously indignant in their crusade against Wang Huan shut their mouths and all looked towards Kong Jingyu. This kid is going to suffer. It's the lobby manager of Century Grand Court, Manager Ding. He is Jingyu's father's subordinate. Someone recognized the person and revealed a gloating smile. Uncle Ding, you came just in time. Kong Jingyu wore a smile on his face as he stepped forward to greet him. Manager Ding froze, obviously also recognizing Kong Jingyu, the son of his top boss. At that moment, his face revealed an amiable smile. So it's Kong Xiao. You guys have this matter? A whole less heard Kong Jingyu floating. Even the back is straightened a little. Ding uncle, is this way? Century Mansion rare today such a grand day. I bring a few students to open the eyes. My father has agreed. Well, it's fine to come and play. Except for the topmost 70 floors. You guys can play as you please. Manager Ding listened and said carelessly. The top boss's male son wants to come and play. Just let him play as he pleases. Can't even I go? Kong Jingyu was a little surprised. Young Ding, today Elder Gao is having a birthday banquet on the 70th floor. No one can get in except for those holding the invitation. Not to mention me. Even your father, Mr. Kong, has to go through them before he can get in. Manager Ding explained. Jingyu, it's not your fault. It's the guest's request. And Uncle Kong can't make the decision. There's not much to play on the 70th floor anyway. That kind of occasion doesn't suit us. Let's play elsewhere and still have a good time. The person next to him spoke up. Kong Jingyu had to step down, and his face quickly turned natural as he said, Uncle Ding, there's one more thing to trouble you with. I suspect that this person is mixing into Century Mansion to mingle with the food and drink, and lowering Century Mansion's grade, and I also ask you to expel him. Saying that, he also looked at Wang Huan provocatively. Manager Ding froze and sized up Wang Huan. Seeing that he was dressed casually, he said, this gentleman, please leave. What do you mean? Why do you have to let Wang Huan out with a word from Kong Jingyu? Lin Jingjia said unconvincingly. Manager Ding said indifferently, just by virtue of the fact that I'm the lobby manager here. A high-class place like Century Grand Residence has requirements for its guests. With all due respect, this gentleman's dress code doesn't meet Century Grand Residence's requirements, so of course I have the power to kick him out. This kid has nothing to say this time. He didn't leave when he was told to just now, and now he's waiting until he's kicked out. Let's see where he puts his face now. These people beside him were sneering. Wang Huan, these are too hateful. I'll accompany you out. Lin Jingjia was so angry that her eyes went straight and she tugged Wang Huan's arm to go out. However, Wang Huan did not move a muscle and said, no need to go out. I do have a sentence to ask this manager Ding. Oh, what's there to say? Go ahead and ask. And after that, hurry up and get out. Manager Ding hugged his arms and said with an impatient face, if you continue to stay here in a deadbeat, don't blame me for calling the security over. Wang Huan said, I am a guest of the Gao family and have an invitation from the Gao family. If you want me to leave, can you explain to the Gao family? The crowd froze, one by one rubbing their ears as if they had heard it wrong. Ha, you have an invitation from the Gao family? Manager Ding let out a burst of sneering laughter after he froze. Kid, do you really think that the Gao family has chartered the entire Century Plaza and is preparing to feast many people and send out invitations widely? You're wrong. This time, although the Gao family packaged the whole building, but really can get the invitation is not more than 20 people. This 20 people, in the city of Shangjing is not a face. Loud big names. Please forgive me for my ignorance. Never heard of Wang Huan such a big shot. I told you, how could this kid have an invitation from the Gao family? It turns out to be a bluff, worthy of being a liar, telling lies without blushing or gasping. Fortunately Manager Ding exposed his lies, or else he would have really been fooled. Alright, you said you have an invitation. Then you bring out the invitation. Manager Ding stared coldly at Wang Huan, beating him to death. He didn't believe that a liar under the flyover was qualified to obtain an invitation from the Gao family. The invitation is not with me, Wang Huan said. The invitation was placed in his car. Just now Sun Lianjin went to park the car. He did not bring it out. Ridiculous, the lie is broken down. Such an important thing, forgetting it in the car. Does your kid have a car? Kong Jingyu laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. Lin Jingjia beside her was anxious and angry. Seeing Wang Huan being looked down upon, her heart was a little blocked. I thought he would be a bit capable. That day at school, he talked so eloquently. I really thought he was different. I didn't realize that it was just bragging. And now that he is being torn through that layer of paper, let's see how he's going to end up. Joko Man watched quietly from the side, the two not helping each other. Now seeing that Wang Huan couldn't get an invitation, she was disappointed to the core. Manager Ding said, "Have you finished your words, Uncle Ding?" He is speechless now. Don't let this guy stay here anymore. Affecting the image of Century Villa, call the security guards to kick him out. The surrounding people lightly laughed as they watched Wang Huan, seeing how he was blown out of the gate. Looking at the security guards who were rushing in this direction, Kong Jingyu walked to Wang Huan's front and laughed coldly. Wang Huan, I told you a long time ago, I will let you get out of here in the most humiliating way. How about it? Now you know the gap between us, right? Kong Jingyu and the classmates he brought with him all revealed triumphant smiles. It looked as if they had done something great, each one sneering and laughing as they looked at the impassive Wang Huan. In their opinion, Wang Huan was soon going to be kicked out and was preparing to watch the joke. Suddenly an icy cold voice came from the doorway. Who are you kicking out? Chapter 66, Dumbfounded. Only to see at the doorway, Sun Lianjin walked over with a greenish-black face, staring at Manager Ding with anger in his eyes almost wanting to kill the other party. Master Wang, such a noble person, was driven out of the hotel. This was his dereliction of duty. As Wang Huan's current loyal follower, Sun Lianjin felt he was too incompetent. Who are you? This is Century Residence. It's Uncle Ding's territory. Kong Jingyu sneered. Manager Ding next to him froze, then pulled the clothes of Kong Jingyu next to him and smiled. So it's Boss Sun. Is Boss Sun also here for Elder Gao's birthday banquet? Boss Sun. Which Boss Sun? The surrounding people were still amazed. Which Boss Sun is there? Of course it's Sun Lianjin, the big brother of the Shangjing City Casino. Seeing Sun Lianjin walking towards them, Kong Jingyu's classmates' faces changed in shock. How did Wang Huan know Boss Sun? Joko Man's heart was filled with curiosity. Although Sun Lianjin was nothing in the Sun family in the capital, he was a legendary figure in Shangjing City. Boss Sun, just now was teaching this poor boy a lesson, so I made you laugh. Manager Ding laughed and compensated. In the end, he was just a part-time worker, but Sun Lianjin was the real boss. Hearing Manager Ding's words, Sun Lianjin's face changed. Walking up was a slap on his face. Asshole, Mr. Wang is the nobleman in my life. What did you just say? Nobleman? Sun Lianjin's words caused Manager Ding's face to change drastically, not caring about the fiery pain on his face, and those of his classmates were also dumbfounded for a while, because Sun Lianjin's words didn't seem like a polite gesture. That pious demeanor, very sincere, not half a bit of fudging. Boss Sun, do you see any misunderstanding here? Manager Ding held back the injustice in his heart. Being slapped in public, this not only made him lose face, but even his own heart was upset. Sun Lianjin was just in a higher position than him, but he couldn't control his own head, giving himself a slap for no reason. If this didn't have a satisfactory explanation, wouldn't he become a laughing stock? Boss Sun, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Slapping the hall manager in Century Mansion. I lost face, although it's not enough to fear. However, Century Grand Court won't let it go like this, Manager Ding said stiffly. However, Sun Lianjin did not even bother to pay attention to him and respectfully walked to Wang Huan's front. Master Wang, it was my mistake that caused you to be offended by these ungrateful dogs. Wang Huan shook his head in disinterest and said, no matter, it's good to make some noise. Sun Lianjin saw that Wang Huan did not get angry. Then he looked at Manager Ding and directly threw the invitation in his hand at his face, saying, don't you want an explanation? Is this explanation enough? Manager Ding's face was skeptical as he picked up the invitation and flipped through it, and when he saw the name of the person being feasted on, his face suddenly turned pale. Wang Huan, the Gao family had actually sent an invitation to Wang Huan? As the lobby manager of the Century Residence, he was well aware of the high specifications of this banquet, and none of the people who were able to obtain the invitation written by the Gao family's old master himself were simple, and for Wang Huan to be able to obtain this invitation, it meant that he was of the same status as all those people in the eyes of the Gao family's old master. Thinking of this, his body trembled slightly. The Gao family's old master's VIP, not to mention him, even their general manager wouldn't dare to offend him when he came. but he still had to drive the person out of the hotel. Wouldn't this be a slap in the face of Elder Gao? When he looked at Wang Huan again, his heart was so nervous. Kong Jingyu and these people looked at Manager Ding's change. Their hearts were even more anxious, as if they were scratching a cat. What exactly did Sun Lianjin show Manager Ding that he would be nervous like this? Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, it's me who has eyes to see. Manager Ding closed the invitation and respectfully handed it back. Looking at Manager Ding's change before and after, Kong Jingyu and the others' eyes went wide. Lin Jingjia was vaguely excited when she saw this. Let you people look down on Wang Huan. Now you're dumbfounded. Zhou Man looked at Wang Huan in a complicated manner, before looking at Sun Lianjin next to him, and thought in her heart, is Sun Lianjin his backer? However, with just one Sun Lianjin, fighting with the Gao family, this is not only a few notches behind, it's still hitting a stone with an egg. Kong Jingyu's heart was filled with grievances, and he couldn't swallow this breath at all. However, when he saw Manager Ding's respectful appearance, even after being slapped, he still had to swallow his anger, and his heart was not in the right place. Manager Ding smiled apologetically and said, Mr. Wang, the banquet is about to start. I'll take you up. Forget it, I'll go by myself. Wang Huan waved his hand indifferently. After saying that, he said to Lin Jingjia next to him, I still have some things to do up there. Feel free to play around, call me if anything happens. Old son, let's go. Seeing Wang Huan and Sun Lianjin walk into the elevator, Kong Jingyu's face darkened and violently kicked the pillar next to him. Uncle Ding, what is that guy's origin in the end? Manager Ding had a bitter smile on his face and said, I'm not sure exactly what his origin is. However, the invitation he gave me just now was written by Elder Gao himself. What did you say? Elder Gao personally wrote the invitation for him? Kong Jingyu stared open-mouthed. Uncle Sun, you're not mistaken, are you? How could I be mistaken? I've received so many people today. I'm familiar with Elder Gao's handwriting. Manager Ding's heart palpitated, hoping that Wang Huan wouldn't bother with a small person like him, or else he would have to roll up his sleeves and leave. Damn, didn't I say he's a fortune-telling charlatan? How could he be Elder Gao's honored guest? Kong Jingyu was very reluctant and asked Zhou Man, who was next to him. Zhou Man had trouble calming down in her heart, thinking of the conversation she had at that time when she met with Wang Huan. She said, I seem to know a little bit. Wang Huan said at that time that his master had a friendship with Elder Master Gao 50 years ago, but that was decades old. I thought that he was bragging, but I didn't expect it to be true. She didn't finish saying that Wang Huan had come to find trouble with the Gao family this time. After all, even she thought it was impossible. What kind of friendship? The people next to her were also interested. At this moment, Lin Jingjia said with a proud face, Wang Huan's master once gave Elder Gao a face reading. Crowd. So that's how it is. I thought how big he is, but it turns out that he is just relying on the fact that his master is acquainted with Elder Gao. It's only on occasions like today. On any other occasion, he would have to be disgraced. Kong Jingyu said jealously. Wang Huan is a small liar. His master is an old liar. It's only his luck that he met the young Master Gao. At that time everyone still believed in those superstitions. In other words, I'm afraid that he would have been swept off his feet long ago. Wang Huan is not a liar. Lin Jingjia heard these classmates still denigrating, and argued in her heart in defiance. These people shook their heads helplessly, only feeling that Lin Jingjia had been tricked too deeply and was beyond redemption. Chapter 67, Meeting Gao Mingfeng for the first time. On the top floor of Century Mansion, Wang Huan and Sun Lianjin walked out from the elevator, and compared to the bustle of the hall, this place in contrast showed some order. This was the centerpiece of this birthday party, only to see a Gao Mingfeng with a full head of white hair, a rosy face, and a tang suit sitting on a high seat, beside which were all surrounded by people, toasting to Gao Mingfeng, who only took a shallow sip each time. Grandfather, grandson wishes you good fortune like the East Sea, longevity like South Mountain. Gao Yiming knelt on the ground and kowtowed respectfully. Good, get up, grandpa is getting old. In the future, the Gao family will rely on you. Gao Mingfeng contained a smile, a satisfied smile on his face, looking at the people who had come to congratulate him on his birthday. His heart was satisfied. From starting from nothing, to now having a full house, in his old age, creating a large family business, with children and grandchildren. This life has been very fulfilling for him. Elder Gao, you are old and strong. The Gao family still needs Elder Gao. The person next to him laughed. Gao Mingfeng nodded his head with a smile, and suddenly, looked his gaze towards the doorway, revealing a hint of essence in his eyes before he waved his hand and said, Nephew Wang, having arrived at the Shangjing city but not entering the Gao family, do you think that I'm slowing you down? At that moment, everyone's gazes turned towards Wang Huan. Many people's faces showed surprise and looked at Wang Huan with curiosity. That sound of virtuous nephew made people's hearts shake tremendously. They hadn't heard that the Gao family had such a latecomer. Wang Huan also thought about what the meeting with Gao Mingfeng would be like, but he did not expect that when the other party opened his mouth, it was not as difficult as he had imagined. Instead, he pretended to be cordial. Brother Wang, I didn't know about your relationship with the Gao family before, where I offended. Brother is here to make amends to you. Gao Yiming stood up, picked up his wine cup and drank it in one gulp, his attitude sincere. Wang Huan said, well said, that time was nothing but a misunderstanding. Saying this, he looked at Gao Mingfeng and said, Master, I didn't enter the Gao family's door because I was worried that you would break the contract. I didn't realize that it was me who was treating the gentleman with the heart of a small man. Since the old master is so deeply righteous, then please ask the old master to share half of the Gao family's estate with me. When a guest who was drinking next to him heard this, the tall wine glass in his hand clattered to the ground and broke, and he looked at Wang Huan with two glazed eyes. Did I hear it right? Another beautiful guest who was cutting a steak slipped the knife and fork in her hand. Gao Yiming's smiling face suddenly stiffened, and the curved corners of his mouth framed into a crooked mouth. Sun Lianjin, who was standing beside Wang Huan, almost sat on his butt on the ground. Even though he had some preparations in his heart, he didn't expect Wang Huan to be this direct. Ha ha ha, the entire hall then let out a burst of laughter. In their opinion, it was definitely the best joke of the century. However, Wang Huan had a serious look on his face and said, Elder Gao, if you don't recognize the original agreement, I won't force myself. I'll leave this time, and will never stay here with a deadbeat. Gao Mingfeng just struck his hand and said, Xian nephew, I, Gao Mingfeng, was able to make my business so big. I am by no means a person who does not honor his word. I did have such an agreement with your master in the beginning. What? Is this true? The people who had thought that they were listening to a joke, heard Gao Mingfeng frankly admit it, and their gazes towards Wang Huan became astonished. The Gao family, that was a famous tycoon in Shangjing City, with assets spread across every industry. Half of the Gao family's assets, that would amount to billions of dollars, and this strange guy in their eyes, instantly went from a penniless kid to a billionaire worth billions. How could they not be surprised? Grandpa, the corners of Gao Yiming's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but jump, knowing that all these family assets would be his in the future, and now because of a promise, half of it would be shared out. How could he be willing? Gao Mingfeng interrupted his grandson's words and looked at Wang Huan and said, Xian nephew, back then, your master was kind to the Gao family, and even more so, the Gao family set up the Feng Shui Bureau to make a fortune, so it can be said that without your master, there is no Gao family's current splendor. Back then, I wanted to thank your master heavily, but your master said that Feng Shui Bureau has defects, 50 years later to perfect, and I also personally promised that when he came to perfect the Feng Shui Bureau, at that time, no matter whether the Gao family is poor or rich, will be divided into half of the Gao family's property to your master. This word I believe that you also remember. I said there is any omission? Wang Huan said, word for word, Master Gao has a good memory. Gao Mingfeng ignored the opposing eyes of the Gao family and continued. It's good that Xian nephew admits it. However, there is one thing that is regrettable. Elder Gao, please be straightforward. Gao Mingfeng sighed. You're too late. Back then, your master set up the Feng Shui Bureau and left behind a breakage that was perfected by another master not long ago. What a pity. Brother Wang, if you had come a month earlier, half of my Gao family's assets would have been yours. Unfortunately, you came late. My Gao family couldn't have waited for your master and disciple to show up all this time. A smile appeared on Gao Yiming's face, thinking to himself, Ginger is still old and hot. First admitting the promise back then, while dismissing Wang Huan's request with the reason that you yourself came late. It can be said to be killing two birds with one stone. The crowd stared at Wang Huan closely, as if they wanted to see Wang Huan's loss and remorse, but they were disappointed. Wang Huan's face did not have any frustration. Xian nephew, but in the end, your master is kind to my Gao family. My Gao family is not ungrateful. Later I will have someone give you $10 million, as a reward for that year. Gao Mingfeng beckoned to a butler next to him. That butler was prepared to pull out a check. Wang Huan held back a glance and said very dryly, no need. Since Elder Gao said that the agreement back then has been nullified, there are no complaints from my side. This money, I don't want it. But, Wang Huan glanced at the Gao family, seeming to have something to say. Why, does Brother Wang still have something to say? Gao Yiming picked up a wine glass, gently took a sip, raised his chin, and looked provocatively at Wang Huan. Wang Huan said, I see that Brother Gao's face is as white as paper. The face of March Life Broken has never gotten better. And Elder Gao is even more grass into the mouth of a cow. Its life is not long face. It seems that the Feng Shui masters that you have hired are not yet up to speed in their skills. How dare you? When these words came out, the whole room was in an uproar. Not only were the people of the Gao family furious, Even the guests present felt that Wang Huan's words were too much. Saying such things on top of another person's high birthday, this was too taboo. I'm just being honest. Good words are hard to persuade a ghost looking for death. That's all I have to say. I'll take my leave. Wang Huan did not have any anger, arched his hand towards Gao Mingfeng and was about to turn around and leave. Just at this moment, a sorrowful voice sounded in the corner of the hall. Humph. To say that I'm not competent enough to leave gracefully like this. Your Excellency has not been too dismissive of my Yin Mountain sect. Chapter 68, Yellow Immortal. A person clad in yellow robes walked out, roughly in his early 60s, with loose hair and two 8-rowed beards, a pair of eyes glowing with a cold and bitter light as he stared at Wang Huan. Your Excellency, I don't object if you want to cheat the Gao family's family property. However, corrupting this great immortal's reputation, then this great immortal will not sit idly by. Wang Huan narrowed his eyes and felt the fluctuation of mana flowing in the other party's body and was slightly surprised that this person in front of him with his unassuming appearance had the cultivation of qi refining realm. Your Excellency is the person who modified the Feng Shui Bureau for the Gao family? That's right, it's none other than old me, the Yinshan school, Huang Disian. Huang Kuei Feng threw out his sleeves, his robes looked as if they had been puffed up by a hairdryer, and he looked like he had an immortal and Taoist demeanor. Wang Huan, last time the delicious house matter. Our account has not yet been settled. Today my master is present. Shouldn't you give an explanation? At the same time, Wu Qiyin appeared next to him with indifferent eyes. What's this kid's origin? Daring to curse the Gao family at their birthday banquet is just enough. But he also offended the Huang Disian of the Yinshan school. Doesn't want to live. Does he? I guess his brain was stimulated to go crazy. There was still a chance to obtain half of the Gao family's fortune. But now I've been told that it's gone. No one can accept this stimulus. Ordinary people are just ordinary people after all. Someone who wins a few million lottery tickets can go crazy with joy, let alone billions of huge sums of money, and can't say that treacherous words just now without going crazy. The guests in the hall didn't have any cover and pointed at Wang Huan for a while. More people felt that the current Wang Huan was like a jumping clown. Huang Disian, take it easy. Alas, this person is after all the disciple of my late friend. He was stimulated by this today. Some insanity is unavoidable. Please Huang Disian, look at my face. Don't take it out on him. If there is any offense, Huang Disian will put the account on my head. Don't make it difficult for him. Gao Mingfeng truly said, he is just a child. Elder Gao is highly righteous. Righteousness Gao Mingfeng. Wang Huan even cursed him like this, but Elder Gao is noble. Not only did he not take it into account, he even begged for mercy. The Gao family deserves to be known as the representatives of our business community in Shangjing City. Their character and behavior are high-end and admirable. When the surrounding people heard Elder Gao's words, they all raised their thumbs in praise. The attitude towards Wang Huan was much more indifferent. This kid is just lucky. If it was someone else, look, not to mention others, if this fell on my head, I would have already found someone to kill him, and still help him plead for mercy? It's only because I met Elder Gao. Huang Kuei Feng grimaced and said, since Elder Gao opened his mouth, this face has to be given. However, he defamed my reputation. This matter cannot be counted. Great Immortal Huang, please still give me face. Gao Mingfeng pleaded again and again. Huang Kuei Feng generously said, good, since Master Gao has continuously pleaded for you, as long as you retract what you just said, this great immortal will not take any blame for you defaming my reputation. Wang Huan, however, shook his head and said without changing his face, I, Wang Huan, have never needed others' mercy to live. If you want me to take back my words, it depends on whether or not you have the ability to do so. However, from the effect you got from modifying the Gao family's Feng Shui Bureau, it seems that your ability is not as high as your reputation. Vertical Sun, don't be rude. Gao Mingfeng became furious, slammed the table, stood up fiercely, and said angrily, Wang Huan, for the sake of your dead master, I have already done my best for you. If you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for not remembering my old feelings. Wang Huan said indifferently, Gao Mingfeng, it's not wrong for you to want to keep your family fortune, and it's understandable that half of your Gao family's property is nothing but a pile of dung in my eyes. I just want to see if you still have that grateful heart from back then. Enough, the so-called Feng Shui Bureau is just a psychological comfort my high family can have today, relying on my decades of hard work. You want to take away half of my family property as soon as you come. Ask the world where there is such a good thing. Finally speaking from the heart, Wang Huan sadly said, this sentence is exported, then there is no room for maneuver. He looked at the time, sympathetically and compassionately said, Gao Mingfeng, you missed the last chance to live. You were killed at Shen hour. Once the hour arrived, you will run out of oil and die. Gao Mingfeng was furious and laughed in anger. Wang Huan, are you saying that I only have 10 minutes to live? Ha ha ha, do you think I'm still the same youngster I was back then? being convinced by a few words from your master? Wang Huan hesitated for a moment and said, you are now in a great rage. If you meet another great joyous event, when the time comes, your joy and anger will be so intense that you really can only live until Shanhour this night. Gao Mingfeng was even more furious, and coldly said, you said I only have 10 minutes to live. What if I don't die after Shanhour? If Elder Gao doesn't die, that means you die. Huang Kuei-feng interjected, as for you, it's just a matter of not learning the art well enough to harm others and yourself. Wang Huan shook his head and said, outrageous. Huang Kuei-feng's face was green and black, his killing intent boiling, his hands even pinched up the magic seal, and a gust of gloomy wind came from inside the hall. Huang Dexian, wait, Gao Mingfeng called out to the other party. Elder Gao, it's not that Huang doesn't give you face, but this great immortal can't be humiliated. He humiliated this great immortal 3 times. If I don't give him a lesson, how do you expect me to get a foothold in the Jianghu? Gao Mingfeng said in a deep voice. Great immortal Huang has misunderstood. I also hate to make him suffer. As the saying goes, killing kills the heart. I want to let him die, and wait until the Shanhour passes. Let's see how old me will clean him up. Wang Huan, there are still less than a few minutes until Shanhour. If you admit your mistake now, you still have a chance. Huang Kuei-feng put away the seal of law. Take a deep breath, calm down the anger in his heart, said, Gao old master, today is your birthday banquet. I listened to you. This kid said that this great immortal is not good at learning. Then today this great immortal let him see what is the real immortal art. Or let this kid can also rest in peace after death. Oh, great immortal Huang is going to perform immortal arts? That's right. Today, this great immortal is going to pick the peaches to toast Elder Gao's birthday. Hearing these words, the faces of the people in the hall were delighted. Huang Kuei-feng was famous in Shangjing City, but there were very few chances to see him in action. And now that he was going to perform his immortal technique, everyone was eagerly awaiting it. Oh, peach? Wang Huan laughed coldly. Huang Kuei-feng, however, did not pay any more attention to him, only to see him untie a rope from his waist. As he cast the spell, the rope stood up, just like a snake slowly swimming up towards the sky. At the same time, at the other end of the rope, a cloud appeared, and the rope just pierced through the cloud and disappeared in front of the eyes of the total crowd. Divine technique. It really is an immortal technique. Yellow Immortal really lives up to his name. The eyes of the people present were glazed over as the sounds of astonishment rose and fell. Elder Gao was even so excited that he was shaking and shivering, saying, well, great immortal Huang is really a good skill. This is the real immortal skill. Looking at the adoring gazes in the eyes of the crowd, a faint smile appeared on Huang Kuei-feng's face as he provocatively glanced at Wang Huan, and then withdrew his palm. Peach present. Chapter 69, Die immediately. With Huang Kuei-feng's voice, only to see that the rope from one end, slowly falling from the air, one end fell to the ground slowly circling to collect, the other end slowly landed from the sky. When it fell in front of the eyes of the crowd, at the other end of the rope, a full and fresh peach appeared in front of the eyes of the crowd. Oh my god, how did this happen? Falling from the sky without any help. This is definitely not some magic trick. This is real. Is this the peach? It looks fresh in color, and an immortal aura is intoxicating. Someone came forward and inhaled hard, revealing a look of enjoyment. Those tycoons had long been stunned by the scene in front of them, looking at Huang Kuei-feng with awe in their eyes. At the same time, when looking at Gao Mingfeng, each one of them revealed a look of envy. If not for the presence of Huang Daxian, some of them were already ready to go forward and snatch this immortal peach. This is the peach, Gao Mingfeng said excitedly. Huang Dexian is Huang Dexian, with heavenly ability, picking the immortal peach from the sky to wish Gao Lao a happy birthday. Life gets this peach. No regrets in death. The people in the hall looked at the watery peaches while paying homage to Huang Kuei-feng. Huang Kuei-feng proudly nodded his head and said, not bad, this is exactly the heavenly peach. I wasted a lot of effort to steal one. He scanned the circle and was very satisfied with the performance of the crowd. But when he saw Wang Huan sitting on the table and leisurely sipping his drink, he could not help but be furious and drank. Wang Huan, having seen my immortal technique, now do you still have the qualification to say that this immortal is not good at learning the art? The crowd looked at Wang Huan and couldn't help but shake their heads, thinking that Wang Huan was an idiot and a jumping clown. Only Sun Lianjin deflated his mouth, disdaining in his heart, I don't know where I got a peach out of, and you dare to say that you know immortal arts? Master Wang, that's a deity holding a thunder whip. Brat, are you scared silly? My master is asking you. You dare not should not. Wu Qi drank coldly. The others were also shocked in their hearts. This hand of Huang Kuei-feng's immortal peach picking, which happened in front of their eyes, could be said to have subverted their perceptions. This kind of thing, a kind of immortal technique. If immortal Huang made an immortal technique that could kill people, wouldn't it be invincible? These tycoons were respectful and afraid of Huang Kuei-feng. but that Wang Huan didn't listen to him. Wasn't this guy afraid of Huang Dexian's anger? Wang Huan, what else do you have to say? Now you can die in peace, Huang Kuei-feng coldly chided. Wang Huan, however, turned a deaf ear. The district's blindfolding technique in conjunction with the carrying technique was just that. It was just to fool these ordinary people. It was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Alright, the Shun time is almost here. This kid is changing the subject and still holding on for dear life. Gao Yiming laughed coldly. My grandfather now has peaches to celebrate his birthday. How could he not live past the Shun hour? Wu Qiyin added. Peaches have the effect of increasing longevity, although it's not as miraculous as the rumors. But after Master Gao has eaten it, he'll live a long life, that's for sure. The others were stunned again and looked at the peach, revealing an enthusiastic gaze, as if they were seeing a peerless beauty. Gao Mingfeng even stood up excitedly and said, I'm very satisfied with Immortal Huan's birthday gift. Wang Huan, I will now eat the peaches to pass through the Shinsher, so that you will die. Wang Huan shook his head. If you don't eat it, you can still live for a few more minutes. If you eat it, you won't live for 10 breaths. Kid, I will eat it for you now. Gao Mingfeng laughed coldly, directly picked up the peach and took a big bite. At that moment, a sound of swallowing resounded from the people present. You know you're allergic and your emotions are up and down, and you're still eating this peach. Wang Huan said, you're allergic to plush things, and this peach hasn't been washed. Isn't this asking for death? Gao Mingfeng swallowed it and said, this is an immortal peach. Can't it be compared to those mortal things? I've already eaten it. How can I not die? Wang Huan frowned and said, 10, 9, 8, 7. Listening to Wang Huan's countdown that was like a death wish, Gao Mingfeng was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He took another hard bite of the peach in his hand and laughed coldly. After I finish eating this immortal peach, Huang Dexian will definitely make your life worse than death. 3, 2, 1. Wang Huan did not answer. When he counted to 1, Gao Mingfeng's eyes suddenly glared round. His body suddenly became puffy. Then the blood vessels in his body burst at the same time. His 7 orifices bled. Half of the peach in his hand fell to the ground, while his own body collapsed, and he collapsed to the ground with a bang. Shin time has arrived. Sun Lianjin looked at the watch on his wrist, and his voice rang out in the hall. And the hall had long been in chaos. The people inside were shocked. Wang Huan had said that Gao Mingfeng wouldn't live past Shin time, and now he was really dead. Ambulance! Call an ambulance! Gao Yiming was scared silly, letting out a burst of yelling. It's useless. He's already out of breath. It's hopeless. Wang Huan shook his head and said, he shouldn't have eaten that peach. There is a destiny in the underworld. After being buried from your family's ancestral grave, he is only 70 years old in his destiny. Without changing the feng shui, he won't live through tonight. Wang Huan looked at the stunned Huang Kuei-feng, and said lightly, now, if I say that you have not learned your art well, are you convinced? The other tycoons in the hall had long since become a bout of chills. Wang Huan's words were too evil, which made it not difficult for them to believe that Wang Huan was telling the truth. For a while, the eyes of the crowd looking at Huang Kuei-feng changed from admiration to skepticism, and at this moment, Huang Kuei-feng hated him so much that his eyes were burning with hatred. Staring at Wang Huan with a deadly stare, the reputation that he had painstakingly managed for decades was now ruined. Who would dare to hire him in the future? How can he still collect money? Kid, you are daring to discredit old man's reputation. Huang Kuei-feng gritted his teeth, and the gloomy aura around him grew thicker and thicker. Wang Huan said, I'm just telling the truth. If it wasn't for you, Gao Mingfeng wouldn't be dead right now. In addition, Gao Yiming only has 3 months left to live. 1 life, 2 fortunes, 3 feng shui. This is an ancient proverb. You know you are not capable enough, but you still forcefully took this matter, speeding up the Gao family's destruction. Wang Huan was undaunted. From the Gao family's attitude he also knew that even without Huang Kuei-feng, they wouldn't have honored the agreement they made back then. But Huang Kuei-feng's appearance had just emboldened them. Huang Kuei-feng, you liar, didn't you say that you had solved my family's feng shui bureau? Didn't you say that this is an immortal peach? Why would my grandfather tell him the exact same thing? When Gao Yiming saw that Gao Mingfeng had been completely pissed off and was burning with rage, it was obvious that he was scared in his heart, because Wang Huan had said that he only had 3 months to live. Huang Kuei-feng, you have to be responsible for what you did today. How Gao Lao died. He died from eating your peach allergy. You have to take the legal responsibility. Some of the tycoons had the feeling of a rabbit dying. Just with you guys you dare to question me? Huang Kuei-feng ignored the anger of the crowd. Instead, he sorrowfully said to Wang Huan, Kid, you've caused me to lose my reputation. Today it's death or death. After saying that, he directly took off the yellow robe on his body and threw it towards the mid-air, only to see this yellow robe unfolding in the air. The hall was filled with wild winds as if it was ravaged by a typhoon, and was filled with messes, and the people in the hall were blown around by the strange winds. and their faces were horrified. Kid surnamed Wang, let you see the means of this great Desien. His words had just fallen, only to see that the yellow robe in the air suddenly bulged up and turned into a 3-meter-tall giant. A yellow-skinned giant that was so lifelike that it shocked the entire room. Chapter 70, Elder Spare Your Life. What is this? The hall was in chaos. Some people hid in the corners, others hid under the table. They raised their heads to look at the yellow-skinned giant in midair. Shivering, it was clearly a piece of clothing that had suddenly turned into a humanoid appearance. It was very scary. Bodyguards, give me on, these tycoons shouted. With their stature naturally hired some bodyguards. These people were either retired special forces or experts in underground black boxing, but despite that, they had never met such a formation, and their faces were no better than those of the tycoons. This is a spell? Gao Yiming said in horror. Of course, this is the yellow scarf warrior. The sword is invulnerable. The strength is infinite. Is it not for you mortals to recognize? Wu Qiyin nodded smugly, looking at the fearful gazes of the people in the hall. Huang Kuei-feng changed his seal, only to see that the yellow-skinned giant in mid-air as if it had come to life, directly slapping a glass table to smithereens, and the hall was even startled by a screaming sound. Rumble! The yellow-skinned giant didn't stop yet, but rushed up and threw a punch at the wall next to it, and immediately a wall made of reinforced concrete collapsed. This is even more terrifying than a digger. If it were to punch on the body, wouldn't it be a lump of mush? Those bodyguards looked at each other, not daring to move. Their little bit of skill was similar to a praying mantis in front of this yellow-skinned giant. Huang Kuei-feng looked around, and finally fixed his gaze dead on Wang Huan. Kid, you said I'm not good at learning. Now, you should pay for your words. The crowd's hearts were shocked. Only now did they react to the fact that Huang Kuei-feng had cast this spell to deal with Wang Huan. Many people couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. This Wang Huan might really have some ability. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to predict the life and death of Elder Gao. However, this predictive ability was a bit distant from them, but how this yellow-skinned giant had blown down a solid wall with a single punch was happening in front of their eyes. This kind of impact was too terrifying. He shouldn't have offended the yellow immortal. Even if he can predict life and death, so what? Can he fight the yellow immortal? Knowing that when this yellow-skinned giant came out, not only these tycoons, but also the bodyguards who had experienced life and death were scared to the point that their legs went weak, and Gao Yiming even abandoned Gao Mingfeng's corpse and hid behind a pillar. Shivering. The only one present who did not panic was Sun Lianjin, who was currently standing behind Wang Huan without blinking an eye. These people have never seen Master Wang's methods, otherwise, they would have long been scared to death. Wang Huan sat on a chair, holding an empty wine glass in his hand. Behind him Sun Lianjin immediately signaled and picked up a bottle of Maotai to fill it up for Wang Huan. He, dead to the world, still have the heart to drink? Wu Qiyin laughed coldly. Humph, this cup of wine is your farewell wine, a cup of strong wine down the gut. Send your lonely soul to the west. At this moment, Huang Kuei-feng, who had long hated Wang Huan, was full of gloom. His killing intent was getting thicker and thicker. In order to maintain his own reputation and deter these tycoons in Shangjing City, he had to get rid of this kid surnamed Wang. As soon as he pinched the spell, the yellow-skinned giant gusted wildly and turned to pounce on Wang Huan. Seeing the yellow-skinned giant striking out at Wang Huan, everyone held their breath, and some of the female companions traveling with him even let out horrifying screams. All of them thought that Wang Huan would be smashed into a meat cake by this yellow-skinned giant. Just like that wall, this spell of yellow turban force is simply wasted in your hands. Wang Huan suddenly laughed disdainfully. He shook his head and sighed lightly as he sipped his wine. Inchan Sex Huang Desian, I thought you had some exceptional skills, but it turns out that you're just a beginner in the qi refining realm. This skill is not even as good as Bajon's, and you dare to show off in front of this real person? Real person? Huang Kuei-feng froze upon hearing this, and then laughed out loud. Kid, you dare to call yourself a real person? What arrogance! In the cultivation world, to be able to call yourself a real person is to enter the refined spirit realm of high talent, to have the qualification. And in front of Wang Huan's young age, his cultivation is not even as good as his own. He dares to call himself a real person. This is not arrogance and hubris is what? Saying that you are not yet refined in your studies. You are still unconvinced. The feng shui technique is learned in a mess. And this yellow scarf warrior is even worse. Wang Huan stood up and said, just as well. Today I'll let you know what is a true divine power. What is called a true immortal spell. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, only Wang Huan calmly spat out one word, fire. Right at this moment, everyone's eyes looked straight. The moment they saw Wang Huan open his mouth, suddenly, a ray of fire erupted from inside his mouth, and a ray of fire instantly pounced on that yellow-skinned giant's body. The temperature inside the entire hall suddenly rose. Even with the air conditioning on, it was as if everyone was on the verge of a volcanic eruption. A wave of heat came, causing these people to sweat all over. A person could actually spit fire. Is this a supernatural ability? Or is it an immortal spell? Just when everyone was still in astonishment, they only saw that the instant the firelight came into contact with that yellow-skinned giant, it ignited into a blazing fire, and when they reacted, that yellow-skinned giant had already turned into ashes. Ah! Huang Kuei-feng let out a miserable scream, violently fell to sit on the ground, his face as pale as paper, the corners of his mouth overflowed with blood, and his eyes even revealed a color of disbelief. The three true flames! Huang Kuei-feng let out a ghost-like scream, his face full of death, his mouth spitting out a mouthful of blood. The fire that was being cast out now was completely different from the one that was cast out at the treasure villa. Just as Huang Kuei-feng said, the current fire was the real three flavors true fire, and those who were able to perform the three flavors of true flame were real people of the god-refining realm. At this moment, the way he looked at Wang Huan was like a mouse seeing a cat. When he saw that Wang Huan was about to pinch the spell again, his body couldn't help but tremble. No longer caring about that so-called face and reputation, he instantly climbed up from the ground and knelt down on the ground. His face was as black as a coffin, and he kept on kowtowing. "Senior, spare your life! Senior, spare your life!" The current him had long since lost his master demeanor from earlier, begging for his life on the ground. Huang Kuei-feng had long been scared out of his wits by Wang Huan's three flavors true flame, and apart from kowtowing and begging for mercy, he didn't even have the guts to escape. Wang Huan looked down at him and said, "I now say that you have not mastered your art. Can you be convinced?" Huang Kuei-feng kept kowtowing. His forehead was already bloodstained. I'm convinced. My heart is happy. Senior wouldn't dare, really wouldn't dare anymore." Huang Kuei-feng's liver and gall bled. He never dreamed that the Wang Huan in front of him was an old undead cloaked as a young man. As for his disciple Wu Qiyin, his face had long been like gold paper, curled up on the ground, shivering. Even a worldly master like his master had been defeated so completely. He was even worse. Wang Huan coldly glanced at their master and disciple before finally looking at the Gao family's group. Chapter 71 Master Wang in Shangjing. The people of the Gao family had their chills standing up by Wang Huan's look, their bodies curling towards the corners. Master Wang, spare your life." Gao Yiming suddenly ran out and bowed his head. At this moment, there was a strong wave of remorse in his heart. Of course, if Gao Mingfeng was able to see the scene, it was estimated that his ruined intestines would be ruined green. Such a fairy-like figure, with the Gao family has decades of friendship. The result is personally buried in their hands. If you can get Wang Huan such a fairy expert to help, not to mention half of the family property, is to bow down, that is also willing. As for those tycoons in Shangjing City, they had a strange look in their eyes. At first, when they saw Wang Huan, they only thought that he was a person who came to extort money on the basis of the agreement of that year. Later, when they saw him provoking Huang Kuei-feng, they thought that he would be dead. But who knew that such a shocking transformation would happen? A man who breaks people's lives and deaths, spits out divine fire, and beats the hell out of the famous Huang de Xian in Shangjing. The Gao family, which had been so high and mighty, was now standing in front of Wang Huan like a lapdog. Even they were the same, from their previous contempt and disdain, to their current awe. This kind of skyrocketing feeling made them feel a mixture of emotions in their hearts. "This is a true master," a rich man said in a low voice. With their status, they had long been able to achieve honor and disgrace without being shocked, but today they were truly stunned. These people understood very well in their hearts that before long, Master Wang would be a legendary figure in Shangjing City. Gao Yiming lowered his head, sweat falling in large drops. Wang Huan gently shook his head and said, "I won't do anything to your Gao family, so you don't have to beg me to spare you." When Gao Yiming heard this, not only was his heart not excited, it was as if his heart was loaded with a scale. It was heavy, making it impossible for him to relax. "Master Wang, please save my Gao family." Gao Yiming suddenly kneeled down on both knees. By now he was convinced of Wang Huan's words. Wang Huan had said more than once that he only had 3 months to live. If 10 minutes ago, Wang Huan had said this to him, he would probably have stormed out. But now, he did not dare to disbelieve it. Wang Huan waved his hand, and that Gao Yiming suddenly felt his knees harden, as if they were being held by something, making him unable to kneel down. "There is no need to do so. At first, I gave you guys a chance, and if you miss it, you miss it." Gao Yiming's face brushed white and he sat on his butt on the ground. Wang Huan also did not continue to look at the people in the hall for a second, turning around and already leaving. I originally thought that he was just a Jianghu cheat, relying on his master's friendship with his grandfather to dare to be rude to my Gao family. I never thought that it was all wishful thinking on my Gao family's part. Repent. Looking at Wang Huan's departing back, thinking of the divine means he had just exerted, Gao Yiming was filled with bitterness within his heart. No wonder, from the beginning, he didn't even put me in his eyes. No wonder Wu Qiyin is nothing in his eyes. Even in the face of a character like Huang de Xian, he still doesn't care. The Gao family is finished. We can only let my sister return home early. Let's hope she can save the Gao family. Gao Yiming sat on the ground disheveled, while the surrounding guests sighed and shook their heads, not greeting him in any way, choosing to leave silently. The Gao family's birthday banquet, which was previously bustling with activity, became cold and quiet, and the gap between before and after was evident. That Sun Lianjin is so lucky to have become Grandmaster Wang's follower. It's really like his ancestors' graves are smoking, letting him get to know a character like Grandmaster Wang in advance. If we were to get acquainted with Grandmaster Wang first, then the person following Grandmaster Wang should be me. Many of the great tycoons looked at Sun Lianjin with a jealous expression. They knew very well that from now on, Sun Lianjin was not only the owner of the casino, he would be Wang Huan's spokesperson in Shangjing City. And the people who came to attend the Gao family's banquet this time almost occupied half of the business bigwigs in Shangjing City, which meant that in the near future, Wang Huan would become the guest of honor and the object of currying favor for these people. Even more, many of them even wanted to worship Wang Huan as if he was an ancestor. Walking out of the hall, Wang Huan saw that Lin Jingjia was still waiting for him in the hall. Next to him, Sun Lianjin retreated wisely. At the same time, he also memorized Lin Jingjia's appearance. This is a woman who has an indescribable relationship with Grandmaster Wang. He must be attentive. Wang Huan, are you alright? Lin Jingjia was worried. She knew that Wang Huan went to the Gao family to look for trouble, but the Gao family was too powerful. She was worried that Wang Huan would suffer. Wang Huan's heart warmed as he smiled. It's fine. The matter has been closed. Lin Jingjia froze. Beside her, Zhou Keman also rounded her beautiful eyes. She thought that Wang Huan would surely suffer in front of the Gao family, but she didn't expect him to say that it was over. Could it be that the Gao family had really given away half of their fortune? If this was spread out, I'm afraid that all of Shangjing City would be shocked by it, and a billionaire would rise up just like this. Wang Huan saw the expressions on their faces and knew that they had thought wrongly, saying, "It's not what you think. Gao Mingfeng is dead, and my feud with the Gao family naturally ended." What? Elder Gao died? These words were more like a big earth-shaking earthquake. Wang Huan said, "Well, Elder Gao had a history of allergies and ate unwashed birthday peaches." Wang Huan, I realized that you are really lucky, Zhou Keman said oddly. It seemed to her that Wang Huan was able to walk out of the Gao family's birthday banquet unharmed solely because Elder Gao's unexpected death had diverted the Gao family's attention from Wang Huan. The Gao family did not have time to take care of Wang Huan, allowing him to escape this fate. Although he was lucky this time, he would be in trouble next time. Today Wang Huan had offended Kong Jingyu, and now that he didn't have the Gao family as a shield, he was afraid that it would be difficult to withstand the Kong family's retaliation. My luck has always been good. Wang Huan didn't explain and answered along with her words, because Wang Huan knew that this woman's small mind was very heavy. Wang Huan excused himself. I have other things to do, so I can't accompany you today. Once Lin Jingjia heard that Wang Huan was going to leave, she felt a little lost in her heart, then hurriedly said, Wang Huan, next week is my birthday. Can you come? Sure. When is next week? I will definitely be there. Wang Huan said. Well, then it's a deal. Hearing Wang Huan agree, Lin Jingjia was overjoyed. Zhou Keman looked at Wang Huan, who had already gone out, and said seriously, Jingjia, Wang Huan is not on the same path as you. With your condition, you are able to find one higher than him. It's not like you don't know. Wang Huan is too well behaved to do anything. He will definitely offend a lot of people. If it wasn't for his luck today, he couldn't even walk out of the building. You will definitely not be happy if you follow her. Zhou Keman was very optimistic about Lin Jingjia, and the two of them had a very good relationship, which was why she spoke kindly. Lin Jingjia said, Sister Keman, I think Wang Huan is just fine. It's just that you guys didn't find his merits. Your nature is too stubborn. You won't turn back until you hit your head. Zhou Keman shook her head helplessly. In her opinion, Wang Huan was arrogant and cocky, and did not have half a merit to speak of in him. In her heart, she was even secretly thinking, when next week when Lin Jingjia celebrated her birthday, she must find Wang Huan and speak to him alone, so that he would not continue to delay Jingjia's future. Chapter 72 Touched. Tonight, the mega-rich of Shangjing City stayed up all night, and all these people were inquiring about Wang Huan's details through their own channels. Boss son, for these few days, I've troubled you. You're welcome. To be able to work for Master Wang, it's a blessing I've cultivated in my past life. Sun Lianjin didn't have the slightest intention of taking credit for his work. His posture was placed very low. Master Wang, just now you can obviously take over the entire Gao family. As long as you nod slightly, billions of assets are yours. Why are you? Sun Lianjin was puzzled in his heart and asked carefully. You don't understand. We who cultivate wealth couple law land, the same can't be less, but can't be taken by trickery. Wang Huan waved his hand and said. Sun Lianjin seemed to understand. In his eyes, whether it was like Huang Kuei-feng or Master Qian. This type of cultivators were rich and prosperous existences. Only Wang Huan, his ability was higher than these two, but his worth was pitifully small. However, the more this happened, the more respect he had for Wang Huan. To have such a skill and yet still be able to maintain such a lightheartedness, and coupled with such an age, it was very rare and precious. Boss son, you've been busy before and after these few days. This is a magic weapon. Take it as my payment to you. At this moment, Wang Huan took out a jade pendant. This jade pendant was casually refined by me. It can calm the spirit and nourish the mind, and can resist the invasion of external evil. Sun Lianjin was excited in his heart, but he didn't go to pick it up immediately. Master Wang, Although he was eager to receive this magic weapon, he was also clear that once he received this magic weapon, then his direct karma with Wang Huan would end as a result. Wang Huan laughed. Boss son, take it. If you encounter any difficult things in the future, look for me directly. Thank you, Master Wang. Sun Lianjin happily received the jade pendant and put it away against his chest like he was treating his own son. Compared to this magic weapon, he was more concerned about Wang Huan's promise just now. Master Wang, it's getting late. I'll send you back. Wang Huan opened his mouth and refused, saying, no need. I'll go back to Elder Hu's home. I've disturbed Elder Hu for some time now. It's time to find a place to settle down. Watching Wang Huan's back quickly disappearing under the night, Sun Lianjin's heart still could not be calmed for a long time. He picked up the cell phone in his pocket. There were dozens of missed calls on it. The owners of these calls were usually big shots that he couldn't even meet, but now they were very enthusiastic about him. It was already 11 o'clock in the night when he returned to Huai Rintang. When Wang Huan walked into the house, suddenly a hint of fragrance came and slammed headlong into Wang Huan's embrace. At the same time, a pungent smell of alcohol also came. Didn't you say you don't drink anymore? Why are you drinking like this again? Wang Huan helped Hu Qianshan to sit down on the sofa next to him. Hu Qianshan's drunken eyes hiccuped. Wang Huan, what do you think of my father as a person? Wang Huan froze, looking at Hu Qianshan's somewhat silent appearance. He not only thought of Hu Zhiming, this person is very fond of sucking up to him. His eyes are high and low, a typical opportunist. Even Hu Lao is not willing to take care of him. He looked for you? Wang Huan asked. Well, he asked me to help him accompany a client. Said he was going to sign a contract tomorrow. That client was pouring me wine one after another at the dinner table, and looked at me colorfully, annoying as hell. And your dad didn't stop it? Wang Huan frowned, looking at Hu Qianshan's drunken and unconscious appearance, somewhat distressed. Hu Qianshan reveals a touch of ridicule in his eyes. He just couldn't wait for that client to sign the contract. Where would he care about my life and death? And when I didn't agree to go, I stalked him and said that I should help him for the last time. What about the result? Speaking of the result, Hu Qianshan raised her chin and said smugly, as a result, that client got drunk by me. However, the contract was signed, saying that it will be signed tomorrow. Wang Huan, do you think I'm not picking up the pieces? Why don't they care about my feelings? Suddenly, Hu Qianshan's tone turned and a line of clear tears flowed down. Wang Huan is very depressed. Let him do other things he can do, but coaxing girls, for him, that is two eyes. See, Hu Qianshan suddenly cried out. For a moment do not know what to do. He wanted to go up to comfort, but his hand in mid-air, do not know what to say. Hu Qianshan threw herself on the sofa and cried louder and louder, as if she was venting the emotions that had been squeezed out of her heart over the years, which left Wang Huan even more at a loss for words. It was only after half a day that he heard the sound of crying fading away that he stifled a sentence. It's getting late. I'll help you to rest. But right after he finished, the crying Hu Qianshan had already collapsed on the sofa and fell asleep. Wang Huan was in a bit of a bind. He couldn't just let her spend the night on the sofa. Drunken people are very unfaithful sleepers. Falling off the sofa in her sleep would be troublesome. Fell asleep so quickly. Listening to the even breathing, Wang Huan had some headache and gently pushed her shoulder. Hu Qianshan, wake up, to sleep, back to sleep. But the drunken Hu Qianshan just stretched a lazy waist, showing that seductive body completely. At this moment, Hu Qianshan only wore a nightgown. From his position, he was able to see that pair of white long legs, probably just after the bath. Her inside should be a vacuum. White silk nightgown worn on the body, vaguely able to see clearly inside the silhouette. Hu Qianshan's body was originally very good. Slender waist and tender, even and plump body, plus early 20s. It is the time of youthfulness, but also the most attractive age of a woman. She was curled up on the sofa, as if the noble princess was drunk. The beauty is not to be described. This is the first time Wang Huan has seen a woman's sleeping posture. His eyes were instantly attracted by the indescribably beautiful scenery in front of him, and he couldn't take his eyes off for a long time. Hu Qianshan, in advance, it's not that I'm taking advantage of you, I'm just carrying you upstairs to sleep. Wang Huan walked over and picked her up horizontally. Immediately, a softness entered his arms, and looking down at her beautiful face, made Wang Huan couldn't help but feel a bit apathetic, although he is a cultivator. But the Taoist cultivator is not against the matter of men and women. On the contrary, the Taoist also advocates the double cultivation of yin and yang. That is, he himself also knows some double cultivation techniques. Moreover, with Wang Huan's age of more than 20 years old, it is the most impulsive time. Holding Hu Qianxian, the heart cannot help but rise a few ripples. After Wang Huan had exerted a lot of effort to suppress the evil thoughts in his heart, he finally carried Hu Qianxian back to the room, gently helped her cover the quilt, and then walked out of the room with light feet and light hands. The moment the door closed, Hu Qianxian sat up violently from the bed. The corner of her mouth revealed a smile, muttering to herself, still said to be a master. So timid. People are sent to the door, but also do not dare to steal food. But soon her eyes show a few points of dissimilarity. Because of her rebellious character, she has contacted all kinds of men in the bar. These people have used all means on her, just coveting her beauty. But Wang Huan did not. The most important thing is, in Wang Huan's body she felt never cared about. Thinking of Wang Huan's gentle behavior just now, and thinking of how he defended himself in the bar and treasure villa that day, and without any purpose, it made her feel a strange feeling towards Wang Huan that she couldn't feel in the body of the person she was with. Chapter 73, Looking at Houses Together. You want to buy a house? Early in the morning, Hu Lao looked at Wang Huan with surprise and said, Wang Huan, isn't it because of my poor hospitality that you want to leave? Wang Huan had long had the intention to buy a house. He had been living in Hu Lao's house for some time. He didn't feel anything in the short term, but there were a lot of inconveniences if he lived for a long period of time. What's more, he was now an expert of the god-refining realm, and practicing some spells and aptitudes would bring about some visions and destruction. Therefore, this was why he decided to purchase a house, and it had to be in a more remote place, preferably a villa. Elder Hu, I'm grateful for the disturbance for many days, so how could I dislike it again, except for the many inconveniences of continuing to live there? Wang Huan smiled and said, seeing that Wang Huan's intention to go has been decided, Hu Qingxuan is not good to continue to stay, smiled and said, good, when you look after the new home, I can often bother. Wang Huan said, okay, then it's a deal. Wang Huan, where are you going to buy a house? Right at this moment, a clear and pleasant voice came from the stairs, only to see Hu Jianlian wearing a lake green dress coming from upstairs. She seemed to have dressed up carefully. Her willow eyebrows were curved. Her sexy red lips were coated with a layer of light lipstick. Her face was covered with thin foundation, and her glossy face seemed to be able to reflect the light, making her appear even more radiant, especially wearing a pair of white sandals, 10 small feet mischievously exposed outside, just like an elf walking out from the forest. Hu Qianxian was a little nervous in her heart. Since last night, the first thing she did when she woke up was to dress herself up carefully, in order to have a bright feeling in front of Wang Huan, the so-called female for the pleasure of their own face. Looking at Wang Huan that looked straight into the eyes, Hu Qianxian's heart has a hint of sweet flavor. Ahem. Seeing Wang Huan staring at his granddaughter, Hu Qingxuan covered his mouth with his hand and coughed gently. Embarrassed, Wang Huan shifted his gaze to the side and said, the exact place is still undecided, so let's go and get to know the property in Shangjing City first. Hu Qianxian walked to the front of Wang Huan. A unique woman fragrance came to his nose, said, are going to buy a house, still do not know where to choose, but also really, this way, this girl is in a good mood today, accompanied by you to see the house, how about it? Wang Huan froze. Next to him, Hu Qingxuan opened his mouth and said, also good, let Qianxian take you there and save some trouble. Okay, then it's a trouble. Wang Huan was a bit embarrassed, mainly because today's Hu Qianxian was too beautiful, making him a bit embarrassed. Wang Huan, your face is red. When Hu Qianxian saw Wang Huan's short-tempered look, she couldn't help but laugh softly, as if she was afraid of Wang Huan's thin skin. She quickly changed the topic. I won't laugh at you. Come with me. I will take you to see the house. Wang Huan was relieved to see that Hu Qianxian didn't continue to laugh at himself. Although he is the dreaded Master Wang, he really doesn't have any experience in this aspect of facing women. What are you still standing there for? Don't you know that looking at houses is troublesome? Hu Qianxian walked out of the door, and when she saw that Wang Huan was still unmoved, she turned around and gave him a blank look. Oh, okay. Wang Huan laughed bitterly in his heart. How he is also a hallowed god-refining realm expert, but was actually subdued by a girl, just walked out of the door. He felt his arm tighten. His arm has been hugged by Hu Qianxian in his arms. Wang Huan's body is obviously a bit stiff, and instinctively he has to pull his arm out. What are you doing? This girl accompanies you to look at the house. Can't you hug your arm? Hu Qianxian's beautiful eyes glared roundly, not happy to say. Wang Huan didn't know what to say. He only felt that today's Hu Qianshan seemed a bit different compared to before, but he couldn't tell what was different. The two of them walked together on the street, which caused a lot of people's eyes. Most of them were looking at Hu Qianshan's, because the two of them behaved very closely. Those who didn't know thought that they were a pair of lovey-dovey couple, which made more envy and jealousy fall on Wang Huan's body. Right, Wang Huan, what are your requirements for buying a house? Hu Qianshan seems to have no intention of letting go of Wang Huan's arm. Half of her body is close to Wang Huan's embrace, and Wang Huan is used to this kind of feeling. Then and there comes the fragrance of hair, which makes him relaxed and happy. There is nothing else to ask for. The main thing is to be quieter. The space should be open and wide. There is also an elegant environment. Away from the city is the best. Wang Huan thought carefully and said seriously, listening to your request, you're planning to buy a villa? Hu Qianshan blurted out. One has to know that inside an international metropolis like Shangjing City, the price of housing is even more terrifying than the price of gold. Every square foot is paved with gold. As for villas, the price is even more horrible. The most common ones are afraid to be tens of millions. As for some good ones, hundreds of millions is not impossible. Wang Huan now has $20 million in his hand. This is in Jinling. Feng Lao saw Wang Huan offended the Su family in the capital. In order to clear the relationship with him, secretly returned that check for the purchase of medicinal herbs to Wang Huan, and later after seeing Wang Huan and the Hong family to make a big splash, his heart had to bowl repentance. A villa is not bad, but I only have $20 million on me. Can I buy a villa? Wang Huan considered his financial situation and opened his mouth to inquire. Although $20 million was a huge amount of money, it was still somewhat dwarfed for buying a villa in Shangjing City. Hu Qianshan frowned, and after thinking for a few times, she whispered, $20 million is enough to buy a house, but it's still less to buy a villa. After all, some villas are renovated down to this amount. Wang Huan shook his head after hearing this and said, since the money is not enough, then forget it. Don't be busy. I was just talking about other lots of villas, but there is a place where the price of villas will be slightly cheaper. I just don't know if you are willing to do it. Hu Qianshan said. Looking at Wang Huan's puzzled gaze, Hu Qianshan said, have you heard of Amazing Rainbow Garden? There was originally intended to be built into a high-grade villa area. The early prices were speculated very high, but after the construction, I heard that the night is haunted. A building has not been sold, but also frequently be refunded. The developer has lowered the price of a few times. Still no one to buy. You are not afraid of the words. 20 million should be able to buy a villa in the Rainbow Garden. Wang Huan listened, his face with a strange color. Haunted? What? If you feel scared, forget it. Hu Qianshan is just saying it in passing. After all, buying a house is a big deal. No one wants to buy a ghost building. Wang Huan smiled and said, do you think I'll be afraid? Hu Qianshan then thought of Wang Huan's tactics and said, that's true. You are the famous Master Wang in Shangjing. Those ghosts can't wait to avoid you. However, I heard that the developer back then also invited masters to go ahead and exorcise the ghosts, but those masters either fled halfway or were driven mad, or we should change the place. No need. Just go to Surprising Rainbow Garden. Wang Huan was interested and laughed lightly. Chapter 74 Rainbow Garden. The Rainbow Garden is in the southeastern part of Shangjing City, about 40 minutes away from the city by car. Wang Huan stopped a cab. The environment of the Rainbow Garden is very elegant. When the two got off the car, there are a lot of people's gazes were immediately attracted by Hu Qianshan. Tall and exquisite figure, youthful and lively atmosphere, exquisite and unique face, especially the dress, not only did not cover her body, but then her seductive body perfectly displayed, which undoubtedly let the surrounding people were deeply attracted. The two of them went straight to the sales department of Surprising Rainbow Garden, and soon, a well-dressed man with a big smile greeted them and said, this beautiful woman, and this gentleman, may I ask what do I need? Came over to learn about the house. Hu Qianshan responded indifferently, then took the initiative to take Wang Huan's arm, as if declaring that she already had a master in her name. Alright, both of you, please take a seat over here. The man smiled and invited the two to the waiting area, then turned to the man behind him, Xiao Lu, go and pour a glass of water over for the two guests. Okay, Chen Xiao, Chen Shengwen said. I don't know if there are any houses I'm looking at. Are the two of you planning to buy a house to get married? In his opinion, the two people in front of him were undoubtedly a young couple. Such young people coming over to buy a house were usually planning for marriage, which made him not help but be a little jealous and said, this gentleman is so lucky to have found such a beautiful girlfriend. Wang Huan froze and was about to explain his relationship with Hu Qianshan when he saw that Hu Qianshan did not open her mouth to explain, so he was too lazy to open his mouth. Wang Huan's acquiescence made Hu Qianshan secretly happy in her heart, her beautiful eyes overflowing with color as she looked at Wang Huan. Mr. Chen, I came over here mainly to understand the villa area of Amazing Rainbow Garden. Can you introduce it in detail? Wang Huan did not beat around the bush and opened the door. Villa area? Chen Shengwen froze. The hand holding the water cup was a little unsteady and almost spilled on the ground. He took a sip of water and said, Mr. Wang, the villa area of Surprising Rainbow Garden is a little special. Are you sure you want to buy it? Now the Rainbow Garden villa area is haunted in Shangjing City has long been no secret. There is no need to cover up. Why not say it frankly, instead of getting a good impression? Are you talking about the haunted Rainbow Garden villa? Wang Huan smiled unconcernedly and said, Mr. Chen, I have heard of the situation. However, I have no fear of ghosts and gods. Chen Shengwen said. A lot of people initially thought the same as Mr. Wang, but afterwards they all regretted and returned the order. So, Mr. Wang, consider it clearly, lest you regret again afterward. And it's troublesome to get a refund or something like that. He was looking at Hu Qianxian's big beautiful girl before he spoke kindly. If it was anyone else, when they saw someone wanting to buy a ghost villa, they would have been too impatient to sell it long ago. Wang Huan said, if Mr. Chen is worried that I will refund, let's sign a contract clause before we buy it, to the effect that after the purchase is completed, no matter what happens, both parties are not allowed to renege. Chen Shengwen froze. Or the first time to hear this request, the villa cannot be sold. He also headache. Now someone wants to do the wrongdoer. His heart naturally cannot wait. That's good, Mr. Wang, since this, don't regret it in the future. This villa, because of certain reasons, all have been selling at a loss. 18 million, all have been renovated. What does Mr. Wang think? Mr. Wang Huan was about to agree. Next to him, Hu Qianxian pushed him and said, Wang Huan, which one of you is buying a house like this? Even the house hasn't been seen yet. Also rash. Right, or MS. Who reminded the right thing? Why don't we go to see the house first? Wang Huan doesn't have many requirements for the villa. As long as it's suddenly quiet and elegant, there's no need to go to see the house again. Said, no need. Sign the contract first. It's not too late to see the house after signing. One by one, the people in the sales department looked at Wang Huan incredulously. The eyes were as weird as they could be. Isn't this guy a little cutie? Guess he's trying to show he has money in front of his girlfriend. Estimated that he does not have much money. The real rich people to buy a good location of the villa. We have this villa. Is also to meet this one to pretend to be fat in front of their girlfriends in the too stupid. Alright, all don't say it, no matter if he pretends or not. People are also better than us. These wage earners. The people in the sales department were whispering, while on the other side Wang Huan had already signed the contract with the other party. Mr. Wang, now that the contract has been signed, it's too late for you to regret. Chen Shengwen said, Mr. Chen, it's better to show me the villa. Wang Huan didn't answer. Instead he was relieved. He exchanged a look with Hu Qianxian. Good, I'll go arrange for a car. Chen Shengwen looked at the sky. It was noon. I believe the ghosts and monsters in the villa would not dare to come out. Just as he was arranging the car, suddenly his cell phone rang. Excuse me, I'll take a call. Mr. Chen, please feel free. After Chen Shengwen picked up the phone, it was really his father who had called. And when he was planning to take credit from his father and tell him the news that the haunted villa had been sold, his father's words made his face stiffen. Dad, you said you hired a master from Shangjiang? Chen Shengwen couldn't help but raise his voice a few notches. Well, Hong Kong's Master Kong is a famous and truly capable master. By him, he will definitely be able to drive away the filth in that villa area. By then we can also make a special feature and invite some media reporters to come and watch the ceremony. This will revitalize the villa area of Surprising Rainbow Garden. And it can even be sold at a better price. Right, keep the king of the building in the villa area for me. That's what Master Kong named. Chen Shengwen's face immediately collapsed, because what Wang Huan had just purchased was precisely the king of the building in the villa area. Dad, I was about to tell you that I just sold the king of the building in Surprising Rainbow Garden. Chen Shengwen lowered his voice. What? An angry roar roared from the other end of the phone. I don't care what method you use. You must get the king of the building back. I'm coming over right now. The phone was hung up with a beep. Chen Shengwen faced depressed. In his heart there is still some worry. That Master Kong is now the only savior of the Amazing Rainbow Garden. If the scheduled king of the building to someone else, Master Kong angry, then Amazing Rainbow Garden really want to rot in their hands. Back in the car, Chen Shengwen's face carried a few apologies. Sorry, Mr. Wang, it's fine, let's go look at the house. Hearing about looking at houses and then looking at the contract in Wang Huan's hand, he felt as bad as if he had eaten a fly, saying, Mr. Wang, I'm afraid I can't take you to look at houses. It's okay, if Mr. Chen has something to be busy with. It's the same if someone else takes me. Chen Xingwen's face revealed a few moments of difficulty, then still sank a breath and said, I'm sorry, that suite can't be sold to Mr. Wang. Chapter 75, Selling for a Price? Wang Huan's face was slightly stunned. Before Chen Xingwen couldn't wait for him to sign the contract as soon as possible. After a phone call, he even said that he wasn't selling. There must be something besides in between. Mr. Chen, please give a reason for not selling. Chen Xingwen was bitter in his heart. Wang Huan's hand now had the purchase contract. If he told Wang Huan about the arrival of the Shangjiang Kong master, he was only afraid that Wang Huan would not give up even more easily, and would even wait for the price to be sold. Mr. Wang, I'm really sorry, that house cannot be sold to you. The contract just now is void. In addition, I will personally take the lead. The handling costs incurred in the middle of this will be borne by our company, and will return the more than $18 million to you. Chen Xingwen said generously. Hu Qianxian heard here, temper miso on a bang to come, sneered, oh, Mr. Chen, I'm afraid it cannot. Just now we have signed a contract, and written clearly, both sides are not allowed to regret. You are now blatantly breaking the contract, but also pretending to be so generous. We are not short of your point of the handling fee. Wang Huan also said, Mr. Chen, you're not doing this right. The contract has been signed. This house is theoretically already mine. Chen Xingwen's face instantly pulled as long as a horse's face. His voice was not as polite as before, and he said in a hard voice, Mr. Wang, I said, this house is not for sale, but now the house is already mine. This matter, even if it goes to lawsuit, Mr. Chen has no reason. Wang Huan smiled. Chen Xingwen's tone stagnated. The color of his face became darker, and he said gloomily, Mr. Wang, what do you want to do to return this villa? Wang Huan said, tell the reason for the return and I can consider it. Chen Xingwen was clear that he couldn't tell the real reason, and made up one. This villa you chose, my father has already given it away, so, please ask Mr. Wang to part with it. Moreover, I personally make the decision to sell another villa to you at the same price. In Chen Xingwen's opinion he had already made a great concession, and once Master Kong had exorcised the ghosts, the property price of Surprising Rainbow Garden was bound to go up, and Wang Huan buying a villa for $18 million, even if it wasn't the king of the property, it was still a big profit. Wang Huan flicked the contract in his hand. It's not that he doesn't want to return it, but right now the villa he bought is too much for his requirements. He shook his head apologetically and said, Mr. Chen, I like this villa very much. Please ask your father to send something else to the other party. You. Chen Xingwen's two eyes were about to spit fire. Coupled with the fact that his father would soon be arriving with Master Kong, he couldn't help but feel angry, and drank. Wang Huan, don't give an inch. I've already made a big concession. Seeing Chen Xingwen yelling at Wang Huan like this, Hu Qianxian could be unwilling. Her beautiful eyes glared and drank. Chen Xingwen, who is the one who is overstepping his bounds? It's clear that you're being irrational, and you're still blaming us for it. I've never seen you guys being such overbearing people. Chen Xingwen said. In short, I don't care if you guys agree or not. This villa, I will take it back. Wang Huan's temper was also tenacious. The other party's behavior made him very upset. Raised the contract in his hand and said, the contract has been signed. If Mr. Chen must go back, then let's see you in court. Now he didn't even have the mood to look at the house. Opened the car door, took Hu Qianxian's hand and said, let's go. The two had just gotten off the car when they saw a fleet of cars stop in front of their eyes, headed by a middle-aged man around 50 years young with a smile on his face, but he was not the main character. At this moment, in his company was an old man in his 70s with crane hair. He was holding a compass inside his hand. His eyes were glowing. His essence was very good. It was easy to catch the eye. Next to this old man was also a 24 or 25-year-old woman, tall in stature, with a head of slightly curly chestnut-colored hair, large eyes, high nose, slightly raised chin, elegant and noble in temperament. A glance would show that she was a multinational blood beauty. Oh no! Master Kong has arrived. Seeing the visitor, a flash of gray appeared on Chen Xingwen's face. Let's go. Watching Chen Xingwen trotting over, Wang Huan's gaze lingered on the old man for 2 seconds. From the other party he felt a trace of mana fluctuation. It seemed that he was also a cultivator. Chen Xingwen whispered a few words in the middle-aged man's ear, and that middle-aged man's face immediately turned gloomy, and gave a confession to the old man next to him. The two of you please stay. Wang Huan stopped and turned around. You called me? I'm Chen Beiyun, the chairman of Surprising Rainbow Real Estate Development Company. I heard that Mr. Wang has bought the king of the building of Surprising Rainbow Garden. I wonder if Mr. Wang can return it. Chen Beiyun was very straightforward. His tone was tough, giving off an unrefusable tone. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I'm very optimistic about this villa and have already paid for it. From the moment he saw the old man next to him, Wang Huan guessed the matter pretty much. This Chen Beiyun had invited an expert to come and exorcise the ghosts, so he was only afraid that the price of the villa here would go up greatly, and that's why he regretted selling it to himself. Mr. Wang, I believe you are also aware that there are unclean things inside this villa. Out of concern for the safety of our clients, we intend to recall the sold villas. Chen Beiyun laughed. Wang Huan said, Mr. Chen, don't swindle me. Since I dared to buy it, I'm not afraid of anything unclean. What's more, with this old man beside you present, Amazing Rainbow Garden will become better and better. At these words, Chen Xingwen roared and growled like a lion. Wang Huan, you dare to eavesdrop on my phone calls. His father had invited Master Kong to exorcise the ghosts, and this had been kept a secret, but Wang Huan was able to say it in a single word, which made him suspect that it was Wang Huan who had just eavesdropped on his call. Good you Wang Huan, it turns out that you overheard my content, wanting to wait for the price and extort me for surprising Rainbow Garden. Your psyche is too dark, Chen Xingwen said angrily. Boss Chen, what exactly is going on here? The nearby Master Kong opened his mouth to inquire. Seeing that it was impossible to hide the matter, Chen Beiyun told the story word for word. Humph, just a speculative villain. Bought the king of the building in advance before Master Kang's practice, wanting to sit back and enjoy the benefits. Dipping into Master Kang's light, cunning mind. I didn't expect to meet such a person in the continent. How disappointing. That beauty disdainfully glanced at Wang Huan and the two of them, coldly sneering. That's not true. This person is abominable. He just wants to wait for Master Kong to solve those unclean things and then wait for King Lu to add value. Chen Shengwen was furious. That Master Kong looked at Wang Huan with a smirk. Young man, the old man's cheapness is not something to be taken advantage of like this. Withdraw that king of floor. Hu Qianxian crossed her arms and said defiantly. Who took advantage of you guys? That villa was bought by us with real money. What does it have to do with you? Don't rely on your old age here. The surrounding people's faces changed drastically when they heard this. Chapter 76, Hong Kong Master Kong. Master Kong. That is the honorary master of Hong Kong. In Hong Kong is not compared to the mainland, where the culture is very open, especially superstitious about all kinds of masters, and the Master Kong in front of him is not a vain name, but is really capable of the high people. Once in Hong Kong to participate in the arrangement of the famous Hong Kong Financial Circle Feng Shui Big Fight. The Bank of China Tower is shaped like a three-sided sword. One side of the blade points to the governor's residence, which soon died of a heart attack. The second side points to the barracks of the Hong Kong garrison. The third side of the knife pointed to the HSBC Bank. The performance of HSBC at the time of the regression of the stock price plummeted. At this time to let the Kong master reputation increased greatly. In Hong Kong is reached the level of household name. Do not know how many rich and powerful people will be his guest of honor, and now actually being accused of leaning on the old. Even if this Master Kang's temper is good, he can't help but feel angry. Little girl, even the most basic virtue of respecting the old and loving the young is forgotten. It seems that the inland's culture is really getting worse and worse. Hu Qianxian cackled. She didn't care what the other party's origin was, and countered. Old sir, your character of believing and slandering others is not much higher. Eloquent teeth, no tutelage. That beauty from Xiangjiang said coldly. Hu Qianxian was most disgusted by this sentence, and was instantly furious. You're no better. A mixed blood woman. Her bloodline is impure. What are you still pretending to be pure here? How dare you? Chen Beiyun angrily shouted, saying, this is the fragrant River Gua family's first lady. You, a wild girl, still don't apologize to Miss Gua. Chen Shengwen face shocked. Gua family that is Xiangjiang's huge wealth, ranking in the top 10 tycoons. Industry involved in a wide range of industries, including finance, jewelry, real estate, lottery and so on, is a veritable giant. Such a goddess appeared in front of him, let his heart surging. Compared with Gua Huixian, Hu Qianxian is just a long beautiful vase. Dad, following two bumpkins talking about the Gua family, how have they ever heard of the great name of the Gua family? Miss Gua, you come from a noble background. You are a heavenly immortal. Why bother with this mortal girl? Isn't this lowering your status? Chen Shengwen said curtly. Young Chen, it's not that I'm bothering with her, it's that she was rude to Master Kong. Master Kang's cheapness is not for anyone to take advantage of. Your surname is Wang, right? Don't be too greedy. That king of floor is what Master Kong has his eye on. I'll give you twice the price now. Gua Huixian opened her mouth. A turnover of nearly $20 million. If it was someone else who heard this, they would have been ecstatic. But Wang Huan shook his head and said, not for sale. Gua Huixian was stunned. She had never been rejected by anyone in Xiangjiang, and now being rejected by someone gave her a feeling of dismay. Afterwards, she looked at Wang Huan with even more contempt. Surname Wang, don't be too greedy. Don't let the chickens fly when the time comes. You won't get anything. Wang Huan smiled. MS. Gua, you are too presumptuous. This house, Not to mention that you just doubled the price. Even if it is triple, quadruple, 10 times, I won't sell it to you. Wang Huan, you've gone too far. Chen Xingwen pointed at Wang Huan, a face sinking. It was the first time he had seen a guy as oily as this one. You have simply disgraced us inlanders. Wang Huan laughed. Chen Xiao, are you being funny? I'm disgraced if I don't sell my house? I sold this house to you. Chen Xingwen reminded. Right, you sold it to me. Isn't it mine? Alright, all stop arguing. At this time, Master Kang's face was unhappy as he interrupted the bickering between the two sides, the corner of his mouth lifting upwards in a subtle arc. Since this Mr. Wang is unwilling, I'm not at liberty to force myself. Master Kong waved his hand lightly, then looked at Wang Huan with a smile on his face and said, Master Wang, is there any interest? Take me to see that house of yours. I'd like to see just how good of a building it is that Mr. Wang is so reluctant to sell it. He made up his mind. Isn't that house haunted? Then as long as he makes some means, he will surely scare this kid surnamed Wang out of his wits, and at that time, he will still beg to buy himself. Wang Huan did not even think about it, opened his mouth and answered, saying, Good I also have not seen the house, just go together. Master Kong, Chen Beiyun said in confusion, I have my own arrangements. Master Kong said calmly. Chen Beiyun said, Shen Gwen, you and Mr. Wang and this young lady seat behind that car. Master Kong, Miss Gua, this side please. After getting into the car, Chen Beiyun couldn't help but be curious and asked, Master Kong, that kid surnamed Wang is clearly sitting on the ground, waiting for you to exorcise the ghosts and wait for the price of the house to soar. Isn't it cheaper for him? Master Kong has his own way of doing things. Is Mr. Chen complaining about Master Kong? Guai Huixian questioned. I don't dare. It's just that there are some thoughts in my heart that I can't understand. Chen Beiyun bent his head. Although he was very powerful in Shangjing City, but with Grandmaster Kong and this MS, Gua no matter who, he could not afford to mess with. Master Kang's hand on his knee, chuckled lightly. Young people, always think of getting something for nothing. Will give him some pain, he will naturally beg me to sell to me. Chen Beiyun scratched his head in confusion. Wang Huan's attitude was obvious. 2 words were already written on his face. Not for sale. How could he beg to sell a Master Kong? You also said that the villa is haunted. Later on, as long as I use some means to make the shadowy souls inside come out to scare that kid, will he still dare not to sell? Master Kong laughed confidently. When Shen Beiyun heard this, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Master Kong is a good tactic. Why didn't I think of it? Mr. Chen, Master Kang's tactics can't be something you understand. It's also because you were lucky to have invited Master Kong, or else you'd be waiting for this don't say to rot in your hands. Guo Huixian said, That's right, that's right. Chen Beiyun nodded repeatedly. Master Kong smiled and pulled out the compass from his pocket. Watching the pointer on the compass rotate vigorously, his face grew more and more grave, and his 2 eyebrows couldn't help but wrinkle together. Mr. Chen, you chose this land with heavy yin qi and a chaotic magnetic field. What did this land used to be for? Chen Beiyun said. It's strange to say that it's hanging in the balance. Decades ago when the island invaded China, this place was occupied by the island. It was said to be a secret base. Experts speculated that it might have been a biochemical weapons research base. Then after the victory in the war, the base was demolished. It has been left idle, and it cost me some effort to get this piece of land. An island nation's secret organization? Master Kang's face gently changed as he whispered. In that case, this is somewhat interesting. Master Kong, could there be any hidden agenda here? Guo Huixian asked. It won't get in the way. Master Kong waved his hand carelessly, then put away his compass and closed his eyes. As the car traveled, the rows of villas built next to it drifted by quickly from outside the car windows, and soon the car stopped in front of a splendid villa compound. Master Kong, it's here. Chen Beiyun got out of the car and pulled open the door, and the car Wang Huan and the others were traveling in also happened to stop. Chapter 77 Haunted Villa. The villa in front of me covers an area of 400 or 500 square meters, 3-story height. In the villa around the planted evergreen trees. However, the only thing that makes people unsatisfied is the lack of popularity here. The courtyard is overgrown with leaves and weeds, showing some clutter. A gust of wind blew, and the withered yellow leaves on the ground fluttered one after another. Master Kong, this is the king of our building here. Due to the fact that no one is willing to come over and clean it after the haunted matter spread, Chen Beiyun spoke bitterly. Not to mention those ordinary workers, even he, the boss, wouldn't dare to come to this place if it wasn't broad daylight and he was following Master Kong. The shade of the trees became shaded, but he always felt a coolness, as if the sunlight in the sky never shone down, eerie and terrifying. Wang Huan and the others also walked down from here, squinted their eyes and surveyed the villa. Wang Huan nodded his head with satisfaction and said, Not bad, it's a good place. Humph, Hearing Wang Huan's voice caused Chen Xingwen's dissatisfaction. If it wasn't for the fact that this place was haunted, could he have sold it to Wang Huan for less than $20 million? When he thought that this kid would soon be making a lot of money because of Master Kong, his heart was muffled as if it was blocked by a stone. Me, go open the door, Chen Beiyun commanded to the secretary beside him. Mr. Chen, the villa is haunted. That secretary shivered. Mr. Chen, this building king is a ghost nest. Several masters you hired in front died here. Once you get close, none of them had a good ending. Normally the secretary obeyed Chen Beiyun's words, but now she was scared. Shut up, Chen Beiyun scolded loudly, saying, with Master Kong here, what ghosts and monsters would dare to come out and run amok? Me, if you don't even dare to go and open a door, you won't be able to do this job anymore. Secretary Xiaomi sniffed and looked embarrassed. It was Wang Huan who came forward, patted the blushing me, and said, give me the key, this house is already almost mine. The key should have been given to me. Mimi glanced at Chen Beiyun and after seeing him nod, she handed the key to Wang Huan like a hot potato. Hu Qianqian pulled Wang Huan's arm and whispered, do we really have to go in? I think this place is very evil. It's eerie to stand here. Let's not let that Master Kong go in first. Wang Huan said, this is my villa. Of course I go in first. Watching Wang Huan holding the key and approaching towards the villa gate, the corners of Chen family father and son's two mouths revealed a touch of gloating smile. Because before, many people would be struck by evil when they walked into the villa. The lighter ones fainted on the spot, and the heavier ones were even vomiting blood on the spot. Just as the father and son were waiting for Wang Huan to suffer, Wang Huan inserted the key and opened the door unharmed. Master Kong, inside please. Wang Huan walked into the villa and turned back to call out to some people outside. Chen Shengwen was surprised. Looking at Wang Huan's back, his face was a bit unwilling, saying, this kid's luck is too good. How come nothing happened? With Master Kong here, of course those evil charmers wouldn't dare to come out and act recklessly. That guy is just a fox pretending to be a tiger, relying on Master Kang's might. Hua Huixian said disdainfully, don't brag about yourself here. If he's really that powerful, why doesn't he dare to open the door? Only Hu Qianqian held back a glance at them with a disbelieving face, and with a brisk pace, she took the lead and ran into the villa. I'll let you guys know how powerful Master Kong is later. Hua Huixian sneered. Master Kong said, let's go in as well. Entering the villa was covered in thick dust because it hadn't been cleaned for a long time. Not bad, this is money well spent. Wang Huan revealed a look of satisfaction after surveying the villa in a circle. At this time, a cold voice rang out. Wang Huan, don't be too happy. Some villas are not something you can enjoy. As she spoke, she swept Wang Huan with a cold and stern look, obviously somewhat displeased with his complacent appearance. Who dares to live in this villa until the evil spirits in this villa are removed? Do you think that such a good thing will come to your head? Chen Xingwen similarly sneered. Master Kong took out the compass in his hand and looked at Wang Huan with a smile, saying, Mr. Wang, I'll ask you one last time. It's not too late for this villa to be sold at the original price. Wang Huan smiled and patted the dust of the sofa next to him, sat down cozily and said, Master Kong, this environment is so good. Of course it's reserved for me to live by myself. Don't hit me with the idea of this villa. Since you guys are already done looking at it, then please go back. Deadly unrepentant. Master Kong coldly laughed. Since you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, then well, I'll let you see the true face of this villa. I'd like to see if you still have the guts to sit here later. Master Kong was also vaguely furious. When the others heard Grandmaster Kang's words, a flash of horror appeared in their eyes. Among them, Chen Beiyun's father and son's faces turned slightly white. Wang Huan, this is going to kill someone. Don't die when the time comes. Don't blame us for not warning you. Hua Huixian was not used to Wang Huan's villainous look. Ha ha, don't scare me. I've seen quite a few ghosts. I'm not afraid. Wang Huan grinned broadly as he lay on the sofa. Alas, the words of advice are not good for the ears. Master Kong sighed and said, just as well. I'll let you meet the existence in this world that you haven't seen yet. After saying that, he threw the compass in his hand towards the mid-air, and then struck a spell in the air. At that moment, the golden light on the compass flashed greatly, and a golden light shot up from the center of the compass, and the temperature in the villa instantly increased by a lot, making the already cold and gloomy villa become much warmer. Is this a spell? The eyes of Chen Xingwen's father and son, as well as the staff traveling with them, almost glazed over. This means, they had never seen it before. Master Kong is Master Kong, worthy of being a famous master in Hong Kong. With his hand, our amazing rainbow garden can definitely be revitalized. Chen Beiyun was trembling with excitement. That Master Kong glanced around with satisfaction, then changed his hand decision and drank. Heavenly gate and earthly gate open. Lonely souls and wild ghosts reveal themselves. After saying this, only to see a gust of gloomy winds suddenly blowing in the house. Under the green sky and white sun, some stray shadows floating in mid-air emerged. Quite a few female employees let out a scream. Their faces turned white with fear. Some even fainted directly on the ground. Chen Beiyun as well as Chen Xingwen were even more frightened. Their hands and feet were soft, standing beside Master Kong shivering, their mouths trembling. Ghosts, ghosts, it's these ghosts. Master Kong shook his head and said, no need to worry, it's just some lonely ghosts, not enough to fear. As long as I do a simple spell, I'll be able to transcend them. However, he didn't do it right away, but looked at Wang Huan who was sitting on the sofa. Wang Huan, now, are you selling this villa? Chapter 78 Master Kang's Strength. Ever since these ghosts came out, the people around had turned pale with fear, while Wang Huan was still sitting on the sofa with even less of a change on his face. Master Kong, are you here to force me to sell my villa, or are you here to exorcise the ghosts? Wang Huan smiled. Master Kang's face sank. This Wang Huan was really oil and salt. Ha ha ha, so you played this idea. You thought Chen Beiyun invited me to exorcise the ghosts. That's why you were emboldened to sit back and enjoy it? Master Kong revealed a touch of disdain. Wang Huan, if you think like this, then you are very wrong. With Master Kang's status, Chen Beiyun still can't be invited. This time, Master Kong came here to exorcise ghosts but only in passing. The real purpose is something else? Guo Huixian coldly said. Wang Huan's face emitted a subtle change after hearing this. Master Kong said, Wang Huan, tell you no harm, the reason why the ghosts here is related to the terrain here. I surveyed for a long time. This place is as a gathering of een. You have not had the good fortune to live in such a place. In your hands this villa is always just a ghost mansion. You can only let to the old man. There is no other way to choose. Wang Huan heard. The heart is surprised. The divine thought to spread out in all directions. Soon the face reveals the color of surprise. This place is really a good place. Perennial Yin-Chi convergence. Abundant spiritual energy. Is a rare cultivation treasure. If in the villa around the cloth a polygraphic array, it can be said that his future cultivation is twice the result with half the effort. And long-term convergence of spiritual energy, so that the surrounding environment will also be subtle changes. When the villa will become a heavenly paradise is also possible. Just now the Yin-Chi is too heavy, and has not been correctly led to the situation. No wonder this Master Kong had always wanted to buy this villa back. This person's cultivation was good, and he had even seen through this point. Since it's like this, that's even more sorry. Here, can't be sold to you. Wang Huan crossed his legs. This was really an unexpected pleasure. If not for the other party's reminder, wanting to discover the specialness of this place, I'm afraid it would take some more effort. Don't know what's good for you. Grandmaster Kang's beard curled up in anger. Guo Huixian even gnashed her teeth and drank. Wang Huan, don't give an inch. To tell you the truth, this villa is what the Guo family is interested in. In the future, my grandfather is going to come here to spend his life. How much do you really need to be willing to transfer? Not for sale. Not to mention your Guo family. Even if the King of Heaven comes, this place I will not allow. Such a cultivation treasure is too important to him. Chen Beiyun was even more furious and jumped to his feet. If the Guo family's old man was really going to spend his life in the villa he built, this was simply a good opportunity for him to reach heaven in one step. Seeing that it was going to be destroyed by this kid, his eyes hated to tear Wang Huan to pieces. Wang Huan, you just want money. Report a number. How much my Guo family will buy it? Guo Huixian took a deep breath and calmed the anger in her heart. Wang Huan, I told you that you don't have the life to live in this place. If you withdraw now, you can still make a big profit. Otherwise, I'm afraid you don't even have a life. Master Kong coldly said. Wang Huan laughed. I don't have the life to live here? I think the ones who don't have the life to live here are you guys. Aren't you afraid of ghosts? Master Kong said grimly. At this moment, the few unjust souls in the air were still floating, but they seemed to be struggling, wanting to get rid of Master Kang's control of that compass. Just when Master Kang's patience ran out and he was ready to give Wang Huan a lesson, the villa suddenly went dark, as if it was covered by a black cloth. At the same time, a gloomy wind rose inside the villa, and the figure of that originally floating in the air shook and lunged towards the crowd. A burst of screams came out from the villa. Chen Beiyun and these people even hid behind Master Kong, their scared faces as pale as rice paper, cold sweat falling like rain on their foreheads. Master Kong, first settle these Yin spirits. Since this kid doesn't know how to behave, I naturally have a way to make him offer the villa obediently. Guo Huishuan's legs were also a bit weak, urging Master Kong. Originally, she hadn't wanted to use her connections, but this Wang Huan was simply a stone in a latrine, smelly and hard, so it seemed that she could only use some official power to oppress this kid. Grandmaster Kong lightly glanced at Wang Huan and shook his head. Greed is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. Wang Huan, you missed your last chance. Just as well. Today, I will let you see what a foolish choice it is to reject me. After saying that, he looked at the nether souls pouncing over in the air and said disdainfully, a group of lone ghosts that haven't even opened up their spirit. How dare they show off in front of old husband? After saying that he pinched the magic trick, that compass golden light rises, a golden gossip from the compass fly out. All of a sudden the villa will shine bright as fire. This is not enough. The crowd looked. That flew out of the golden gossip, crashed in those souls above. The souls issued a mournful scream, and then turned into a wisp of black smoke. Next to the people watching dumbfounded, especially to see Master Kong great power, turn the hands of these ghosts and monsters killed. Chen Beiyun father and son to surprise, the house payment here is going up. Master Kong was very satisfied with this masterpiece and said, Mr. Chen, the ghosts here have already been exorcised by Lao Fu. I believe that soon, this place will still become a prime property. Yes, thank you Master Kong. Master Kang's magic power is boundless and amazing. Chen Beiyun's father and son were both grateful. Wang Huan, you've seen Master Kang's methods, offending such a godlike figure. Do you think you'll have a good life? Chen Xingguan jumped out and pointed at Wang Huan and drank. Chen Beiyun followed suit. That's right, I had good words, but now it's too late to regret. Miss Gua, Master Kong, please don't worry, I am familiar with the leaders of the real estate bureau. As long as I make a phone call, this kid's real estate license won't be able to be done. At that time, who should this villa belong to? It's still up to us to say. Gua Huixian nodded with satisfaction, turned her face and said with a cold smile, Master Kong, this kid is disrespectful to you. Why don't you give this kid some bitterness to eat, so that he can learn from his mistakes? Maybe he will remember your kindness in the future. Chen Beiyun's father and son heard this and raised their hands on the spot. This Wan was too arrogant and greedy. He deserved to be taught a lesson. Hu Qianchen grasped Wang Huan's arm, although she knew that Wang Huan also knew spells, but the means shown by this Master Kong made her a little worried, especially with that hand just now. He destroyed several souls. It can be said to be a thunderous force that no one can beat. Can she not be worried? Master Kong nodded his head after hearing this. This Wang Huan should indeed be given an engraved lesson. Just when he was about to open his mouth, suddenly, a black gas in the center of the villa rose up to the sky like a tornado. A black shadow, in a flash of lightning, came out from the black gas. Chapter 79 Evil Spirit Appears. The smiles on Gua Huishuan's and her group's faces still had time to dissipate, and the expressions on their faces were as if they had been frozen. In their eyes, in front of their eyes, a tall black shadow stood in front of their eyes. His head was close to the roof. Compared to the huge black shadow in front of their eyes, they were even smaller than each other's knees. Compared to the huge black shadow in front of them, they were not even on each other's knees, appearing exceptionally small. Not only did she feel this way, Chen Beiyun's father and son were even more dumbfounded. A sense of fear rose up in their hearts. They wanted to move closer to Master Kong, but they found that under the icy gaze of this black shadow, they didn't even have the strength to move a toe. What the hell is going on here? Grandmaster Kong was shocked, a look of horror appearing on his face. The black shadow in front of him was simply too huge, and what made him feel most oppressed was that underneath it, he felt that the operation of the mana in his body was raw and impassable, and even his blood seemed to be frozen. This feeling made this Xiangjiang master's heart sink, and a feeling of extreme danger surged to his heart. A few gibberish words came out of that black shadow's mouth, causing the expressions of the people in the hall to stiffen. Unable to understand, this black shadow suddenly moved, and a long black blade suddenly appeared, which was pitch black with black mist on it, like the scythe of the god of death. His eyes were like a piece of glittering ice, eerie and terrifying, and he was staring at Grandmaster Kong in death. Whoosh! The crowd only felt a black light flash before their eyes. After all, Master Kong was a cultivator, and his cultivation was not weak. He quickly reacted and directly pounced on the ground and rolled continuously. Just at the moment he rolled away, that black light landed at Master Kang's original place. At once, that lapis lazuli paved floor looked like it had been sliced in the middle by someone with a sharp weapon, revealing a half-meter deep, 3-meter-long deep pit. A blow fell short. That black shadow fumed, stretched out a big black hand, clawed towards the front. A fainted salesman on the ground was grabbed by him, and then violently pinched. With a bang, that salesman he grabbed was crushed and exploded on the spot. Ah! A burst of screams came out from the villa, and the smell of blood was sickening. Ms. Hua, come to me quickly, Master Kong yelled. The compass in his hand flew towards the black shadow in the air. Bang! That compass thumped and was instantly smashed by the black shadow. This is an island's evil spirit. This isn't a secret base at all. It's a place for the island to cultivate evil spirits, Master Kong said in a trembling voice. Hearing these words, the people in the villa trembled in fear. Still has some eyesight, recognizing the origin of this evil spirit. In a room full of people, Wang Huan's face was the most calm. Hu Qianshan was also scared white. Even with Wang Huan by her side, her brain was not in control at all and her body was cold. Kong, Master Kong, what now? Should we not withdraw? Wang Huan squeezed her hand and had no intention of leaving. Guo Huixian saw that Grandmaster Kong had already vomited blood, which was something that had never happened before, and her heart had long been in a mess of twine. Master Kang's face revealed a look of sadness. Withdraw? How is it possible? This evil spirit has been cultivating here for decades, and today, when we woke it up, I'm afraid it won't stop until blood is spilled. When these words came out, the faces of the people in the villa changed drastically. Ms. Gua, you go first. I might be able to hold out for a moment. If it's longer, I'm afraid everyone will have to be accounted for here. Master Kong let out a miserable smile. Hua Huishuan's heart burst with despair. Even Grandmaster Kong had said such desperate words. They were already in dire straits. Moreover, if Master Kong died here, if she returned to the Gua family, how could she explain to her family? Master Kong was their family's envoy. If the news of Master Kang's death spread, the status of the Gua family would surely be in tatters. Roar! Right at this moment, the evil spirit let out a roar, and the black mist directly swept Master Kong up. When the evil spirit comes out, life is in danger. You evil bastard! Master Kong directly bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The blood transformed into a blood sword in the air and killed the evil spirit right in front of his eyes. Instantly, the black face of the evil spirit turned red as if flames were burning. The evil spirit let out a mournful and furious roaring sound, and that flame burned brightly, which shook the spirits of the desperate crowd in the villa. Good job, Master Kong. Burn this evil spirit to death. Seeing this evil spirit by Master Kang's great power, which brought the hope of survival to the crowd, it is worthy of being Master Kong. Earlier just did not use the killer weapon, and now once he made a move, he burned this evil spirit to the ground. Master Kong, once again, get rid of this evil spirit. Chen Beiyun and the others' eyes glowed. Only Grandmaster Kong had a bitter feeling in his heart. That blood sword strike just now was already his means of saving his life, and although it injured the evil spirit, he was not capable of casting it a second time. Furthermore, he knew very well that although the evil spirit was injured, it was not serious. Fight! Master Kong clenched his teeth and struck again, condensing a spell in his hand and striking out an orange light. Only that evil spirit shook violently, and the black aura on its body rose like wolf smoke, directly extinguishing that flame, and then opened its mouth and spat out a pitch-black mist. As soon as this mist came out, Master Kang's face suddenly changed color. Struggling violently, he broke free from the other evil spirit's black aura and landed on the ground, rolling on the ground in a donkey roll, trying to avoid this black mist. Poof! The black mist still hit his chest, and Master Kong opened his mouth and sprayed out a huge mouthful of blood. His entire chest was dyed bright red. Dying, Grandmaster Kang's face was deathly gray as he let out an unwilling, miserable laugh. To think that I, Kong Bu Fan, have lived my life to the fullest. I never thought that I would fall into the hands of this evil spirit. Shangwen, go, quickly go. Seeing the situation, Chen Beiyun pushed Chen Shengwen, who was still in a daze, towards the door. Chen Shengwen reacted fiercely, and at this time, he still did not forget to save the beauty of the hero, pulling Gua Huixian and saying, Miss Gua, quickly go. If you don't go, it will be too late. He thought that if he had saved Miss Gua's life, he might be able to gain Miss Gua's favor. However, Gua Huixian was at a loss, looking at the ground on the dying Master Kong, as if he had already been fixed like, cannot move. The evil spirit took a vicious look at Master Kong on the ground and suddenly turned around, staring dead on Gua Huishuan's side. Ah! Chen Xingwen scared hurriedly let go of Gua Huishuan's hand, woefully turned around to escape. Just now that a little bit of small mind by the evil spirit looked at a glance, has long been thrown into the air. Gua Huixian was already scared and lost her color. Her biggest dependence is Master Kong. Now even he has been seriously injured and not wake up, and that Chen Xingwen who has been so attentive to her has long run away. Now, did she have any choice other than to wait for death? Just going to die here? Just as she was waiting to die with her eyes closed, her afterglow saw a young man walk over from her side. Wang Huan? Gua Huixian was visibly stunned. What was this kid doing standing out at this time? Chapter 80, Slaying the Evil Spirit. Wei Huishuan's face wore an incredibly blank expression. You, what are you doing? Wang Huan said rightfully as he walked away. Such an evil spirit. Of course I'm going to kill him. Are we going to let him go out and wreak havoc on the party? You're crazy. Who the hell knows that this evil spirit will plague one side? Who the hell do you think you are? If you want to play hero you have to look at the time too. Chen Beiyun angrily rebuked on the spot. The crowd in the villa even looked at Wang Huan with the face of an idiot. Wang Huan looked around and finally his eyes landed on Master Kong, saying, I said you don't have the life to live in this villa. You didn't believe me. Now it seems as if I was right. You're ing sick in the head. Chen Xingwen, who had already run outside the door, was even more cursing. What time is it? This guy doesn't think about escaping. Actually still thinking about that sentence just now. You are the one who is sick. Wang Huan is going to get rid of the evil spirits. Hu Qianshan looked at the crowd angrily. She was puzzled in her heart. At this time, Wang Huan obviously went out to save them, and these people were still talking nonsense here. What? Getting rid of the evil spirits? Hearing Hu Qianshan's words, the faces of those present froze. Master Kong, who was famous in Hong Kong. What happened to him now? Lying half dead on the ground, now hearing that Wang Huan is going to kill the evil spirit. Isn't this a fantasy in the sky? Hu Qian, are you kidding? Are you sure he is not going to die? Chen Beiyun said angrily. His heart is already desolate, not to mention whether he can go out alive or not. Even if he goes out alive, then he won't be able to turn over in this life. Master Kong of Shangjiang and Miskwa died inside the villa he built. There are still so many staffs, adding up to a dozen of lives. I'm afraid, it's hard for him to take the blame even if he goes out alive. Blah blah blah, how do you talk? If Wang Huan doesn't have the ability to get rid of this evil spirit, what did he buy the villa for? Hu Qian said disdainfully. At this moment, that Mr. Kong struggled to get up. The corner of his mouth was still bleeding non-stop, and his sternum was broken a few times. The whole person leaned on the wall, barely able to stand. The evil spirit also knew very well that the Mr. Kong in front of him was a cultivator, and he didn't immediately go to kill those ordinary people, but rather he wanted to kill this Master Kong first. Master Kong knew that this evil spirit was more powerful than he could imagine. Unless that Grandmaster from Shangjiang stepped in, no one would be able to subdue this evil spirit. He knew that he was bound to die today. He felt that he had reached the end of his oil, turned to Guo Huixian and shouted, Miss Guo, quickly go to ask Master Xian to come, otherwise Shangjing City. Before his words could fall, the evil spirit let out a jia laughter, then transformed into a human-like size, stood in front of Master Kong and said in a raw voice, Chinese cultivators, too weak, characters like you, I don't know how many died in my hands back then. It's only been a few decades. Have Chinese cultivators already declined to this point? Even a character like you can be called a master? You. When Mr. Kong heard this, he only felt his body fall into an ice cave. Thinking of a legend, he said in horror, You're from the island god realm? You've heard of it too? That evil spirit gave Master Kong an unexpected look, and when Wang Huan, who had walked over, heard the words island god realm, his face suddenly changed drastically. Since you know where this god comes from, it would be your supreme honor to die in this god's hands. The evil spirit laughed sorrowfully, and his body once again turned into a black smoke that enveloped towards Master Kong. And at this time, Master Kong was already powerless to resist, shaking, like a fire in the wind, about to go out at any moment. Master Kong. At the back, Guo Huixian let out a miserable cry. The people in the villa saw this scene, had long been scared out of their wits, while the evil spirit had not yet struck out at them. They fled towards the door, but soon they realized that they could not run away. The door had already been shrouded in black smoke. This made everyone show a color of despair. The entire villa people, the face of death, and even some people have been howling, Song Jin very miserable. Just when everyone thought that Master Kong would surely die, a silhouette had slowly approached the evil spirit. It's Wang Huan. When Master Kong saw Wang Huan approaching, he could not help but laugh miserably. You really have a lot of guts. You are not even afraid of death. Unfortunately, what you are facing is not me, but an evil spirit from the island god realm. Master Kong shook his head helplessly. Although he was surprised by Wang Huan's appearance, he didn't expect the other party. Even he was defeated and would soon die. What could a young man do even if he stood out? Island god realm. I thought that you guys had faded away, but I didn't expect that you would appear again now. Back then, your island god realm set foot on the land of China and killed Chinese cultivators. My master gave an account to me before he died. When I met the people of the island god realm, not a single one of you could be spared. I had sworn in front of the three Qing ancestors that I would get rid of the island god realm. I thought that I would never meet you all in this life, but God has the eyes to let me meet you. Wang Huan's voice faintly sounded in the villa. The people in the villa had already been attracted by his voice, and the crowd also dropped their gazes on Wang Huan's body. Ha, there's still a leak? When that evil spirit saw Wang Huan, a flash of surprise appeared in his eyes. Wang Huan shook his head. The aura on his body was slowly rising as he said, Wrong, the leaky fish is not me, but you. Only saw his hand draw a talisman in the air. This talisman flashed silver in the air. Then this talisman turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, 4 turned into 8, and finally became densely packed. Like a cage enveloping the black smoke transformed into that evil spirit in the center. The talisman emitted a white flag-colored light, and a regal aura emanated from it. Then, what is that guy going to do? Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes looked straight, incredulously looking at the scene in front of them, and this scene would be completely burned into their minds for eternity. This is, Grandmaster Khan was also stunned. In his eyes, he only saw that young man who he had despised and threatened draw a talisman with one hand, walk in the void, and walk in front of that evil spirit, draw the ground and destroy the demon. Wang Huan suddenly spat out thunderous sounds, and the spell in his hand changed, and instantly, this cage made of countless runes and incantations violently contracted towards the center, and the light became more and more blinding. Split! That evil spirit finally realized the danger and violently fled towards the outside, transforming into a human form to pounce on Wang Huan. However, all of this was just futile in front of Wang Huan. Rumble! Just seeing the thunderous explosion, the black demon's hands touched the spell cage, and a snorting burning sound was emitted, and a burst of black smoke rose up. A burst of mournful roars came out from the evil spirit's mouth, and finally the cage became smaller and smaller, changing from a square table to a birdcage, and then to a fist, until it became a silver dot, and then disappeared. And that evil spirit also disappeared in smoke with the disappearance of the runic cage. This evil spirit that had caused Master Kong to almost die, a terrifying existence that he had hailed as one that would bring life and death when the evil spirit came out, was actually destroyed just like that, drawing talismans and incantations with an empty hand. A prison refining demons. This guy turned out to be so strong? The people in the villa were dumbfounded at this scene one by one, looking at Wang Huan who slowly landed on the ground. These people only felt their throats drying up as they looked at the young man in disbelief.